Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rates for Vets. Sorry for the lateness here. We got into something a little bit heavy on my computer here. We had to figure it out. Sorry about that. My apologies, but we're here, and we thank you for showing up. Uh, you know, I had an incident yesterday. Apparently, I must be a god because my wife, when she cooked, she gave me some burnt offerings. You know what I'm saying, dude?
Um, we'll roll with that. Keep going.
That's it. So yeah, like I was telling you, dude, it's just that my wife, she cooks these hamburgers and you can't even eat them. However, we can use them for Brillo pads, but I mean, it's getting so bad that when I put dental floss in the kitchen, the cockroaches are hanging themselves. It's just, oh hell, I'm alive. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Rates for Vets. Hi, dude.
Well, I gotta say, that sounded like an improvement to me.
Wow.
Making progress.
Yeah. I tell you, I'm losing a lot of teeth on it, though.
Well, I at the very least, I hope the dental floss isn't made in China.
Really? Oh, fitness is here. Yeah, fitness. Since I'm computer illiterate, Guru helps me out, and sometimes we lose track of time. He shows me other stuff that I can put out here on YouTube, and sometimes we are late. We get involved in what's going on, and believe me, Guru, again, is my mentor. He helps me out quite a bit on computers, so I can learn. So yeah, it's my fault. We just got too involved in it. But anyway, we're here, right, Nude?
You bad man. You shame.
No wonder I'm losing money. I should have never showed up. I would have got paid $9 instead of $7.
Well, minus the refund. So.
So, what's been going on with the world of New Guru?
Oh wow, that's a good question. Lots of stuff. Like, amazing things going on over across the pond in France. Like, Rudy shopping for some land for a new homestead over there. Working on some other stuff over here while she's over there. Some computer stuff as we speak, and still kind of put the Class A RV shopping on hold a little bit while we got all that stuff going on. But in the meantime, I'm just loving my sort of temporary homestead pad I'm on. It's a little too dreamy, actually. Got food galore growing in greenhouses here, extended past the harvest season of foraging. So I feel a little bit spoiled, to be quite frank, where I'm at right now. But I'm going to take advantage of it.
Don't you feel like pretty bad that you're not on the government grid?
Oh yeah, terrible. I lose sleep over that every night.
Like, be millions of people would like to have the same life you have right now. Trust me.
I feel so guilty not having paid taxes since I was 22. I don't know. What do you think? Maybe I should make up for that or something.
One of these days, I got to learn how to do a survey out there on YouTube. I know how to do it on the community, but no one watches the community. I put out there who wants to watch the Wag the Dog movie. I was going to put it on Rumble. But I couldn't do it. I tried my best. It just kept going on community. I went through Google and then, so I got to get a survey poll if I can put it out there. And
you mean like how, like when we're live here doing a survey, like through the chat type thing?
Well, yeah, that wouldn't be a bad idea either. Seriously, see if they would. I like to get some input on people. Instead of me trying to figure things out for them.
Right. Now, I've never done that before, but I see lots of people doing that, so that shouldn't be too hard. But I think what you meant is like on the community page, the community tab, having a poll on there.
Yeah, I've done that already. I figured that one out, but it doesn't seem to be going on YouTube. I don't see it anywhere on YouTube. To give me feedback what people would want. I like to give them some questions. Yes or no? Do you want to do this? You want to do that?
All right. Well, when we're not on StreamYard, remind me and we'll take a look into that. We'll figure it out.
Okay. I have a feeling we're going to be out here for a while.
No, you can count on that.
Yeah. I wonder if anybody would like to show up here. Fitness, you want to show up? I just had chicken vindaloo delivered. Try cooking that. Never heard of it. Vindaloo?
Vindaloo.
I've never heard that. My wife, she's Italian. Yeah, I've never heard of that before.
Vindaloo?
Vindaloo?
Vindaloo.
Never.
Vindaloo. Chicken vindaloo. I never heard that either.
I haven't either. I have no idea what that is. Should ask my wife what it is because her dad was pure Italian, you know. I mean, he taught that Italian stuff. I mean, you know, wow. And he's got the mafia name too to go with it.
And he says, no thanks, none of them. Okay, he doesn't want to.
Okay. Go ahead and eat your chicken. Oh, hold on, my wife's here.
Oh, he went on mute.
Oh, he did.
No, I meant you. He went on mute.
Oh, yeah. Just for a minute. Yeah, my wife came through the.
She came to hit you over the head with a frying pan for the burnt meat.
I think she heard me talk. My computer's on in the kitchen.
I didn't text her and tell her. Don't worry.
I think I'm in a heap of trouble. Yeah, so there's a lot of shit going on over here in the States. Bullshit is what it is. You know, I think we're going to have a war coming up. There's no doubt about it because I'm starting to see a lot of advertisements, you know, join the army, you know, blah, 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 all you can be, you know, same bullshit as usual. And we had a killing, I guess, over in Maine, I guess. 19 died, and I forget how many people. And that's all they've been talking about. 3 weeks now about, you know, the Israel war and the Palestinians. And now they're talking about this guy shooting people, and that's been on for 3 days. It's just the same thing over and over. You know, I just shut it off.
Well, you know, drama sells.
Damn. Yeah, that's what it is, too. Yeah, they're beating the horse to death.
Mm-hmm.
I can see why they got that movie, Wag the Dog.
So is that what that's about?
Yeah, it shows how they can manipulate the elections by showing stuff on TV. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
They're masters of it. Yeah.
That's called spin doctors. That's
Is that what they call them?
Yeah. They spin everything and smear everything in their favor, you know, to paint a picture.
That's it.
To the public.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you already know about it then. Yeah. It's with Dustin Hoffman and Robert De Niro.
So. Ancient strategy that works time and time again, especially when you got simple-minded individuals that don't know how to critically think and whatever they're told is gospel, you know?
Well, it is true what they say. If you say it loud enough and you say it quite a few times, people start believing it.
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm done with it though, you know. Now I'm starting to see it. I just shut the thing off and watch something else. I don't even watch the news anymore. It's the same bullshit over and over.
Yeah. Always was, always will be. That's its purpose is to distract, and that it does.
Mm-hmm. Well, they got a new House majority. What do they call that? House. Oh shit. Anyway, he's what the hell do they call that guy? Anyway, he's a head honcho for the House, a leader, you know, for the House. They kicked the other one out, and that's a bunch of bull, you know. I just, it's all crap, is what it is.
Something in Parliament or something?
Yeah, we have the House, and we call it Senate.
Mm-hmm.
They're split, and, you know, they go through the House, and they got to go through the Senate to pass, and then it goes to, you know, White House. Right. Well, the leader, the House, I can't think of the name of the guy. That's something, I can't think of it now. Anyway, he is the person that directs the House, controls everything, you know. Tells people what to do, how to do it, you know, the law. And they kicked the other guy out. He just started out like about 6 months and they kicked him out. And it took him 3 weeks just to get somebody back in to direct the House, you know. And now they're all happy about, oh, we got this guy, you know, big shit and deal. It's all the same shit. They're all together, you know.
Right.
So it's all a bunch of bullshit.
It's funny how people believe that it actually has anything to do with them and why they think it does, you know. It really doesn't, except for how much they pay attention to it, you know. Other than that, it means nothing to their life. It really doesn't.
Well, if people would realize is that they passed laws for themselves so they're protected. They don't give a shit about the slaves. Seriously, I mean, they get
Well,
us in wars. We have to suffer. They don't. They can eat whatever they want to do and do what they want to do, and they just the hell with everybody else.
that's the reason why it's called slave.
Yeah.
That's no point. But the thing is, I don't have any sympathy for the slave class because it's by consent for the most part. For the most part, with a little bit of barking of enforcement, physical enforcement. Of course, that's there, but most of that is fear. Okay? Most of it is all bark, no bite, no true bite. Most, a little bit not. And of course, if that's all it takes to get a simpleton mind to bend the knee and bow down to perceived illusion of authority, well, buyer beware. If you're going to buy into that bullshit, then enjoy your bullshit dinner, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, if people remember their history of World War II, when we had that, everything was going for the soldiers, the meat, the foods, and everybody else had to just get scraps. And this was going to happen again. If we go in World War III, nobody's going to get nothing. It's going to be all for the soldiers.
Yeah,
except for the owners.
Yeah, it's a repeat movie that keeps happening over and over again.
Mm-hmm.
You know what? Somebody said something earlier today, which I thought a long time ago, and I forgot thinking that until they mentioned it. Not that there ever is a true winner in war, but the Nazis won. Think about it. That's why you have your papers, please, everywhere.
You're breaking up.
Oh, of course I am, because I said something important.
I can hear you now. Go on, say it again.
All right, I'll say it again. So yeah, I was watching a show of somebody, a very interesting talk that I just got introduced to recently, and they said something on their show that reminded me of something I was thinking about quite a long while back and kind of forgot about. Not that there is any real winners in war. Everybody's a loser by default just for playing. But for lack of a better way of putting it, the Nazis won. And that's why you got your papers, please, in everywhere.
I'm not following you a little bit here. Papers.
The Nazis won the war.
Yeah, I understand that, right?
Right. And that's why things are run the way they are. Not that that wasn't a planned thing anyway. That was going to be the way. That was by design, because the war is just a wrestling thing anyway. But, most people are deluded, and they think that Hitler didn't win the war, or whatever. As if.
So basically, what you're saying, they were setting the stage for the real thing.
Mm-hmm.
See how it worked.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, not that they were really testing the ground. They were just. You had the first part right. It was preliminary stage setting for the future. And it's been running that way ever since. It was running that way beforehand too. It's just, every step of the way, the problem, reaction, solution, right? That's the narrative that they create a problem, they put it in the public eye. It's a psyop, right? And instill fear into the citizenry. And while they're, doing this in ritualistic fashion and slaying the slaves to death, they come out and they propagate that they have the solution, which is always more tighter controls, more restraints for the slave class to make them feel safer. And it works time and time again, right?
Like they're doing now. Mm-hmm. Well, in World War II, our corporations over here in the United States went over to Germany and helped them out. Kodak, IBM, Coca-Cola, which started Fanta. I got it on Rumble, how they started. And IBM created the ID system for the Jews to find out where they're at, who they are. You know, Coca-Cola started a Fanta for the soldiers, and I forget, and clothes, I forget who it was. But yeah, I got it on Rumble about that. That these corporations actually went over and helped Germany out. And then when it came to reparations, they didn't give them that much after the war was done.
I don't know who is painting that picture, but they didn't go over there and help them out. They're part of the conglomerate cabal that funds and propagates the war.
Bingo. That's even better. Yep.
It's all one thing, right? It's all just, different factions of the same system. So, and again, I never point the finger to the storyteller or the narrative teller for the actual responsible culprit. It rests on the individual who is actually performing the actions. They're the culprit, which again, that's us, citizenry. Well, I'm not a citizen, but when I say us, I mean the lemming class. It's the we the people class, right? That are actually the ones that are perpetrating actual physical harms and the physical destructions and choosing to consent to doing that without question and performing these naughty deeds. So it's the responsibility of them and them alone who choose to do that.
I wonder if I could show you something. I'm not sure I can do this. I'm going to try it anyway. The corporations that we have now in the United States, they're trying to get rid of our weapons. You know that really hard. And they're pushing that issue with Maine where that guy shot, the 19 people.
Mm-hmm.
And they're making a big ordeal out of it. Well, what kind of weapon did he have? Well, he had an AR, 15. Ooh, with 30 rounds. Or, I'm like, you sucker. So I started investigating. What the hell? Why this is coming to us so much? I mean, the few are hurting the people. It's like this: if you walked in a bar and you robbed a bar, and all of a sudden everybody in that bar came up with a pistol at the guy, and then he finds out it was a cop bar, he wouldn't last long, would he?
Right.
Okay. So I started investigating, and so who the hell is funding these people to stop our gun rights? Man, did I walk into the hornet's nest. I'll show you this in a minute. I got to go to my kitchen. Go on, keep talking there. I'm going to just look through here, try to find it.
Fitness, I don't have a passport, and I'm not a citizen. The actual answer, right, is who's funding them? That's once again the citizenry.
Yeah, I would say that. Yeah. And I figured it might be just a few. Oh my God! Wait till you see this. I just about freaked. I mean, we're getting screwed.
All of them. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just amazing. I got to go to my YouTube to find it. Hold on here. I just can't believe this. I got to go to the. Hopefully, I can do this. I'm not sure I can do this. I'm going to try. More. Here it is. All right, this is what I want. I couldn't put it out here, but I'm going to do it anyway. To heck with it. There we go. Go here. Okay.
That's a very good question, Fitness. Multitude of ways, but my preferred method is private jet. Fitness was asking, how do I travel overseas?
Are you traveling?
I'm actually not. The land that we're buying over there is not for me, anyways. It's for Fruity's family, and if something ever happens to me, and she's got a backup resort. Not that I want to travel over there again, though. But yeah, it's a good question. If I don't have a passport, how do I get there? I've been traveling around for a long time now. unconventionally, and I just don't use the conventional borders that the slave class uses, and I don't ask permission. I use unconventional methods, private jet being one of them, especially for overseas, boat, walking across lines. My favorite is I'm part of a farm plane membership thing that I found online. I've been using this for years. They do overpasses over the line all the time, these little farm planes, the little club thing. And all I got to do is shoot them $100 or $200 and get them to land me somewhere in a field and get a taxi to pick me up. You know, and there's so many ways to walk around the facade of authority. It's ridiculous.
All right. Can you see this all right?
I can.
All right. Look at this is all the people that donated to get rid of our gun rights. Vision, Records, Alicorp, people I've never heard of before, AMC Theaters, AO1 Time Warners. Look at all this shit. AT&T. These are all people that are trying to get rid of our gun rights. And yet, you're right. We supply these people by buying stuff from them.
Right.
Burger King. Look at that. I mean, it just goes on. Costco's.
Yep.
Dick's Sporting Goods. I hate that place. I've been there. Disney World. Well, that's eBay. Am I going too fast for everybody here? See some of this?
Not for me, but some other people. I mean,
Gucci. I mean,
Hey, Perry. Perry with us here. Welcome. Good to see you.
Hi, Perry. I'm just showing them the corporations right now that are funding the anti-gun laws. These are all the corporations that are funding it. People that we go to and buy stuff. And they're turning around and shafting us. Look at all this. Can you believe this? Just goes on and on. Look at that. That's a lot of people. Okay.
Fitness says, if you're able to travel overseas undetected, you'd make one hell of a hitman. He's right. I sure would have.
Can't I have a job with you? I'll be your airplane pilot.
Yeah, well, okay. I'll give you the $9. I'll keep the rest.
Yeah. Oh, in other words, give me the $9. I won't have to be there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You'll fly it yourself. Yeah.
That's right. Just make sure you're on time.
Bye, Guru. Shit.
I'll even pay you on Bitcoin.
Satoshi, see?
Yeah.
Oh, God. I guess I can shut this thing off. I'm going to shut this thing off. Hold on. I'll be in the bedroom just a short.
Oh, wait. Oh. Yeah, careful. You almost lost. Oh, you're on the phone anyways.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Didn't think I knew that, eh? I had a good teacher.
I'll give you 1 point.
Okay. There we go. Yeah, I appreciate you helping me out there, really. Okay, she's off. All right. And I go back to the bedroom.
You know, I find it quite funny that, especially for a nation that prides itself a lot on foundation of, is it the Third Amendment? It's about guns. I forget which one.
Second Amendment. Second
Amendment, right?
Mm-hmm.
How so few realize, not that any of this is legitimate anyways, it's all facade, but just on the basic principle of it, it's like, come on, throw some balls. The whole point of the reason why weapons, the number one reason why weapons of this caliber are designed for is not to hunt, not to have as trophies on the wall. It's to guard yourself against tyranny. And if you allow yourself to believe in fictional authority and think that somebody has a legitimate authority to tell you to disarm yourself, well, then you completely failed to realize what weapons are for to begin with. That's the whole point, to keep them. You don't take weapons. If you got a bully who's coming to attack you, do you like ask permission if you can defend yourself from the bully?
Mm-mm.
It's kind of
Nope.
silly, isn't it? Right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but if you're foolish enough to listen to the bully, and if the bully says, you're not allowed to defend yourself, it's illegal. So I said so. And if you're foolish enough to believe that, well, when you get your ass kicked, you deserve it. You did it yourself,
No, it's true. Well, that's why they want to get rid of the gun, so they can put us more in bondage. You know what I mean? Than what we are now. It's exactly what it is.
So you can't defend yourself from each other, because it's each other that are going to do it to each other, right? So, of course, the mercenary class is the one that's quote unquote legal, right? Legally able to carry. And of course, they're the ones that are the paid puppets to perform the atrocities on the simpleton class, as always. So,
Well, where we live at here in Michigan, there's a whole lot of militias here. I mean, not government militia, civilian militia. And I mean, there's a lot of them. And they're like people who are underground doing foraging. They ain't saying nothing. Same thing as militia. They don't say a word. They keep quiet. But they're out there. Trust me. I've talked to some of them already.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, yeah, they know what's going on. They do.
This is why, people get stuck a lot. People look around and they're like, where's the people who I can turn to who are going to start something for living freedom or whatever? It's like, the reason why you don't see them is because they're already out living freely. They don't sit there and wait for government to give permission. Oh, okay, you can do this, you can do that now, or anything like, or go and beg the oppressors, can you free up the reins for us, or anything like that. No, free thinkers, free people are grown up from all of that and just do what they will, and are ready already, and have been already for a long time, for any resistance against that may come from people who are afraid of people who are strong-minded to do such a thing,
Yeah, it's a shame. They are going after people now like me who talk about the government. One guy, I was going to put it on YouTube, and I said, nah, forget about it. It was too long. But this guy's going to lose his house, and they're burying him in debt going to court, and he's sick of it.
Mm-hmm.
And because he was an activist.
Typical.
No freedom of speech.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But, he's got to play his, I don't know who this is that you're talking about. He's got to play his cards a little bit smarter.
He's on YouTube. I have no idea who he is, but yeah, I was listening to him. I'm like, wow, unreal.
You can't expect to go up against the state to not have some retaliation against you,
Yeah. Yeah, that's why I want to get the hell out of here and do what I got to do. I'm not playing around. As soon as I know I'll know when the time's ready. I want to really move on to it too. This is just bullshit. I mean, in the Constitution, which is a piece of paper you wipe your ass on,
mm-hmm.
They says you have no right to to take our guns away. And they're doing it anyway, and they're brainwashing these kids from school, guns are bad,
Mm-hmm.
Well, I trained my kids how to shoot, and both of them can shoot now, and I'm glad I did it. I showed them, and hopefully they'll pass it on to their kids.
It's important, learning self-defense is very important, and holistic self-defense too. Not just guns aren't the only answer. That's more of a last resort. Self-defense for first line of self-defense is to walk away. And that's your first testimony to a strong mind. A strong mind will walk away from any potential threat of violence or whatnot if the opportunity allows for that. Now, if it doesn't, then you've got to mitigate that in whatever way, shape, or form. And there's all kinds of responses that an individual can have to that. It's important to be ready with an array of responses, not just one resort. You've got to diversify, right? Put all your eggs in one basket. Very important. Most people don't even know one right. Most people, the self-defense that most people know is bucking the knee, right? Bend down and bootlick. That's their self-defense, right? Or bend down and spread the butt cheeks.
I'm not doing it. I can't fight like I used to, which you already know, but I can still shoot. And thank God for that. And I will go down shooting. I will. I'll hit somebody. Someone's going down with me. That day ever comes. I'm not looking for a fight. In fact, I'm going to get out of here if I can. And if they come on up there where I'm at, God have pity on them. I'll do the best I can. You know what I mean? I will too.
Mm-hmm.
Just the way I am. I'd rather have my freedom than be bullied by an owner, who doesn't know what the hell is going on and don't even give a shit. I mean,
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, we had 247 years of this government, and it's gotten worse. It hasn't gotten any better, and they don't care about getting it better.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Just listen to our commands and demands, and we're going to just live high in the hog while you guys just sit there and fight among each other, trying to survive. Burn your buildings down. That's okay. We don't care, as long as it doesn't come to our neighborhood.
Yeah,
that's how they feel.
That's it.
Go on, I'm sorry.
Right? No, you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. That's how most citizenry think. Right? As long as I don't see it, I can turn a blind eye. Go back to my video game. Right?
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Now, Fitness puts up a point here. If government becomes a tyranny, which it's not if, government itself is a tyranny, you'll never stop their fighter jets, aircraft carriers, nuclear submarines, and trained soldiers with your guns. It's a pipe dream. Well, for them to go to that distance would be something else. That's the first thing. And second of all, I have resistance too. Nonetheless, this is the type of thinking that will put a lot of people into a corner of to acquiesce. If they do that, good. I don't care. Live free or die. I'm not scared of that, right? They have bombs, they have weapons, they have jet fighters, whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm still going to live the way that I live. I'm still going to do what I want to do. I'm going to die anyways. One day, I don't give a shit. I'm still not bowing to, their fictional authority, just because they, have a bunch of these weapons that they can use. That doesn't scare me one bit. But it will scare a lot of people. And that's the way most people think, and that's one out of many reasons why many people do acquiesce, because they're such things. And again, most of that is all bark and no bite anyways. It is to just fear people out of doing what? What is the government so afraid of when we're just talking about going out and living self-reliance lifestyle, enjoying the nature, working with the nature, keeping to my own, not harming other people, so on and so forth. Ooh, big crime. But that is what the people in the government is the most afraid of, because the more people that learn this and understand that, that's their ultimate demise, right? Because their bread and butter is utterly dependent on the naivety of the slave class to keep providing. So the last thing they can have is a slave class that wakes up to their slavery and decides to critical think and says, no, I'm not born just to pay bills and take it up the ass when you don't even provide lube for me at the very least. I'm just not going to do that anymore for you. And that's what they fear the most, right? If people started doing that more, they're resourceless. They have nothing. Planes and bombs or not. As a last resort, if they're going to bomb citizenry, then it's okay. And then what? After they finish, what? Now they don't have any assets at all to usurp anymore.
By law, is that the United States military cannot come after the United States. So therefore, they're going to be doing the UN soldiers, NATO and all that stuff to come after us. It won't be the United States coming after us, the soldiers. It will be
that's right.
NATO. Yeah.
Oh no, it's just people all over. Now here's a logical. This is and even put aside the word blame. Because blame is also another thing that is a distractionary focus. Let's change the word blame to responsibility. The people who acquiesce. Oh, it's the one above that. I switched it on me there. I'll just read it again. Maybe we shouldn't blame the government. We should blame we the people. Absolutely. That's what I was saying earlier. Again, change the word blame to responsibility. It's the responsibility of the people for everything, well-being wise, of the people. Nobody else's. Who else's responsibility could be? The idea that somebody else is responsible for your well-being in life is absolute lunacy and fallacy to the core. It's a fairy tale. The people who acquiesce are the people with guns who live in fear. I don't know what you mean by that. People who act with guns who live in fear. No. The people who acquiesce are the ones who just do as they're told and are obedient without question. That's the people who are acquiescing because they live in fear, so they're going to do that. I don't listen to no pretend authority. I'm my own authority. I live by my own rules, regardless of what anybody else thinks. I've been doing that for a long time. That's the only way to live. Live free or die. Now, that doesn't mean going out and just like taking a whole box of hand grenades and going nuts with them. That's not what that means. That's a lot of people get the idea, well, that's anarchy thinking or something like that. No. This is the opposite. This is what's self-governing or self-responsibility 101 to the highest degree. This is about being responsible for yourself and having a high standard of morale for yourself and propagating that to other people, leading by example. Go ahead, Mr. Wrights.
Well, I don't understand why anybody would want to let the government control them, to be dependent on the government when they already know what's going to, well, a lot of them do, and a lot of them don't. When CBDC comes up, taking your money away, taking your food away, they want you to eat bugs, put a chip in your hand, your RFID, radio frequency, losing your jobs, going to put you in a 15-minute city. And like you said before, if you called it a concentration camp, would you go? Yeah, I just don't see it. They lied to us. Many military men died for this country, for freedom and democracy, which is a bunch of bullshit. They used us. They punked us.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to do it more. And they don't care. And they sit there and lie on TV, and the news media is the same way as they are. Say this, say that.
Isn't that what you do with slaves?
Yep. It's exactly what you do with slaves.
But it's
right, Mr. Jones.
It's slavery by consent in this day and age. Mm-hmm. And that's what, this is the worst form of slavery. When the slave absolutely loves their slavery, right? And worships it and will do everything to defend it, protect it.
They haven't done shit. Just make believe, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. It's just, the big three, they're scared to death. The automotive countries automotive are hurting so bad right now. It's unreal for money. I mean, they're losing tons of money right now. And that's a good thing because you know what? These union people were making all kinds of money, didn't give a damn about anybody else. I hate to say it that way. It's about time they wake up to understand that, hey, this government don't give a shit about their slaves. Either you produce money for them or we get rid of you. And that's how they are. They don't care. If
That's
you
what you
take
do with
more,
slaves.
yep, exactly. If you take more from government than what you can produce, give back to government, they don't want you. Now you're taking away from them.
All right. Now you're a liability.
Hmm. I
It's
hope I get an
it's
A on my test tonight.
it's really good to be a liability in the government side for you.
Mm.
Little hint I'm throwing out there to think about. That's a really good thing. The liability government side. It's really good to be thrown out of courtrooms and never allowed back again.
Yeah,
Think about it,
really.
right? It's a really good thing, right?
Oh my God! Every time you turn around, the taxes and this and tax. When I was younger, had gas company, natural gas. Okay, you just paid for the gas. Now they got recovery fee, they got taxes on taxes. I'm like, what the, just like your phone bill, your cell
Mm-hmm.
phone, same thing. They just keep taxing things on,
Mm-hmm.
and it benefits them, not us. So you're working your ass off. Then you got to work two jobs. You can't take care of your kids because you're tired. Your kids are on a rampage. They're learning all kinds of shit. This is what they want. They want distraction.
Yeah, they want utter distraction and utter obedience,
Hmm.
and they got it
Yep.
by hundreds of millions and even billions of people worldwide. They got it.
It's just amazing. It's a good game they got it going. It really is. They got it
Yes, it
together.
is. Yes,
Took them
very well played.
247. Oh yeah, definitely. I can see it now. Plain as as I'm breathing. It's amazing. Just do what you got to do and get the hell out of government. They ain't got to do nothing for you. Nothing put scare tactics on you.
Most people won't know rights. Most people are even with the tsunami being right in front of them. They'll just be like, "Give me my pot," even though it's about to get soaked. You want to be able to light it up, right? Again, that's all they think about. It's just whatever vice gets them through.
Well, that RFID chip they're going to put in the hand. Oh, wow, that's neat. We can open up car doors. We can open our house doors. We can get on the vending machine. We can transaction things. Oh, that's another deal, too. They're trying to get rid of the stores now. So everything's going to be on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly what they're trying to do right now. I see it right now. So we're not going to have any stores. So if you want something, you're going to have to order it. And then that's when they're going to do that CBDC. Well, no, you can't have that. You had too much of it.
Yep.
So that's coming up, too. Like you said, out there and being forced, you can have free food and water,
That's it. The resources from nature for us are always there. They always have been. They're not going away. You know, they're there, free for right for the taking all the time. You just have to know what to look for, and you have to be willing to at least move a little bit to go and access it. Right? It's not going to walk and know that the apple tree is not coming where you're sitting. You got to go where it is.
Well, even if you do a garden, just one little plant, tomato, would last you for a long time, at least a week or two,
Yeah, probably if you remember at least to cut holes in the. You know,
Oh, you remember that, eh?
I've committed it to memory.
I never did a bucket before. Never. But I got a green thumb, though. I'll tell you that. But my daughter's got a better green thumb than I do.
Yeah,
After
but your
seeing that
thumbs are
cute,
bigger.
geez, well, yeah, I can plug holes in the ground. She put the seeds in there. But yeah, it just like you said before, and it's true. If half the people would at least grow a garden, no one would starve. Plant trees, learn how to forage. It's just, yeah, can your food for the wintertime. Hell, you're all set.
Yeah,
That'd be awesome, man. I can't wait. I'm just, oh, man.
yeah.
I'm like a
That
little kid in the candy store, huh?
canning the food away. That's one option. There's quite a few options. Uh, Fermenting is the best option when it comes to that. When it comes to preservation uh, and a backup source of food. Another option is to do a little bit of snowbird life, right? Just go where it's warmer during the colder months and be a little bit nomadic and whatnot, and spread out your eggs. Diversify your honey pots, so you're not just tied to a settlement spot, which is a very unhealthy thing to do, right? That's another thing that people have been indoctrinated and domesticated to try and do is to try and permanent nest settle. It's stupid. It's really, really stupid. That is a stage set for attack right there from your oppressor. If you're if you're stationary and you can easily be found in one or two spots or whatever, you're a sitting duck. Okay? That's one of the first things that I figured out a long time ago that nobody even had to tell me is being off the radar. I started crisscrossing addresses all over the place, and none of them were anything to do with where I've ever been. I just would make up addresses and made paper trails so out of reach and such a mess that it was such a tangled web. Anybody who would look at that would say, fuck this, what is this guy even alive,
So I know the chief of police is probably loving you by now.
Oh, to be a fly in the wall sometimes,
Oh, I would love to see that. Would have seen his face. Yeah. What?
That would have been funny.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, that's important. If you can't be tracked, you can't be found. And that's one of the reasons why it's so important as well not to do the identity thing. It's hard to put a joinder in try and give you something punishment wise if there's nothing to join you with, right? Like if they wanted to send me a fine in the mail, well, which of the 7,200 addresses do they even choose from to send it to? Which name? Whose name does it go to? There is none. It's a bunch of corporate names, number names, or whatever. It's a dog pile of a mess.
When
There's so many strategies to avoid the authoritative paradigm of what to do if that happens as far as administrative remedy goes. But most people don't even start to question or think about that. They just, oh, I got a bill in the mail. Oh, I got a fine. Oh, and just pay it and go back to work so that they can pay it again,
there was two movies I watched. One I forgot. The other one's called Defiance, and they're out in the woods in Russia when Germany took over. And these Jews, there's like 1,100 of them in the woods, survived. Also, Auschwitz, if I'm saying it right, the concentration camp where they burned the Jews in Poland, the Poland people would hid in a mountain underneath there, the cave, for 2 years. They would come on out, and people they got to know would give them potatoes and stuff like that to live on. but they had candles and everything else. That, was damp down there, but they lived for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
Until finally when the war ended and they came out. Amazing story. I just couldn't believe it. So I mean, it's possible. You can do it. You can do it if you want to do it. You know what I mean? You got to want to do it, unless you want to be controlled.
That's it. I mean, what else would there to be would there be to focus on? That's the point. I don't see anything else that's worth its while. There's only so many video games you could beat. Where am I getting with this?
Nothing. Not with the video games. What's he got to say? Praise, you better get yourself some iron lungs. You'll need them. Laugh his ass off. Hurry. What's this? Hurry, that's what I'm here for. No need to thank me. Jeez. Yeah, it's just, I hopefully that they'll listen to us on YouTube when this shit hits. Hopefully they don't take it down and they'll realize what they didn't listen to. You know what I mean?
Oh, I don't
Well,
care about that.
By that time I'll be gone. Well, just like to say, hey, I tried for them. You know what I mean? And if they don't want to listen to them, they want to drown, that's fine.
Yeah, for that case, they'll be gone before they know it hit them anyway. That's just that's where most people are heading. Same thing with the gas chamber. Nobody. How many of them knew what they were walking into?
Yeah.
Straightforward, without question. For your safety, get in the boxcar.
We're taking you in the shower room to get rid of your lice and everything else. Uh-huh.
That's right. Put sunscreen on to protect you from the beautiful vitamins that you get from the sun. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
every single thing that comes out of their mouths or MSM and whatever, all of that, it's all bullshit. All of it, without exception.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Did you see that video about and fitness should know about this one, about the motel? I forget the name of it. I got to go back to it. But anyway, they're housing I don't know how many people, immigrants, and they're getting everything for free, everything. And these people are having parties and they're robbing stores. They're getting kids to walk in stores and they're hiding the bottles in the backpacks of the kids and they go in there and they say, "Oh my God, they're having a hell of a time." The motel right now is on the brink of falling apart because of things being torn apart.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is I'm like, wow, bring some more in. Go ahead, bring some more in.
Sure.
We need them.
Why not?
Yeah.
Let them live it up. Those people are still just dependent on being spoon fed. Who cares?
Yep. Yeah. I mean, that should tell you right then and there. They don't give a shit about us slaves. Nothing. They do what they want to do when they want to do it, and screw the slaves. Just keep making that money for us so we can stay in business.
That's how it works when you have. Why should an owner care about the slave?
Mm-hmm.
That's not the definition of slave.
Wow, it's amazing. I feel bad about this because I had to wait all this time just to find out the truth, and it was right there in front of me. Didn't even know it. That's just amazing.
That's it's funny that there's two directions you can go right when you start to realize that you are living as a slave. One is to go to your owner and try and beg them for less confinement. And the other is just to stop choosing to be a slave. 99% people opt for the begging of less confinement route. As if that's going to solve the problem, you know?
Mhm. All people complain left and right. Doc, our government, blah, 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 blah. They ain't gonna do shit. Now, if you left the plantation, they would shit then. Hey, we're losing our money here. Where's our taxes at? We can't function. We have no money. What's going on here?
Right. If people started doing that in droves and shit, they don't care about a few here and there.
If you get tired, you tell me. We'll shut down. Because I know you've been up for a while.
Oh no. That just means I'm too comfortable here. I need to get a match going. I'm going to be up all night, at least.
Okay. Because I know what it is to be tired. I fall asleep.
Yes. We've seen it.
Yeah. Yeah. Been known to do that. I'm a true trooper. But anyway, yeah, it's just, yeah, you're right. I don't want to be a slave for him. I don't want to chip my hand so you can follow me. Go to every corner and get to put a wand in my hand to find out who I am.
Right?
Got to beg for money just to buy things,
Right?
Oh,
that's it.
You got to get your mask on again, Oh, yeah. Oh, you got to do it. Or, you're not going to get fed. We're going to stop your cryptocurrency,
The entire corporate lifestyle is based on permission. That's what slaves do. Everything about the corporate lifestyle, all based on permission. That's no way to live for a free-minded individual. Free-thinking people, the answer is obvious. It's to stop asking permission for anything in life. It's me that I need to ask permission from. Nobody else,
Yeah, they put a lot of people in a pickle. Or should I say people put themselves in a pickle, either way.
I'm nobody's servant. And I don't want a servant either. That's the other thing, right? It's like people are like, well, government's supposed to be the servant to the people. No. Now you're just being a hypocrite. Nobody has any obligation to be a slave to somebody else. Nobody. And the idea that you're going to set something up to be of servitude to you is going to end up ruling you. That's the way it works by default. So that's another distractionary ideology as well. Right? That's what people are trying to do. They're trying to fix the system, right? By reversing the narrative back and making it so the government is, people in the government are obedient servitude to the people. That's not healthy either. That's not cooperation. None of it is. It doesn't matter which side of the fence you're on. The BDSM corporate lifestyle. None of it is healthy. Yeah, if you want freedom, if you want to be free from all that, you have to secede yourself from all of it. Learn how to function with nature. Get off the dependency on all of that stuff. Learn how to be free. It's the only way. Make no excuses, have no fear. That doesn't mean having your head in the sand and being naive and ignorant to the reality that, yes, you're probably going to be up against some resistance when it comes to that. That means not to have fear in doing whatever you need to do to mitigate that resistance and being free anyway. And not waiting for other people making excuses to do exactly that.
I don't understand their thinking, these people anymore, I mean, the government knows exactly what they're doing. They know how they're hurting the American people. And then people still screaming, hey, we're over here. Help us. Help us. They ain't going to do shit for this. Nothing. But laugh at us.
Right. Laugh and Well, they'll lead you down to a solution path, but it ain't going to be one you really like.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
never
Well,
buy into anybody who claims to be your savior. They're always going to sell you up the river.
oh yeah. Well, two things are going to happen. Either we get in a big war, and the person who's in office right now is going to stay in there because during wartime he doesn't have to be elected; he's got to stay there. Or there's going to be such revolution across the 50 states, they're going to have martial law, and then they still win. They'll put you in lockdown until they're ready for the 15-minute cities. That's going to be one of the two is going to happen. You watch. Regardless, the incumbent's going to win.
Well, there's no winning in this.
For them, it is, not for us. You know what I mean?
Y-
They'll get what they
Yeah,
want.
yeah. But again, there's still, just as they're even worse, bootstrap tied than anything else. It's all a facade,
Yeah, it is.
But now this is going to sound a little bizarre, but the elitist model, they're not shy about telling their mindset about things. Never have. If you just for any age, all you have to do is just give a little bit of pay attention to the actual source that says their ideas and direction. And, and they have always said that when it comes to the culling of the herd, it's not a question of if that's going to happen. The only question is it going to be by consent or is it going to be by force? And up until this point, it's pretty much been consensual. And I think they're probably coming to a head realizing they're about as far as they can get with that, and their next step is to I don't even think they really want to do the forceful way, because that's a lot of intensive focus for them, a lot of maybe even risk for them as well, when it comes to this kind of level of world destruction and so on and so forth on a physical level like that. A lot can go wrong, a lot can go sideways, and so on and so forth. So, I think it was always in their best interest, and that's why they try and do the first case to. They've even stated it, forget that guy, but you can quote him from the United Nations saying that we hope that people will be cooperative when it comes to this culling of the herd stuff. In other words, walk right into it and accept it. That's what he's saying. And the reason why he's saying that is because he's not finishing the statement. If people aren't going to do that, then their next step is to imply the force, violence.
Well, that Dr. Dennis Meadows, the one who works for the riffers for Carl Schwab, he's the one that wants to eliminate the 7 billion people. But he says, I hope it's for it's humanitarian when they do it. I'm like,
Yeah.
what the,
Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
What he's really saying is he's hoping people will just go along with it instead of resist, and then they have to go to a different form of plan to implement the agenda. That's what he's hoping for, that they don't have to go to that resort. He doesn't want it to be, an untidy, forceful genocide. He wants it to be a nice, peaceful, cooperative genocide, just like in Germany. Walk right into it, right? And it's from their mindset. It's a logical way of thinking to hope for that. Yeah, of course, it's easier for them. People are just willing to walk right into the booby trap and fall for it. So that's what they would rather, obviously. But of course, I think they've played that out as far as it's going to go for the most part. Like if they came out with another narrative right now, everybody's got to go back to the masks, get another jab round. I really don't. I think a very small percentage this time would actually fall for it. You know, they wouldn't get anywhere near the same amount of compliance as they got last time. Now that doesn't mean they aren't going to try other tactics though for fear-based tactics to get obedience, to call the herd in different ways. They certainly are, but I think they have realized that they're going to have to do a certain forceful propagation, and they've already started. That's what these wars are about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, senseless wars for no reason at all, only for their gain, not for us.
Right.
To thin out the herd, make money.
Yep. As they always are.
I never realized that when I was in the service here. I thought I was doing it for democracy and freedom. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Brainwash
their democracy and their freedom.
Mm-hmm.
They hired you to be a mercenary for them.
Yeah. That's exactly what it was. And not knowing anything, because being stupid as a kid, being brainwashed in school, do it for democracy, freedom. Yeah. Pledge allegiance to that flag.
Yeah, that's right. Without question, right?
Well, it's kind of funny, and it always dawned on me. I mean, ever since World War II, we've lost wars. Went through the Korean War, Vietnam War, Iraq War, and we never won nothing, Ukraine War, nothing. And I'm like, what the hell? Why do we even go to war for? I mean, what's the sense? Then they have rules. You can't do this in war. You can't do that in war. What the,
Mm-hmm.
So something's telling me that it ain't right. And again, I couldn't figure it out until I talked to you. And you put it all together.
Yeah, it's quite interesting how it's difficult for people to fathom the idea that fighting is not a solution. To the point where it's not even just like fist fight, black eyes. We're talking about literally limbs getting blown off and people dying left, right, and center. How could that ever be a solution to?
And little kids dying. That's what really kills me. 5-year-old, 4-year, don't even know anything. They're dead. The governments don't even give a shit.
No. They're the ones. It's interesting when you say that. It's almost like you have this thing about the government is supposed to step in and care about that. It's the government who is propagating that narrative to do that.
Yep.
Their role and their job is not to give it a shit. Their role and their job is to make that happen.
Amazing.
Because they are the corporation.
Yeah.
They are profiteers. So they're only doing what's in their best interest, as people in corporate world are supposed to do. And they're not even the actual, like I said before, they're not even the culprits of the violence. They're not. Not at all. They're not to blame for it. Not 1 ounce, not 1 bit. Only people who are to blame for that are the people who carry it out and do it. Without that, it doesn't happen.
Yeah. Well, a perfect example of that is when the government says, hey, we got a good plan for everybody. Your 401k plan, put your money in there and your company will double it. Well, now they're taking it out because they can't afford anything. They're trying to pay their bills. Their 401k, the IRA, is done. It's completed. A lot of them, they don't have anything. And the government started all this, I had a 401k plan when Obama came in, and I lost half my money. I took it out. Well, you're going to get 10%. I said, well, I better have something better than nothing. I want it out. They did. They gave it back to me with 10% out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Now people are hurting like crazy. But again, that's their own fault. You know, it's like it's my fault if I don't get off the stick pretty soon. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I know this.
And there's no point being mad or, upset about it or anything like that. All that is just a waste of time too, especially at this stage of the game,
Well, I know, but I still can kick myself. It's right there in front of me, Guru. I mean, it was right there. You know, when you showed me that plantation, it all just came together. I went, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, it was, because I was asking for questions, and you're the one who gave it to me. You know, you seen something I didn't see. You know,
That's true. What seems to be so obvious is so highly looked over. And that's why the problem is what it is, But, again, I mean, you can spend the rest of your life kicking for yourself for that, but it's really not going to do you any justice or serve you to do that, right? Because look at it on the flip side of the coin. What if you're still like that? What if you never came to your senses? You could very well be just like the rest of the millions of lemming class around you, still clueless, right? And me too. So I'm just grateful that somehow, somebody said in another chat earlier today that they were baffled by the millions of lemming class and how they could be so naive and gullible to all of this. And I said, well, that's not here. I'll fill you in. It won't be baffling after this. It's called fluoride, Ritalin, chlorine, mass hypnosis, frequencies, being bombarded in all the devices and so on and so forth. I read that in the YouTube chat. And then I said, what baffles me on the flip side is that against all the grain, there's even still at least a few of us that can actually still see through all of it. That's what baffles me. Because how, right? Why is it that, I'm not the only one that can see, not by a long shot, but it is few and far between, isn't it?
Yeah, I see it. Oh yeah, by far.
So I don't really know how this is. Somehow, maybe just the choices that made a strong will mind right from the get-go not to accept any narrative, and maybe that negated the hypnosis trance or something to get in that deep or whatever. I don't know. But, it's a good sign.
Well, I'm trying to get into it as much as I can. I just found about acorns. Found out that the shell itself is very, very good for you. Very good for medicine, for fungus and everything else. Ooh, I got to get some of that. For like candida, it cures that.
Acorn.
Infections. Yeah, acorn shells. It shells the husk itself.
Interesting.
Yeah, and the lady was showing us how to do it. She had 2 containers, one with oil, and I forget the other one what it was. I got it saved up though.
They come from oak trees, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They told us not to eat those as a kid. You get worms, they said. I think they're full of shit. I really do. The acorns were everywhere. I bet you that's another one of those foods like dandelion. Just really good.
Oh, it is. If I could show you, I'll show you the backstage. I got it. I think I still have it. Wow, you got to be kidding me. I mean, I'm really getting involved in this. I'm really trying to learn as much as I can. I'm trying not to forget either what I'm watching it. It's amazing.
What's up, Chad? Chad and
Chad's here?
It's the Bat Baby and Rudy.
Hey, Chad. It's the Bad Baby and new dude. I guess Chad will never forget about that Bad Baby deal. Well, you want to come on up, Chad? Been a while since we talked. You're more than welcome. Get the charge machine ready. I don't hear nothing from him. Well, if you
Well,
decide you want to come up, just tell us. Just say link.
he might be on, bad cell reception or whatever he's been having lately.
He's saying High Prairie. Okay, well, that's all right. If anybody wants to come up, just put the name, the link. We'll get you up there.
All right. Critical thinking question. Is authority legitimate?
No.
Well, actually, there is one form of authority that's legitimate.
Mine.
Yours.
Mm-hmm.
So even when you acquiesce, that's your authority doing so on yourself. You're delegating that away. Now, a lot of people have this, again, indoctrinated view that authority is necessary and authority is a healthy function. It keeps us safe. And we're willing to trade away some of our liberties to have that. That's against the logic, of course, of just the way it works in nature. Trading away your liberty for security, I'm not the first one to say this, is a fallacy. It gives you neither. It actually just makes you even more unsafe, if anything else, But what if, even in the corporate world, what if you didn't pay taxes and there wasn't a police force? Some people say, well, that's going to leave people like me and a lot of other people vulnerable because they're not, big muscular people or whatever, or a lot of women, children, and so on and so forth. But again, just like no question of how could you mitigate that in a better way. Like the first thing, again, and this is even against, my view that corporatism is all a fallacy anyway. But if we're going to be still in the corporate capitalistic society, don't you think that the amount of money that you saved by not paying your taxes, you could afford to hire really good quality personal security if that's what you really wanted?
Mm-hmm. Makes a lot of
Right?
sense.
You could have your own security guard. And one that was really working for you. Right?
Yeah. Well, just like the government does. They got security guards on them all the time.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, they give you the answers by what they
Yeah.
do. Right? They do.
I have been watching auditors. This one guy's pretty good. His name is Long Island Audit. And I tell you, these people who are in law enforcement, he tells them, he says, I walk in the building, it says no cameras allowed. Then they come after him and he says, well, are you enforcing the law or your feelings?
Mm-hmm.
This is the law. I can come in and I can film, I can video. And sometimes he gets arrested.
Mm-hmm.
These people don't know the law. These cops, they don't know them at all. They just do what they want to do when they want to do it and lie about it.
That's
The
because
people who,
there is no law.
yeah, I believe that.
If there was a real law, then it wouldn't be challengeable or fallicable. You wouldn't be able to, defy it, just like you can't defy how gravity works, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a man-made fairy tale. That's why. And it comes down to, in the end, it just comes down to somebody's will versus somebody's will. That's all it is.
Well, I live in Detroit, and if there's a shot fired or whatever, the cops don't show up until it's after it's done. Then they show up. Then they look like the heroes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's funny in hell. Yeah. 20 minutes later, they show up when everything's done. Well, we'll find the guy. We'll see where he is. We'll get him. Yeah. Yeah. It's half of these people in Detroit anyway. They sleep in on a job anyway.
Yeah, I learned a long time ago when I was a kid, when I had bullies jump me, and when I was 16. The cops got involved a couple times. Even later, me and my best friend, we were out coming home from drinking night bar, and we stopped off at a donut shop. There was some idiot druggies in front of us that were just looking to make trouble, and the guy was standing in front of me, and he's pointing to this girl who's standing in line. So I'll look at her. I said, "Oh yeah, she's nice. Yeah, what do you think of her? Oh yeah, she's real nice. Well, that's my girlfriend." He says, I said, "Oh yeah, well, you got a nice looking girlfriend. Good for you." Like, but you're looking at her. I'm like, "Well, yeah, I mean, you just asked me to, right?" Anyways, you know where that went, right? It was trying to set me up and whatnot. And that went south real quick, right? And there was a lot of them, maybe 8 or 10 or whatever, much bigger than me. It's just two of us, me and my friend. And we took them on, and we put up a good resistance to them, but 8-on-2, that was over before it started, We got thrown in the window and a whole bunch of stuff. And and the staff and the standard-bys just stood by with their, zombie stares, and nobody did anything. Nobody even called the cops until it was all over. And I screamed. I said, "Did anybody call the cops?" "No." "Well, call them, for fuck's sakes, What the hell are you doing? That's your store. You got a smashed window over here, Cops show up, like, I don't know, it must have been half an hour later or whatever it was. And, they took the report, and we told them what happened. They said, "Okay, I'll just go home now." I said, "Well, what are you going to do about it?" They said, "There's nothing we can do. It's over." That's how it works. What are they going to do, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the typical, unless if you got some kind of privilege where, family member or money, and, you're valued as a corporate commodity, you're just a peasant. Not that it matters anyway. Again, the damage is done, right? See, I was the responsible factor, and so was my buddy in this equation. Why? Because we didn't know how to defend ourselves. We were ill-equipped to defend ourselves in this type of situation. And that's what people don't think about, right? When I tell this story, the number one response you're going to get is, the cops should have done better. Those cops and this, and being mad at the cops. No, they're not the one, again, to point the finger at. It's me and my buddy. We weren't prepared. That's why we got our asses handed to us.
Yeah, you're set up to get
Yes.
your asses handed to you. Yeah, that's what it was.
Yes. We were set up, and, we were sitting ducks.
Actually, you could have said nothing at all. I had you like that girl. Well, she's a dog. You rotten motherfucker.
Oh, that would have went south too. I was damned if I didn't on this one. He had me checkmated before the game started.
It was a conundrum. Yeah, really.
Yep. Maybe if I said I'm gay. I don't see girls that way. But you're looking pretty cute.
Try some of my lips. Try some of my lipstick.
Yeah.
Yeah. What though? Oh my god. Yeah, that's bullshit. It really is.
Right. Let's see. Had I finished the rest of Taekwondo training and a couple other martial arts by that point, and I had weapons training and some form of weapon on me, that thing would have went in a totally different direction.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It still wouldn't have ended pretty, but it definitely would have been a different outcome. Calling the cops should never be on anybody's mind to do as a solution for anything. That's not a solution. That's a distraction.
Now, if that would have been them getting their ass kicked, they'd have everybody looking for them. Them people. Seriously.
Well,
Officer
again,
down. He got his
only.
ass kicked. Mhm.
Oh, you mean if the cops, if it happened to the cops? Oh, yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah,
that's how it works in gangism, right? You look after your own.
yeah, yeah. All they are is just a bunch of money makers. That's all. Get the
Hmm.
court systems, keep.
That's exactly what they are. They are profiteering racketeers.
Mm,
Profiteers. They are revenue collection enforcement agency for the state. That's their number one. They have two main functions. The cops. You know what they are?
but
They
one's
go
not
hand in
protect and
hand.
serve. I know that for a fact. Okay, I'll
Well,
bite. What is it?
actually, it is. But the question is to protect and serve who? Um,
Mm,
okay, their first number one objective priority that they must succeed in is to portray the illusion of authority so well that people buy into it and believe it. That's number one. Number two is to generate revenue by succeeding at the first one so well that they can continue to succeed at the first one.
wow, that makes
Those are
common
the
sense.
those are the two focal points.
Damn, that makes common sense. Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. What is it they have on their car? Protect and serve. We protect our people. Yeah, okay.
If you look really, really close, it'll say in brackets their own.
Yeah,
It
yeah really.
might be in white or black, depending on the paint color. Right? You need pretty big
I
glasses to see it, but it's there.
I went to a party, well, summertime, and what I didn't know, it was a bunch of police that where I live at come out over there with them, and I started realizing that there's nothing but cops there. But anyway, these cops would actually drink and drive home after the party. I went,
Right?
wow. They didn't care. They didn't give a shit. Hey, thanks a lot. Yeah, okay, man. You okay? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm all right. Yeah, right. Then they drove home. Yeah,
Well,
it's amazing. It is amazing.
who is going to hold them accountable?
Nobody.
Right. So why wouldn't they?
Hmm.
But that shouldn't even be a thing, anyways. We were talking about that last time.
Yeah.
And there'll be some people that will say, well, that's something that I actually agree with that the cops do is, they put drunks who drive in jail and give fines and take licenses away and all that kind of stuff. Well, when you do that, you're advocating for preemptive policing, and you're opening up a slippery slope can of worms that goes all the way down to your freedom being gone totally. So yeah, corpus delicti is very, very important in the authority game, which stands for if there's no victim, there is no crime. That must be adhered to for somewhat of a sensible system, right? Otherwise, it's just whatever people feel like we're gonna criminalize with or without a victim. Well, we can just make anything up now and turn you into a criminal just because it's accepted to do so, whether there's a victim or not. And so applying that logic on somebody who just has a few beers or whatever, or lots of beers, and drives down the road, just ask the question, who's the victim?
Well, did you see my last video about that? What you just said?
I don't think so.
Oh my
Maybe.
gosh. Yeah, it's what it pertains to what's going to happen. I didn't get that many hits. You know what's funny about this? I put the hit about the what to look for in property. I got over
Mhm.
300 some people watching it. I went, what? The least one I thought I was going to get, I got 300 some viewers on that thing. So when I put the real stuff out there, nothing happens. I'm like, I can't believe this. It's amazing how this thing works on YouTube. I'll show it to you though in just a short.
Sure. Perry says you'd still get beat using the gay card. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, I was. There was no way out of that one. Maybe if I professed I had AIDS or something. Herpes, anyone?
If you hit me, I'll kiss you. I'll get AIDS. Yeah. Hey, honey, about a little kiss. Yeah, that's gonna work. Well, like my dad told me, and I listened to him really heavy as a kid. Don't get yourself in a situation you can't get yourself into, but sometimes you just can't help it, you know?
Right.
It's amazing. Well, I'm having to see right now. I think this is like about a 2 or 3 minute video.
Okay, while you're grabbing that, I'm just going to highlight this point. That is exactly it, fitness. The system, or in other words, the rulers, owners, want people to drive drunk. That is a huge form of revenue generation. Huge. It absolutely is, which is the whole purpose, again, behind, as I was saying a bit ago, the illusionary authority fallacy.
Well, if you get money, a lot
Portray
of money,
that
they'll come after you.
authority, right, is to portray that authority is legitimate and to revenue collect, to continue to portray that authority is legitimate.
I'll be right back. I got to go to YouTube to do this. I can't do it here on my phone, so I'll be right back.
Charging by the minute, taxi meters running.
Yeah. Wow. What did I do to deserve this? I'll be right back.
Steel toe boots, you tied them. Oh shit, he dropped right down. Yeah, but that's what it is. It's all about making money under the guise of safety, security, and authority, you know? And here's the funniest thing about it is all of it is done not by implied consent, not really willful consent, you know? If you were to give most citizenry the option where it's totally without consequence to not pay your taxes, which would go to fund the police force, a good 90% of them wouldn't. So people are just doing it by fear. And that being the case, then the hypocrisy there that these are the people that you need protection from. Why would anybody think that these are going to be the people that are going to protect and serve you? These are the ones forcing you to obey and cooperate and pay them. So it's pretty funny and laughable how people don't put two and two together. The illusion of authority, safety from authority. Such a laughable joke. But I guess it still makes people sleep better at night. As long as people think they're safe, that's good enough for them, you know?
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Testing one. So there you go. Okay, I got you now.
You're back.
Okay, let me put this on private chat. See, it didn't take that long.
Just, you say that now, but did you look at the taxi meter? Oh. Back down he goes. What is this video? Defy your owners on their plantation. All right. Okay. I think I did see. Where did you go, Rights? You're on your phone, so I don't think same refresher. There you are. Heard you. There you are. There you isn't.
They kicked me out when I tried to get the link. Maybe you can do it because I can't do it on this thing.
I got the link. Yeah.
Yeah, can you put that up for me?
Yeah, you want me to share it then?
Yeah, please. I can't. Apparently, I can't do it on this phone without getting kicked out.
Okay. Hold on a sec here.
I'm limited on this thing. That's amazing.
Okay, we'll do a quick sound check first.
Yep.
All right. All right, here it comes. Ready?
Ready.
Rolling them.
Chief Division Counsel and DOJ have approved a no-knock breach. We want the subject to be on display, doing the walk of shame, full visual impact. Any questions?
Are we becoming a police state? We don't need to have a crime. What we need is a person to look at. And then we go find out what crime you did.
FBI! Our focus is shifting. Our main priority as a bureau is going to be domestic terrorism.
It really paints anybody who's right of center. If you're a pro-life, pro-family Catholic, they define you as radical.
These are anti-government.
We have freedom of religion, freedom of speech.
Violent extremists, and they must be dealt with. We can do anything we want.
Yeah, I notice you're trying out a little bit of fanciness with editing there.
I'm trying to do the best I can. What I got here.
Yeah, getting a little creative.
Tomorrow it's nude ladies.
Ooh. What time?
Well, I'm going to charge for people for that one. Anyway, I should tell it like it is, though.
Where do I invest?
We'll make money. Trust me. They don't know it yet. Don't tell nobody.
Yeah, good video. That's about right. The only thing kind of not so accurate with it is it was kind of the narrative was giving it like it was coming in the future. Not the case.
Mm-hmm. You're right.
It's been like that already for a long time,
Yeah. Well, they're right about that.
It's going to get more. Go on. Sorry.
Well, as you say, they're right about that. They can pick anybody they want to, regardless if they did any crime, and they just look for a crime. You know what I mean?
That's right. That's right. That's because their incentive is, and their aim and directive is not to mitigate crime. It's not. That would defeat their purpose then. So it doesn't make any sense from a corporate perspective to achieve something that would dissolve them from having a reason to for purpose of function. It also defeats the financial aspect of how much money they make off of it. So it doesn't make sense from that point of view either.
Damn. Yeah. Well, people want it. Like you said, they can have it. You know, well, like you said, I'm going to try to get some land and restricted land, and then that's it. You know,
Mhm.
I'll just pass it on to my kids. Hopefully, they'll
Yes.
be okay.
That's right.
That's
You know.
all I can do.
But don't, everybody out there who's listening, don't listen to rights. That's not the right way to go. You don't want to go off grid. You know, don't learn self-reliance. It's not good. There's nothing for you out off the grid. There's no convenience. There's no Starbucks. There's no McChokendeyes. There's nothing to serve you or your appetite for convenience and self-destruction. It's really bad. It's horrible. Don't do that. Leave it for kooks and nut jobs and tinfoil hat wearers like myself.
That's it. I can't take. I'm jumping off the Mackinac Bridge. I'll teach you guys. Yeah. I don't want to supply people that turn right around and don't say nothing and just stab us in the back. You know, keep feeding the government money so they can do whatever they want to do to us. That's bullshit.
That's what slaves do.
Yeah.
Because it makes them feel safe. Just keep shelling out those dollars and keep running the hamster wheel, you know. That's okay. To each their own, you know. If they want to run that kind of life, it's all right. It's all good. Again, it just makes me more humble and grateful that I can see that I don't have to. There's another option in life. I never had to be like that. That was really good. What a relief to find out that I didn't have to be dependent on. That there's actually a nature here at work that provides for me and for all. And I don't have to push any freaking buttons for that to happen. What an epiphany to have, you know? And it was there all along, and it'll always be there all along. You just have to know how to access it and not be afraid to do so.
Can I live with you?
Well, it's a big country. You know, pick a spot.
Yeah. First, I got to find you, right? Yeah. Oh, shit.
Do you want to see, you know, a little tidbit of a couple that lives off the grid in an environment that is very, very close to where I am right now?
Yeah, let's see it.
All right, give me a couple minutes to do a Tim 100. I'm going to go on mute.
Okay, guys, start timing them. We're going to charge them good.
Well, I'm still running a taxi meter. You know, that's not in. Okay, I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes, and when I'm back, I will have selected as well.
All right, I'm going to read some of these comments now. Since they got cheap, but right, by buying government tax, cigarette citizens, you're doing. Just say, no, you're right. You're right. You're right. Could be other stuff like buying booze and cigarettes. But you're right. You're right. Am I perfect? No. Am I going to try to get out of the grid? Yep. You'll see next year if things work right, fitness. I'm going to ask you where you're at then. We'll see. I got my hopes up. Yeah, I know. Quit smoking. I know. Take your time. Thank you, fitness. I appreciate it, Dylan. But you're right. I can't argue there. You're absolutely right. That's the only bad habit I have. I used to have all three at one time. Eat like a horse, smoke and drink. But I gave that up. Well, 16 years now, drinking. Started controlling my eating about 2 years ago. So I'm doing fine there. Just my smoking. And I don't chase women. I don't know yet. I don't know. We're going to find out. I'm waiting for something right now. Fitness. I am waiting for something. When that happens, and I know I can do it, I'm off. I'm done. I'm going to do a video on everything, what I've done. You just take care of yourself as well. Everybody out there. This is not going to be fun for anybody that's going to come up to us. It's true, though. They want to start at 15. They got it in Ohio right now. They're starting. Check it out. It's in Ohio. I can't think of where exactly it is in Ohio, but it's there. You can check it up on YouTube. They're starting a 15-minute city. Government's paying for it. So they're getting things ready. And the CBDC, central bank digital currency, that's in pilot right now. They're trying to figure that out right now. I'm just hoping that it doesn't happen until in August next year. It makes me sick. If you can talk to people out there, people, do it. Try to wake as many people as you can. If they don't want to listen, walk away. My best advice, though, every one of you, well, probably half of you already know, but Dr. New Guru on the side, backstage where you can talk privately, he'll help you out. Trust me. He'll wake you up. The guy is not a bullshitter. Trust me. I mean, when we first started talking, I couldn't believe what he said. Couldn't believe it. I just, I had to check things out. And when I seen that Plantation movie, that woke me up. And we spend hours at nighttime sometimes just talking back and forth, and he showed me the different things and helped me out on his computer here. He showed me a lot on his own time, and he didn't have to. Didn't charge me a dime. He could have. And he lets me go my own speed because of my handicap, because I got hit by a car as a pedestrian. So he knows my speed, my momentum. But it's not stopping me. I'm going to keep going. So if you get a chance, please talk to him. I'm telling you, he's got a lot of content out there. He showed me a lot of videos that, I never realized that it was there. Like you guys ever heard of a Cobb house before? C-O-B, Cobb. Watch it on YouTube. You get a surprise coming. A Blue Eddy electrical system. Beautiful. Unreal what they can do. The only problem I have right now is I can't build a house. I can't even make a square box, but I can do everything else, plumbing, electrical. Never had a chance to build a house, but I'll have it built if I have to. It's my only weakness. I should have took up housing construction, but then I wouldn't have known heater, electrical, or anything else to go with it. You're being duped, people. You really are. Try to tell as many people as you can. Like I said, I'm not out here for subscribers or thumbs up. I'm just out here for listeners, believe it or not. Because eventually I'm going to be shutting down anyway, so I'm going to have to, because they'll be after me. It's coming. And I'll post it out there when I leave. I might go into something else, change my name and go someplace else on YouTube. Talk about foraging or something, or how to do a garden. I'm going to try to do the same thing Guru did. Get a satellite. Like he's at right now, using his satellite.
Okay.
Oh my God, you scared the shit out of me. That was loud. Hold on, I got to turn it down.
Well, the ocean's replenished. So good.
Yeah. Are they glowing in the night? The fish.
All right. So, how are we making out here? What were we focused on? I didn't want to interrupt there.
Oh no, I was done. I was just trying to fill the gap there a little bit, trying to tell them how good you were to me. Spend hours and hours talking. Show me
Yeah.
different things
I
on your
spoil them.
computer. Oh my God, it was fantastic. It really was. I was talking about the Blue Eddy, a little bit, how that works. The Cobb House.
He hasn't seen the bill yet.
Yeah, well, that's I even told him how to. I even showed him how to take a piss in the toilet. Save the fish.
Okay, I found a couple of bids. It's a couple who has been living off the grid now, I think, for about 5 years, maybe 6, up over in this neck of the woods here. And they give a pretty good, realistic indication of what it's like. I think it's a really good channel. They're very self-reliant at this point. About 90% of the food they eat is wild foraged or grown. And they left it all. They were making a good living, but they left it all to learn how to do this lifestyle. And they didn't really have a whole lot of experience when they were first starting out, but they had their mind set up on doing it. And they're kind of young, young enough anyways, a good physique and physical condition, which is very, very important to do this lifestyle well. If you're going this far out with it, this is extreme, But here, I'll set this up. The videos are a bit long, so I won't play all of them. I'll play like, maybe 10 minutes of each one or something like that.
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm glad I gave you the controls on that StreamYard, because where I'm at right now, I can't do shit.
That's okay. I can do it from this end here. And put this up here. Okay, just a quick sound check first. Now coming through.
Yep. I'm going to put her on mute here. Go on.
All right. So play about 10 minutes of the first one here and then pause it. And a bit of the next one as well, because there's different narratives there. So for anybody who just wants to see a little bit of what it's like in this neck of the woods, I'm very, very close to where these folks are situated at this point. So their climate and habitat is very, very similar to what it's like for me. Also, their lifestyle is very identical as well. Oh, here we go.
好一朵美丽的茉莉花。嘿，你的帽子。好一朵美丽的茉莉花。
No baby in my arms. No baby in my arms. I get a break.
Drinking warm water before bed can help shrink a swollen prostate overnight. Thousands of men are regaining control of their bladders every night as they sleep by adding one unusual ingredient to a glass of warm water before bed. If you're
Are we getting ready to go on an adventure? He loves buttons. Buttons and steering wheels. Yeah. Wah, wah, beep, beep, beep. Wah, meow. We're gonna go foraging. We're gonna go forage for some stuff. He loves Jake's glasses. All right. I got it. All right. So funny. Woo. Look where we are. Look.
What does this say? We're depth right now, upper left hand corner. This is some good looking stuff. It's like glistening like gold, you know.
Yeah.
How much do you want?
Not very much. Just maybe just that strand.
Like that?
It's perfect.
You want another handful like that or what?
It's a lot.
There you go.
Oh.
How's it look?
Really good. It looks perfect. So let's take this and dry it up by the fire.
Okay.
And then powder it up.
Let's do it. Let's make some sushi seaweed sheets.
That'd be great. All right, babe, what do you got now?
So these totes,
What are you gonna do with the totes?
like salt water, ocean water, and then bring it in and just while the wood stove's going. We've noticed that our wood is so seasoned now and dry that the inside of the yurt is too dry. Everyone's skin is cracking and stuff. Trying to keep a pot of water on the wood stove as like a humidifier. You might as well have it be salt water. And then we'll cook it down and
Make
we'll,
our own salt.
we'll draw up the salt. You want some sea salt? 你喜欢海藻吗？你喜欢海藻吗？啊，谢谢你，谢谢。Hey, babe, how long have those done ones been there for?
Maybe like a couple of hours, but not all of them are done. But we have a couple here that are. The crunchiness here, so I'm just gonna take them and then just like crunch them up. Maybe it needs a little bit longer.
But they can go on a tray now.
Yeah,
Next to
I'll
the
probably put them on the a dehydrating tray for over there to really crisp them up.
On the rack.
Yeah. But looking good. Cool. And then we have our salt water right here, evaporating. Evaporating. Evaporating here to make salt. So yeah, and it's also putting moisture in the air, so it's not as dry in here, which is perfect.
Off-grid humidifier.
Yeah.
Hey, this is the last hoodie you're ever going to need to buy.
Bearskin tactical hoodie.
Bearskin hoodie. What makes it a tactical hoodie?
This is the world's only.
How's it look, Ben?
Looks really good. Looks like a lot. Like this will last us a while.
It's just 2 jugs. Salty. I just feel right now the ocean clarity is so nice and so pure that we're getting all those ocean minerals in this as well as just the salt itself. So I'm going to bring it back inside now and I'm going to dry it more next to the wood stove.
Crunch it up. What do you think of Dad? What's he doing? There he is. You see Daddy out there? Is Daddy waving? He's waving to you.
My face is frozen.
Oh no.
Yeehaw. Hey, how's it going here?
Good. Just hanging out in the sun. Feels good today.
Yeah. Got a couple for us, and then I'm gonna go down there for a couple more. So we each have 2 or 3.
Cool.
All right. I didn't see any lingcod to do this, or no redfish either.
It's okay.
Where are they hiding over the wintertime?
I don't know.
走吧，走吧。哇，你喜欢这个吗？
So Jake and I are gonna make gnocchi with our potatoes that we harvested last year. So just gonna put these in a pot of boiling water, and then we'll mash them and make them into gnocchi.
Okay, so these are the spiny scallops, and there's so much life on them. Like they are planets for other life, and there's so many life forms. I mean, beyond I can even comprehend. So I try to get to them right away. Don't let them die. I'm gonna get the scallop out and then get the shells back in the ocean before dark. That way, all this life can return. You know. Toward the back, they have a little hole right there, and I just put the knife in. I do a little incision. Nice potatoes, babe.
Thanks.
Where did this salt come from?
Came from our ocean.
Smells divine.
Wow. Okay, there's the first one. Sec to queue up the second one.
You ready? I love seafood too.
Raw sea salt is really good.
Never had that. Not raw. Not like that.
Tastes all to its own. Well,
Is it?
have you ever swam in the ocean and got a mouthful?
I have never. I seen it. Never swam in the ocean. Never went to see one. I mean, physically, where I could touch it.
All right.
I flew the Atlantic Ocean 4 times, but never. I kept hitting skips, but it doesn't work. What? What do you say here? I kept hitting skip ads, but it doesn't work. Yeah, I know it does. Yeah, he's right. Yeah.
Okay.
You got to admit,
Stage
think it
up.
was. Oh, you got it? Okay.
Yep. You got to
Put it
admit
on
what?
mute. I want to put it on mute. Nothing. No, nothing more to
Okay.
say.
Again, sound check first. Quick sound check.
This
Coming
is
through.
crazy.
It is
Right.
perfect.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. And we'll do another 10 minutes of this one as well. This is a little more in the summertime, I believe, so I'll give a bit of a different perspective here. I think this is a little bit closer. No, this is 3 years ago. All right, here we go.
This is crazy.
Hey.
Is it that time of year again?
Well, we've had success a couple times, like moderate success with chanterelles, but I also found some boletus. But I mean, the real chanterelle season in our area is like probably a month away.
Yeah, so let's see what we can find.
I would love to see if we can find a pine, but I think it's still too early for pine. But I've seen online, I follow some other British Columbian pickers, and they've been finding some matsutakis already.
All right, let's do it.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we also print that and that?
I see some.
Did you find the first one?
Yeah, and there's behind you on the hillside.
Yeah, I've seen those.
A lot more. But like, look at this. This is like how Fern Gully meets Tuck Everlasting. Like Fern Patch. This is all our property. And
Ooh, it's so pretty.
And since the fall, like the summer just began to break and the fall has started, they're really fresh. And look at these two guys over here. Check it out.
Oh yeah. Ooh, look what I found. Oh yes, jackpot. Oh, these are beautiful. Oh my. Oh my gosh. What? What? Dude. This one is huge. Found some more. Yeah.
You got your bare weapons on you?
Yeah. Okay, how am I gonna get over this thing?
I'll get those ones.
But I want them.
I know, we're in a competition. Nicole's trying to win. There's no way that Nicole's gonna find more than me because I just took a little detour and I found the ultimate patch. Look at that. Hey babe, you finding some? I'm not finding any. We got her, we got her. Sit. Good job, Rose. That is a
So
Hollywood
bright.
looking chanterelle.
Wow. Look at that.
Wow, flip it over. Whoa,
They are so beautiful.
yeah.
That is incredible. I think this one's the biggest one.
You might be right. To check my Boletus types, but I'm pretty sure this is a Smith's Boletus. But we'll find out. Looks like a nice fresh one. It probably won't be very wormy. And oh no, look, I see it's more mature. I was wrong because it's more mature, and that white right there, in like a matter of hours, that will overtake the entire mushroom. So if this was a little bit younger, I would take it and we would have this be beautiful, but this particular type of Boletus we ate a lot of last year, but see how many worms are in there? So at first I thought it was a kind of perfectly ripe one, but it's really overdone. But the bugs can have it, and hopefully its spores will make a successful harvest next season.
5 words you pronounce wrong 2 years before your brain starts shutting down. Dementia is now known as...
I see something in there.
What are these? Are these the candied ones?
It looks, yeah, those are yellowfoots, the beginning. They get most prevalent in the winter, but those are, I mean, they're called yellowfoot or winter chanterelle.
Are you picking these as well?
I haven't seen them yet. You're the first one to find them.
Oh, there's a whole patch.
And your bodyguard there. Bear defender number 2. Which is better than this.
Let me see.
So this is mine. This is the one Nicole found.
Mine's way bigger.
Yours is closer to the camera. Vote in the comments.
Ooh, I don't know. They're really similar, but I think one's bigger. Thanks. And now I'm eating the trail, so that means I get all the ones that I see first.
Another collection that we're going to split 50-50.
Ooh. 50-50. Yeah. Ooh, we're really going to have to get low here. Oh, I'm going to have to start.
Oh my God, it's perfect. You film that one close up.
Wait.
That one's gorgeous.
The one up here in front of me?
Yeah.
I'm crawling now. Oh my God. Holy shit. Holy shoot.
Get it.
Ow. This is crazy. Okay, I gotta show you this one to you guys.
What'd you find over there?
Blackbird. They're so big. Look how big this is.
Well, dogs like them too, yeah.
Oh yeah.
You want to give me a little more of that last bucket of gravel sand mix? Okay. Let's lift up and how far forward can I go? Okay. There. Keep watching. Okay. Did you hold that for a sec? Look at those guns. I am in love with this post. We worked so hard for this, and I love it. Get it, Nicole. Let's go, Cole! Come on, Coley!
Get the dry stuff at the bottom. You got this. Tag your partner, Jake. Take over. Finish it up.
Yeah.
Well, I'm losing it. Okay, where?
You can just drop it right here.
Just watch yourself.
Puma's face.
What do you think?
He's like, that was so funny.
Because he loves sticks.
It kind of like shocked him. He's like, whoa.
He probably was like, yes, get that stick.
Look at his face now. He's like,
Get the stick, Puma.
that was it.
Why do you know we're talking about you?
Boom.
Oh, it's gonna be harder now since it's on the ground. For throat.
So it might be easier for you to drop it this way. I'd say drop it right here.
Okay, watch out. Slide him up a little more.
There you have it. A little taste of what it's like to be off the grid up here in this neck of the woods.
Breaking a pretty bad guru. It's only you're in water.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing.
Nope.
Testing, 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 testing.
No.
Testing, testing.
Nope. You sound bad.
Is it just rights? Am I sounding bad to the chat as well? Anybody can verify. Still bad rights?
Yeah, you're breaking up. It's like you're underwater a little bit. I mean, I can understand you, but it's not correct.
Okay. Give it a minute, see if it clears up. Otherwise, I'll reboot. It's showing good connection. Smiler says I'm fine, so maybe it's you.
You can hear him, Smiler? Really?
He says no, fine. Everything's looking like it's running normal on this end.
All right, let me reboot, see what happens, and I'll be right back.
Yeah, try refreshing.
Okay, right back. Damn, you sound bad on that.
Thanks, Smiler. So there you have it, folks. Just a little taste, like I was saying, of what it's like to be off the grid up in this neck of the woods, the countryside. It's beautiful. It's amazing, but it's hard work. You know, it's not for the faint of heart. And you know, there's no convenience. So if you're going to do something like this, make sure you're prepared to do it. But it's worth it. How are we now, Rights?
You sound good. What the hell's going on here? Okay, that's my fault. Sorry.
Yeah. Shame on you.
I mean, you're like underwater. You want to give a link out if you could to see if anybody wants to come on up?
Sure. Hold on
I
a
was
second.
writing to people, but I guess what I was writing, it wouldn't allow me to send it to them. It kept deleting my messages.
Kept deleting
Weird.
your messages.
Yeah, I wouldn't take. It says, try again, Was talking about Gaza, what's going on. I guess I put some languages it didn't like. Hey, Nude's on here too. Look at that. Nude's on. Look at him. I see it on his message.
Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, don't listen to him. He's a quack. You don't know what he's talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good way to living,
Yeah, fitness. That's near Vancouver. Not really. It's in the interior west side of British Columbia. So maybe a little less than halfway up on the west coast between the border and Alaska in British Columbia.
What do they have for panels? I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm not quite sure either. Maybe elaborate on that. Do you mean those folks that we were just watching? What do they have for panels? BC, yes, BC. Yeah, so kind of interesting to see that. That's very, very similar to where I'm at right now as landscape and everything. Now, much more coniferous trees, as you saw there on their side. I'm not near the ocean like they are at the moment. So over here, I don't know what we got. I think we got more redwood and stuff like that. And the trees are actually about twice as tall as where they are. But other than that, it's just like that deep, rich forest like that. Lots of mountainous regions. And the weather is quite crazy. Go from sunny to hail to rain, all in about the span of an hour because of the elevation stuff with mountains. Wouldn't have it any other way. It's exciting to live that way.
Guru, could you do me a favor and show them how to make a cob house?
Yeah. Can do that. Some reason I did not drain the ocean enough. I got to do another Tim 100. So give me a second. I'll be right back. This one will be quicker, I promise.
I'm not going fishing there. I'll tell you that.
All right. Well, while I do that, you can have the quiz test of what you remember. The first 5 steps of making a cob house. You can explain that to everybody. You got this.
Great. Well, thanks a lot. Mud, a lot of work.
Hey. All right. Now I'll be back in 3 minutes, and you can handle it.
Why I'm always the victim? Why? I was trying to write back to you there. But God, they wouldn't allow me to do it. Kept on censoring me. I couldn't put my comments up. It's my own StreamYard, and I can't even put my own comments up. Wow. Do you realize, Smiler, that when you put your videos out there, they have a content that do you want to see it or not on there? I copied it. I was going to show it to you. I didn't think he's going to show up today. But you got to press the button to get to your videos. No one talk at once now. That's okay.
So
Yeah, he's going to show you the. Oh, go on.
What step are you on?
The part where you stomp like grapes. I've been giving it to them, boy. I tell you, they got an education you wouldn't believe.
I bet.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you. Oh yeah. They're going to pass their test tomorrow.
What was the step before the stomping?
Of the mud. Put a plastic. What do you call it? Cover of the ground. Put mud on it. Put straw on it. Cut the straw up really fine. Step on it till you mash it down real well. Am I doing good?
Yep. A little bit. Yeah, you're not totally wrong.
Well, there goes your test, everybody.
So you want me to cover what a cob house is? All right.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Because I didn't know what it was until you showed me.
Sure. Let me just pull up. I won't do a video for this, or at least not at first. I'll just do pictures. So, I was noticing in the comments as well. I think it was fitness, mostly, that was saying, kind of making jokes about is that off the grid? Do they have an internal combustion engine or whatnot? And yeah, that's the thing, right? Like off the grid is just a term, and it's very subjective. Of course, it's going to be different thing for different people, whatever that means. Mostly what it really means, though, is off the dependency of the corporate system for your way of functioning, and also more typically off the electric grid. So a lot of people do get this kind of idea that this means it's caveman style, living totally bushcraft, where everything is like fires by hand and twist, living under a brush, twig, and leaf shelter, survival shelter, that type of thing. And that's not it. Not at all. I mean, living off the grid and being self-reliant doesn't mean you have to be living like that. In fact, it can be quite luxurious. I live like a king compared to the people in the corporate world in my lifestyle. And technology is not a bad thing. Especially if it reduces hardship. I don't find it bad at all, and I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Everything is a technology. Look at it. A basket. They were carrying baskets. That's a technology. Should we just throw them to the wayside because it's cheating or something like that? And I reckon no. But the important part of the factor is to know how to function without the modern technology is very important, and not to be self-reliant too much on that as well. That's the key. Other than that, though, use it. I travel nomadically in an RV. Right now, I'm not living in a cob house or anything, although I love doing that. I know how to build them, and I'll show you that in just a minute. There's all kinds of other natural structures as well that you can make using just the elements. Instead of, the more conventional gyprock based paper twig houses that you get in the corporate cities that are just shit, designed to break down, made in China at its finest. There's all kinds of other natural structures like a cob house, which are designed to have robustness built in and very much weatherproof. Cob houses keep the heat in the winter and keep the cold in the summer by use of what's called thermal mass, thickness. Just the same concept as when you go into the basement. You're using the thickness of the ground in the structure itself. Does a pretty terrific job at being a great. It's not really an R rating. It's a different kind of way that it works, but that regulating the temperature inside the home. So, there's all kinds of different natural structures that are available. Very economical if you're willing to be resourceful and source the materials yourself. And a cob structure is one of the most common and one of my favorites for sure. I mean, higher screen this time. This is a shelter that comes from Europe primarily. And another benefit of cob structures. Ooh, Smiler coming. Hey, Smiler, what's happening, buddy? We got you. You with us? Might be something wrong with your audio. Can't hear you. Got you up here. I hear a little bit of a kind of a hissy sound. Something wrong with your audio there. Okay, now I don't hear anything. Okay, I'll just continue on and then grab you back again when you fix. Okay, so let's go to cob structure here. See, favorites are in BC. And yeah, there's so many benefits that you just don't get in the corporate houses. Here's a classic example of cob structure. This is up here in British Columbia again. This is on Airbnb for anybody who wants to visit Cobb House and see what it's like to live in one. Yeah.
Nude. There's no
Yeah.
pictures.
Oh, I knew that. It's coming. There we go. Okay, there it is. Thanks for telling me. I would have went quite a while without noticing it.
No problem.
Okay, so there. Wait, let's see what Smiler was saying. Be up in a second. Oh, that was earlier. Okay, he's got to fix his audio. Having some trouble. Okay, so let's try that again. So here is a cob structure, a cob house, little mini one, and this is located up here in British Columbia, I believe near the island somewhere, main island. And it's on Airbnb for anybody who wants to visit, see what it's like to live in a cob structure. There's the outside and here's the inside here. Now, the three main components, ingredients to what cob is made out of is clay, sand, and straw. Those are the three main ingredients in the structure of the walls and the main part of the house itself. Very easily to source that from nature. Almost everywhere you go, you can find this. Got to dig a little bit deep enough to get the clay. Sand is not too hard to find as well. You can have all different kinds of different variables. And straw, maybe not the most easiest out of the three, probably the least, but not too hard to find as well. You can also grow it if you want. And really, the most variable in this particular thing is depending on where you are, the ratio of each ingredient is going to change depending on what you need for the environment that you're living in. So very easy to do, very easy to source. It's very labor intensive on this. So typically what people do is they gather in groups. A lot of people don't like to cheat and use machinery. Most of these cob structures are built from the ground up by hand. They're very artistic. They cater to art, actually, unlike your conventional homes. As you can see, you can do roundedness very easily, and a lot of artistic types of things integrated into the wall. Almost anything that you can imagine you can do with cob. You really can't go wrong with it. Even if you make a royal mistake, it's very forgiving. All you have to do is either reshape whatever it is that you were doing or just add on to it, be creative and easy to figure out a solution if you screw up a little. So, and probably the most beneficial feature of all is the robustness and durability of a cob house. Typically, if done right, there's kind of a saying that if you give the cob house a good hat and good shoes, a good roof and a good foundation, which is important. It's not a conventional type of foundation, as you can see here. You have to do a French drain or something along the lines to make sure that you direct the flow of water away from the cob, because water is cob's worst nightmare. But if you give a good hat, a good roof, and good shoes, with not too much maintenance, usually just a little patching here or there every few years or so, most of these structures last anywhere from 500 to 1,000 years. Some of them even upwards of that. And I think the oldest one on record to date is over 10,000 years old. I believe that's somewhere in Europe. Correct. Here's a view of the same cob house. This is more from the side here, or the back. Well, they got a little loft bedroom up here. There's another view of it here in winter, kind of the interior. You can be all very creative, do all kinds of different things in the walls. Stone, as you can see in this one. Some people do bottles for color decorations. You can put lights in them. Pretty much anything you can think of. A lot of people do what's called a living roof on the top of the roof. This one isn't one of those. See if I can find one of those. Rather than having just a straightforward flat roof like this, they actually have a living garden roof, and they grow food on the roof. Excuse me. And this has a double advantage. First, obviously, is it's a good source of food. And the second is it acts as an extra barrier, water barrier, because the water that's coming onto the roof is absorbed by the plants that you put up there. So it's a great way to have an extra layer of protection on the roof. And that's a permaculture principle. Permaculture 101. Those who don't know what permaculture is, the way to design your self-reliant lifestyle, especially when it comes to the food growing aspect of it, to have multifunctionality with everything that you do. So every single piece of your design is multifaceted. It has multiple purposes. That way, being much more efficient, catering to taking away the level of hardship and responsibility for the people who are living this lifestyle, and also, again, longevity and robustness factored into the equation. So there it is, Cob Structures 101. Also, another thing that's really cool about these is you can integrate what's called a rocket mass stove integrated into the cob wall. See if I can find a picture of that somewhere. I'll just heater cob house. Yeah, so here we go. Here's some great examples here. So this is a rocket mass heater technology design. It's an old school design that's incredibly efficient. And what happens is you put a little chamber down here, and it's a couch, but it's made out of the same cob material here, and it's hollow in the middle. Make it a little bigger so it's easier to see. Second while it calls up in a bit of lag here. There we go. Okay, so it's a little hard to see on this one, but this here is a big barrel, and that acts as a combustion chamber as well as a heat disbursement. And on the other side, which is what you can't see, is where the feed is, and it's got a double chamber in there, so it feeds back on itself and burns in on itself twice. And some people even do it, somehow they make it 3 times. And so what happens is by the time the exhaust gets to the outside portion, the design is so efficient that there's practically zero nasty emissions that come out. Most of the time, it's pretty much just hydrogen, and you could put your nose right to the edge of the exhaust and breathe there, and you would be just fine. So that's a beautiful thing for people like myself who are sensitive to chemical things or things of that nature that are where the air is just not good quality. This is a really great option for people like that. It's also a great option for efficiency. It doesn't, if it's designed properly and done well, it doesn't take a whole lot of fuel burning. So you're not spending all your day chopping wood or whatever it is that you're using for your fuel source, and also continuing to babysit chamber and on feeding it. And the reason why that is because as it has that double or triple combustion, it takes nowhere near as much fuel to keep all of this heated. As well, being that you're heating the thermal mass here, by the time it gets warm, it stays warm for a very, very long time. It dissipates the heat rather slowly, but a large amount of heat slowly into the room from the thermal mass. So it takes quite a long time before that energy runs out, where you need to actually refill combustion chamber and keep it going. So very ingenious design, works really, really well with the cob structure. And it's something that a lot of people typically opt for when they make this type of building. All right, so what else can I say about that? Not too much. That about covers it. Cost-wise as well, very, very economical. Build one of these structures, of course, especially if you source it yourself. A lot of people, what they do is they source the clay sand and the straw, and then for the flooring, they use either an earthen floor, which is a different mixture of clay, and sometimes they use pallets. And if any of the wood for the roofing or whatnot, typically what people do is they try and source locally a home that is being condemned, or somewhere where somebody's trying to get rid of their scraps. And they go and make an offer to pick up those scraps for free in exchange for cleaning up their mess that they just want to get rid of. So it ends up being a win-win for everybody. And so that's another resourceful way of making use of something that's already there. Of course, that's economical. And also it's good for the environment, right? So recycling materials that have already been cut down previously. So that's a very good way to go. I believe, if I remember correctly, I have to double check again. This cob structure that we were looking at earlier, the first one, back here. I believe it was around $18,000 in total that it cost. And they didn't even do it the long way. They kind of cheated a little bit. So, yeah, that's about it. What do you make of that there, Mr. Big Thumbs?
Well, I'm taking a 10-100. You got me just in the right time. Jeez. Hold on.
Did you take a Tim 100 on the side of the cob house there?
I have to repaint it again. While he's doing that, I will...
Hello.
Hey, you made it.
Yeah, I just muted all while you were speaking.
Oh, okay. Okay. So it wasn't your audio then.
No, it was my audio to start with because I just booted my system and my headphones are Bluetooth and the Bluetooth dongle had turned itself off. So it was trying to connect via the PC mic and the PC mic is useless.
Gotcha.
So I had to mute myself.
Gotcha.
How's everybody doing?
Awesome.
I'm still poor.
Those cob seats and those cob burners are brilliant,
aren't they?
Yeah,
really, really good.
But there's where's in America somewhere you've got I think like outside Las Vegas, so you've got all built up Las Vegas, but then you go outside Las Vegas and there's like a desolate landscape.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they've got like a big RV park where you go and have a plot and you pay a small amount of money for that little plot.
Right.
But it's like out in the desert somewhere, but the main road is quite close. And they were doing a different variation of a cob house where they were mixing cob up, but they were putting it in Hessian sacks and then building it as Hessian sack blocks. So they're a good 2 foot wide.
Right.
And then they were tying all the sacks together with steel spikes.
That sounds like Adobe. That same thing, or?
Yeah, similar, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, and then you've got others that were building with tires and then filling the tires up.
Yeah, that's called an earthship.
Yeah, with
Right.
soil. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's another thing. Now that's earthships those are very labor intensive. Those are usually massive, but when they're built, those things, that's like the ultimate survival shelter. I mean, you've got everything grows in it, and it totally you don't need really any technology for heating or cooling or anything. Beautiful, absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, when I built my sand school for the horses, I wanted a wall all the way around it.
Mm-hmm.
So like garages pay like £1.80 for every tire they want to get rid of in the UK. So if you're a tire fitter, when you fit tires, you have to get somebody with a commercial waste license to take your tires away. So what I did is I decided that I wanted to build all the walls around my sand school with tires. So I drove around all the garages and I said, like, I've applied to the council to build the walls in tires. So anybody that drops tires to me, there's no charge.
Right.
So you'll drop your tires to me and I can build my walls. So I just had to give them a receipt to say that they disposed of their tires from my wall, and just told them which size tires I wanted. And yeah, they all did. Yeah, they all dropped the tires up. And within 2 weeks, it was like, whoa, Nelly, I don't want no more tires. Go away. But it was labor intensive. You had to put quite a few posts in.
Right.
And you had to really pack the tires.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and that's a job. Oh yeah, I've seen lots of videos. I never did that part myself, but the packing is quite intense. But I mean that's how it goes. I mean you can cheat if you want. You can use different machines, but most people opt not to because they're going for the tradition and the value in it.
Yeah. I ended up using the mini digger to fill
Yeah.
and pack.
Right. Well, you know, me too. I cheat. You know, when you know, most people do the stomp and chomp method for mixing cob with the feet and all that, and I don't. I use a cement mixer. You know, I throw it all
Yeah,
in there,
right.
go for lunch, and it works. You know.
Yeah, but
Um,
you can get an electric cement mixer, so you can power
yes.
it, or you can power it on solar.
Yes. Absolutely. And you can do it either, you know, the big barrel way or you know, a handheld. You know, that works
Yeah.
just fine. And you know, I mean, especially when you're not with a big crew, um, I'm not for me personally, I'm not into the long route of things. You know, I'm into the efficient route of things and the quality routes of things, and um, I'd rather be personally spending time on other things and just enjoying the work of it. But other people, they do it because that is their passion. They'll spend 3 years on building the whole thing, layer by layer every summer. You know,
Oh yeah.
type of thing.
Yeah, that's right, Prairie. But the family that I was watching, they were digging out their area, wetting it out, and then they were adding straw to it as well. And then they were packing it into the sacks and then carrying the sacks to their building. And then what they did is their dugout where they were digging out the clayey soil is they turned that into, when they finished, they turned that into a cellar. So they made steps down into it and then turned it into a cold store.
Okay. Sure. So yeah, that's the one. You know,
Fitness decent link, if you don't mind, Guru.
okay, 1 sec.
So, Smiler,
Yes.
when I go to your videos, they have an answering thing like, "Do you want to watch this?" You
Yeah,
know,
it's because I put in the beginning of the video, I gave a warning and gave over 21. Then what YouTube decided is that you now have to click, because there's blood, guts, and gore in there. You have to click to say that you wish to view it.
okay, so it's
So
you doing okay because I have
yeah.
them. Okay,
So what they've told me is because one of the videos I re-edited it and then took that warning away, and then they came back and said that I can use a blur on the goriest bits, and then I won't get that censorship. And because I put the warning up, warning people prior to watching the video, then YouTube takes that as serious, so makes you click to say. And I mean, like some people that aren't not authorized, what is it on YouTube, when you have to show your driving license,
your ID, you mean?
yeah, some people's account is a private account, so they aren't ID, they aren't
Verified.
verified, that's the word, thank you. So they're not verified, so some people have to verify their age before they can actually, whereas like, you know, you just have to click to say you're over 18 because you're a verified account. But other people have said, hey, they want me to show my driving license and photo ID and everything just so that I can watch your video. And I said, yeah, I said, they've told me a way that I can do it without all that rubbish now. So the next time I do a blood, guts, and gore, I've got to do some blurring.
I don't
Okay.
have that problem with my channel. You know, with the videos I put up, it's like if I'm out in the park and I'm filming an exercise video, sometimes, you know, people drive by with a car and they got loud music on. And, you know, I don't know if the song that they're playing is going to be a copyright strike or claim or whatever they call it.
Copyright is 30 seconds.
I don't even play with that. I just turn the volume off and I do a voiceover. I don't
Yeah.
get strikes on my channel. I'm not going to be getting strikes. I can't see how they're going to strike me for an exercise video. You know what I'm saying? So they've been pushing my channel. That I can tell you. I mean, I guess they push everybody's channel because, you know, in the end, it's in their best interest, right?
Yeah,
The
no,
more
they shadow ban me because I'm going against their narrative.
Well, you know, I don't know if it's necessarily going against their narrative. A lot of people like to say that. They might just, you know, they deem it as maybe not your specific video, but a lot of things like, you know, talking about the C word, the pandemic, especially the V word when it comes to the jab,
Yeah.
as misinformation. And there are tons of people out there that would love to spread disinformation about that.
Yeah, but
You know,
mine,
they
if
act
you
as if
look
they
at,
work. They act as if they're scientists and they work for the CDC. They have no idea about what the V is. They can make all the claims that they want, but they really don't have any idea. And then you got these jokers that come on YouTube, these content creators, and they say, "Well, look, I looked it up and I got the piece of paperwork right here. Anybody can go on a computer that's got a printer and print up any kind of paperwork they want." And people look at these things and they believe it. It's very easy to spread misinformation and disinformation on any social media platform, except for maybe something like Rumble, right? But the problem with Rumble is they get like 2 million visitors per month. YouTube gets over 2 billion visitors per month. So if you're going to go over to Rumble and think you're going to spread your word around, good luck. Good
It
luck.
depends
Whoever
what
you are.
word,
Rumble is getting
quality
bigger.
over quantity too, though. You know, so
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. I want to be informed. I don't want to be misinformed. The likelihood of being misinformed on Rumble is far, far, far greater than it is on YouTube because there are no standards. There are basically no rules, right? So
Yeah, but
that's
you
where
have
the
to check
people who are
your
looking
sources.
people who are looking to really misinform people are going to be attracted to Rumble, not YouTube.
I don't know. I don't see YouTube censoring misinformation. I see YouTube censoring
Free
people
speech.
who are people who
Well,
are just want to talk about a certain subject. Like they basically, as far as I think it's safe to say it now. I hear people still saying it all the time. The COVID subject at such a time, everybody was getting censored, regardless of what side of the narrative you're
Well,
talking
here's
about.
the thing. I've seen in the other genre I go to, now it was a while ago with the COVID, but they were talking about the V. I'm not going to say the word because I don't want to get this channel in trouble possibly. You know,
Mhm.
the jab. And
Yeah.
that channel was struck for that. And then another channel was struck one night because they were talking about Trump and the election he claims that he won,
Mhm.
right? And that channel was struck for that. They were saying that he won it. You understand? They were trying to spread misinformation. And that's very dangerous, that subject, because what it does is it creates dissension, and that dissension turns into violence. That's
Yeah,
exactly
well,
what
Well,
happens.
I had
Yeah, perfect
I had a
example is
friend
what
that got
happened on
struck
January
for
6th.
8,000 mules.
what's that, Mother? 8,000 mules?
Yeah, it was 8,000. It was supposed to be in. It was supposed to be in Georgia, and basically he did the Trump video, which was something like 8,000 mules or 80,000 mules or something. And basically, what they'd done is they got all these people that worked at the voting stations. They got all their mobile phone GPS tracking details, and then they tracked them on a map, live tracking. And basically what they filmed was that these people were voting after the vote closed, and because it was going the wrong direction, so all these other votes were suddenly put in and then being dropped off to different voting stations to push the numbers.
Right. And then,
So
listen,
he shared that filming that was supposed to be evidence in inverted commas. He shared that on his YouTube stream. He had like 60 odd thousand subscribers at the time and got boss struck straight off.
yeah, well, listen, like I was just saying before, right? With as far as that, the big lie with the election, what that does, and it happened on January 6th. It created dissension amongst a large group of people, and that dissension turned to violence at the Capitol building. Plain and simple. They tried to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. Of course, they were unsuccessful, but that was the goal. And had they been able to get their hands on Mike Pence or
January 6th was
Nancy Pelosi, they probably would have killed them.
Debunked. January the 6th has already been debunked. January the 6th was already proved that the FBI were in the crowd, and it was an FBI guy that
I don't
go
agree
into
with
the
that.
building.
I don't agree with that.
It's already gone through.
Unless and until the case is over there in DC, I don't think you should have the right to make that claim. You don't even live in America, my man. Stay with it. Stay with England. You know what's going on there. You don't know what's going on here.
Dude, it's already proven.
Oh,
it's already proven.
Nothing's proven. Trump is going to have his day in court.
That's
and
why
if he's guilty, he's going to be found
prisoners.
guilty, and he's going to suffer the penalty under the law. Plain and simple.
Even the crazy man with the horns. Yeah.
Okay.
He's up to getting thousands of pounds, hundreds of thousands of pounds, because the police actually walked him around.
Oh, please stop.
And
it was the politicians that walked them around, not the police. They gave them a tour of that building days before January 6th, so they would know where they were going. When
I don't know, Fitness. You're spouting mainstream narrative there. Never trust mainstream, dude.
This guy in England is trying to tell me what's going on in my country. Don't do that.
I
don't care what you've seen on YouTube or what you heard.
Keep it. Listen, I'm going to set the stage a little different than the last one. None of the bullshit ruckus.
Okay. Well, I'm going to step in when somebody's trying to
listen.
Spread misinformation.
I'm asking for cooperation on that. I'm going to be a little tighter than I was last time on that. We're keeping it civil all the way. Fair enough?
Okay, yes. Is it fair enough that you also step in when somebody is spreading misinformation that they cannot prove? Don't say the FBI set up January 6th. That's misinformation.
Point being made is you can say anything you want, keep it civil.
Okay. To say that the FBI set up January 6th is misinformation, and it's a disrespect to law enforcement in this country.
It's already proven. They've already got it.
It's not proven. It's not proven. You're just alleging it. You're making allegations, and you have no substantial proof to make those allegations.
Smiler, if you want to produce things to support your case, by all means.
Once again, the reality is, like I said before, anybody with a computer and a printer can print up any kind of piece of paper and put anything on it that they want. Okay? There's a court case in D.C. Trump is facing. He was indicted under federal charges, a bunch of different federal charges. He's got 91 felonies he's facing. I don't know how many in D.C., but between the 4 indictments. Let the court play out and then render your opinion. I'm not saying Trump is guilty. I can't say that. He hasn't had his day in court. He will get it. But it's a funny thing for a man who's innocent, right? He's objecting to a fair and speedy trial, which is his right in America. He wants to delay.
I don't think Smiler is talking about that, though. I think Smiler is just reckoning that the event that you were referring to is a psyop, and it totally is.
To say that the FBI is the one that made that happen is a lie. That's a lie.
Well, Smiler. Smiler, do you want to produce some stuff to support that?
Yeah, I want to see documents from the FBI.
Gerald L. Wise. There was Ray Epps.
Yeah, okay. I hope the FBI is listening to this now, and there's an FBI agent in England that's going to come knock on your door. I hope that. Because
Well,
you
if the
shouldn't be
FBI is,
spreading misinformation about the FBI. You shouldn't be doing that. I'm telling you right now,
well,
shouldn't be doing
I hate
that.
to tell you this, but I hate the FBI. The FBI ain't worth a shit. I've seen their actions already in the military.
You hate the
They ain't worth a shit.
FBI. You hate the FBI, but if the
Oh, you
FBI
damn
stopped
right I
doing their
do.
job and the Islamic terrorists came to your town and blew up some buildings, then you'd love the FBI.
Oh, no,
No, I
that's
don't care less.
MSM.
No, I
That's
could care less
MSM
about.
narrative if I've ever
Yeah,
heard some. You know,
yeah.
that's
The FBI is just as crooked as anybody else. They get paid with the government.
Well, they're no more
You
crooked
have
than
to
anybody
take your
on YouTube
blinkers
spreading
off, mate.
misinformation.
You have to take your blinkers
Just
off.
say lies instead of misinformation, lies, truth. I hate that word. That's just a government word, misinformation. Just say lies. That's all.
Well,
I try
the
not to.
FBI has stopped several terrorist attacks here in New York City in the past several years. I'm happy that we have the FBI. Are all FBI agents good? No, of course not. Just like not all cops are good. Of course not. But the core of the FBI here in America, the FBI is the agency that brought the mafia to its knees, and that's a good thing. That's
the
a good
FBI
thing.
is the mafia.
The government is the mafia.
Right. It's all
The
they're all in
ultimate
bed with
mafia.
each other. Nobody stopped anybody from anything.
Well,
Again,
all right.
MSM narrative, you know, fairy tales. Don't
You
believe
know,
what
the
that
same
garbage that
people
goes
who
up.
don't like the police are the same people when there's somebody's banging on their door in the middle of the night are the same people that dial 911.
Well, that's not me. I would never call them. I stated that earlier.
I didn't say it was you. I said the same people. Those are the same people that dial
Ray
911.
But
Ray
I'm
pleaded
that
guilty
person
to
who doesn't like the police, doesn't want to have anything to do with them.
You don't have 911. In your country, you have something else, I'm sure. I doubt highly you dial 911 in the police
No,
call.
it's
some other
911.
code. Is it really?
Yes, it is.
I'm surprised.
Why?
I would
Exactly
have
the same.
thought that would have been unique to the United States. There would have been
No,
another number
no.
that they would call in Canada or in other countries.
Ray Epps, the FBI guy, pleaded guilty to one count of disorderly or disruptive conduct on restricted grounds at a hearing before U.S. District Chief Judge James Boasberg in Washington. Epps
Okay.
appeared virtually via Zoom. Epps became the target of dozen segments by former Fox News host Tucker Carlson.
Right. Oh, there you go. You just mentioned Fox News. Your story is right there. The credibility is
He's
gone.
already pleaded guilty to the U.S. District Chief Judge.
Christ's sakes. I hope, like I said, you get a knock on your door and it's an FBI agent. I hope so. And don't think that's out of the realm of possibility just because you're in England, because it's not.
But I'm already going to get a knock on the door for sharing what I'm sharing regarding Israel-Palestine. Because
that's a different subject. We're on the same page on that.
According to my government, I'm a terrorist.
Well, I tell you what, as far as the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, we're on the same page when it comes to that. At least basically the same page. You know, in Grand Central Station today, I don't know if you know what that is. I doubt highly you do. You probably heard of it. It's a gigantic train station where the Amtrak runs in many different places. And that place was packed, and I mean packed, with pro-Palestinian supporters. There was a peaceful protest inside the building, but then there was a little bit of clashes with police when it ended, when they went outside, but it wasn't very bad. But the protests here in New York City, you have Israelis, people that protest for the Israelis, and then the other side is always much bigger. The people that show up for the Israeli side is not even half of what the people that show up for the Palestinians. And the people that are protesting in here in New York City, pro-Palestinian, the vast majority of them are not Palestinian.
Well,
you better get out of that city. Fitness.
Well, I'm fine here right now, but you know, I had a discussion with this girl not long ago. I'm preparing to leave. Basically, I had said if bombs start going off here, but even if they don't, by February, I'm going to go off into the woods for a little while. Guaranteed. Either way, it doesn't matter. I want to get a taste of what to expect. So I got to put myself out there. It's kind of a trial run for the Appalachian Trail Walk, which will be a bigger trial run for my going completely off grid. So I'm going to put my one foot in the water at a time. That's how I'm doing it. I'm not suggesting you or anybody else do it that way. That's how I'm going to approach this.
Mm-hmm.
That's what makes sense to me. So,
Yep.
anyway.
It's unique to the individual. Everybody's got their own circumstance when it comes to that. So you got definitely to whatever you see fit for your own set of circumstances and whatnot. But making that move towards that direction is what it's all about, one way or another.
Right. You know, and it's going to be different from one person to the next. You know, most people are going to need to be in a location that's easy to get to. You know, especially if they're over the age of 40, they're not going to be physically fit enough to go, you know, deep up a mountain, up and down a mountain constantly. They're not going to have that level of conditioning.
Yeah.
So they're going to look to buy a piece of land somewhere, which makes sense. I get it. You know, and it's going to be as flat as possible, and you know, it'll be easier to live on, because that life is going to be extremely physical. Everything that you do out there is going to be physical. That's what I'm looking at.
Absolutely, you know.
So you know, the video that you showed earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
See now, okay, to me, technically they're living off grid. It's a beautiful location, but they are using modern conveniences. They have a boat with an outboard motor on it, right? And they have a car there, so that means that they do go to town from time to time to get more than likely some kind of supplies, whether it's nails or things that they can't make out there, made of metal, basically.
I don't think they have a car. They just have the boat. That's how they get.
I thought that they were sitting in a vehicle at one point. I heard the motor running.
That was probably the chainsaw.
And they got 115.
I don't think so, because the woman was holding the baby. I don't think the woman would be holding the baby next to a chainsaw.
And the baby loves the steering wheel and the buttons.
Exactly.
Yeah, I remember the steering wheel. That wasn't on the boat? I thought it was on the boat.
No, another one where she started talking before it clipped over to the boat. They actually had seat belts on, and she was in the driving seat with a baby on her lap.
Right. So if you think about it, listen, once again, I give them credit. They're off grid, but they are still using gasoline. So they're not fully off grid. That boat sucks up a lot of gasoline.
Off grid has got different connotations. Off grid is off grid. It's a term that you're not plugged into the grid.
The socket that I'm plugged into means completely off grid, not relying on the outside system for anything, including gasoline.
Well, then you're going to have to go right into the bush without any clothes on. You're going to have to start from scratch and start,
That's where I'm at. I'm not going into the woods with a chainsaw. I'm going into the woods with an axe and a hatchet.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
That's more bushcraft style, you know. And that's good. Again, that's survivalist stuff. And it's definitely important to know.
No. I hear what you're saying, but that's not where I'm going. I'm not going out there to survive. I'm going out there to thrive.
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by that, you know. But again,
I'll tell you what I mean. I'm going to have the backpack. I'm going to have a bomb-proof tent. I'm going to have several tarps. I'm not going out there to build, a survival shelter for the night.
What's a bomb-proof tent?
A bomb-proof tent is a double-tented pole, 10-millimeter freaking poles.
You know, that's still modern technology, right?
Technically, I'm bringing something from the modern world. Yes.
There's no such thing as a bomb-proof tent. Bombs go 60 to 100 meters under the ground.
You're taking it literally.
Yeah, but you're taking off grid literally.
If they start bombing the woods, I don't care if you're in a cabin. You might just as well be in a tent, because you're in a wood cabin, and even if the bomb doesn't blow the cabin up, it'll put it on fire, and there's no freaking fire hydrants out there. There's no fire department, so you're going to lose your building. You get a fire in a wood cabin in the middle of the woods, it's done. It's toast.
That's another reason I opt for a cob house. It's fireproof, like
Yep.
nothing. And they're also quite earthquake proof, which is very important up in this neck of the woods.
Well, the
Where
reason why
fire-
I'm going with a tent so that I can be mobile. I'm not going to be positioned in one spot.
Mhm.
I may stay in one spot for 3 days, a week, one day, who knows? I may move. I know I'm going to be moving. I'm not even may. I definitely will be moving around. So the best option for me is to have a tent. It wouldn't make sense for me to build a survival structure each time I get to a new spot. I mean, theoretically, you could, but now you're in a survival situation. In a really good tent, you can more than survive, right? Is the tent bomb proof? Technically, no. What I mean by bomb proof, like, any kind of tent that you have, if you get a tree branch falling, what do they call it? A widow maker. It'll go right through your tent and possibly through you as well. But you use your common sense and you look overhead. You look at the trees to see if there's any loose branches or the tree looks like it's going to fall over X, Y, and Z, and you find a spot which you think is reasonably safe. It doesn't. Even if you find a spot that you think is reasonably safe, doesn't mean that the tree branch won't fall and go through your tent. But here's the thing: the tent that
Nature's a strange thing.
Yeah.
the tent that I'm going to get has a tear strength of 80 pounds. So even if a tree branch goes through it and puts a hole in it, Gorilla Tape and the repair kit that comes with the tent will take care of that. The only thing I would really have to worry about with this tent, it can hold up to winds, 80-mile-an-hour winds. It's unlikely that I'll experience those kind of winds, especially in February, but that's the only thing I'm really worried about. That and snow load. The tent can hold with the double poles, it can hold 3 feet of snow. But here's the thing. They don't say whether that's wet snow or dry snow. If it's 33 to 32 degrees and snowing 3 feet, that's going to be very heavy wet snow. If it's 10 degrees and you get 3 feet of snow, it's not even going to be half the weight. So the thing is that when you're in a storm like that, the majority of the time I'll be in the tent. So I'll just keep knocking the freaking snow off of it every half hour, an hour, depending on how hard it's snowing. And I'll hunker down until either daylight comes or the snow stops. And if need be, I'll move my position. In fact, I know I'm going to be moving my position because I don't want people to know where I'm at. It's going to be difficult, though. But one way you could do that is to move your location while in the middle of a snowstorm so that your tracks get covered up. That's what bears do. Before they usually go in and hibernate during the first snowfall, right? It'll start snowing. There'll be an inch or two of snow on the ground, and they're walking to their hole in the ground or stump or whatever it is. And what they have a sixth sense. They know that there's going to be enough snow to cover their tracks. I used to try to find them when I was a kid at the farm, and they kept trying to explain this to me. You'll never see the footprints because they get covered up with snow. So now I'll use the same idea. You understand? In fact, that'll be the time when I would want to move, right? As long as it's daytime. I want to move during a storm so that my tracks will be covered up by the snow and nobody will know where I am unless they actually see my tent. So that's what I'm going to be doing. I want to go out there. I wanted to stay away from other human beings. I want to leave as little trace as possible, literally. Now, I know I'm going to be seen walking into the woods onto the Appalachian Trail because that's where I'm going in February. I'm not going to walk the trail, but I'm going to go stay near. I'm going to walk on the trail and then camp off of it at various locations. So,
what are you going to do for food?
I'm bringing food with me. I'm going to walk into the woods with 80 pounds. 60 of it will be food. For water, I'll go into the woods with probably a gallon of water, which is 8 pounds. I'll go through that very quickly. It might last 2 days. After that, I'll use a snowfall. I'll melt snow for water. Or I'll get to a stream. Now, in that stream, you have to purify that water. You can't just drink it out of the streams in that location anyway, because there could be definitely pollutants in it. And even if there's not pollutants in it, you could have beaver living up the stream that's got, what the hell is that disease? I can't remember it. And if it pisses or shits in the water and you drink it,
Piarda?
that's it. That's the name of it. So use a water purification system in that event. If it's just melted snow, I'll just drink the melted snow, cook with the melted snow.
Yeah, you're pretty safe with that.
The thing is, though, like even like you
Unless
know,
it's yellow.
even using an axe, right? If you cut a tree down, when each swing that axe head hits the tree, it will be heard. It'll echo, clunk, clunk, clunk. So somebody will know that there's somebody up there. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's nowhere near as much noise as a chainsaw, obviously, but it's still going to make noise. But the other thing too, though, is that you can move around in the snow a lot easier because, in addition to the 80-pound backpack, I'm going to put another 100 pounds of food. I'm not on a sled, but on like a piece of plastic. I'm going to turn it into a sled so that I can pull it on top of the snow. Does that make any sense? You see, there's advantages to being out there in the winter, right? There's no bugs. You have the snow. Like if you're trying to drag a piece of plastic with 100 pounds on it and there's no snow, you could still do it in theory, but it's going to be 10 times as much friction, 10 times harder.
Yeah,
But
that's definitely an advantage.
Right, you've got that snow, though, you use it to your advantage, right? And you also use the snow to like literally build a wall. Maybe not completely around your tent, but on the side that is exposed to the wind. So at least you can get some of the wind off of your tent. You know what I'm saying?
Igloos are an amazing housing structure.
Yeah, the problem with building an igloo is that you need a certain type of snow. It can't be super dry snow. You'll never build an igloo out of it.
That's true. But you can, if you can get a fire going, you can work with it.
The thing is, though,
we used to use what was called the Force 10 tent, which is basically what they use on the when they climb.
It's an expedition tent.
Yeah, when they climb Everest. Yeah, people still freeze to death in them. And when we was taught survival, basically, instead of building an igloo, we built snow holes. And the snow holes were warmer than what the Force 10 tent was.
Right, and when you build a snow home or a snow cave, you've got to do, there's various things that you do. Like, let's say, for instance, if I was building one, I would take a bunch of sticks about 1.5 feet long, and over the top of the big snowdrift that I was going to dig out to build a snow cave, I would stick those sticks into the top of it so that when I'm digging it out on the inside, once I hit those sticks, I know don't dig any further up, right? And then you got to make sure you got a good hole in the top so you can get some oxygen in there. But the problem with the snow cave is that's a situation, more of a survival situation than a thriving situation. Can you survive in there for a week? Probably. Will you really thrive in there? Not with the gear I'm bringing. You know what I'm saying? Now, if my tent was crushed, some calamity happened, and I was stuck out there, yeah, I'll build a snow cave. But the next morning, I'm looking to get out of there. I'm not looking to survive in that cave, snow cave, sorry. You know, if I had seal wax with which to light it and cook off of, a different scenario. I'm not in the Arctic. I don't have seal oil or whale oil or any of that stuff, right? So, yeah. So, the average person wouldn't think to do what I just told you. You put a bunch of branches about 1.5 feet long each in the top of that thing. So as you dig it out, you don't dig it too thin. Because if you dig it too thin, it will end up collapsing on you. It collapses on you in the middle of the night. It doesn't kill you. But now it's in the middle of the night and you don't have a way to get out of the freaking freezing cold and the wind. Well, that's a good idea. Remember that if you ever dig out a snow cave. So, yeah, that's it, And clearly, if I got stuck out there in the snow, that would be my first option to build a snow cave, not to build some kind of a wooden survival structure. That would be my second option. It would all depend. It would all depend. It would depend how much snow is there. Are there big drifts around? Or is there more wood available? Is there trees railing around with a lot of bark that's broken that I could use as a roof for the wood structure. It all depends.
Wood is the least intelligent material to use for shelter. It's stupid, absolutely stupid. Truth be told, if you're in an environment where you even need to go some of the routes that you're talking about, the real solution is to leave the habitat and go somewhere where it's warmer. You know, that's what we ought to really be doing. But if you're in that situation anyways, snow is got to be the most insulating material I've ever worked with. You know?
Oh yeah, yeah. That's why I would use, like I said, around my tent, right?
That's why they die in tents, but they don't die in snow holes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you have to leave the ventilation open in your tent, obviously. Even if you didn't surround it with snow, if you seal up the ventilation in your tent, the inside of it, from your condensation from your breath, is going to freeze on the inside walls. And remember, in a winter tent, a good expedition tent, whatever the temperature is outside, it'll be, once you've been in there for a couple hours, it'll be about 15 degrees warmer inside that tent, right? And the snow cave, it's kind of the same thing, but not quite. You're not going to get 15 degrees warmer, but what you will get is completely out of the wind, right? And that's huge. Now, you know, you got to figure inside of a snow cave, let's say it's 20 degrees outside. You get inside that snow cave, it might go as warm as, if you're lucky, 30, 32 degrees inside of there. It's not going to go up much more than that. Now, you could argue against that if it was a really, really small space where you're just like able to lay inside of it. Okay, maybe. But now, once again, you're in a survival situation. I want to be able to at least sit up. I need a little room in there. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway, I look forward to it. It's very exciting. I don't know what I'm going to run into when I'm out there. I'm very optimistic and confident that I'll be able to overcome it. Maybe I won't. And if I don't, I'll just walk my way out of there. I'll in defeat. You know what I'm saying? I'm not stupid. I know when to accept defeat if I have to, but I don't plan on that that happening, and I don't foresee it happening. But once again, you never know. You never know. But one of the things that I do know is that because it'll be winter, I'm not going to. The potential to run into other human beings won't be as great as if it was in the warmer months. Because once again, I'm going to be camping off of that trail, right? And you got to imagine there's a lot more people walking on the Appalachian Trail in the warmer months than there is in the middle of the winter. There will be some people, I'm sure, but they'll be far and few between, especially in that area. So, you know, I'm initially had planned to go out there for a couple of weeks. Now I want to stay out there for a month. I'm going to bring enough food for a month. And when the food is gone, whether it lasts a month or 28 days or whatever it is, I'm going to leave and come back to the city. So I'll have got my 1 foot wet, so to speak. I've gained some experience, a limited amount in that period of time, but I'll experience at least what it's like out there in the winter. And I'll use that to my advantage when I take the train down to Georgia to walk the Appalachian Trail. And I will also do that. I'll start that journey in the beginning of February. And the reason why is really dualfold. Number one, most people that start that trail down there in Georgia start to the middle to the end of February. I want to beat the crowd. And number two, I actually like the cold. I do very well in the cold. Most people wait till the middle to the end of February because of the cold, right? I actually do better in the cold than I do in the heat. So the whole thing with the cold is, you know, if you have the proper tent, the proper sleeping bag, the proper sleeping attire, you'll be fine. If you don't, you're screwed, right? The most important thing in my mind that I need out there, number one, is the tent. Second to that is a sleeping bag. Third to that is the backpack. And then fourth to that, aside from water, which I'll get from the melting snow, is my axe and hatchet. I'm going to need that. I might actually be honest with you. I'm going to retract that. I'm not going to go out there with an axe. I won't need an axe. I'm just going to go out there with a hatchet, because where I'm going, you're not allowed to cut trees down even if they're dead. Now, who's going to see me? Yeah, I know, but I'll be able to find enough wood that I won't have to resort to cutting down even a dead tree. So I'm also going to bring a folding handsaw, right? Because the hatchet will be used mostly to make kindling. It'll be the folding handsaw that I'll be cutting the logs into pieces to burn on fire, right? And the other reason why I'm going to be moving my tent, one of the main reasons is if I pitch it in a spot where I have a little bit of shelter, let's say there's a wind blowing out of the northwest, and I have a little bit of shelter in this position, the wind can change directions the next day, the day after, whenever. And it could turn from the southwest. Well, now I have to look for a spot that's going to shelter me from that southwest wind as much as possible. So,
well, you're going to have to learn how to build a rocket stove under the ground.
You won't be able to. The ground will be frozen. How are you going to build a rocket stove? You know, I wouldn't build a rocket. Well, I call it a Dakota pit. I guess it would kind of be the similar, if not the same thing. You're not going to build a Dakota pit in frozen ground. The ground there will be froze from 3 feet from the top to 3 feet down before you get to unfrozen ground. You're not going to dig through that. That doesn't make any sense at all whatsoever. Now, I'm sure there's other ways. Another way you can make a rocket stove is you can get you really want something a little bit bigger than a 12-inch log. And you can bring a hand drill and you drill a hole down through the middle of it, right? Say about 12 inches down. And then you drill with that same hand drill a hole into the side of it. And in the side piece, you got to make the two holes connect. In the side piece, you throw in some white birch bark, some twigs, you start a fire.
I know how to make one.
Right. That's actually like, I think, a Swiss something or other they call it, a Swiss oven, something like that, right? So that's another thing that you could do.
But they're
right?
also illegal on the Appalachian Trail, so you're going to get some big ass airy
No,
come up.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they are.
Have you walked the Appalachian Trail in New York State? I have. You haven't, so I don't know what you're talking about. On the Appalachian Trail in New York State, you are allowed to camp as long as you're 200 feet away from the trail. You can stay anywhere you want for 3 days. If you want to stay in one spot for 7 days, by law, you're supposed to get a permit. You are allowed to have a fire. You can have an open fire.
Only in designated sites.
No, you're wrong. You are wrong. This is the Appalachian Trail. This is not a campsite. You are wrong.
I'm reading it right now. Campfires are not permitted on some parts of the trail. Many areas along the AT restrict fires to designated sites, only on prohibited sites.
Okay. You're saying on the AT. I'm saying in New York State. The Appalachian Trail, my friend, runs from Maine, from the southernmost part is Georgia, all the way to the state of Maine. It runs up the eastern seaboard. Okay, you don't know. Have you ever been to the Appalachian Trail in New York State? Have you ever camped in there? I have. You haven't, so you don't know what you're talking about. I'm sure there's places on the Appalachian Trail in various states where you're not allowed to have an open fire. I'm sure there is, but not where I'm going. So you keep trying to tell me things about the United States that you really don't know. You're in England. I don't tell you anything about England. I don't know. I'm not there. You ever hear me tell you what's going on in England? No, never do. But you're always telling me what's going on either in New York City or in America. I find that unusual. So what can we argue about now?
The regulations apply in New York, New Jersey, and the White Mountains and New England.
Once again, where I'm going, back in 1987, I went out with a friend of mine. We stayed in that area for 8 days. And we had an open fire. We had 2 open fires, actually. One to cook and the other one for warmth. But near the tent, never had a problem. There was no signs, no fires, never had a problem. So now, if you want to call the FBI when I go out there to have them track me down because I have a fire, feel free.
They'll
The
come even
rule-
if it's legal
the
or
rule-
not, just
right.
because it'll justify their statistic to get more funding.
No, the rule out there is like I was trying to say before, you're not legally by law allowed to cut down any standing tree, even if it's dead, to use for firewood. But you can use any wood that you find on the ground, right? Now, who's going to stop you from breaking, the bigger branches off the bottom of the tree to utilize them? They're not going to be big logs, but, once you get the fire going, you start it off with what? Some let's say if you're doing it naturally, you're going to start off with some white birch. You're going to put little twigs on that. Then you're going to put bigger twigs, and they're going to be the size of your finger. Those are the ones you're going to grab off the trees, right? And then you're going to put, double the size of your fingers. And at the end, you're going to try to do logs. The other thing I'm actually going to try when I go out there is to make the what do they call it? Something radiator. You take two big logs, right? And you gut out, how do I explain it? You make like a kind of a pit, for lack of a better word, with your hatchet into the bottom log, right? And then you rest. Well, first you fill it in with twigs and birch bark and things like that. And then you put like on each end 2 live pieces of wood to hold it, say maybe an inch above the log that's below it. And then you light it up. And that will burn, as long as it's not in like a 20-mile-an-hour wind, that'll burn for 6 to maybe 8 hours if you're lucky. And because it's, you want something that's preferably like at least 6 feet long, maybe 8 feet long. So it'll act kind of like a furnace. You know what I'm saying? And now you have to be careful with what kind of wood you're using. If you're an idiot, you go out there and you're using a piece of pine or 2 pieces of pine, it's going to be popping all over the place. You're going to have embers flying all over the place. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find 2 pieces of wood that are going to be suitable. I'm sure I could if I cut down a tree, but I'm not going to do that. Because in the event that a ranger does see me and come up there, I'm sure that's a really hefty fine that you would get for that. I don't know that
March the 16th to May the 14th, even in the allowed places where there's a fire pit or a fire ring, from March the 16th to May the 14th, there's no burnings of any kind.
Let me explain something to you, LCS, okay? Because you need
It's
common
the same
sense
as the
here.
hunting season.
Okay. Let me explain
you get
something to you.
close season, you get open season.
Let me explain something else here.
New
Because
York
you're not
State says no burning from March the 16th to May the 14th.
okay. What you're not using is your common sense. You see, in the winter, when the mountains are covered with snow, there's not really that much of a danger in a fire spreading. Now, when there's no snow on the ground, especially summertime, and it gets really dry, that's when there's a danger for fires. Not when there's 2-3 feet of snow on the ground. If a tree goes on fire and 2-3 feet of snow on the ground,
you call March,
the tree,
March summer, dear?
The tree, especially if it's a pine tree, will be loaded with snow, the branches. There's not a big significant risk of danger of fire spreading in the winter.
So
man.
why do they restrict all fires then?
Where I'm going, you can light a fire again for the freaking 20th time. I've been there. I did it with a friend for 8 days. Never had a problem. We had 2 fire pits. Never had a problem. So I don't know what you're talking about. In each state on the Appalachian Trail, the rules are a little different. Some states, for instance, North Carolina, if you plan on walking the length of that trail, you have to buy a permit. The last I knew, it was $20. If anything, it's gone up. It's New York State, you don't. The requirement in New York State, like I said before, you're allowed to camp anywhere along the Appalachian Trail in New York State. You must be 200 feet away from the trail. You cannot camp within 200 feet of an open source of water, and you can stay in that location for 3 days. If you want to stay in that location or any location, along that section of the trail, you must obtain a permit to do it legally. Now, did you hear what I said before? I'm going to be moving around. I don't know that I'm going to stay in any one spot for 7 days. I may, but it's unlikely that I will. Now, why don't you look at the rules and regulations of the Appalachian Trail a little more closely
I'm
to really
looking at the
understand it?
rules and
To really understand it,
regulations.
to really understand it, you're gonna have to look
Oh,
at the
mate, I
rules and
can't talk to
regulations
you. Just,
in
you,
each state.
you just blinkered. I'm
You have
looking
to.
at it, and you know,
The rules and
when they
regulations
say,
vary from one state to
so
another.
when they say, right, you can't hunt this, you can't hunt that.
No, you can't.
This is a closed season. Yeah, is that rules or regulations that you abide by,
And,
or do you carry on hunting?
And no, you can't hunt there. You're not allowed to hunt on
Right,
the
and
Appalachian Trail.
also the same rules and regulations are implying about open fires and fires, yeah,
And
including in their own designated areas, yeah, are banned
okay, so
between
and
that date
also
and that date.
and also the state of Maine, when you get on that trail, basically, I think it's around October 15th, the trail is closed. You cannot go any further north. I'm going to be in New York State. I'm not going to be in Maine. And each state, you got to go through the rule book there, because each state has different rules. It's not
Yeah, I
all
know
the
each
same.
state has different rules. That's why I just checked New York State.
Okay. Well, once again, Smiler, I'm going out there and I'm building fires. If you want to call the FBI, be my guest. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear from you, and they'll rush right out there to see if I have a fire going.
Are you some sort of idiot or what?
No, you're some sort of fucking know-it-all, Brit. That's what you are.
All right, guys, that's not civil.
All right.
I'm just
No,
stating.
who started?
I'm just
Who started with it?
stating.
Who started?
Enough.
I'm stating what they're
Relax.
stating. I'm stating what they're stating, and
Who
you're
started
telling me
with the
that
name
I'm
calling?
talking
Enough.
bullshit.
Last time I'm going to ask you.
But I just wanted to ask a question. Who started with the name calling? Wasn't
Civil.
me.
Drop it. Capiche? Thank you. Not going to ask again.
Aspect.
And I'm not singling anybody out. Carry on with the conversation, though. It's just the civilness, guys.
All I'm saying is what they say, right? Which is why I say there's ways of building fires that can't be seen from a
You
distance.
can't build a fire in the ground in the winter. It's frozen. This is not England. This is New York State. The temperatures can go down to where I'm going, have a potential to go down to 10 below zero. The ground will be frozen 3 feet down in the winter. This is not England. This is much, much colder. So we really went through. You can't build a Dakota pit in the winter.
Do you think I know? I don't know what a permafrost is. Do you think I haven't done Arctic training?
Oh, goodness. I don't care what you did. You haven't camped along the section of the Appalachian Trail I'm going on. You've never even walked it. You've never even seen
I've
it.
done Arctic training. I've been out the Arctic, done Arctic training.
Congratulations. Then you should be familiar with Mickey Mouse boots.
Which is a lot colder than where you're talking about.
Okay. So then you should be familiar with Mickey Mouse boots. I'm not being funny with that. You know what those are? Those white boots. They're supposed to keep your feet warm down to it's either 60 below or 70 below zero. And in the Arctic, there were no trees to burn, were there? There were no trees, were there? Don't take it personally, Smiler, because I've had this before in other genres where people. I have people all the time in other genres.
You're just like Donald Trump.
Okay, I have people in other genres who live in the States for the most part, Try
You're
to
living
tell
in
me.
your own. You're living in your
Try
own
to
dream
tell me.
world, and
Try to
nobody
tell
else.
me
Nobody
what life
else.
is like in New York City when they
they're
don't even live here.
trained or untrained. You're not trained.
Okay,
Right?
I have people in other genres all the time. Most of them are from the States here. Try to tell me what life is like in New York City right now. How can you possibly do that? You're in bumfuck Georgia somewhere, I tell them. How the fuck do you know what's going on in New York? Because you listen to Fox News? According to Fox News, New York
I
City
don't
burnt
listen to
down.
Fox News.
It's wrong. I'm not talking to you.
Fox
You
News
don't live in Georgia either. I'm
is
not talking about you.
Is sponsored by the World Economic Forum.
I'm
and
not
Bill
talking
Gates.
about you. Do you live in Georgia? I just said I have people that live in bumfuck Georgia trying to tell me what it's like to live in New York City. That New
But
York
the thing
City is burnt
we've
down.
got the internet. We've got the internet. Yeah.
Oh, right, and at
And
least
it links the world.
right,
We've
and
got,
half of
we've
what you
got,
see out there
we've
is
got
misinformation.
Twitter. We've got loads of information.
And the
We've
problem with
even
it
got
is
cameras
the problem
all
is
over the world, and we can watch
right.
everybody's city
The
all over the
problem
world.
is that when people go on social media, no matter what the platform is, if they see something that agrees with their narrative, they run with it.
No,
That's the problem.
I go down hundreds of different rabbit holes, and as I'm going down the rabbit hole, I fact find and fact check, and yeah, I don't just read what I think is true or what I think is valid. I research and I check my sources, and then I research their sources. I do
Right,
things.
and what
I
you're
do
hearing,
things properly.
what you're hearing, is that the rate of gun murders in New York City is lower than it was last year, which is true.
Last year, rifle deaths were 403,000.
I said New York City.
7,000.
I
Gun deaths were
said New York
7,600.
City. I said New York City.
Knives were 1,400.
There was not.
And
You're
abortions
quoting
was
for the whole country.
868,000.
You're quoting numbers for the whole country. I said New York City.
I've given you the whole numbers for the whole of America.
Well, that's not what I was referring to. Refer to New York City. So, if I can finish my thought, if I can finish my thought,
we had this conversation last time.
If I could finish my thought,
the information that
if I could finish my thought, which is a fact, in the year 1991, there was almost twice as many gun murders in New York City than there was this year or last year. But most people don't know that. Go look it up.
I quoted the numbers from the police last week.
What police?
What they submitted as all the gun crimes and knife crimes, and I gave the government statistics on deaths by whatever last week.
Here in New York City, as with any other,
and you'll see it.
Here in New York City, as with any other state right now, property crime is way up because inflation is up. That always happens. Whenever the inflation goes up, prices go up, you're going to see more property crime. You're going to see more stealing. That's what happens. But as far as gun deaths here in New York City, they're down from last year and almost cut in half from what they were in 1991. Now, a contributing factor in 1991, not a huge contributing factor, but probably 200 of those deaths were mafia related. The mafia has been brought to its knees. The mafia rarely kills anybody anymore. There's cameras everywhere. They're going to get caught. And they're going to get, they don't want people killed because even if they send a hitman, right? If the hitman gets busted, the chances of him ratting the boss out because he's going to face a life sentence or a 50-year sentence is really good. So what they're doing now is more internet crimes. They're still doing their gambling. The gambling isn't as big though because you got legal internet gambling now or online gambling. They're still doing their prostitution. They're still selling the drugs, but murders are way down. And even the drugs is really what brought the mafia down. It was the RICO Act, right? When that RICO Act came out in the 70s, but it was never utilized until Giuliani utilized it in the 90s, right? I would think that the first really big case was the John Gotti case, right? And the government, had Sammy the Bull, his underboss, as their key witness against John Gotti. Sammy the Bull got on the stand, pled guilty to 19 murders. Not that he pulled the trigger on all 19, but he was involved. It's the same thing. Accessory to murder, same thing. And in exchange for his testimony against John Gotti, who was who they really wanted. Gotti got a life sentence, died in prison. Sammy the Bull was given a 5-year sentence, and I think he only served 4 years on that sentence. He was released not many years later. He had left the witness protection program. He was out in Arizona, and he got himself and his family involved in an ecstasy drug ring. And when the FBI busted him on that one, they gave him a stiff 20 years, and some of it he spent in Supermax out in Colorado. And today, Sammy the Bull has a very successful YouTube channel. He pulls in between, well, let's see, the first year he pulled in 150K. They say now he's pulling in closer to $250,000 a year on his YouTube channel. Now, a lot of that comes in the form of donations. You got idiots out there in America, not England. England has gangsters too, and I have respect for them. Okay, different animals, right? But in the end result, it's the same. But what was I going to say? A lot of people here in America idolize mob guys. Now, these are people that didn't grow up in an Italian neighborhood like me. They didn't grow up in New York City. They grew up in the middle of nowhere, America. For some reason, they idolize these guys, and they literally send him money. They say, "Oh, Sammy, here's an envelope. There's, a cash app, $100. I'm sending. Oh, thanks for the envelope." Like he's the fucking boss or something. They're kicking up to him. It's fucking pathetic and it's sickening. Now, do I despise Sammy the Bull? No, I dislike him in that he took an oath and he ratted out his friends, but I don't hate the guy because I don't hate anyone. And if I wanted to hate someone or was going to hate them, I would have to at least know them personally. Now, I do not like the mafia. I grew up in a mafia neighborhood. Okay, these are all con men, and even the ones that are gentlemen. There's a lot of those guys that are gentlemen. They'll treat you like a gentleman, but they'll pick your pockets. It's just the same, right? They'll smile in your face and stab you right in the back. Where I grew up, every single store in the neighborhood was kicking up to the mafia. Depending on how much you made in that store, it depended on how much you would kick up to them. And they would call it protection money. And who were the store owners paying that protection money? To protect them from who? Mob guys. That's who. Because if you didn't pay the protection money, they send a couple of goons in there and say, "Listen, windows get broken in this neighborhood all the time. You give us $1,000 a week, we make sure your windows don't get broke." You say no, the next morning you come into your store, the windows are broke. They get a teenager, young kid, that they're grooming. They're grooming to not necessarily be a made man, but at least be an associate. And they'll break your windows. They'll come back again. And if you don't pay that time, you're going to catch a beat, and somebody's going to throw you a beat. You'll pay. So what ends up happening, right? All the stores in the neighborhood are paying them money for protection. So now the store owner has to recoup that money. Well, how do they do it? They just raise the prices. Maybe not on everything, but they raise the prices enough to equal out the money they're paying out to the mob. So who pays for it? The people in the neighborhood. But thankfully, the FBI basically brought the mafia to its knees. I don't think it may be 10% of what it used to be. And that's a good thing. So, these mafia guys are either sociopaths or psychopaths. You cannot be in that business and have a conscience. You can't. You can't. So these are emotionally unintelligent people. They're no friends of mine. No friends of mine. I don't wish them any harm, but I'm glad that they have been brought to their knees. That's a good thing for society, not a bad thing. And I know the government is the biggest mafia in each country. The respective government of each country it's the mafia. I understand that. I know that. Look what they did here, our government in America, right? The mafia is the one that started the lottery. How did it start? In an Italian neighborhood, like where I grew up, every day you could pick a number from 001 to 999. If you played 50 cents, if you gave them 50 cents and your number came out, you'd win $300. If you gave them $1 and picked out a number and the number came out, you got $600. Then you could box it. I don't remember what it was to box it. And where did they get the number from? Nobody knew back then. But what they would do is they would take the last three, the triple. I think it was at whatever racetrack. It would vary from season to season. They would take the number that the triple came out, and let's say that it was a 2-1-3. 2 horse came in first, 1 horse came in second, and 3 horse came in third. That would be the number that day. But nobody knew that. How do we find that out? From one of the rats. There's numerous rats, mafia rats on MobTube now. You got Michael Franchese, you got Dominic Sicali. All of them are from different families too. And John Panisi, Gene Borello. Then you got a lot of associates. And that's another thing that most people don't know about the mafia. Most people that are involved with the mafia are not button men. That's the old term for made men. They're associates. And when you're an associate of the mafia, you could be black. You could be Spanish. You'll never become a made man, but you'll be under the umbrella of whatever family you're working with. You will be protected, to a degree anyway. Well, what happens? They send you out to hit somebody. Let's say you're an Italian guy. Your father's Italian, so you are eligible to be in the mafia, to be a made man. They have you go out and clip somebody. And, you know, most guys that are Italian who are eligible to be in the mafia do want to become made men. Well, just, you know, back in the old days, in the 70s and 80s anyway, unless you were born into the life, meaning your father was, you know, a soldier at least, or a captain preferably, or even higher, you had to clip somebody before you become a made man. Not anymore. It's different now. Now, if you do even a 3-year sentence in prison, that's good enough to get you your button. And once again, if your father is 100% Italian. Well, it doesn't matter what your mother is. It's your father. Your mother could be Irish. You can still become a made man as long as your father's Italian. Well, it wouldn't surprise me now anyway, actually, if there are some made men whose fathers aren't fully Italian. Why? Well, because the numbers would, you know, drop drastically. And whatever's left of it is nowhere near as strong as it used to be. Not just because of the numbers, but because of the drugs. The old-time gangsters didn't sell drugs, right? But then in the 70s, what ended up happening was the don of each family would tell the made men, if you get caught selling drugs, you're dead, right? So when you're in the mafia or you're an associate, you kick up 20%. Sometimes it's 15. Let's call it 20. If you're an associate, whatever captain you're under, you kick up 20% of what the proceeds you made each week. Captain collects all that money from the different associates and the different soldiers. You actually report to a soldier. You're not going to report to a captain. And then the captain takes all of that money and kicks 20% of it up to the don. It probably, more than likely, it'll go through the consigliere or the underboss, but it'll make its way to the don. And what was I going to say? So what ended up happening was there was so much money in drugs that even though the dons of the 5 families said you'll be killed if you caught dealing drugs or found out to be dealing drugs, when they started getting envelopes $100,000 a week, they knew where it was coming from. They just looked the other way. But then the FBI came in the late 90s and early 2000s and really clamped down. And they busted countless guys, drugs, murders. Now they're facing 50 years with the RICO Act. So they started dropping. They started dropping dimes. When you're facing 50 years, they says, "Listen, tell us everything you know. We don't want you. We want the don. We'll give you a 5-year sentence. If you don't, you're going to get 50." Well, a lot of the guys freaking turn rat. And it was really the drugs. Had they not got involved with the drugs, they wouldn't have been facing those 50-year sentences. Now, some of them would have for murders that they got busted on, but most of the murders, they got away with it. Back then, there was no cameras, right? and they were really good at murder. A lot, not all of those guys, but most of them. They were professional killers, right? Roy DeMeo, he had a slogan back then. It worked. It doesn't work anymore. No body, no crime. If they don't find a body, there's no crime. Now that doesn't work today. Even if there's no body, you can still be arrested and prosecuted for a murder, but not back then. In the like, let's say in the late 60s and early 70s, did they even have fingerprints yet? Were they even using fingerprints yet? Now you get arrested here in the States, they take your eye print, they take your freaking DNA sample, and they take your fingerprints, but not like they used to with ink. Now they run your hands on a computer, right? It's like a computer screen that picks up your fingerprints. Of course, they could take your shirt off, pants off, make sure you have any identifying tattoos or scars, so they can use it, to identify you if you were ever in trouble with the law again. So, and that's another thing. Back then, the mafia frowned on guys getting tattoos. Now, a lot of guys did get tattoos, but they didn't like it because it's an identifying mark. So if you had a tattoo on your arm and you were going out to clip somebody, you'd have to wear a shirt to cover it so nobody could see it in case you were seen. Well, now they have gangsters in England, right? I guess version of the mafia. Every country does. They're criminals, organized crime. One of them, I can't remember his name. It's a very famous. You should know this, Smiler, because you know everything. You should know what's going on in England. The name escapes me, but I want to say 3 days ago, he came on YouTube. I actually watched the video, and he said, listen, at the end of this video, I'm going to end my life. And he did. I'm not sure if he put a bullet in his head or what he did, but he killed himself, committed suicide. Very famous, very, very tough British gangster. Very, very well known. And once again, the name escapes me because I don't really know British gangsters. I never really had an interest, to be honest with you. I don't put criminals on a pedestal. No, I'm not fascinated by them. A lot of people here, like I said before, in America, they're fascinated with these mafia guys for some reason. Once again, like I told you, they didn't grow up in an Italian neighborhood. They do not understand. They have no idea. And then most of those people think if you're Italian, well, you may not be in the mafia.
Dave Courtney.
Dave Courtney. I believe that's the name. Yes. You didn't even know that. I guess it was news to you what I told you, wasn't it? So you know more about what's going on in America than your own country.
I don't watch mainstream news. I haven't had a TV for 10 years.
Well, where I picked that up wasn't from the news. It was
Dave Courtney. He was on. I can't remember the guy's name whose podcast it is because I do watch the two guys that put out the podcast that do interview all the different gangsters, etc., etc.
Well, where I picked that up from wasn't from a news broadcast or an article.
No,
there's a British content creator in another genre that I go to.
Yeah, I can't remember. There's two of them.
He posted it.
Yeah, there's two of them.
Posted on his community page.
I can't remember what they're called.
Now, I was starting to listen to the video, but it was only like 3.5 minutes long, but I only listened to like the first minute. In the description, it said, this guy ended up committing suicide after he finished the video. He didn't do it on video. He just left like a video message. He was very happy, very cheerful. Didn't bother him at all. Like, this is my decision. I want to go out. I think he was only like, I want to say 61? Somewhere in his early 60s.
Yeah, he's in his 60s. It's 64 he was.
64, okay. Well, anyway.
He was also best friends and was trying to secure parole for
Chopper?
Who?
Chopper? That Reed guy? The guy that cut his ears off?
No, not Chopper. Oh God, the one that spent most of his time in solitary confinement. The only time he's killed, he actually got arrested for theft originally, and the only time he's killed is in prison. Manson.
Charles Manson's was
Charles,
over here. That's over here. Yeah.
Yeah, Charles Manson. Yeah, he was, but Dave Courtney.
I don't believe Charles Manson killed anybody while he was in prison. Now I could be wrong, but I don't think
Bronson,
I am.
Charlie Bronson.
Okay, Charles Bronson. Yeah,
Charlie Bronson. Charlie
Yeah.
Bronson. Yeah.
Okay.
But Dave Courtney was best friends with Charlie Bronson, and he was trying to get Charlie Bronson out of jail.
Well, here in America, per capita, we have more people incarcerated than any country in the world, per capita. In fact, we have a private prisons business over here now.
They called Dave Courtney a gangster, but he was actually a really nice guy.
Well, I tried to explain that to you before about there's a lot of mafia guys. The reality is, when you're in the mafia, if you're living La Cosa Nostra correctly, you're supposed to be a gentleman, right? You're a con man. You smile in people's face. You're a confidence man. You compliment them. You get them to trust you, and you fucking stick a knife in their back and steal everything they got. Not all guys are like that, but the old-time gangsters, most of them were gentlemen. Even John Gotti, he was a gentleman. If you saw him getting into a car, he's and you say, hey, how are you? He probably waved back to you more than likely. He was a gentleman. But he was also a killer. Well, I shouldn't say he was a killer. He may or may not have killed one or two people. Nobody really knows. But he ordered the killing of dozens and dozens of people. So, it's like if you and I, Smiler, go rob a bank, and you run inside the bank, stick them up, get the money, and I'm sitting in the getaway car, I'm just as guilty. I'm an accessory to bank robbery. Right? Well, if you order the hit, which they call a clip, you're just as guilty. In fact, in a lot of ways, you're even more guilty.
Well, over here you get done worse because you're more guilty. The same as the person who handles the stolen goods gets a bigger sentence than the person that actually stole the goods.
Yeah, it's probably for the most of the time it's the same over here, but you're still going to be arrested as the driver for accessory to bank robbery or accessory to murder if you're the getaway driver in the car. Or what they do over here, the mafia, they used to have a crash car. If they went to kill somebody, there'll be 2, sometimes 3 cars. The hitter, the killer, would be in the first car. And after he clipped the person, there would usually be, most of the time it was a second car. It's called a crash car, so that the cops come. That second car smashes into the cop car on purpose so that the car with the actual trigger man gets away. Oh. 13 of my friends, before they turned 18, were 6 feet under. I can't tell you how many bodies were found in my neighborhood in the 70s. Roy DeMeo. They claim that he killed at least 200 people. And he was found dead in the trunk of his car in my neighborhood, but that wasn't until like 19, I want to say 84, but don't quote me. Now when I go into that neighborhood, you don't see any mafia activity at all. I'm sure there's still a few guys that live there, but the social clubs are all gone. And now it's a very culturally diverse neighborhood. It used to be like 90% Italians and maybe 7% Irish, and then the 3% would be others. Now it's a wide mix of people. So if you go there looking for an Italian provision store, you won't find one. There's not enough Italians living in the neighborhood to support that store. Back then, it was easy to find an Italian provision store. In fact, that was my first job, working at an Italian provision store. I was 16. I'll give you an example of what it was like. When I worked at the Italian provision store, it was Christmas time. The day before Christmas, I don't know, it might have been December 23rd, I want to say. And the boar's head guy, that's the cold cuts guy, would come to, make his delivery. So he came in one evening and he was drunk. It was pretty much either the last stop he had for that night or that day or the next to last stop. And my boss is an Italian guy. He was connected. Not a made man, but an associate. He said, listen, do me a favor. Take the hand truck, go out the back door. The guy left the back door to the boar's head truck open, empty it. Put it into the walk-in refrigerator. I'll keep him in the store. I'll give him a couple of drinks. He had a bottle of whiskey. So I went out there, like an idiot, emptied the freaking truck. Probably took me 4 or 5 hand trucks full. It wasn't, loaded. Put everything in the refrigerator, and then he was like, good job. He goes, listen, take 2 things, 2 of whatever you want. Take it home. Take it home to your family. Tell them I gave it to you as a Christmas bonus. So I took a whole ham, and a 5-gallon bucket of freaking shrimp salad. So I walk in the door, and my mother goes, the hell did you get that? I said, oh, my boss. He said, it's my Christmas bonus. He said to bring it home to the family. She goes, what? That doesn't make any sense. She goes, what, is it stolen? No, he just said, take it home. She goes, all right, put it in the refrigerator. Anyway, like I said, society is better off without. Oh, I forgot to finish my story. Okay, so with the lotto, right? So the Italian, like I was telling you, you put 50 cents or $1, and if you picked out the right number, 3-digit number, 50 cents won you 300, $1 won you 600, right? Well, what did the government do? They made that illegal, right? They would lock mafia guys up for doing that, and then they legalized the lottery. That's what we have over here today. You go to any newsstand and you can. I don't play it. You can. I don't know how much you spend, $1, $2, $10, whatever it is, and you pick out a bunch of numbers and they draw them on the television on news every night. And if you pick the winning number, you win. Here's the thing. Let's say the lottery. Sometimes this happens over here. It's really big. The state lottery. Each state has one. It could be $1 billion. And you pick out the 6 winning numbers, right? 6 2-digit numbers, I think it is, to win the whole thing. You win the $1 billion, you don't get no $1 billion. The government takes half of it, right off the top. So at least with the mafia, if you gave them $1 and you picked out the 3 numbers, you got your $600. They didn't take half of it. They didn't take anything of it. You got your 600. That's not how the government works. They take half of it. No. So what can we argue about now? We're not arguing. Smiler?
I think everybody's sleeping.
No, Guru is up.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Brush my teeth on right here.
What do you brush your teeth with? A tree branch? A twig?
No, baking soda.
Oh, okay. I thought you right. Okay. Where's Guru?
Deep in the tree somewhere.
Oh, okay. What are you building, a tree house?
Snow cave.
A couple more weeks, it might be. And we don't get much snow up here, actually. Maybe
Right.
a couple weeks in the middle of December at most, usually. Where
Yeah,
I
right
am,
now-
anyways.
Right now, probably maybe say 200 miles south and maybe 300 to 400, 500 miles east. The northern Midwest is getting whacked with snow. Like
Russia's
Utah, places like
already
Utah.
got snowfall.
Yeah, well, that's not really unusual. Places like Utah, North Dakota, South Dakota. This is the time of year where they usually start getting snow, and they're already starting to getting snow. Well, here in New York City, the leaves still haven't changed on the trees.
Wah wah,
Usually,
Big D.
usually the leaves don't peak here in New York City till mid-November to late November. Well, like
Yeah,
up at
we
the,
still got a lot of green, and we still got grass growing like mental.
yeah, but England, I don't know the particulars about the weather, but I do know it doesn't get nearly as cold there in the winter as it does in many places here in the U.S.
It's a very strange climate now. Even Germany, but particularly Poland. Now, you know, I've been to Poland so many times because my partner was Polish. Now, I've got like from when I was in the army, I've got a massive, what I call a big, and it's made of duck down feather, and it's really, really hot, and it's really, really warm. It doesn't matter what weather you're in, it's duck down, and it'll keep you really warm. It's like a great big quilt jacket.
Yeah, we call those puffies over here.
Yeah.
Puffy jacket.
So we were going out at Christmas. So I picked it out of the cupboard and chucked it in the boot of the car. And my partner said, "What do you want that for? You're going to be way too hot with that." I said, "Well, it's like minus 20 over there at the moment." And she said, "No." She said, "It's like I find Cornwall cold, but you will find Poland, even though it's minus 20, it gets down to minus 30. You won't find it cold like you find in Cornwall." We went over there, and it was the 23rd of December. It was minus 27.
Celsius? What does that translate to in Fahrenheit? Minus 27 Celsius.
No,
Zero is 30 degrees. I mean 32.
27.
I'm going to guesstimate negative 40 Fahrenheit. It's a
Minus
guess.
27 Celsius to Fahrenheit.
It's probably even colder than negative 40, more like negative 50.
I think 40 is where they cross roads, isn't it?
Well,
Yes.
0 degrees Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. That I know.
It's about 15 below.
Is that Dennison?
Wallah Akbar!
I recognize that voice. I'm looking for this gun. Oh, yeah, that's Dennison. I see his gun. How you doing, Dennison?
Oh, what a stupid converter.
Wallah Akbar.
What wah, what wah.
What'd you say, Allah Akbar? Oh, you know, it's funny you bring up down because, to my knowledge, down is the warmest insulation there is. And when I go on my expedition, I'm bringing like
Leave the birds alone.
No, I'm going to bring a thin pair of down pants, down booties, and I'll have
Well,
a thin down
that's
jacket.
why all the army sleeping
Down
bags are made of down.
Right. Well, when I'm
But
chilling out during the day in my
so,
tent, that's
so
what I'm going
it
to wear.
was the 23rd of December. There was snow everywhere. We drove from Ostroleka to Warsaw, which is about a 2.5-hour drive. So we're sitting in the car, so I've got a sweatshirt on, a t-shirt on, and in the boot of the car, I've got my jacket. So drive into Warsaw, gets out of Warsaw, opens the boot up, puts my jacket on. We got to the first shop, and it was like, "Are you all right a minute? I'm going to take my coat back to the car." And she said, "I told you it'd be too hot." And I was actually walking around in Poland in a t-shirt, whereas in Cornwall, I'd put that coat on walking around in Cornwall because we are surrounded by sea, and we get all the sea breezes, all the sea wind, and you've got the wind chill factor, whereas in Poland, it's dead still. I mean, I've got video footage, completely clear blue skies, sun, snow 3 foot deep, and I'm
You
walking around
Cornish?
in a t-shirt because I'm warm.
Yeah, well, speaking of down jackets or pants, even, the only problem with them is that if down gets wet, it doesn't retain its insulation properties. So that's why I'm just going to have like a thin pair of down pants, down booties, and a thin down jacket for when I'm hanging out in my tent during the day. When I go outside, like, to cut wood, or if I move my location, I'll take that stuff off, put it in my backpack. And if you get something at least like, say, 800, what do they call 800 down? There's another letter in there somewhere, I forget. It compresses down really well into a small package. So
We
it's not
used to
going to take
wear
up
we used
space.
to wear 2 pairs of women's tights and string vests.
Yeah, actually, women's tights I use in the winter on my bicycle. I'll definitely have those as well. They actually do help a lot to keep you warm.
And then after we was using women's tights, the army then produced the base layers.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
And then started issuing us all base layers.
Yeah. A lot of people don't know how to use their base layers correctly. You know this, I'm sure, but you should have the thinnest layer, against your skin. Then the next layer is a little thicker. Then the third layer is a little thicker than that, and each layer gets a little thicker, right?
Well,
So
yeah,
there's
you've
like,
got to
let's say
build
as you're
the layers.
hiking, right? So that let's say as you're hiking, you're climbing a mountain, your temperature is going to rise, so you can just peel off a layer, one layer at a time, so that
Yeah,
you don't
but
have
you
to
need
sweat.
all those layers that you've got on to be able to wick. Because if they don't wick, then you get the chill factor and the cold factor
Well,
of the natural sweat.
the goal is to not sweat. That's the goal.
Yeah,
That's why you
but
peel
you
layers off.
naturally sweat.
What I do with my cycling, right? I have on my top layer is a very thin merino wool base layer, so that you will sweat on the bike. There's no ways around it. So that the sweat will be kind of it doesn't go through it necessarily. It does absorb it, but the merino wools, the quality of that wool is, even if it's wet, it will still retain not all of its insulation warmth, but much of it.
Well, wool has got a insulation property of R1.
Like I said, what I do is, see, like, on the bicycle, it's a little bit different because you're going to sweat, right? So my outer layer, it's windproof except for underneath the armpits. It's not windproof there, because that's going to be the spot where you're most likely to sweat, even if you're dressed appropriately, right? Most people will, on the bicycle, dress incorrectly in the winter. They'll have the wind layer on like they should on the outside, but there's no way for it to breathe under the armpits. You know what I mean? So, and it's important that I'm dressed appropriately because I'm out there riding a lot, and I don't want to show up at my clients dripping in sweat. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world, but I prefer not to do that. So, merino wool is my choice. And then, another mistake people make in the winter with their trying to keep their feet warm is they put on 2 or 3 pairs of socks, and now their feet can't move in their shoes. They're it kind of restricts the, not totally, but it restricts some of the blood flow, right? So, in the winter, it's extremely important to keep both your wrists and your ankles warm, because if your wrists get cold, then your fingers, especially the tips, are going to start getting cold. But usually, if you can keep your wrists warm, your fingers are pretty much okay. And the same thing with your feet, if you can keep your ankles warm. Well, and I love to wear baklavas. It's really cold out. If it's 20 degrees or below, I'll put a baklava on. And also, what do you call it? A neck gaiter, if it's really windy out. Makes a big difference. You could make a neck gaiter out of like a sleeve of an old wool sweater. You don't necessarily have to buy one.
We used to use old hoodie sleeves.
You could do that as well. Sure. Only thing is, wool is going to be warmer than cotton, right? And the problem with cotton is that in the winter or even the summer, when cotton gets wet, it takes a long time to dry. So, for the purposes of going out into the woods, cotton is not a good material to use. It's not good on the bicycle either.
Well,
you're better off with synthetic material.
The sweatshirt material, you just used to put it in down your trousers, in your sleeping bag, and in the morning it was dry.
You know what I've resorted to a couple of times when I was underdressed and it was really windy? I'd stop at a newsstand and get a newspaper and stuff that right into my chest underneath my jacket. And it's not, ideal, but it did. I did it actually a couple of times on a motorcycle as well. It did the trick. It definitely helped. Got me home. Got me where I was going. Well, another thing you can do with your tent when you're out there in the winter is you got to find the right stone. They can't be like pieces of shale. It's got to be nice round stones. You can, ideally, you'd want to find like at least 2 of them, right? You throw them on the fire. You get them red hot. You take one of them, you put it into a metal pot, and you bring it inside your tent. But you're going to have to put that metal pot, you're going to have to sit it on something that's fireproof, like a piece of, I can't remember the name of the, what do they call it? Fuck. I can't remember the name of the material. It was the same material you would use if you took a tent that wasn't designed to have a wood stove and cut a hole into it. You'd have to line that hole about a 12-inch circumference around that pipe, the chimney, so that it wouldn't burn the tent material. But you put that on the floor, you put the pot on top of it with the hot rock in it, you'd be surprised how much warmer your tent will be. And then you have the other rock, you keep it on the fire, so that when the rock that you have inside the pot in the tent cools down, you just go out, throw that one back in the fire, take the one that's hot, put it in the pot, go back into your tent. Now you can do that, you could be just in a tarp, right? You just dig a little hole, maybe 3 or 4 inches down in the center of the tent. You just drop the rock in there. It'll heat it up a lot more than you might think. Now, I've never done it, but I've seen many videos of people that do it, and they show the thermometer. It's like 70 degrees inside their tent now.
We used to put hot rocks in our boots to dry our boots out.
Yeah, but you could do that too. The other thing that you want to do out there in the winter is have 1 or preferably even 2 water bottles designated just for urine, so that before you go to sleep at night, you urinate in one of the bottles, seal it up, put it inside your sleeping bag with you to keep warm. And then you have the second bottle empty, so that in the middle of the night, if you got to go to the bathroom, you don't have to get up and get out of the tent and freeze your ass off. You piss into that second bottle. By then, the first bottle is not warm anymore. And you put the second bottle in your sleeping bag. And you get the warmth off of that. Utilize what you have as best as you can. I know it may sound nasty, but as long as the bottle is waterproof, right? It's not going to leak. So what? You won't smell it. It will put some heat into your sleeping bag. And that's a mistake that people make. They think that the sleeping bag, I don't care what it's made of, how it could have a 40 below rating. Sleeping bags don't make warmth. They don't generate warmth. Your body does that. They just hold in that warmth, right? So like if you're freezing cold before you go to sleep, what you want to do is literally do some squats, do some jumping jacks, get your body heated up. So now when you get into that bag, your body's generating heat. And if it's a good bag, it's insulated, it will retain the warmth from your body, and it'll warm you up night. It'll keep you nice and warm. So, and the other thing with the down pants and the booties and the down jacket, if it's extremely cold and I feel cold, I can put that on before I get into my sleeping bag. Of course, there'll be a thin base layer underneath each item. I sleep warm anyway, so I'm going to be going out with a 0-degree bag a thermalite insulator, which they claim will add another 20 to 25 degrees to the warmth of the bag. That, in addition to the down pants and jacket, will be more than sufficient. It'll be more than warm. So,
You know, I get a disposable reflective sleeping bag.
Well, that's the other thing I'm going to do. It's not a sleeping bag, but what do you call it? Fuck, it escapes me right now. They give them to the runners here in New York City when they do the New York City Marathon next month.
The
It's like
blanket.
a survival blanket, right? So what you do with, see, the survival blanket doesn't keep you warm. See, what the survival blanket does is it radiates heat back at you.
Yeah.
So, like, if you put the survival blanket, let's say you attached it to the inside of the top of your tent or along the wall that you're closest to, it'll throw the heat that your body is generating back at you. But where I'm going to use the emergency blanket at most is for my fire. I'm going to set it up behind the fire so that it throws the heat back at me. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And the other thing, you know, that a lot of people don't know is, like, when you build a campfire, right? The smoke you're going to have some smoke. Even if you have the driest of wood, there's still going to be some smoke. So obviously you want your tent situated such that the wind is not going to blow right into the fire towards your tent. In addition to that, if you understand fire and how it works, you want to build a firewall. What I mean by that is, let's say you don't have an emergency blanket. You build a wall behind the fire, maybe a foot behind it. You take 2 sticks, you put them in the ground. 3 or 4 feet away, you put 2 more sticks in the ground, and you stack sticks in between those 2, right? And that will cause the smoke from the fire to go towards that wall and away from you. Does that make any sense? You understand what I'm trying to explain?
Yeah, it causes a vacuum.
Probably. I never thought about it that way, but it draws the smoke to that direction.
Yeah, well, that's what drawing the smoke is, a vacuum.
Well, it also helps, you know, to make the wood burn a little longer, right? If you build walls around the fire as well.
If you've got a wall between the fire, and you've got no man's land, and then you've got a wall, in that walled area between the fire, you've got less oxygen, which then causes a vacuum.
Right, that makes sense. The other great place to do that, actually, there's a spot on that trail where I'm going to be going, where my friend and I camped. I'm definitely that's going to be my first stop. And it's right up against like a cliff. Now, I shouldn't say a cliff, but there's like these giant boulders, right? So we set our campfire up right near the boulder so that it'll take a couple of days, but that rock will start to get warm from the fire. And the rock itself will throw heat back out towards you, right? And the rock, the giant boulder, is a great deflector of the wind. No, but not, it depends on which way the wind's blowing.
You can also put your clothing on it and dry your clothing out.
Yeah, well, the other thing you could do with clothing, it won't dry it as quickly, but it's a little safer. You don't have to risk burning it. Is you can put, like, can't be super wet clothing, but if it was just damp, when you go to sleep at night, just stick it in the bottom of your sleeping bag, put down by your feet.
That's what I said earlier on. We used to put it down on trouser legs.
Yeah, and the warmth from your body will dry it out overnight if it's not drenched. If it's just, you know, like damp. So I know what you're saying. It's like for me to dry the clothing out by the fire, you better freaking watch it constantly, because if the wind changes and you're in your tent, you don't realize, and your clothing starts to burn up.
I was talking about when the rocks have retained heat, you can put the clothing on the rocks to dry. You know, it's like when it's like when you go to the beach and the tide has been out all day, and the sun has been warming the sand up. As the tide comes in, is the best time to go swimming, because that's when the water is the warmest.
I don't swim at the beach anymore. As soon as I saw the movie Jaws in 1975, that was the end of my beach, my swimming on the ocean. Done. Used to do it all the time prior to that. Never had any fear of it until I saw that movie. And I realized what was in that ocean. Not for me. I go to the beach, and I'm not going in the water. Thank you, but no thank you. You know. And now, the water is getting warmer and warmer. The ocean temperature around the globe is rising. So, in certain areas of the world, I can only speak for the United States, the eastern seaboard, there are more and more white sharks being spotted and attacking people than ever. Well, that has something to do with the change in the temperature of the water. I guess 100 years from now, the salinity in the water will change as well as the water
Oh
continues
yeah,
to
because you've
rise.
got too many concrete structures and too much water runoff.
Well,
whereas before you used to have more grass, more mud, more earth, and it used to soak into the soil. Now everybody's getting rid of their grass out in front of their grass lawns out in front of their houses. They're paving it all for a parking bay, and there's nowhere for the water to go other than the drains, and the drains can't cope with it because they weren't built for that. They were built so that you still had land drainage. Now people are building. I mean, planning permission around where I live has banned all paved. So before, if you had a wall in front of your house and you had a bit of a garden, and then you've got the pavement, what they used to allow you to do was put a drop curb in on the pavement, knock your wall down, and then concrete or pave your front lawn and use it as parking space. But because they've now worked out, because of all the runoff from the roofs, etc., when it rains, instead of it soaking into your garden, it now runs down your concrete, it runs down the pavement into the gutter, and the drainage system just wasn't designed to take that much water.
Right.
So
The
then,
same thing's happening
and
here in New York
also
City.
because the council say they're skint, they used to every year they used to go around with a lorry and the men, and they used to go and vacuum all the drains out and clear all the drains. And because now they're skint, they don't bother doing that. So now you get more flooding.
Well, those drains eventually empty out to the ocean. The thing here in New York City is that when they designed the sewer system here, they designed it back in the 1800s so that it would be able to, the sewers would be able to handle, say, it was one, yeah, no, wait. I think it was 2 inches of rain per hour. Yes, 2 inches of rain per hour. But now, she's twice this in the past 6 weeks. We had the last one, we got 3.5 inches of rain in like 45 minutes. So, not where I live. I'm on kind of on a hill. It never
Yeah, but
floods
that's to
here.
do with the cloud seeding.
Whatever it has to do with, we were experiencing more rain than the sewer system was designed to be able to deal with. And the train stations, many of them are getting flooded. A lot of the highways and streets are getting flooded when that happens. And it happens not on I wouldn't say a constant basis, but on a regular basis. Like I said, it's happened twice in the past 6 weeks.
See, it's like down here in Cornwall, there's been two bizarre floodings, we'll call them. And at the time of those bizarre floodings, a couple of hours or whatever it was, somebody had seen RAF airplanes flying, and they took photographs of these planes flying with mystifiers or whatever you want to call it coming at the sides of these airplanes. They were basically fogging the sky. So there was a big investigation into two of these things, and it was basically a military disaster, which caused these two major floods and the massive rainfall, which was like unheard of, the amount of rainfall we had. But still, they're not held accountable, even though they admit that their experiment went wrong.
Well, that's how it works.
Yeah, there was loss of lives, there was wreckage, there was houses destroyed, there was roads destroyed. It was absolute devastation in the matter of 2 hours.
Yeah. What do they call it over here? I think they call it, the government calls it eminent domain. But like, let's say you have a house and they decide that they want to build a highway and your house is in the way. They'll pay you for your land, but they won't give you quite the market value, but you have no choice. They take your land from you. I believe that's called eminent
Well,
domain.
they did it. They're building a new A30 and it's called, what the hell is it called? It's called, it's got a special name for it. And basically, the farmer's land was worth $6,000 an acre. And instead of giving him $6,000 an acre, compulsory purchase to build the new road, it was compulsory purchase. And these compulsory purchase orders have been in place for donkey's years. They've been in place. And they compulsory purchased at $3,000 an acre. And the land was valued at $6,000 an acre.
Yeah, they do the same thing over here.
Yeah.
It's a crime. It's.
I was explaining it last time we was on. There was friends of mine. They bought a property, which was an old dairy, but they didn't realise that all the land around them had been spiked and drilled and tested for the new A road or the new bypass going right through their land, and they thought they was getting a bargain, and now 15 years later their whole place has been compulsory purchased. They're gonna find them another place to live.
Yeah, well, I would think
the compensation is like nothing compared to what the value of their property is,
I would
or
think
where their property was.
I would think over in England it's probably the same here as far as this is concerned. Let's say they're gonna, like, back in the days, let's say 100 years ago, when they were going to build a new highway in New York City, they didn't build it through where the rich people lived. They put it where the colored people live. Why? Well, they wouldn't be throwing the rich out of their homes, and then the rich don't have to breathe the emissions from the cars as they go past the highway through their neighborhood. That's how it works. No, just the way it is. So, like Guru said, you've got to have a lot of permission slips, right? That's what money is. It's a permission slip. If you have the slip, you can buy whatever it is you want. You can get into the event. You can get on the plane, whatever it is. You need those permission slips. And the more permission slips you have, in many ways, the more kind of rights you have. I mean, even the justice.
No, it's
system,
not rights, it's power, isn't it?
Well, power,
Money is
yeah.
power.
Yeah, power. You're right. Yeah, and like you buy your justice.
Superficial power, not real.
Yeah. That's why all the Masons look after one another. That's why the like you got the Pakistani families, they'll all pool their money. You've got the Muslim families, they'll all pool their money. You've got the not the born again, the
Amish.
No, yeah, the Hamish. Well, the Hamish, no, because they're quite, they're quite.
Oh no, the Amish.
Oh, the Amish.
Yeah, the Amish have a lot more money than most people realize. And then with like the Jewish people, what they did back in the day was that they would sell their products to anybody, but they would only buy from another Jew. That's how they kept the money in the community.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Masonic way.
the Amish, right? Let's say the Amish don't go. They don't go to the doctors or hospitals unless an extreme emergency. So obviously they don't have health insurance. If they need $1 million, they come up with it easy. If that particular Amish community doesn't have it, they go to the next one, and they have the money. It's amazing. They have the money. They're not super rich. They're not like the Walmart family, but they're
What's
well
that
off.
religious people that don't want other people's blood, and they won't have blood. They won't have blood, and they don't celebrate Christmas. And
Oh no,
when
the
I
Amish.
do
Jehovah.
when I do use money,
Jehovah, that's it, Jehovah's.
right?
Oh,
When I do use
Jehovah's.
money in some fashion, I'm the same way. I'm very selective who I
The
choose
Jehovah's
to make
Witness
purchase towards.
headquarters is here in New York City. It used to be anyway. It was in Brooklyn, downtown Brooklyn. It may have moved, but it was up until at least, I don't know, 15 years ago. Yeah, the Jehovah's Witness. I had experience with them when I lived on the farm. I remember one day I was up there and car pulls in the driveway and they're like, "Get in the trailer." Why? That's a Jehovah's Witness. I'm like, "What's that?" They want to sell you the Bible and this, that, and whatever. Not the Bible. They wanted to sell you on their religion, whatever.
Yeah, the
Come
Bible. They
knocking.
want to sell you anything religious.
Yeah, they come knock on the
Well,
door. They just wouldn't answer it.
sell you
Now,
rosemary, sell you cloths, everything.
I used to work for a guy who was the head of the Cornish, the whole of Cornwall, Jehovah Witness. He was in charge of all. He was the big chief Walla Walla of the Jehovah's. Yeah. I used to sit down to lunch with him every single day in his house. He never once pushed his religion to me. He never once preached to me. The only thing he told me was if I wanted to succeed on my own, if I joined them, everybody would pull together as an investor and help me succeed. And then when somebody else wants to start a project, whatever I've made profit of, I then help that person and everybody else helps that person. That's the
Sounds
only
like a
thing
pyramid scheme to me.
Yeah, but that's
That
the
sounds like a
only
pyramid
thing.
scheme.
Well, that's
Well,
how
no,
capitalism is a pyramid.
it's not a pyramid scheme. It's all the Jehovah's Witnesses are a bit like Masons. They all own businesses. They all got properties. They've all got money.
That's the very definition of a corporation.
Yeah. And what they do is they pool their resources. It's like Pakistani families. If one youngster is coming up to like 21 and he wants a shop, then the other Pakistani families that own a shop, and and they've got money, they will buy that shop, and he will then run that shop. That's it's a family business. It's like years ago when I was a kid, it was like, what do you find on every corner of every street? A Pakistani shop. And it was like making jokes about football pitches and corners on football pitches. In a minute there'll be a Pakistani shop on the corner and you won't be able to take a kick from the corner. And it was just crazy because they were all pooling their resources and buying up all the little local shops and running all the shops as families. But it's how they accumulate their wealth and just the way they work. We as a white, what's it called? If we ain't in the club, you got to struggle up the ladder yourself. If you're not in one of the clubs, it's very difficult to survive without being a member of one of the clubs.
Yep.
Speaking of member of one of the clubs, right? It can't be just the genre that I'm usually still involved with. I'm sure it's probably all the other genres, or most of them anyway, as well. The ones that are that the Cash App's up, and they do the drama thing. It's like, have you noticed in those chats how the majority of the people want to join or be a member of that group so bad that they won't disagree, they won't stand up and have a backbone? I've noticed it big time. It's like they want to be a part of it, of that
That's
group.
called selling out.
Yeah.
Well, you see, I have a new policy with that genre, right? I told them when I come into the chat room, I only involve myself with 2 content creators over there now, and I told them both, if you time me out, even for 1 minute, you won't see me again. And the only reason why you would time me out is because I disagree with your opinion. And if I'm not allowed to disagree with your opinion, and you're going to, as a result, time me out, bye-bye. So that happened yesterday, right? I was in a chat room, and I got into it with a guy. I was posting facts about Trump, what's going on with his case right now. Like that so far 5 people have flipped on him in his case in Georgia with the election interference. Now, let's not argue about whether he's guilty or not. The fact of the matter is 5 people flipped.
I ain't even worried about what he's done now.
You shouldn't be.
Right.
You live in England. What do you care? Let me finish. So the managing moderator didn't like that I was posting facts about Trump. So he timed me out for 1 minute. Bye. So I went back to the video about 5 minutes later and see him in the chat. Oh, that guy will be back any minute. I only timed him out for a minute. Now, I had a wrench in the chat. But the managing moderator can actually time out even a wrench. I didn't, so that's it. I'm done. That's it. If Guru would have timed me out before because I was getting out of hand, going back and forth, calling names, that's something different. I get it. But if I got timed out simply because I'm expressing a literal fact,
Or even an opinion, that's not a healthy environment.
Well, no, it's not. Okay. Well, you technically, yeah, you're right. That's what I said before. But this situation happened yesterday. I was expressing a fact, and I got put a time out for typing out a fact.
But it's like I say to you, I can't be bothered to argue, so I'll agree to disagree.
Oh, that's what the narcissist says. I hear that from the narcissist all the time.
No,
I'll agree to disagree. That's one of the favorite things they say.
Your beliefs, you've got your beliefs, and I've got my beliefs. We're clashing. We're on somebody else's panel, so instead of clashing, I'll just agree to disagree and move on to the next subject.
Right. Well, this situation, I wasn't on the panel. I was in the chat room, and what got me timed out was when I mentioned 5 people and their names that have so far have flipped on Trump in his Georgia election case. Now, that wasn't an opinion. It's a fact. 5 people so far have flipped on him. I gave the names. He timed me out for that. That's it. Goodbye. I'm history. You won't see me again. Done. Like I said, I went back to the video listening about 5 minutes later, and he's in the chat room saying, oh, that guy will be back. Fitness will be back. I only timed him out for a minute. I'm done. Because now you've put me in a situation where I know that if I say any kind of a fact about Trump, you're not going to like it, and you're going to at least think about timing me out again, and you're more likely actually to do it. You did it once. The next time it'll be 5 minutes, and it'll be, fuck that. I'm not playing that fucking game.
Well,
my problem, excuse me for a minute. My problem right now is that, I don't mind people talking to me the truth, or they just want to bullshit a little bit. Okay, I like the truth mostly, but everybody has the right on this channel to speak up their own mind, regardless if they're from England or the United States. This is the whole channel's for. So everybody can speak what they want to speak, providing it's against, not against YouTube guidelines. This is what the whole channel's for, to speak.
Well, that's what virtually every channel should be for. I mean,
oh shit! I can't go against TOS. I gotta go. See you later.
No, as long as, I think
you timed out for a minute.
I think as long as there's respect is maintained, for lack of a better way of saying it, I think it's good that people have differing opinions. And I think it's good to hear others' opinions, because sometimes when you hear others' opinions, it'll open your eyes. But what happens most of the time is, it'll happen on this panel. It's happened the last time I was here. And you could say I was the cause of it, if that's how you want to look at it. But there were differing opinions, and nobody's willing to budge. Nobody's willing to budge. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing either. A number of people were able to express their position, how they feel, and that's it.
But
That's why I
just
prefer
want
to, for the most part, I prefer to stick to facts,
Yeah.
Opinions, sure, they have their place a little bit and whatnot, especially when you're looking to go into certain discussions of observation and exploration and whatnot. But for the most part, for learning purposes, truth and facts is where it's at,
Right, but
Bring
so
truth
what-
to the table, and
Right. So what?
different levels of truth from different people. Everybody knows something, right? And nobody knows everything. And it's only a matter if you're, as an individual, humble enough to listen to the wisdom,
But the last time I was up on panel with you guys, right, we were talking about subjects that there are really no facts. Nobody can actually state any facts. Everybody was giving their opinion, whether it was the George Floyd situation, or even if we start talking about gun rights again, right? We're giving opinions. You say it's good, everybody should have one. I say not everybody should have one. I think guns should be legalized. It just should remain legal. But I think the gun restrictions should be tighter. For instance, I believe that people should get an eye exam. How is it that you have to get an eye exam to get a driver's license? They want to make sure you're not going to run into a wall or whatever. But you can go buy a gun. You don't need an eye exam. That's insanity to
I
me.
think everybody should have at least biannual training. They should have to go to a range, and they should be able to prove that they can actually strip, clean, and shoot that weapon.
And I also believe they should have
If they
insurance.
can't do it, then they should lose their license.
Right.
So
and they
this
should
is
also
this
have
is
to
where
have
I'll
insurance.
this is where I'll come in without an opinion and just straight shoot facts. Legalities are fairy tales made up by man, and they're only relevant to people who want to believe that, and that's
Well,
up to the
listen,
individual.
it's only common sense that if somebody has 40/40 vision, they should not be firing a fucking gun anywhere. They can't see correctly. They can't see. Even most people that have 20/20 vision could not hit the broad side of a fucking barn with a buckshot fucking out of a shotgun.
Don't we have enough
And-
laws in this world?
and
Don't we
here-
have enough?
Here in
We
America,
spend money. We spend money like crazy. Every time we turn around, we got to spend money.
Here in America,
You know-
if you ask somebody 50 years or older to hold their arms straight out with their fingertips spread wide, their hands are shaking. They should be running around with a gun? I don't think so.
Why not?
Because whatever they're firing at, they're going to miss. They could hit an innocent civilian.
Well,
Innocent
a rock could fall from, this is the whole could thing. A rock boulder can fall from the sky and hit you in the head, so don't go outside,
Since you mentioned the
don't
could
cross
thing,
the
right?
road 'cause the tram's coming.
Since you mentioned the could thing, right? So a lot of the argument I hear from people is, well, we have a good guy with a gun. They can stop the bad guy. Well, where was the good guy that killed the 18 people in Maine? Where was
So
the good
should
guy?
all psychopaths be allowed to drive cars then?
Yes,
Here's the thing.
yes.
Until
Why?
there's a victim in a situation, there is no crime.
Well, let me
Period.
say this. As far as cars, you got to remember, here in America, driving is not a right, it's a privilege.
That's a belief. That's another one of those fairy tales, right?
No, no, it's
and
a privilege.
rights are also fairy tales, right? It doesn't matter. I don't care what somebody thinks about if I have a right to do something or not. If I have ability to do something, I'm going to do it. Period.
Exactly. One car will cause more damage than one bullet. So why should a psycho be allowed to drive a car?
One car will not do more damage than an AR-15 with a 30-round clip in it. Because that's what happened up in Maine. 18 fucking people are dead.
You
from
can
some
kill more
fucking
than
idiot,
18 people
for
with a
some
car.
40-year-old man who spent 2 weeks in the fucking mental institution this past summer, and he still had his AR-15. That should not be allowed.
Regulation is not going to solve that. It's just going to make it worse. That's
Yeah,
the
and
thing,
he
right?
was besties with the FBI as well.
No, he wasn't besties with the FBI.
And he was in the Army.
He was
Reserves.
an Army reservist.
Show me a criminal.
He lost his job, and he lost his girlfriend in the same time period, and he went fucking berserk. He wasn't a friend of the FBI's. He might have known an FBI agent.
by the
show me a-
FBI, and he was with the FBI being questioned, and he was signed an FBI agent.
Show me a
Oh,
criminal-minded
Jesus Christ.
psychopath that goes, "Oh, okay, regulation is tighter now. I guess I better put my my weapons down."
The psychopaths don't tend to kill people with cars.
That doesn't negate what I just said. It has nothing to do with what I just said. It's about regulation. Regulation doesn't solve these challenges. It makes them worse.
You know, if you get a guy going in a bar, I just said it before I started this stream, that he walks in a bar, robs the bartender, and all of a sudden everybody has guns sticking out at him. Finds out it's a cop bar. He's going to shit.
Exactly.
Yeah, well, where was the good guys with the guns there in Maine?
Well, they were probably told not to use them.
No.
Like they always do. Yeah,
No.
like they always do. Yeah.
This
No,
kind
I'll
of
tell you
goes
what
to the idea that delegating the responsibility to some other good guy. That's
I'm
not
gonna
the
tell you-
solution
no,
either.
No, that's not what I said. I said a lot of the argument I hear for why people should have guns is because sometimes the good guy with the gun will stop the bad guy with the AR-15. How about this is a more likely scenario, right? When that guy walked into the bowling alley, if there was a guy with a gun, he had a 9mm pistol on him. And he says, I ain't going up against this guy with an AR-15, and he fucking ducked.
Yeah. So
I got a
don't think
mate
I wouldn't
that-
shoot. Believe me, when a guy shoots back at you, regardless if he has a pistol, whatever, you will run. Trust me, you will. Or there's going to be a gunfight.
Let me ask you a question. If you're up against the psychopath who is armed and wants to shoot at you, would you rather be armed or not armed?
Well, you're creating a situation where in all of my 63 years I've never encountered. So
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's just a logical question.
Since you think guns should be legal, should bazookas be legal too?
Sure,
Should we-
whatever,
should-
right?
should-
Again,
yeah,
until
whatever.
you
Nuclear
why
bombs,
not?
whatever. Nuclear.
Well, I don't care about legalities because again, that's just airy fairy tale shit, right? Whether something is legal or not doesn't make any difference to
I'll
me
tell you
whether
what.
I'm going
I'll
to
tell
do
you
it or
what,
not.
girl. I'll tell you what. Get your gun. Get in your little vehicle. Drive to New York City. Get pulled over by a cop, and you will automatically spend 1 year in jail. And tell me you don't care about you're going to do what you want to do.
Again, total deflection in my question.
Yep.
Total, complete
Not unless
deflection.
before you go to New York and you say, look, I'm coming to New York, I've got a personal carry license, I want to apply for my personal carry license, blah, 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 and they'll sign off on it.
No,
I wouldn't do that
And then
anyway.
they'll say, you can't go to this area and you can't go to that area.
No, not in New York City. Sorry, you're wrong about that.
Anyway, I know a guy, lives in the States, caretaker, personal carry license, right?
He doesn't live in New York City.
No, listen to what I'm saying, right? Up until the school shootings, yeah?
Which were
even
done
though
with
he was a-
AR-15s, right?
Even though he was a personal carry, yeah, he always had his personal carry on him all the time he was working in school. Up until that transvestite went and shot up, yeah. He was then told that he had to leave his personal carry in his vehicle and he wasn't allowed to bring it into the school anymore.
Why?
Right, so
Wait,
then
wait,
he had
wait,
to
wait, 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 wait a minute.
put a safe. He had to put a safe in his vehicle.
Okay. Why in the school where children are being taught Should anybody have a gun? It's not a fucking battlefield. That's what people want it to be. It's a school where children are supposed to be taught.
If you're
Because when you put
demented
a
enough to
child,
send your children there to begin with, then it's already like a done deal. Like it's already a
Didn't your
insane
parents
thing and an insane place
who
of
wants to
function.
go?
So anything goes, you know.
Correct me if
Who
I'm
wants to
wrong.
send a school to? Who wants to go and send a school where the FBI are arresting the teachers board or the parents association because they're against the LGBT community? You know, with men dressed as women, you know, doing story time hour or whatever they will call it. You know, who wants to send their kid to school where a big fat transvestite bloke is just sitting down reading stories and they're all dancing around prancing around on a stage.
Before I answer that, I'd like to go back to what Guru just said. So if a parent sends their kid to school, they're demented. So correct me if I'm wrong, Guru, but aren't your parents, or aren't they demented because you went to school at least for a while?
Absolutely demented. Beyond belief.
Is that why you left home so at a young age, right? Ultimately, because that's why I left home at a young age.
I left when I was 19, and there was a multitude of reasons, and one big one was, yes, because oil and water don't mix.
Well, 19 is not really young, in my opinion, to leave home. I left home essentially when I was 12, when I was living on a farm with people I didn't even know. Came back to the city at 14. At the age of 16, I left home again and I never looked back.
Yeah, I left at 19 when I had the opportunity to come out west here.
Well, nowadays, you know, even before the inflation, even before the pandemic, you know, just many young people are living at home, and they're 30 years old and they're still living at home because they just can't afford to live on their own. There's not enough good paying jobs. They don't have skills. They don't have enough. They're poorly educated.
Welcome to capitalism.
Yep, that's what it did. Yep, you just beat me to it.
And I think
beat me to
ultimately it's capitalism is the driving force behind most of
poverty.
These,
it's the driving force of poverty. Go ahead.
Okay. I think capitalism, not in all of these mass shootings, of which there's been 564 mass shootings in America so far this year. It's not over. There's only 365 days in a year. 564. I think a good percentage of those, most 97 or 98% of mass shootings are committed by white males. Like when you get these AR-15s and these assault rifles, it's almost always a white male. And I think what the problem is this. 9 times out of 10, this doesn't happen in the cities. It happens out in rural areas or the suburbs. These white men are not, they've lost their white privilege. Because of the capitalism, the jobs are gone. It's not like when their fathers grew up in the 50s and 60s. So these young white guys are stuck with minimum wage jobs. Women don't want to be with them. They get into a state of depression. They start taking pain pills to try to cover the depression or Xanax or whatever they're taking. And they go fucking balloony. Now, I don't know that was the case with this guy, but like I mentioned earlier, this guy in Maine, he lost his job, he lost his girlfriend, so it's similar. Like where he lived in Lewiston, Maine, you know how hard it's going to be to get another job? I don't know what he was making at the facility he was working at. I would assume it was a little bit more than minimum wage. But now he's looking at, I lost my job, whether it was his fault or not. Now I got to hopefully I can get a job pumping gas at the gas station for minimum wage. You know, jobs in those small towns are far and few between, especially the good jobs. So a lot of white men in America now, young white men, they don't have the opportunity that their white father had. Okay? And they listen to the freaking media and they blame it on the immigrants. Meanwhile, there's no immigrants living in their town. Not a single immigrant.
Yeah.
In fact, the reality is we are all immigrants.
So mass shootings in America, right, when Trump was in office, was 348 to 610 when. So 2017, 2018, 2019.
They went up every year that he was in office. They went up every year. That's right.
Now, when Biden came in, it went from 610 to 690, then it dropped to 647, and now it's standing at 565. But
Well,
it was only at 417 under Trump.
Right.
So I just,
I
you know,
know
just
you-
to make
listen,
it, just to make it
I know
clear,
you love Trump, but
Hold on. Let Good talk for a minute. Hold on. Go on,
you know,
Good.
just to make it clear, like the logic behind this, what's so fundamentally important to understand, and like I can see that you're standing behind the position that, you know, there's gun violence and it happens, and nobody can deny that, right? Like there's also knife violence and domestic violence and all this kind of stuff. The point that's really important to understand is no amount of regulation is going to solve that. And that's the position that I see you stand under, to
Okay.
advocate for regulation.
to go to what Smiler just said about Trump. Now, let me talk for a second, Smiler, right? So, yes, when Trump came into office, the first year, there were less shootings than the second year in office, third year, and fourth year, right?
Right? Can I just
Okay, can I
just
finish?
add
Can I
to what you've
finish?
just
Can I
said?
finish? Can I finish? Part of the reason for the escalation each year was that Trump incites violence. Let me finish. And the reason why the number was so low in the 410 the first year is because at that time, the globe, the whole globe, every country in the world was not experiencing inflation. Okay?
Right now,
Trump didn't save America from inflation. Trump didn't do what you think he did. And if you like Trump so much, please take him to England. Please. Please take him to
right
England.
now, do you know why? Do you know why why it happened? It was because of George Floyd. It was because defund the police. It was the democratic way to defund all police.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What do you mean, oh Jesus Christ? They're standing in the streets. Democrats were standing in the streets saying, "Go and riot, go and cause carnage, go and They were telling them to do it.
I know. This is coming from the same guy who said it was the FBI that was running the riot that happened on January 6th at the Capitol building. It was the FBI. You're
I don't
that
know.
guy.
I don't know who was the exact like facilitator, but that was definitely a psyop. There's no doubt about
Yeah,
that.
the two of them two
Well,
FBI
the
agents have
president,
already been prosecuted.
the president of the United States of America was in Washington, in the White House, all day when that happened.
The
And instead
same
of,
as 6 FBI agents that were also members of the mafia have all been jailed.
oh boy.
Okay, now what I want to hear is you talk about Trump all the time. Let's talk about Biden. What has he done for us?
Okay, one thing Biden has done. And listen, I want to make this clear. I'm not a Biden supporter. I'm not a
Well,
Democrat
it doesn't
either.
sound like it
Wait,
to
whoa,
me.
whoa,
It sounds
whoa,
like
whoa, whoa, whoa,
you're.
whoa,
Go
whoa,
on.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Go on.
Something you
Go
have
on.
in
I'm going to
common
get you
with
for
all
this one.
something you have in common with all Trump supporters I've spoken to is right off the get-go, you assume I'm a Biden supporter and I'm a Democrat. I'm an independent. I'm not a Biden supporter. I'm not a Democrat.
I know
Okay?
you're an independent because I asked you last time.
Okay, so I
Hold
believe,
on. Let me
I
pause you.
believe,
I want to clear the record. Is anyone here a Biden or a Trump supporter?
No.
okay, I want to say this, that I believe that both parties have failed us repeatedly, time and time again. But one good thing I can say that Biden did do doesn't benefit me because I'm not on insulin. Last January 1st, it took effect. The price of insulin went down to $39 per bottle, whatever they use. I guess it's a bottle. Prior to that, it was like 750 fucking bucks for insulin. So now that doesn't affect you, but if there's anybody in your family or anybody that does use insulin, that affects them greatly. Because
So
it's
how many
something that
wars
they
do we
need.
have so far?
It's something they need to keep themselves alive. And now instead of having to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars on it, they spend $39. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. And I'd like to make this clear too. I'm not defending Biden, but I would like you to remember, ask Smiler, ask anybody you talk to around the globe. Prices on everything has gone up. And that includes gasoline. And I'd like to make this clear too. If you're going to blame Biden for the cost of gasoline, two things. Number one, you don't understand the president doesn't have an effect on the price of gasoline. OPEC does. And number two, if that's what you're going to do, then you have to give the Democrat like Clinton, not Hillary, Bill, major credit, because when he was president, the cost of gas was way, way, way down.
I
The
don't think there's
president-
anybody here that would say that, is there?
Biden is not responsible for the global rise in the cost of goods or the cost of gasoline or oil.
Is there anybody here that would make the statement otherwise to what Fitness just said?
Sorry, I was reading. I didn't quite hear it.
Would anybody make a statement standing that Biden is responsible for the global rise in basically recession, practically
It's a worldwide
depression at this
recession.
point?
Of course he is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Of course he is. Day one he walked into office. Day
So
one he walked
your
into office.
position, Smiler, is that's Biden's doing?
He's raised the prices of goods and gasoline around the world.
I just want to clarify, Smiler, is that your
That's what he's
position?
saying. That's what he's saying.
That's Biden's
I'm
doing?
I'm talking about energy independence for America. I'm talking about driving inflation.
Let me
I'm
explain
talking
something to you,
about
Smiler.
walking
So
into wars.
no, hang
talking
on,
about-
Fitness.
I'm talking about walking into wars, creating a war here, creating a war there, backing the wars, saying, right, you're a member of NATO, so you should be backing us on this war. So now all our resources are being piled into two wars now.
So-
right?
Fitness,
Because
hang on.
our inflation
Fitness,
up,
hang on.
right? So yes, he's a weak son of a bitch. He wants to make money off of selling weapons and arms, yeah, but he doesn't care how much he spends and how much money he sends to different countries, and then forces every other country as a NATO member to join, and all got to send money. We have no say on where our taxes go and where our taxes are spent. You've got people living on the street.
I'm going to respond to that because it's me and him. Hang on, Fitness. Smiler. If you think that a president or a prime minister of any country actually makes these decisions,
Oh no,
you're
no, no, no! I don't. No, sorry, Ludi. I don't
Oh,
think
now he's
the
backpedaling.
no, I don't think he's the decision maker.
Okay,
He's
so then,
the puppet.
he's
the puppet that says the words.
Who's the
okay,
decision maker?
so then you
can't blame
if
it
I'm
on
getting
him
you,
then.
if I'm getting you, yeah, if I'm getting you correct, in the public eye, is that what you mean? Like he's the fall guy, right?
Yeah, he's the fall guy in the public world.
Well,
Yeah.
then you can't blame it on him then.
Yeah. So the true, let's
Sure
be
you
real
can.
about it.
You can blame it on him because he doesn't open his mouth. Yeah, you can.
Stand up.
He doesn't open his mouth. Hey, I'm sorry, people, but I can't do anything because I'm being controlled. I'm sorry. You don't say that.
What was the guy who killed Kennedy? What was his name? The Marine. It escapes me right now. He was a Marine, sharpshooter.
Wait, though, right?
He was.
Hold
He
on.
was the patsy.
Okay.
He was the patsy.
Fitness. Let me respond to rights. When you understand, you have to understand how business works. It's a corporation. These people are in a position to do what's best for the corporation. If you think that that's supposed to be in the best interest for the people, then you're terribly mistaken. It has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with providing value to the shareholders, and they're obligated by law to do so, because if they don't, then they get prison.
If I could
No, I understand that,
respond to
Guru.
Smiler.
Or they get off.
If I could respond to Smiler, because what's
Go
what
on.
I do when I'm on panel? When somebody says something, right?
Wait.
I keep that in my
No.
head,
I'm going
and
to
then
filibuster
two
you
other
here.
people
Hold
say
on,
something different.
Fitness. No. We weren't finished the conversation. Share the stage, buddy. I just finished answering rights. Give him a chance to respond back. Okay? Go ahead, rights.
I understand what you're saying, and you're right. But I know it's a corporation, but these mother freakers should say, "Look, I'm being controlled. I can't say nothing. I have no power, but I have to go through the puppeteers of what they tell me to do." But they don't say that. They're just as guilty as the people that's controlling them. You know what I'm saying?
That's because that's how the corporation is run, and it's supposed to run that way. Again, it's for the benefit of the shareholders. So they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do by their position job description.
Biden is suffering with so much dementia or whatever his illness is that he's actually saying, "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm going off track, and I'm not allowed to go off track. I've been told I can ask you for a question, and I can ask you for a question, but I don't want any more questions." He's telling you what the puppeteers are telling him he's allowed to do. And I'll get in trouble because I'm going
Supposed to
off
do.
track.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Supposed
can I
to
say
do.
this now? Back to what Smiler said before, that Biden cut America's energy independence. Number one, I'd like you to understand the fact. Google it if you don't believe me. It was President Obama, under his administration for 8 years, that made America energy independent. Number two, when you say that Biden was bad for energy independence, would you use the Keystone Pipeline as an example, having closed that down? You don't want to answer, so I'll continue. I'd like you to know.
Give him a chance to respond. He might be contemplating.
The
I
Keystone
don't know who's talking to, me or just everybody.
Smiler.
What's the problem with the Keystone Pipeline?
Okay, number one, the Keystone Pipeline originates 300 miles into Canada. That's Canada's oil that's coming out of the ground, not America's. Number two, it's sand oil, I believe, is what it is, which requires an extra step in the refining process to turn it into gasoline. And as a result, none of that oil that's turned into gasoline is used by the United States. It's all shipped overseas. All of it, not a drop of it is used by the American consumer.
It's the same. It's the same, right? It's the same as our North Sea oil, right? Our North Sea oil, right? The Conservative government, right? What they did is, right? They got rid of our refineries. Yeah. They also got rid of 2 years ago our gas supply, our gas storage containers, whatever they store gas in, right? So, right now, our North Sea oil was then leased to Putin, right? And for every barrel that came out of the North Sea, Putin took it back to Russia, refined, but in return, he supplied us with petroleum and LPG, right? So we lost our refinery because our Conservative government at the time said it was cheaper to buy it, to let Putin have it, and then he supplies us, and it was cheaper, right? So we got rid of all independence. So as soon as they started sanctioning Russia, we then had to buy oil from India, which was coming directly from Putin to India, from India to here. Right.
Okay.
So we were paying a middleman, but it was still Russian oil.
Okay,
It's
so the
still
premise,
Russian gas.
the premise of this of Wright's channel here, and with Guru as a co-host, as I take it, is to spread the word why we should, and that we should go off grid. You see, my conceptualization of going off grid is different than yours, Smiler. It doesn't include gasoline and oil. I think we should get off gasoline and oil altogether. I think we should have hybrid vehicles. I'm not hybrid, electric vehicles. You know,
electric vehicles.
Let me finish. I'm almost done. I knew you were going to have an argument against it, but you know what? You don't have any problem with your freaking lithium battery smartphone, and you don't have any problem with your lithium battery freaking computer, your laptop. None whatsoever.
My laptop hasn't got a battery in it. It's plugged into the mains.
Well, that's also probably
That could
not
be
a
a-
healthy
that-
source of electricity either.
That could
But
also be- that could
Smiler,
also be-
let
that
Smiler
could
respond
also-
to that.
That
Let-
can
let's-
also be taken care of with a solar panel, right?
Absolutely. What did you want to respond to in regards to that? This is, I love where this conversation is going now. This
Right.
is
Let me just get the data up. I've got to open a file. Go on, you carry on talking. I'll get this. I'll find what
How many?
data
I'd like to know how. I'm going to make a guesstimate. I believe there's something like 800 million cars in the world burning
That's all?
gasoline and using oil to freaking lubricate their motors.
Oh, I think there's more than that. It's got to be well more than that. Out of 8 billion people, not even a billion cars and petrol cars, probably
Maybe
more
somebody
than that.
could. Maybe somebody could look that up. I've said I don't know if I'm right, but I thought it was something in the order of 800 million. I could be wrong. I can't check it right now.
It's not just the cars they want to get rid of. I'm telling you, it's us they want to get rid of.
Okay,
6 to 7 billion
let me ask
people.
you a question, Brights. Right before cell phones, right? You had the phone that was plugged into the wall, right? You couldn't do what we're doing now, obviously. When the cell phone came out, did you say, "I'm not using that because it's got a lithium battery in it"? You did not.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what you're saying about the electric cars now.
Originally, they had NiCads in them. Different.
And as the first, let's say, iPhone came out in 2004, right? And each year, it's gotten slightly better. Some years more than others. And it's gotten to the point now where the battery in your iPhone or whatever phone you're using lasts longer than it used to because they're improving the battery technology. Same thing will happen with car batteries, right?
What is the statistic you're looking up there, Smiler?
It was actually the costing of running a electric powered vehicle compared to the costing of running a petroleum vehicle. It was also the costing of the emissions and the resources to make an electric vehicle over a 20-year period, and how much what it was per month, blah blah blah. Yeah.
Well, can you look at the pollution factors as well? Compare the two pollution factors. You got the battery
pollution,
disposal versus the carbon.
The pollution factors is higher on an electric vehicle than it is with a normally aspirated engine.
Okay. Now I'm gonna filibuster that because there's variables on that. The first thing, it's only going to be higher up into a certain year. That's number one. Number two, it also depends on the source of the energy that is being drawn to refill and charge the batteries. So, for example,
in Germany, they're coal-fired.
Okay, so but for example, I myself I use solar and alternative, and there's plenty of other people that do that. And when you do that, then it comes down to an average of about 4 years. 4 years before you cross at current levels of technology. 4 years until you cross over.
Yeah, I'm talking about European. I'm talking about European.
Even still,
we haven't got the daylight hours.
Oh, sure you do. Sure you do. Especially with the current forms of technology, the solar panels, I'm drawing a blank. You know, the ones that do dual, both front and back. You certainly do. It's just a matter of putting in the investment to have the amount. Oh, no, let me finish, please.
Go on.
It's just a matter of being willing to put the investment in for the enough solar panels. That's and solar is just one option. There's other alternatives as well.
You can generate electricity through water through a stream. You could generate electricity through a freaking big what do you call it? Like a fan up in the air.
Right.
You can generate electricity through an alternator that way.
Wait, one more point I want to get in here that's really important that a lot of people are missing. The current technology and what's happened up to this point is all stepping stones. People are failing to look at the future and where this is going. And they're making all the analysis based on only the current technology. Yes, there's definitely, some toxicity in mining lithium and all that kind of stuff, but it was never meant to be a long-term solution. Just an intermediate band-aid to get to the next stages. And what's coming right around the corner, even as early as next year and already being manufactured, salt-based batteries, this stuff is rapidly abundant, available, and does not produce a toxicity, nor does it require the abusive labor production that we all know is happening in the lithium arena. So,
Exactly.
Can I say this?
No.
can I say this? When you have an electric vehicle, like here in New York City, it's bumper to bumper traffic. It's not emitting any fuels while it's idling as a red light or in traffic. Number two, the electric vehicle has far more moving parts in it than a combustion engine. And number three, what I wanted to make a light of, Smiler, is here we are all talking about how the government controls us, the government owns us, and you, my man, want to buy into that with the oil and gas. Okay, they have you. You're their prisoner. You think we
No,
should burn every
listen
drop of
to
oil
me.
and
Right,
on this
listen to me.
planet.
What I
And
listen
you're
to
their
what I
prisoner. You're
right.
the
No,
you're a
no, no,
prisoner of the
no,
oil
no.
companies.
Right, listen. Right,
You're a
right.
prisoner of the oil companies.
Let him
Listen, right.
respond there,
Listen,
Fitness First.
right. Now, 4 years ago, we looked at buying an electric vehicle, right? We wanted an electric vehicle. We wanted one with 4-wheel drive. So a 4-wheel drive Tesla, yeah, would have been ideal, right? So we looked at the mileage for the 4-wheel drive, which was the alternative that we were going to buy, which was a Range Rover, yeah, because it's a family of 4 driving 1,895 miles 3 or 4 times a year to Poland, right? So we looked at the electric vehicle. We also then went and spoke and asked mileage, asked charging, asked charging points. We then looked at all the maps from the UK all the way through to our destination for the charging points, right? So then when we worked it all out, right, it takes, in the Range Rover, it takes 4 tanks of gas, yeah, 80 pound a tank, yeah. So £360 in diesel to drive to Poland, right? We can do it and always do it in 24 hours straight through, yeah, with only 4 stops for fuel, right? Now, if we had bought the Tesla, yeah, it would take us 4 days to drive. We would have 3 nights in hotels with the children because we wouldn't be able to sleep in the vehicle. So we'd have to have hotels. So then that would be more expense on us. It was 4 days traveling. So
To the
if we
point.
wanted a week in Poland, half of that week we would spend traveling and we'd be a day over trying to get back. So it'd take us 8 days to get there for an hour and be on the way back, and our holiday would be over because we'd only be there for 1 hour.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
No, don't cut him off, Fitness. Don't cut him off
So-
like that. And we
so
listen to you a lot. Share the stage, please.
with the technology that was available to us 4 years ago, yeah, we couldn't buy an electric vehicle with 4-wheel drive capability to be able to drive in 24 hours to Poland. Yeah. So we decided on a diesel vehicle. Now, I'm a mechanic. I used to work 24/7 on cars, petrol, diesel, and electric. Because we were RAC, we had to go on the electric course. We had to have all the tools and buy into all the stuff and a silly pole to grab somebody just in case they've been electrocuted by the car they're working on, and all the safety equipment and everything else. And to be a member of the RAC breakdown, we had to buy into all that equipment, insulated spanners, etc., etc., etc. And we had to do training courses, yeah, so that if an electric car broke down, we could fix it, yeah. Now, a friend of mine came to me with an electric Mercedes, yeah, and said, I've got a problem. It's only charging to 85%. Can you have a look at it? I said, you already haven't had it long. I said, I joked with you that I was going to lose you as a customer. I said, the best thing is to go back to Merck with it. So we went back to Merck with it, right? And they said, oh yeah, because it's 3 years old, the batteries are degraded, so you won't get 100% charge, and you should only charge it to 95% anyway, right? So he said, well, what do I need to do? And they said, you need to have a new battery fitted. Well, how much is that? 15 grand. Well, that's more than I paid for the car in the first place. So he was then left with a vehicle that he needed a 15 grand battery for, which was going to be more than the vehicle was worth in the first place. So he then said, right, well, under the Consumer Rights Act, I want my money back and I want my car back that I part exchange with you. They said, no, you should have read the small print. He took it to court. Court said, no, they should have explained it all to him. They didn't explain it all to him. Give him his car back and take your car back. So he won the court case. He had a new car because they actually sold his diesel car. They sold it within the first week of having it. And he got his money back because of the electric car.
Okay, can I say something now? Two things I wanted to say. Number one, you know, you're a mechanic. So am I. I went to school to be a mechanic too. And what I'd like to know, if you really were a mechanic, you worked on 4-cylinder engines. That's what cars run on. I'm sorry, 4-stroke engines. What are the 4 strokes? What are those 4 strokes? You should know if you were a mechanic. You want me to tell you what they are? Intake, compression, power, and exhaust. You know why I know that? Because I'm a certified mechanic. Number 2. Moving on.
I'm an indentured mechanic.
Okay, moving on. So I have never actually spoken to you or heard you say that you're moving in the direction of going off grid. Are you? I'm just curious.
I've lived off grid.
Okay, so
you can Google it. It's called the Roundhouse in Madron.
Okay, the picture I have of your off-grid life includes a 500-gallon gas tank on the property because you want to stay on gasoline.
No, I had a log burner and I had solar panel.
Okay, well...
Right, I actually, if you realize and if you knew, I actually used to build all the electronics, all the solar panel in camper vans and in horse boxes and in lorries and install night heaters, etc., etc., etc. Yeah. And I also, for friends that live off grid, I also built their solar, and they also had wind with their solar, and they also have a backup generator. Yeah, so if there is not enough wind or there is not enough solar, they can turn the Jenny on and charge up their lithium batteries. And all the sockets that I fitted in the houses were either 12 volt or 240 volt. And the 240 volts came through 2 inverters, 3,000 watt inverters.
Okay, well, I'd like to say this, go back to the cell phone.
So you get your facts wrong again, like last time you called me a racist.
I'd like to say this again, go back to the cell phone, with the battery in the cell phone. In 2004, the first iPhone came out. It was $600. That was 19 years ago. Today, you can get the cheapest iPhone for $429. So the price has come down. Same thing's going to happen with electric cars. In the beginning, when a new product comes out, it's very, very expensive.
Electric cars have come down. A friend of mine runs a Porsche, Porsche Cayenne, and he cannot get out of his contract because the car has depreciated more than he owns on the car.
So the electric car, let's say you spend $40,000 on it, and you buy a $40,000 combustion motor vehicle, right? The batteries in cars. The electric cars in a Tesla, look it up. They'll go anywhere between 100 and 200,000 miles before you need to replace them if you take care of the battery correctly. Now, let's say it's 100,000 miles on a brand new Tesla before you have to replace the battery. If you buy a $40,000 car, let's say it's a Toyota Camry, it gets 27 miles to the gallon on the highway. How much money will you have spent in gasoline after 100,000 miles? 40,000, 45, 50,000. So if you have to buy a new battery at 100,000, even if it costs 25,000, you still saved a ton of money.
Plus all the maintenance that goes into an internal combustion engine.
Right. I didn't even mention oil changes. Didn't even mention that.
What about
Yeah.
all your brakes and all your what about all your brakes and all your tires on your electric vehicles?
Oh,
Because
much
electric
much
vehicles.
cheaper with
No, 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 no.
oh yes,
Brake
with
electric vehicles, yeah, are going through brake pads like nobody's business and tires.
where do you
Yeah,
get
in a
I
where do
will
you get
agree
year.
your
with
where do
Smiley
you
here.
get the,
I will
where do you get the
agree with
stats
Smiley
from?
here. I will agree with Smiley here and I'll tell you why. The electric car per size, if it's the same size as a combustion car engine, it'll be a little heavier. So heavier means more friction on the tires.
No, you're missing
faster
something.
wear.
No,
Let me
No,
finish.
no, no,
Let
no,
me
no. You're
finish.
both incorrect.
Nudie,
Listen,
Let me
listen,
finish.
it's a
You're
known
not letting me
fact.
finish.
It's a known
listen.
fact
You're not letting me
because
finish.
when a person that's driven a natural combustion engine, right, and they get into an electric vehicle, they aren't used to the engine braking, right? And what
Listen.
what they're doing is they're hitting the brake pedal, yeah, and they're burning out their brake pads, and they're going through more brake pads. It's a known, genuine
Electric
I'm not
fact.
going to
cars
talk about
use
brakes.
regenerative braking. They
I'm
hardly ever
yeah. I'm
wear
not going to
out their
go. Yeah,
pads.
I
Not
disagree.
even close.
I agree with Guru on the brakes, but the
Nudie,
tires. Here's another reason why the tires wear out faster on an electric car. Please let me get this in. They accelerate faster. That means that there's more friction, there's more heat, the rubber wears a little faster. It's not
Well, that
significantly
depends.
faster, but it's a little faster.
That's all based on the driver. Yeah.
No, 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 no. You don't understand, Guru. There are electric cars now that will out-accelerate a Maserati.
Yeah, I know, but
Okay,
Michelin,
so the
Michelin,
faster the car
Michelin, and
accelerates, the
Pirelli.
quicker the tires will wear.
again, though, that's
Michelin,
user based.
Pirelli,
It's not like you're
Michelin,
obligated to accelerate that fast.
Michelin, Pirelli, and Yokohama are now designing a new tire, which is a harder compound, right? But they've had problems because it's a harder compound. They've had problems with it in winter and rain. So they're trying to develop a longer lasting tire specifically for electric vehicles, right?
Here's the problem with tires. Here's the problem with tires, right? So like most
Wait.
cars,
I don't think he was finished.
So I've never debunked electric vehicles. We had electric vehicles in the 1800s, right? We had electric vehicles all the time I was a kid.
Yes,
Yeah?
very first car was electric. Absolutely.
Yeah. So when I was growing up as a kid, from 67 right through to the 80s, there was still electric vehicles running around my roads. Yeah.
well, what happened to them? The oil companies put them out of business, the manufacturers.
The consumer decided not to purchase them.
The government said,
yes,
the government
absolutely.
said, buy diesel.
Right. And the consumer
government
bought
said,
it.
buy diesel.
Right.
Well, the government over here also told us that drinking a glass of milk every day was good for you.
That's right.
But you
That's
know
right.
what I'm sensing with you, Smiler, is that, and it's not an insult. This is a common thing. The older people get, the harder they have, the harder time they have with dealing and accepting change. And that's the biggest problem with people that are anti-electric cars. They don't like the sound.
Mate,
let me finish.
When I was
done.
50,
let me finish.
we
I'm almost
wanted
done.
to buy an electric
I'm
vehicle.
almost done.
Smiler, got to regulate you too, man. Yeah, let him finish, please.
I would give you a suggestion. This is going to be short and sweet, and then you can go on and talk. Try to accept change. It's coming. You're not going to stop it. Accept it and adapt. You're not going to stop it. You're only frustrating yourself.
You're not listening. You're not listening. When I was 50, we were trying to buy an electric vehicle, right? For about 6 months, we ran a hybrid Lexus 4x4, right? But the hybrid Lexus 4x4, yeah, where we lived at home, we had no charging point, yeah? So it would only charge as we drove it, yeah? So if we were only running short distances, we couldn't charge it. But when we used to get to the garage, we used to plug it in and we used to be able to drive it on the hybrid batteries, yeah? On the hybrid, we could drive it, yeah? So then we looked then at getting another hybrid But then when they brought out the other hybrid cars, you could get out and run alongside them. They weren't powerful enough, yeah, for what we wanted. Yeah, you couldn't go on the autobahn with it because you wouldn't feel safe on the autobahn with it, right? So no, I ain't stuck in the past. I'm not a dinosaur. We looked into every which way in which we could transfer from a diesel vehicle to an electric vehicle, because at the workshop, at the garage, we could charge all day long on solar, because all the garage was powered by solar.
Well, guess what? In 20 years, you're going to have no choice but to use an electric vehicle. So enjoy your combustion engine now while you have it, because it won't last much longer.
I don't know if I don't hear him advocating for that fitness. I don't hear him, you know.
He's going to
I
have no
just,
choice. He's going to have to get an electric vehicle.
I don't hear him having a problem with that. What I'm hearing is that, you know, his current use case was not making sense for him to go that route. And I get it,
I know.
you know.
I get that for the non-electric vehicle people all the time.
Well,
I drive 2,000
It's
it
not
is
a case of being
Let
non-electric.
me talk,
The
please.
reality is,
Let me
the
talk,
reality
please.
is, the
Let me
reality
talk,
is,
please.
the
Let
average
me
person
talk,
drives
please.
650 miles and no more in one day.
Yes, I totally agree with that. But again, there's different markets in different places. Like in North America, I don't know where it is, where Smiler is as far as the
He's in England.
England, right? I don't know, you know, how developed the stations are there, and you know, it is still a developing niche market. But I do definitely agree that the petrol-minded user is very spoiled and very centered in the idea that this is the way, you know, it definitely takes a shift in consciousness, especially in a developing technology, to look at it in a different way. Like if you want to use electric car, maybe you're going to have to shift your lifestyle a little bit, you know, and use it differently. Maybe as a transition, you use it more locally, and then when you want to go long distance, rent a hybrid or something, you know. There's all kinds of different options when it comes to that. And I think definitely the petrol-minded individual just completely sells themselves out of looking at those options because they're so spoiled and used to the petrol. Now that doesn't mean though that doesn't mean though that it's as easy to just, you know, go ahead and buy an electric and it's all there. You know, it does take a shift in consciousness. And it's important for anybody considering going down that route to realize that, so that, you know, they don't make a mistake with themselves.
And the petrol-minded people also have a bigger eco print, a much bigger eco print.
Now, fitness, you say that. Now, if Nudie recalls, right, I was discussing with him, right, where I on paper, yeah, converted an axle, a rear axle, yeah, to electric drive, so that I could charge the batteries with the engine, and then when I was in town, I could run electric. Yeah.
Well, you should go. You should
And
be
I
working for
asked
Tesla.
whether
Because Tesla can't do this. You should be working for Tesla.
I asked whether it was a twin axle or a single axle, and we were discussing it because I designed it all. Yeah.
Well, why don't you work for Tesla? They need you. They need a guy like you.
I don't know why you take the mickey.
Tesla doesn't have that technology, but you
one
have
minute,
it. You
one
can make
minute,
a lot of money with that.
1 minute you say I'm anti-electric, and then when I contradict you and tell you actually what I designed on paper and what I wanted to do with one of our vehicles, yeah, then you just try and take the piss.
You should propose
you know?
your idea to Tesla. Patent it and propose it to Tesla. You'll be a billionaire. If Tesla could build rear axles that the car regenerated as you're driving it, and that's the only way you needed to charge it, that's even better than developing a combustion engine that can run on tap water.
Well, I already run my vehicle on partial tap water.
Here's the problem with that idea.
I've got a hydrogen generator in my car.
Here's the problem with that idea.
And I produce hydrogen.
Okay, here's the problem with that idea. Okay, with your cell phone, right, with a lithium battery, right? It's best to keep it charged between 20 and 80%. If you do, the battery will last a lot longer than if you charge it to the maximum. So with your idea, you're going to be driving your car. Let's say you're going to 650 miles, which is about the most anybody would drive in one day, by the way. By 200 miles, that battery, all the batteries, whatever's, if it's one battery or a bunch of batteries, they're going to be fully charged and they're going to stay fully charged. Now the ions have no place to go. You'll kill the batteries out. That's why Tesla doesn't do that.
No, that's
You'll
why
kill
you
them.
have IntelliChargers that, you know, you get intelligent chargers. So once it's fully charged, it's fully charges and it only feeds a trickle. But you're running your other electrical components on the vehicle. You're running it from those batteries.
Well, you should propose your idea to Tesla. Like I said, you'd be a multi-billionaire.
It also depends on the technology, like the LiFos right now. You can't do that overcharge thing. It's not the same problem at all. You just fill them to the max and you're good to go.
It is
And
a
the
problem.
same
I'll tell you
with,
what, I'll tell you what.
we looked
With
at
the
it with
lithium battery-
capacitors as well.
With the lithium battery, right, with your smartphone or your laptop, once it gets to 100% charge, if you leave it plugged in overnight, or even worse, if you use it for several hours, plugged in, it's already 100% charged, the battery life will it'll have less battery life.
Yes,
than
that's
if you
the
keep it
lithium
between
ions.
20 and right, because they have nowhere, they're all crammed in there. So if you
The
keep it
electric
between-
cars are not based on those. The older
it's
ones
just-
are.
Okay.
Your
but
new
so if-
modern cell phone, now will shut down. Yeah. So if you leave it plugged in now, it will shut down the charging process because it gets to 100%. Yeah. And
Google it. Google it.
It stops charging. It's built in. My S22 here is plugged in now, is on 100%. It stopped
Then
charging.
why, if you do a quick Google search, you'll see what I'm saying is accurate. Why then did they tell you do not leave your phone charged overnight if you expect to have a long battery life? Because once it charges to 100%, you're supposed to unplug the phone. Yes, it does have a cutoff system in there, but when you charge it to 100% and you keep it there, the ions have no place to go. They're crammed in together, and it doesn't destroy the battery overnight. But instead of getting maybe 500 full charges on it, you may get 350 or 400 now. It's the same reason why they tell you it's okay to charge your phone to 100% if you're going to be out all day and you need that extra juice. But if you can, keep it between 20 and no more than 80%. Once the phone gets to 80% charged, it trickle charges it the rest of the way to 100%. And there's a reason for that, because those ions get crammed into that battery, so they do it slowly.
You're talking about an
to try to
older
lessen the harm.
technology. You're talking about an older technology.
That technology is no longer relevant in the current batteries in electric.
Well, speaking of batteries, you have a problem.
But he will
You don't
carry
like
on
the idea-
arguing.
Speaking of batteries, you have a problem with the fact that after 100,000 miles, you'd have to replace your car battery. Well, with your cell phone, when the battery dies, do you have a problem that you have to go replace it? Is that big of a deal?
You can
Happens a lot.
replace your battery. You can replace the battery.
Right, and you
But
can replace the
most
battery in an electric car
people,
too.
Most people just get a new phone after 2 years because the new models come out. Some people get a new phone every 6 months when the new phone comes out.
I asked you about you. I didn't say some people. I said you. Do you have a problem? if
I've
you go-
got 4 mobile phones here going back over 8 years, and they all perfectly hold a charge and they all perfectly work.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, you must have magic phones. The one that's 8 years old must be a magic phone that it still holds a perfect charge. It must be either that or you barely ever used it, because the average cell phone battery, lithium battery, will get 4 to maybe 500 full charges on it. And if you didn't get 400 charges on an 8-year-old phone, then you must not have been using it very much. Not to mention the fact that even a brand new ion battery, after 7 years of sitting in a box, it will not have the same energy output once it's plugged in to whatever it's supplying electricity for, as it will prior to that 7 years. There's a
Again,
shelf
though,
life on the batteries. There's a shelf life on them.
we're retracting from the technology in electric vehicles.
I wish I had this guy in front of me so I could grab him by the fucking throat. I'm only kidding. I'm kidding, Smiler.
You're so far up your own arse, you don't know which end you're coming out
Smiler,
of.
Smiler, trust me, physically, I would cripple you. Trust me on that.
You reckon?
I would cripple you. Trust me on that, Smiler. You're a man that's of poor health. You have nowhere near the strength that I have. I would cripple you. Trust me.
You don't even know me,
need a
dude.
gun.
You
You'd
don't
need a
even
gun.
know me, mate. You don't
Okay,
even know me.
Go look at my channel, and you'll see. You'll need a gun.
Is there any
Go
point
look at your
that
channel. Yeah, I've seen your channel. Yeah, it doesn't
that's
impress me.
You'll
just,
need a gun. You'll need a gun.
you know, that's just egotistical locker room banter talk, though. You know,
Mate,
who
it
cares?
doesn't impress me. With the training that I received, with my life experiences, yeah.
I know.
No.
You're a killer. You're a killer. I know. You're an
Yes,
18
yes,
fucking
I
black
was
belt.
a,
I know.
I was
I
a
know,
lean,
I know.
I was a lean green fighting machine.
I know.
Yeah?
I know. And now you're an overweight, fat fucking slob. Right?
I ain't an overweight fat fucking slob.
Well,
I'm a 54. I'm a 54-inch chest.
Wow, you're massive. Massive.
I'm 5'9", and I'm 15.5 stone.
That's not what you said the last time. You told me you were 16 stones last time. So you lost a half a stone in a week?
No, I
A
didn't
stone
have
is
any.
8 pounds, right?
I didn't have any scales to weigh myself.
So that's why the story changed. I get it.
Yeah, last week I bought a set of scales from Amazon.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. Stop.
Do you want the Amazon receipt? Do you want the Amazon receipt?
Listen, you're talking to a guy from Brooklyn, New York. I don't think you understand people from
I
Brooklyn,
couldn't
New York.
give
You're
a
not gonna
shit
fucking
whether you
con
was
me.
from Timbuktu.
At the moment, this conversation is very unmeaningful. So
Fact of
can
the
we
matter is, last week he said he was 16 stones. Tonight
Again,
he says he's 15 and a half.
drop it? This is unmeaningful. Let's get to something more productive.
Productive, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go back.
So wait a
Let's
minute.
go back to the previous conversation. That was
I
great.
have a good thing. So Smiler is in excellent condition. So Smiler, could you tell me the difference between power and strength? Since you know so much about exercise, you would definitely know what that is.
Yeah, this is boring.
Yeah.
What about the difference between endurance and stamina? What about the difference between mobility and flexibility? You must know. You're in great shape.
No,
Too much ego.
Right? You're
Too much ego.
I didn't say I was flexible.
Oh.
We had this conversation. We had this conversation with sitting down and how you have to cross your legs when you sit down.
What's the
I can't
difference
do it
between?
because I'm not flexible enough.
What's the difference between mobility and flexibility? You don't know.
I didn't ever hear Smiler claim to be an expert in fitness.
I'll tell you.
I'm not engaging because I'm not interested.
You don't have to be an expert in fitness to know that stability
in your egotistical bullshit.
Stability. I mean, I'm sorry. Mobility.
You can talk all you like. You can talk all you like. Right? It's boring. Yeah. Stick it on your own channel and keep it on your own channel.
You keep
We're
working on with your
discussing
bands.
other things.
I'll bet you couldn't do fucking 5 full pull-ups. Even just
who
5.
Cares? Fitness, who cares?
Wait, he's in great shape, he said.
You're talking like a 4-year-old at the minute. Come on. Lead by example here. This is not that type of panel, like the other genres. Let's do better here, right?
Ooh, let's have a press-up competition.
You too, Smiler. Come on. We're grown-ups here. We're not 4-year-old children. Let's do better. Let's do better. Yeah? Let's go back to the electric technology talk. That was a great discussion. I don't think it was finished.
Well, it's electric talk. I'll tell you what, Smiler, take your house keys, walk over to a socket, stick it in the wall for me, would you?
Fitness?
Let's see what happens.
I'm not going to ask you again, buddy. Okay?
Well, we got 240.
It's not funny.
You've only got 120.
What'd you say? You have 220 there? You'll get a good volt then. You'll get a good charge.
No, we're 240, but we've also got Earth. You haven't got Earth, have you?
What's Earth? Oh, half? I think we have 120.
Earth. No, you have
110.
a positive and negative terminal. You don't have an earth terminal. You have a 2-pin socket, whereas we have a 3-pin socket where
We have
everything
I
goes.
have the 3-pin sockets as well. My air
Is anyone
conditioner
in
is
the
3
chat
pin.
really interested in which one of these guys
My
has the bigger boner?
my air conditioner
I know.
my air
Okay,
conditioner has a
it
3-pin socket on it as well.
just
It's a high
wind your neck
voltage.
in and shut up. You know, it's just ridiculous.
The TV has a 2-pin socket, but my air conditioner has a 3-pin. So it depends on how much energy is required to run whatever appliance it is that you're using.
Nudie, they've just done a what's it called on the old solar panels on the old technology, and the Green New Deal people, yeah, the people who are saying that we all need to go green, right? They've just estimated by 2050 the worn out solar panels, so the old technology, will constitute over double the tonnage of all of today's global plastic waste.
Maybe, except I think that a lot of that material can be broken down and recycled, if not into the same technology, into something else.
Well, the aluminium frames can, the glass can.
Hey,
But
can I just say, can I say something here?
In the.
Oh, hold on, I'm sorry. So far, I've made three different channel creators $100 each with this proposal, and I'm going to make it to Smiler. Smiler, if you send a $100 cash app to Rights, I will turn my camera on, and I will do 20 perfectly clean handstand push-ups. You want to bet?
We don't care.
No, I want to see if I can make Rights $100. Do you want to take me up on that bet? And if I don't, I'll send him $100.
What the hell does this have to do with what we were just talking about?
I know when I'm talking to somebody that's bullshit. His level of fitness is nowhere near what he says.
We weren't talking about fitness.
We were a few minutes ago.
No, that's long gone. We dropped that. Catch up.
I don't really have any more input with the electric vehicles, other than what I said earlier, basically.
And we were talking about that, and he brought up an interesting point, one that I've heard previously in the past, and I think that people are definitely have a misconception about that, about the waste of the current technology and former technology of solar panels. And I think there's 2 points. One I already brought up is the recycling aspect of that, and the second, I forget. Where was I going with that?
I said to you that they can recycle the aluminium, they can recycle the glass, but the actual what's the black stuff in the solar panel? I can't remember what it's called. The monocrystalline. There's nothing, or the polycrystalline. There's nothing they can do to recycle that. But surely there must be a technology
that they can transfer to or something.
Yeah,
right.
That surely somebody must be able to come up with a technology that they can regenerate that. Because if you've got a battery, Tesla battery, it stops charging. Now you can test that battery, right, and you can find so many dead cells, and you can find the BMS, is tripping on a certain point in that battery. So you can take that battery apart, you can then reinstall new cells, and then that battery becomes workable again. But they won't. So like the garages, they won't do that because it's in Tesla's contract, etc., etc. Yeah. So, but if you've got an electric scooter or an electric bike and you've built cells, like I've built cells, if you've got a problem when it's charging, your BMS will tell you where the problem is, because you've got all the sensor cable, all the sensor wires,
Yeah.
So you can find, and then you can go in, and then you can test that battery, and you can replace cells. So surely with a solar panel, there must be something that you can do to reconstitute that panel to make it work efficiently again.
Absolutely. And not to mention, the technology moving forward is looking to be much more recyclable and much more green with the materials that they're moving towards. So it's only going to be more of the previous ones that are a little bit more of a concern. But at the very least, and now this is where it's, kind of iffy. And it's very much putting the onus on the manufacturers here to do the right thing, but it is possible. Something that corporations tend to neglect, and us as consumers ought to do a better job at holding manufacturers more accountable to this. If it's got to be put back to the earth, okay, then it ought to be done in a responsible way because it came from the earth, so it can be put back to the earth. And if it's done in a responsible way, then I think we'll be just fine.
Listen, there's a big problem with car batteries, right? Eventually they have to be disposed, but I just figured out the answer for the United States. What we do is we take the expired car batteries that are no longer any good. We put them on freight ships and we send them to England, and they can bury them in the dirt over there. I think that'll be a good idea. Basically, since England's only a country of 66 million people, we're the big city on the hill. I think that's what we should do. I'm serious.
Do you not actually
Well,
know that most
you can go
most-
lobby that to the corporations and see how
booted
far
you
you
English
can.
out of here a long
do you
time ago.
not
we were
actually
booted out
know
of this
that most lead acid batteries are recycled?
That is true. Yes, and can be recycled. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But it's still
did you not
even
know that? In your flexing, did you not know that?
that being the case, it's still a very toxic and non-healthy, stupid technology that we ought not to be using, anyways. It's inefficient. It's worse than made in China. It's hazardous, right? Like it's dangerous. More so if it's not the sealed gel cells, of course. But even if you're not the one doing the disposing or recycling of it, then okay. But there's people who got to handle that, and that's dangerous. The materials in there. And I'm not saying that the material in lithium batteries are not concerning and dangerous as well. They are, but again, stepping stones, moving towards a better direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, as time goes along, the battery technology will get better, right? I mean, it's getting better,
It is. I mean,
every year.
we're going right back to the Edison batteries, which is what never should have been left to begin with. We're going back to nickel and salt, and nickel and potassium, and none of that is toxic. It's solid state. It lasts for a long, long time. It's environmentally friendly, and it's just good for the greenness of it as well. I mean. That's where we're going. I'm surprised we're going back in that direction.
We also looked at iron oxide batteries as well.
Iron oxide. Yeah, I heard something about that. There's also saltwater batteries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the iron oxide batteries, they turned out to be per size, they were going to turn out to be too heavy. So they would be good. They would be good for so like for wind farms and battery storage. They were going to be good for that, but they weren't going to be good for a consumer use. They would be good for battery storage because they had good properties for battery storage because the heat and the cold didn't affect them.
Mm-hmm.
But they were no good for like everyday use, cell phone use, etc., etc.
Right.
Hey, can I ask my other question about this? Apparently, he's been to my channel. I went over to his as well. and I saw there was one video there of it was like a guy, but the video was really of a girl sitting on a couch, and she then proceeds to pick her nose and eat it.
What?
Oh yeah, go to his channel, you'll see it if it's still up. I'm wondering, why would somebody post a video on their channel of a woman sitting on a couch picking her nose and then eating it? That person must not like this woman for some reason and wanted to out her as
Oh,
a
that's just
pick your nose
drama
and eat
shit
it
for clicks
person.
and views. And are they monetized?
The channel that I'm referring to is Smiler's channel.
Oh,
It's a troll. It's a troll.
So why are you advertising the fact on your channel that's the only video I saw there too, by the way, that she sits there and eats, picks her nose and then eats it.
It's a troll. That
I found it rather
trolled-
disgusting, to be honest with
that
you.
trolled me. And if you look at the title, it is what people do when they forget they're live on camera.
Okay, well, you know what? When people troll me, you know what I do? I don't respond. I just block them. That's it.
I didn't. I decided to video her.
Most people, I don't get very many trolls though. And most of the trolls that I get, actually all of them, were from this other genre. Word got around about me now, so they don't troll me. Not very often. In the beginning, when I first opened my channel, they did. But after multiple videos, they said, "Oh, maybe this is not the guy that I should be trolling." Anyway, I just found that disgusting, and I also said to myself, "Gee, now why would a guy post that video on his channel? Apparently, he's got a problem with this lady, and he decided to embarrass her with this video. It's the only one he has on his channel." I'm like,
but that's what you're trying to do right now to Smiler.
And that's why I did not subscribe.
I've got 9 videos that are public. I mean, one of them is absolutely brilliant. It's comedy gold. It's Klaus Schwab and
Okay, well, when I went to your channel, I would say 10 days ago, that's all I saw. I was looking, I said, let me see who this guy is, because I was thinking about subscribing. Right now, I don't want you to subscribe to my channel, but the difference between my channel and what you're doing is my channel is showing people how to exercise. So now, if you're not interested in exercise, surely you wouldn't be interested in my channel. I get that. But, it's like, that's the only video I saw. And I'm like,
well, I already discussed with you 3 weeks ago how I bought bands, and you asked me what kind of bands I bought, and I told you I bought both bands because I was working 6 days a week or 7 days a week, and now I've retired. Yeah, I've now started going soft and fluffy, so I got bands to then exercise. But bands also is different to weights, because weights doesn't necessarily give you flexibility and strength because you're using your muscles in a different way.
Right.
So
And
I
agree
went for
with you that the bands are an excellent tool.
So I went resistance training.
Okay, and I agreed with you that the bands are a great tool to utilize to improve your level of fitness. And if you recall what I said, one of the main benefits of the band is no matter what exercise you're doing, the band allows you, or actually forces you, to keep constant tension on your muscles. It's like basically like using a cable machine at the gym, right? If you're using a cable machine, you're keeping constant tension on your muscles. That's great. But that's why I got a little antsy before, because 20 minutes ago, you were telling me how great of condition you were in, and now you just said you got a little flabby, so you got your bands. I'm glad you're exercising. Keep it up. But I knew you weren't in the condition that you were claiming you were in. I knew it, but guess what? I was willing to prove that I am. So you said you were. You weren't telling the truth. I said I was, and I am telling the truth. And once again, you want to send Bryce $100? I turn my camera on. I do 20 handstand push-ups. I'll put my money where my mouth is. Will you?
Again, is anybody interested in seeing who has the bigger boner here?
No. It's about when you say something.
I
back it up.
retired 18 months ago. How long have I been training? When I
Back it up. When
retired,
you say
when I
something, back it up.
retired, I had a 54-inch chest.
Okay. Anybody can
still
say
got a
something, but you got to
54-inch
back it up. You got to be able to back it up. You
I
can't
need
back
to
up
back
what
it
you were
up.
saying.
I
Now
don't
you're
need to back it
backpedaling.
up. I don't need to flex.
Right. But now
I
you're
don't need to
backpedaling.
flex. I could flex all day long, but I don't need to. I haven't
Right.
got an egotistical
Right.
mind
And now you're
that needs me to
backpedaling.
flex. You think that people think, oh, I'm not going to argue with that guy because he thinks he looks big. You don't look big in any of your videos, mate. You only pull 3 exercises on your video.
Who said I was big? Who said that was the goal? You see, you don't understand fitness. You think the more muscle you have, the more fit you are. My man, you have a very meager understanding of fitness.
Those
Very meager
words came
understanding of
from
fitness.
your mouth. Those words came from your mouth. They saw me on the channel. They saw how big I was, so they stopped arguing with me.
You guys sound like girls.
I said they
know.
saw what I was capable of. Not I said
in
they
the
saw
back,
what
in
I
the
was
back,
capable of.
in the back.
Capable.
I've got this video for you. But just watch this a minute. Just change the speaker. There you go.
So as I knew before, you're not in anywhere near the level of condition you said you were in. I knew it. And I don't have 15 videos.
That's it. I'm done with it. I'm done with it.
There's no sound, Smiler. Got picture, but no sound there.
I'm done with it. Damn.
Have you got sound now?
No, still no sound.
No.
I think it's when you screen share it. Maybe you didn't select that check. Add the sound to it.
Yeah, I know, Comrade, but it's been a dragged out night tonight. It really has.
Present.
We'll be getting it together in just a short.
Window. Share.
I hate to tell you, but people are getting pissed off. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's why I thought I'd play this video.
Okay, I know. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Just shout out to Cromwell Bear and JR Boston in chat. Welcome. Good to have you with us.
Yeah, they're wondering what the hell's going on.
I think
one guy
they've been
left
here for quite a bit. I just wasn't paying attention to chat, but just wanted to say hello.
Yeah, I've been writing to him. I don't hear no music yet or nothing.
Yeah, still Smiler. There's no sound.
So I got
You want to send it? You want to send it our way? See what happens. See if we can do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen this one. This is hilarious.
Yeah, it's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been watching your channels.
Stop. Link. There you go. It's in the comments.
Okay, hold on a sec.
I think my laptop needs rebooting.
Okay. See, I'm not on my laptop. Gru's helped me out with this, and I thank you, Gru.
Why did that go to site can't be reached? Hold on a second. Bear with me. That's weird. Go to channel. Let's try that. Okay. Smiler, that link actually just takes me to your front page there. For some reason. Click on it. It doesn't go to that actual video.
Okay. It's probably because I dragged the link from my studio. So we'll go to there. Stop that. Go to there. Go to there. Try that.
Oh, he knows about the third temple. I'll be doggone. Demon Slayer.
That did work. Hold on a second.
You guys think Israel maybe?
See, some of my videos have got copyrights on them where they aren't allowed to be played in certain countries.
Right. Yep.
But I think this one's copyright free. There's no copyright strike on this one.
I don't know. We'll find out. You got something here. Somebody, this is your forte here. Demon Slayer is asking you something here. I know about the third temple, but you know more about this than I do. You see the chat there? Yeah.
I can't see Demon Slayer in the chat.
I put it up there in front.
Oh, look what we have.
Who's here?
Check it out. Check it out. Look who it is. Oh, sorry. You want to... I didn't want to change your comment.
Well, it's okay. Go on. Go on. I just... maybe
check
he
out
could
the
answer
bottom,
that.
check out the bottom message.
I'll talk to Cromwell Bear about that in a second.
Schlashy, 58. Good morning, gentlemen. Good morning, young lady.
She came in here last time as well, but I think you were well in another dimension when she was here.
I was sleeping in La La Land.
Yes.
She's absolutely brilliant. Love her to bits.
Yeah, she's very good people.
Yeah,
How come everybody else knows this lady? I don't know her that well. Everybody else knows her.
Well, you know, you don't pay your bills and you sleep too much. Get with the program.
Sadly, she left early because she was sadly going to a friend's funeral. So.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that one. Wow.
Go on.
Well, good morning to you, Sly. Always a pleasure to have your presence around.
You came just in the right time to watch a good video here.
All right.
See if it works.
Do a quick sound check first.
McSchwab's first two records.
Yeah.
You heard Klausy McSchwab.
Yep, that's it. Oh yeah.
You
Plays
heard
good. Real good.
All right. And in 3, 2, 1, roll them.
You heard Klausy McSchwab's first two records.
Vaccines back all night. You know nothing and be happy.
But this one is gonna make your modified mRNA tingle. Time Lies presents Greatest Schwabs, Volume 15. A New World Order in Music.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All the unvaccinated are still alive. A little bit of Pfizer in my arm. A little bit of BioNTech does no harm. A little Johnson Johnson does the trick. A little AstraZeneca so you don't get sick. It's booster number 5. Let's talk about Vax, baby. Let's talk about Dr. G. Let's talk about all the weird and countless side effects, maybe. Let's talk about Vax. Let's talk about Vax a little. Come and take the 7th shot. The 7th shot. With a little luck you get my. Oh! myocarditis. You won't have to be rich with CBDC. You'll have all you need with central currency. We just take your extra wealth and your cash. And you can walk 500 steps, but not a single step more until the curfew activates and robots.
Oh shit, that's gonna be stuck in my head now.
Just a small town boy drinking genetically modified soy. This ensures he doesn't procreate. Please stop bleeding.
Stop the bleeding.
We are almost 9 billion people. Please stop bleeding right now. We didn't start a Pfizer. We just made you take it, even if you hate it.
Greatest Schwabs, Volume 15. Now available on Spotify and MRN Apple Music.
All the caterpillar tastes like chicken in wine, and mealworm tastes just like a steak. Ain't nothing better than a deep fried butterfly or centipede protein shake. Be sure to check the Cricket Mag nuggets out. They're almost as crunchy as worms. And chew your Grey Grasshopper sandwich extra loud, 'cause this is all you get. I don't care who you are, where you're from, don't care what you want, you will eat the bugs.
So Willie has what I need. I ordered Willie magazine.
The new Willie memes, fun, and Schwerble.
Yeah, that's it.
Link.
Oh boy.
So people, I'm selling this for $5. Please donate to Right for Vets. I need money. Who's taking my money away?
But all those videos I got rights, and he picks the bogey in one. Never mind, eh?
I'm just doing your accounting for you, right? So, I think I'm doing a good job,
Yeah, I got to pay rights later for his comments on my videos. and for being brave enough to say he's over 18.
Yeah. I noticed that nobody's writing anything. Oh, that's bullshit. I'll write something. I don't give a damn. Yeah.
Oh mate, I've lost subscribers. My Discord channel's gone dead because I'm like for the Palestinian people. But going to Cromwell Bear's answer, or going to Cromwell Bear's question right now, I did this bizarre thing that fitness would actually be proud of, right? Because I went down this rabbit hole, and while I was down in this rabbit hole, I found all this information, right? And I did post, if I just grab it up, right? There's a bizarre thing happening, where all the Western world leaders seem, and all the news all seems to be silent about it. Now I mapped the bombings, etc., and it's where they need where they need to clear. Opening browser. Now I had to speak to 3 people because I was going to put a video out, and I was really unsure about putting the video out. Now, if I present that to you, window and go there. So if you look at that map, right, so that map starts off here, goes all the way through, goes round, and then goes right through the West Bank of Gaza. Now here, Israel wants to build a massive, great big terminal, yeah, so they can ship all their stuff to what's his face, the Arab Sheikh, the only Arab country that's backing what Israel are doing. I can't remember his silly name now, but down here you've got Modi, who's Indian, yeah. You've got our Prime Minister of the UK, who's Indian. His wife and his family are really, really good friends with Modi. And if you see what deals that our Prime Minister has done with Modi in the UK, like bringing in electric vehicle development and 4x4 development in the UK, yeah, well, all this here is the new Silk Road. So instead of using the Suez Canal, yeah, to export goods, we'll be using this new Silk Road. Now they have to clear Gaza so that they can then build this massive terminal to unload all the road transport and load onto ships and then export it across and then carry on by road again. And it's going to be the new Silk Road, which is why they want to get rid of all the Palestinians, why they want them all into the Sinai Desert. Is what my belief is. And I went back right the way back to when Netanyahu, when he lost power and somebody else was in power, when Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner was over there and good friends with Netanyahu and doing all this building work and building these illegal settlements. The UN has described them as illegal settlements for the Jewish, and said, you know, they can't build these illegal settlements. The guy from the Israeli that represents in the UN tore up all the paperwork that the UN stated that they were illegal settlements and they need to give the land back to Palestine. And he stood there and he tore up all the paperwork. And then you go back to Donald Trump, when Donald Trump decided to make Jerusalem the capital of Israel, and all the money that he was throwing at the Israelis, he's actually thrown more money at Israel than Biden's thrown at them. And just the path that I went down and then discovering this, it was like just a real big eye opener. And it was why all our countries aren't asking for a ceasefire, because they need to clear that land.
So that's what it is.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I went, well, this is the rabbit hole that I went down. This is what I found. I mean, I was gonna put a video out. I spoke to three people. I spoke to three people, and they said, Jesus, don't put all that information out. Even down to, I don't know if you guys know a guy called Tommy Robinson.
I don't think so.
Sounds familiar to me.
He's very verbal. He's very verbal. He used to be like in charge of the EDF, which was classed as a racist group, anti-Muslim, you know, anti
700 Club?
No, it wasn't 700 Club. But he's basically, now we've got what was a really good guy that used to put out a lot of content called Mayor Tusi, right? And he lives in London, and he puts out really good content. But the next minute he's sharing Tommy Robinson, who's anti-Palestinians, right? He's all for Israel. And I was like scratching my head. Okay, so you're you anti-Muslim, but now not everybody that lives in Palestine is Muslim. So why are you anti-Palestine? Because not all of them are Muslims. You know, the same as Israel. Not all of them are Jews. And you know, there's still Arabs that live in Israel. And I'm like, what's going on? Then you dig a little bit deeper, and then you find out that he's a member of the God, my brain's gone to mush. The Chapel Mount, what's the rock called? The Chapel Mount, where the big Al Aqsa mosque is. The Chapel Mount, you know, where they're saying there should be a Jewish mosque there. There is a Jewish mosque or a Jewish temple, but they want to destroy the Arab one or the Muslim one that's been there since the Romans destroyed the apparent Jewish one, the Jewish temple. And Tommy's paid by the Israelis, and also paid by there's an organization called the Chapel, what be it called? I can't remember what it be called. That's Mossad. That's the Saudi bridge. That's Jared Kushner, Netanyahu, annexation of 19 West Bank settlements, Trump, Netanyahu, Dan Cohen, Kushner meets Abbas. Oh, he's up here somewhere.
Well, while you're doing that for me, I want to talk to this guy for a minute. Yeah, I heard about them building the third temple. I read up about it about 3 or 4 months ago. I don't know if it's completed yet. I don't know if it's really true, but what I read is yes, they are building it. The third temple. You should be able to check it out on YouTube. Should tell you.
Sly, you still in the chat? Didn't even offer a link to come up if she wants, or anybody
Yeah, she
else.
wants to come up. Everybody wants a link, just put down a link. Hey, we can charge them $5.
You're too cheap.
$6.50.
Inflation hit hard. Come on.
Inflation.
We'll even take a Bitcoin.
No, 650 Bitcoin. I'm there.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I want to show people
Billionaire.
something.
Billionaire.
There's a young lady we used to have on our channel. She died last year. This is the lady right here. Beautiful young lady. Smart. She was a sniper for the Coast Guard.
All right.
And she had so much
She was
content.
also a truth teller.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. She was not a bullshitter. Michelle Bruce is her name. And when Trump was denying he had no involvement in Russia in any way, any shape or form, She showed me a piece of paper that stated that he had a motel there. Signed his signature. You know, that he was building a motel over in Russia. I couldn't believe that. But yeah, she gave us the documentation on it.
Hadn't they got a golf course over there as well?
I don't know. I don't know. All I know is that motel. That's all I know. I can check it out though.
It's called the Temple Mount movement, and it's the it's the big Al Aqsa on the holy ground. With a big gold roof. Well, they've got a Temple Mount movement, and basically they want to demolish that mosque and put a Jewish where did the Jews go to worship? I can't remember what you call it. My mind has gone blank. But I was going to make a whole video about it, and people said no, don't do it, because it's like got loads of information about Trump and Modi. It's got loads of information, Trump and Netanyahu. It's got loads of information about Sunak and Modi, and there's just too much information there. It's got information about Obama. It's got information about Biden. And it's like, instead of getting a knock on the door, you're going to get a bullet in the head. So people were telling me, just don't make the video. Don't make the video.
Well, if you're scared about it, make the video and give it to me. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
I don't. I mean, I don't follow the herd. I do what I want to do. You know what I mean? Seriously, I've learned that from Guru. I'm tired of this, misinformation. I hate that word. It's called lies or not lies. That's all there is to it.
And like the guy over here, that I used to love his videos. I used to love his content, and now he's come out with this narrative. And it's like, whoa, where are you going?
Yeah.
Surely,
well, people do it for. Go on. Sorry.
Surely, right? We all know what's happening with illegals coming across the Dover Strait. We all know that everybody wants the illegals. We know that London has been dominated by Muslims and non-Muslims, and you've got the likes of Tommy Robinson, like, get them out, blah de blah de blah. They don't like our country being invaded by all these illegals coming across the border. And it's like, you don't like it, you all complain about it. We want to stop the boats because they're coming over in dinghies. We want to stop the boats, yet you're now okaying for Israel to just keep on grabbing and grabbing and grabbing the Palestinian land. Now, there was no Israel until 1948. And it was 20,000 at a time of German Ashkenazi Jews coming over via boat and given the promised land of Israel.
Well, that's why I want to get out of government. We have no say so. They just do whatever they want to do. They don't ask us about nothing. They can't even do no. Well, I can't say that. Okay, but anyway, it's foolish. It is, and I agree with Guru. I'm just going to get the hell out of this damn situation. If I can hide, I'm going to hide. You know what I mean? And just do the best I can. They come after me. Well, that's another deal. You know what I mean? I mean, no wonder people hate America, because they stick their nose into everything. They want power. They want control. They want a one world order. The news is not telling you the truth about CBDC, the 15-minute camps, the shortage of food that's going to come up, Z bugs we're going to be eating. And I'm glad Guru talked to me saying, get out of there, get out of this mess. Go to Mother Nature, start doing foraging, And
Well,
Guru's going to help me out.
They're already 3D printing salmon and serving salmon up, and you can buy it, and you can now buy it online. And they're now putting it in shops. 3D printed salmon.
Well, yeah, get used to that. That's just the beginning.
Yeah.
What are they doing? I didn't quite understand what he said.
3D printed meat, salmon in
Oh,
specific is what he
okay.
was talking about. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
They're going to be doing that too? Shit. I
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
know that.
Oh, no, not going to be. Have been for 10 years already.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Wow.
But it's like the flour. The flour we've been eating the bug flour for years.
Yes.
For
It's
years.
not a new thing. Just to
No.
look at your ingredients.
Yeah,
Locust bean gum. Okay,
Yeah.
that's an ingredient in many products already.
There's a massive bakery in Cornwall. You know, they don't even use flour. They use they use the cricket flour.
Mm-hmm.
And they produce the cricket flour and they sell cricket flour. But what some companies have been doing is they've been using like 60% flour and then 40% cricket flour, because cricket flour is a lot cheaper. So they've been making bread for 40% cheaper than what they normally make it for. And it's like oh my god, so depending on what type of bread you eat, you're already eating the bloody flour.
Yes.
Quavers or Watsits, one of those Quavers or Watsits are made with the cricket flour, and it's like oh my god.
By the time it comes out to public view and common knowledge, they're really telling you what they've already been putting in ingredients and doing to you for at least a couple of decades, usually long.
Yeah, it's like people are only just waking up to fluoride when it used to be. It used to.
Can you
it
imagine?
used
Sounds
to-
like you.
Yeah,
Sounds
look,
like you, Guru.
but it used to be a warning label on all toothpaste tubes.
Right.
All
Right.
toothpaste tubes used to have it as a warning.
If swallowed, call poison control center,
Yeah,
right?
it used to be. It was there in plain sight, and now
Right.
people are going, "Oh, fluoride's really bad for you." Blah blah blah. And it's like, oh my god! When I was a kid, it used to be on Crest toothpaste. It's like what? And then you've got this new chemical now that that Gates developed that makes your fruit last longer. But it's a bleach, it's
Right.
a cleaning product.
I was just about to say, chlorine is just a cover front masqueraded word for bleach. Now, I don't know about you, but I would never go and take some Clorox and add it to any of my drinks and beverages, no matter what percentage it is, and down it and say, this is okay, right?
Yeah.
This is what's in tap water. Just one ingredient. It's in tap water. And everybody goes, no problem. It's to disinfect. It's to sterilize. To disinfect and sterilize you.
Yeah, but the Pfizer Jibby Jabby had SV40 in it, right? It also had antifreeze in it, right? And antifreeze will right.
Do you know that
I had a blockage? I had a blockage on a car radiator, right? And I had a jug next to me that was full of antifreeze, neat antifreeze. Yeah, I was supposed to dilute it, and when I topped up the system, I couldn't be bothered to go and get any water. So what I did is I poured the antifreeze in through one end of the pipe, and the other end of the pipe I had on my mouth, and I was sucking like Billy-O on the end of this pipe. Yeah. All of a sudden, the blockage cleared. Glug glug. I swallowed 2 glugs of antifreeze. Right. So, like you do, you just go spit, and I carried on with the work. Halfway through the work, I was feeling a bit giddy. Didn't think nothing of it. Put the car all together. Got the car ready for the customer. Sat down. I was sorting out the invoice, and I was sitting there. The phone rang. I was speaking to the person on the phone, and I went to get up to put the kettle on, and I couldn't move. It was like, what's going on? I'm like paralyzed in the chair, and I was really scared. And she was like, "Oh my God, quick, phone an ambulance. What have you done?" And I said, I don't know. I haven't done anything. I've just been working. and now my arms and my legs aren't working properly. And I couldn't work out what was going on. Anyway, the ambulance came. Luckily, back then, you know, you had local ambulance stations. They weren't hundreds of miles away from you, and there wasn't a 4-hour delay for an ambulance. Anyway, ambulance took me to hospital. And the nurse was talking to me, and I was drifting in and out, and like they were taking blood and everything else, and they sent the blood away, and they were doing emergency analysis on my blood, and they found out that my blood was crystallizing. So they said, "Have you drunk any substances?" So I'm like semi-conscious, and it was like, "Oh, I swallowed a load of antifreeze earlier." Bosh, next minute they've got all these pure alcohol drips going up, and they've got me IV'd on pure alcohol because the reversal of it is to give you pure alcohol. If they hadn't done all the blood tests and then they hadn't asked the right questions, I would have been brown bread. I wouldn't be here no more. But because they found out it was antifreeze and it was crystallizing my blood, and because I could answer them before they tested to find out what was crystallizing my blood, they was able to give me the pure alcohol drips to then reverse the antifreeze that was in my blood system.
Wow.
And oh my God, pure alcohol going into your arm is the most painful thing you've ever felt.
Burned?
Burning, oh my God, it was worse than salt or vinegar on a cut. Oh, it's 10 times worse than that. Absolutely. And to the fact that before they were changing the drips, I was actually ringing the buzzer so that the drip didn't run out. So all they had to do was hang a bag and connect it in. But if they had to change the drip because it ran out, oh, you got all that pain again. You know, so I'm like buzzing the buzzer to say, "Oh, there's only that much left. There's that much left. Change the bag, because I didn't want that pain again. But I was absolutely drunk as a skunk, with there was no effects of being drunk, but I was absolutely drunk as a skunk. My partner, oh, she was in stitches. The nurses were in stitches because I was absolutely paralytic. But my subconscious was paralytic, but consciously I was stone cold sober. It was a really bizarre thing, it was, but funny. But back then you didn't have video cameras on phones and stuff, so there was no video footage of it. But oh my God, if there was video of it, oh God, how embarrassing.
Do you know what else I found out they did? Or they're doing? Your pomegranate cheese. They put sawdust in that sucker.
In your cheese?
Yeah, in your Parmesan cheese.
Yeah, Parmesan, yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it.
Did you know that most refined oils, safflower, canola, sunflower, and the likes, they are manufactured and produced and processed using a lot of petroleum-based car additives, such as windshield washer fluid, antifreeze, coolant. What's the other one? Bleach. That's just off the top of my head.
Yeah. Oh, it's absolutely
There's like
crazy.
12 altogether. It's really
This is olive oil. Olive oil you buy at the store.
Olive oil, canola oil, safflower,
Margarine.
sunflower. Yes, that's
Margarine.
the worst of the worst. Is margarine. That's not even a. That's margarine is your clue that the word food is a very subjective word.
Yeah, but it's also as well as being oil based, it's also a plastic.
It's
so
a
you
plastic. It's just straight petroleum.
Yeah. It's like the plastic before. It's like the process of making plastic is petroleum based.
Yes.
Right, which is why when the price of oil goes up, the price of plastic goes up.
And the
Right,
price of
but-
margarine goes up.
Yeah. And the price of cooking oil goes up. I mean,
Yes.
back in the day, you used to be able to buy a litre of cooking oil for 13p in the German supermarket, Aldi, right? And I used to go in there and buy 60 litres of cooking oil at 13p a litre. I used to walk out with my trolley and I used to stand there with the litre bottles just going glug, 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 glug into my fuel tank. And I was running my car.
That's what it's best used for.
Yeah. And I was running my car on veg. So all these people were buying biodiesel, right? Which is basically refined chip fat. Yeah. So they would get going around all the fish and chip shops and all the restaurants and getting their oil, and then they were refining it. And it was like, well, it's only 13p a litre in the shop. So just go and buy it brand new in the shop. So we would be off-roading and 4x4ing because it was a Land Rover, and we'd be off, and everybody would go like, "You're making me hungry. All I can smell is fish and chips. You're making me hungry." But you know, I mean, you got what's it called going on that I survive on petrol and diesel engines. No, I've been doing crazy stuff since God knows when. You know, my vehicle now, you know, I save 10 miles to the gallon. I save because I'm running hydrogen for a hydrogen generator that I produce myself, that I use the salts, and you know, I top it up every 2 weeks, and it saves me like 10 miles to the gallon by running the hydrogen.
Also saves some emissions, so you know it is
Yeah.
a good thing.
Yeah, you know, so I'm not against all new technologies. I'm for new technologies. Just 5 years ago, 4 years ago, when we wanted an electric vehicle, the technology wasn't available for us. The charging facilities weren't available for us.
Yeah.
We couldn't do it unless the vehicle lived at our garage,
Right.
which was like 15 miles away from our house.
Right. And I think, you know, the problem is that it's all like about money, and it has to be, you know, in a corporate world. That's the conundrum of it, and it doesn't really economically make sense to pay $60,000 to $80,000 for just a to and from work vehicle or a grocery store vehicle on the surface, you know. So, but that's, you know, that's where it was even just that short time ago. It's come a long way since then, and at this point,
Electric. Yeah, we spent £360 each trip on fuel, right?
Right,
Depending on the fluctuation. But if you say for an average, it was £360 on fuel, right? Charging the vehicle was only going to cost us about £90.
Right.
Right. So that's a massive saving on doing 1,900 miles.
For sure.
The problem was to do the charging at that time with the technology that there was, it would take us 4 days to drive that distance. We couldn't drive that distance on the technology that was, you know, nearly 5 years ago.
Right.
So that would have then put us all in hotels. And when you look at a family of 4 going to a hotel to stay, right? You've got hotel staff, you've got food in the hotel, you've got bedding, you know, you've got all that extra cost in all that. Whereas it was like, well, if we want to do this, it's only going to cost us 90 quid, but then we got to pay for a hotel. We've then got to buy meals. Whereas we can jump in the car, it costs us 360 quid, and we're there, and you know, we've only ate a few sandwiches or a McDonald's on the way.
Right.
You know,
I think that's where my idea earlier, though, that a lot of people overlook, you know, and especially now, you know, it's come a long way since even 5 years ago, especially 10 years ago. is the electric vehicle. Now it's actually ready for long term, much more than ever it was. But it was much more viable for a in-city commute use case. And I think a lot of people miss the idea that with the savings that you get from that, you don't have to go out and buy the top of the line Tesla or something like that. But with the savings, you can when you want to do a longer journey, you can rent a car for such thing.
Yeah. But then it was a case of, well, our greatest distance at any one time is driving back home to Poland. Yeah. So running the 15 miles each day. Yeah. We would probably only charge the vehicle once a week.
Sure.
Yeah. And it was a case of for the mileage we do while we're working, is it going to be a saving or isn't it going to be a saving? If we're only doing 30 miles a day there and back, is it going to be a saving or is it going to be, and then when you looked at the finance, because obviously we had to have finance, when you looked at the finance on one vehicle and you looked at the finance on another, on the electric vehicle, the electric vehicle was more expensive and you had to weigh up the costs. Then we also, the 4x4, we could put it through as a business expense and claim the VAT back on the finance, whereas the Tesla, we couldn't claim back any finance or any VAT on it. And, so there was a lot
They
of
wouldn't
things.
allow you to use that as a business expense?
No.
Why? If it's used for business.
Because at the time you couldn't get a business lease on the vehicle.
Oh, well, it doesn't have to be a business lease. That would certainly give a higher write-off, but
as a personal vehicle, they won't allow you to claim the VAT back on it. It has to be registered. It had to be registered to the vehicle. That's changed now. You can do that now as a business courtesy car, company car, whatever. They brought that in. They changed the ruling on that. So
but you still could have registered it to your business at that time, right?
No, because the finance would be a personal finance deal. So because it's a personal finance deal, you couldn't do it on a business finance deal back at the time.
What do you mean? Your business can't finance a vehicle?
Yeah, you couldn't go to the finance company and run it through the business because it wasn't it was classed as a private vehicle. It didn't have business use.
I'm not that's weird. That's confusing.
The only way we could get finance on it was personal, whereas the Range Rover, we did it straight through the business. It was registered to the business.
What about line of credit? Business line of credit. Pay for it that way. Business line of credit.
Well, because we were leasing over 5 years or 4 years. There was the deals that were going on the Tesla at the time. We couldn't run it through the business. They would only do it as a personal finance.
Yeah, but business line of credit is open, right? So after you get the line of credit, that's a write-off, and whatever you choose to purchase on is whatever. Then it's whatever the line of credit falls under as a classification itself. It can be used for any business expense whatsoever, paying the staff or whatever.
Yeah, at the time we did it with the accountant, and I said, well, if we purchase it as a private, can we not rent it to the business as a business vehicle because we need it to get A to B? And there was no way of getting around our government taxation system because at the end of the day, the paperwork went back to us as a private individual. not as the company, because we was a registered company. So there was no way of claiming it. The only way we could do it was buying the diesel vehicle.
Well, you should be having on paper zero profit anyway, so it really shouldn't matter. If you don't, you're not doing it right.
Oh no,
You know?
the VAT man was paying me every quarter.
Right,
'Cause
or a loss even, you know.
Yeah, every quarter I was losing on VAT, so they had to give me it back.
But see this, you know, you're
I
making the use case here where this is where again, and this is where people are really going sideways. And I know it's a catch-22 because, you know, it's not everybody's a millionaire and so on and so forth. But the principle about turning to a more healthy technology should not be financial on the forefront, within reason, at least, you know. I mean, obviously it's going to be, if it's 10 times the cost or something, that's just stupid. But when it's within a, you know, like the stuff that I just purchased, the equipment, the batteries, the Blue Eddies and whatnot.
Yep.
They're going to be about probably about 4 times the cost of what I could get if I waited another 6 to 12 months for the next line of Blue Eddies that are coming out potassium based next year. I already know what's there.
Yep.
But I decided to purchase these ones primarily, of course, because I didn't want to wait, but also it's like I'm giving the company my endorsement and fuel, energizing the company because I want to see them go in that direction. I know the direction that they're going. You know what I'm saying? So now, of course, I had the funds to be able to do that, but it's principle before financial, you know. And if people thought like that a little bit more responsibly, the economic benefits would end up turning around to pay for itself anyways. Maybe not on the forefront, right? But it's an investment into the future.
Whereas like now, I mean, now, I mean, I was going down to the shop the other day, and now, not 500 yards away from me, they've just installed 15 in a row Tesla chargers, superchargers. You know, so you know the infrastructure is finally coming, whereas the infrastructure wasn't here 5 years ago.
Yeah,
you know,
it's getting
there was only like you can charge at your place of work or
home.
There was one other place. I mean, last year an electric coach from London came down to Cornwall, and they actually broke down in Devon. They broke down in Devon because there was nowhere for that coach to charge.
Right.
So from Devon down to Cornwall, there was nowhere that coach could charge. So they had to transfer from the electric coach to a diesel coach and then carry on their journey into Devon and Cornwall in the diesel coach.
Right.
You know, because the infrastructure, and that was only last year, because the coach, I think it's bigger than the Tesla supercharger thing.
Right.
Yeah, the charging equipment that it needs to charge that is completely different technology to the technology that they'd already installed.
Right.
You know, so you know they had to recover that coach back, and the people that were coming down in the electric coach then had to go into a diesel coach and finish their holiday in a diesel coach, and it was all in the papers, it was all on the news and everything else, that Devon and Cornwall just haven't got the infrastructure to charge such vehicles.
Well, see, again, though, it depends on your outlook on it. Most use cases for vehicles, let's face it, is not long distance.
No.
Right? Most of the driving is short range, to and from work, grocery shopping, other shopping, visiting family, so on and so forth. And typically, you know, most vehicles for quite some time now. Electric vehicles, the lowest range ones are 200 miles on a charge. Right? That's more than sufficient for a round trip. Now, long term, of course, the infrastructure has been lagging to develop, but that's why I propose, again, there's alternative ways that people could think about that. And of course, it's much better now. It's not like it was, and it's going to continue to get better. But even in areas that it's not better, it'll still make very good sense to go electric locally. And then just offshoot, if you're going to go on a long distance drive, rent something that's either hybrid or even internal petrol for the time being, if you really have to or whatnot. And you're all set with it.
As crazy as it sounds, before we moved workshops, so when I had the workshop at the farm, right, we had a mobility scooter. Right, so one of the old person's mobility scooter. Yeah, if we wanted milk or sandwiches or munches or anything like that from the garage or from the shop, yeah, we used to jump on the mobility scooter, boom down the road at 10 miles an hour on the mobility scooter, grab all the shopping, throw it in the basket, and bomb back to the workshop on the mobility scooter.
There you go.
We didn't jump in the car and drive to the shop in the car. No,
right.
it was a toss up on who wanted to go on the mobility scooter down to the shop and back.
Right.
And it was
it's all about attitude. It's the attitude, and again, people have been spoiled rotten to the core with petroleum, right? You got like petroleum on tap left, right, and center at every station. And this has just created bad convenience habits in the minds of the consumer, and they want that now. They're addicted to it, right? So if we're going to make a transition to something, we don't want to think about having to like downgrade our convenience or anything like that, even though it's much more environmentally friendly, better for our health or whatnot. So again, it's the attitude that's the problem of the individual.
But
I don't know.
We would arrive in Poland, and we'd be in Poland for 7 weeks for the summer holidays, right? Our car might move, say, 3 times in that 7 weeks, because as a family, we'd all jump on push bikes, and like Cornwall is up and down dale,
That's about as clean as it can get, isn't it?
Yeah. And we would pedal everywhere. We'd go everywhere on push bikes as a family,
Right.
And or if we was going up to the tennis courts, or if we was going up to the park, or we wanted to go to the woods, we'd all jump on the bikes and we'd cycle up there.
Right.
We wouldn't even dream about jumping in the car and driving the car, but it's raining and we need to go into town. So, right, hang on a minute, let's jump in the car and go to town in the car, because it's a convenience thing and we don't all want to get wet, So spring, summer and autumn, we spent on push bikes. We didn't spend in the car. It was only the winter when it was snowing that we used the 4-wheel drive capability.
Right.
So because Poland is flatter and you're not up and down hills, it was easier for everybody to jump on the bikes and cycle. And it was more fun.
Yeah, and you got exercise.
Yeah.
I would like to say something if I could.
No, get out of here. Who are you? You're not allowed up here.
I got a charge card.
Right,
how much Bitcoin did it have on it?
Yeah, what's the PIN number? What's your last 3 on the back?
I am so damn poor. Even a homeless man gave me his dirty underwear. I mean, that's pretty bad, I mean, really.
At least
you went panhandling to the panhandlers? Holy shit.
At least he didn't lend you his teeth so you could eat a sandwich.
Damn, I never thought about that.
It was a 2-for-1, I promise.
Oh, glad I get badgered in this place. I love it.
That's for the underwear. Never mind the t-shirt.
Was that one skid mark or two?
I was lucky I got 3 out of it. With chunks.
Oh, wow.
Before washing, did you turn them inside out?
Well, you know.
Make them last a bit longer, like.
Yeah, anything to keep you warmer, right?
I use flour to bleach it. Oh.
Is it? Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Is it?
He's forgotten what he was going to say now.
Yeah.
Is it just me, or is it that there's something going on with this, though? I mean, with the electric cars, I understand it's good, friendly for the environment, but I just have a feeling there's something beyond this. You know, it's some sort of a catch by the government.
Yes, but it's not to be singled out on the electric cars. It's the climate change agenda. That's what's a scam. Okay, and of course, it's being coupled and used with the green credits and all that kind of stuff, the carbon emission credits, to make money. So that's what's going on. That's a scam. But it's not just with the electric cars, and that's what a lot of people don't realize. It's with all the cars and all the products that we're using.
Well, it just seems to me that I have a feeling that when we do get the electric, well, it's going to happen. We know that, but they're going to jack up the prices so much that people won't be able to afford to charge the cars. Other than the rich.
That's not just with the electric cars. That's with all the cars. It works for everything.
Years ago, like people wouldn't buy a brand new car because as soon as you drive the brand new car out of the showroom, the depreciation is about like $4,000 on the value of the car. Right? Well, I've got friends who run YouTube channels that actually have electric cars, right? And like the guy that I was saying has got the Porsche. He's called the Mac Master on YouTube. Right now, he wants to get out of it because all the time he's got charging anxiety. He's got mileage anxiety. There isn't the infrastructure for charging it. And he does drive all over the country with his Porsche. And he was doing a life story basically of owning an electric vehicle. And he was dead keen on it and everything else. Now he wants out of it. He can't afford to get out of it because the depreciation on that vehicle is so high that he's completely at a loss.
Yeah.
To get rid of that vehicle.
Yeah, he got screwed.
Yeah.
He didn't do his due diligence,
It's like, why did you go and buy a Porsche? If you bought a Tesla, you'd come out on a level keel, because, Tesla have got the following. But you've gone for a new technology, a Porsche top of the range, and it's like you've been stitched up left, right, and center on the finance on it, and you're never going to get out of that vehicle because it's always going to cost you money. The same as like we had our vehicle over 4 years. We leased it over 4 years, and at the end of the 4 years, we had the option of doing the balloon payment. Now that vehicle actually went up in value, didn't depreciate.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, didn't depreciate, and because they were actually contacting owners and asking because there was a shortage of Land Rovers and Range Rovers. Yeah,
wow.
Because of the production, because it was when Tater took over and the production and the import and the sanctions and blah 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 blah. So Land Rover dealerships were actually contacting owners and asking to buy the vehicles from them, so that then you could go and buy a different vehicle. No, but that hit us because when it came to the balloon payment at the end of the finance, instead of the balloon payment being a low payment, because that vehicle never depreciated,
Mhm.
they wanted nearly more than we'd already paid in finance.
Ah,
Wow.
So it worked backwards against us.
well, that's that's capitalism.
Mm.
And this is what I mean. This type of stuff happens. Electric car, petrol car, diesel car, product, regardless. That's just the economics of capitalism. It's buyer beware. That's the
that's it.
important, right?
Mm.
So, but of course, a lot of these things people try and use that narrative. Oh, look what happens. Yes, you have to be careful. It's an investment, and you have to play it smart and do what makes sense for your circumstance. But that's regardless of what product you choose.
I found out one thing: when something comes new, wait till they perfect it, because there's too many defects on them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they did perfect it in the 1800s and the 1900s. They did perfect it.
Yeah, very
And in
true.
so from 19 from so from so say 1948, because everything obviously stopped for the two world wars. So later on, 1948, right through to 1975, 1980, right, we still had electric vehicles running around our town. Yeah, be it milk floats, be it the disabled fit. There was a little disabled four-wheel drive, four-wheel disabled buggy that was all electric, and there was still electronic technology. All your forklifts were electronic. They were all electric, sorry. And then now forklifts went over to LPG, and now they're going back over to electric again.
Right.
I used to repair the guy that was across the way from my workshop. I used to repair his electric forklift for him. I used to
Right.
service it for him. Now, that technology has been there since all the time I was growing up.
Absolutely.
But then the government said, "Hey, get out of your petrol vehicle, buy a diesel vehicle because it's better
Right.
for the environment. You get more miles to the gallon. So your petrol car only does 30 to the gallon. A diesel car will give you 50 to the gallon.
Right.
So you'll be saving money, blah, blah, blah. Buy a diesel." And they were giving all these grants out to get everybody into diesel vehicles. And now it's like, diesel bad, diesel bad. Can't have a diesel no more, diesel bad. It's
They're all
whatever.
bad.
Yeah,
They're all
everything's
bad.
bad. Even the electric vehicle's bad for the environment. It's bad for the kiddies that have to mine it. It's bad.
It is. But
So
it is moving in a better direction.
yeah, it is moving in a better direction. I agree with that. There's better technologies coming out all the time.
Yeah.
And the same as solar. You've got the is it monopolar panels now or something?
He's cussing at us. He's cussing at us. I heard him. He called us monopolos.
No, amorphous silicone. So instead of polycrystallite or monocrystallite, you've got
That's the bifacials you're talking about.
Yeah. So and then they've got cadmium telluride.
I heard about that. I don't know what those do though.
And copper, indium, gallium. So there's loads of different technologies now for you.
There is.
So when you look back and everybody was using monocrystallite, then they brought out poly, which was a lot better than moly. Now they brought out the amorphous, the ones that you've got. The technologies are getting better and better and better.
Yep.
They don't need as much intense sunlight to produce the electric or to produce the charge or the current or the amperage. the technologies are growing all the time, but
I have another question when you get done. Go on.
you need investment into the original technology to grow the new technology.
While you're dependent on it, yeah,
Yeah.
of course. You know,
Without people using it, the technology won't grow, and the infrastructure won't grow, and the manufacturing won't grow. So it's a catch-22 situation, which is why all the governments are throwing loads of money at it. They're not taxing. Then they're
that's
letting all the electrical companies. They're letting them make loads of profit because they're reinvesting that profit into new technologies, and it's
that's the result of going down the wrong direction to begin with.
yeah.
So now there's a retrace, right? Now there's a conundrum scenario where you got to use the evil to get to the good type of.
Yeah.
Right? That's the problem. It never should have been that way. It never had to be that way. And again, the responsibility rests on the consumer for choosing to vote and accept that.
Back in the 70s and the 80s, they should have built on the electric then. They should have built on what we had then.
Back in the 1800s.
Well, yeah.
We had Edison batteries, we had Tesla in tip-top shape,
Yeah, but 2 world wars put an end to it all, and then it had to redevelop itself again, didn't it?
That's right, because at that time sustainability, and it's still the same today, meant corporate sustainability. It's not sustainable to have a business model that doesn't have repeat revenue.
That's it.
That's not sustainable, right?
Well, the government ain't gonna earn his cut every month, is it?
That's it. And the corporate manufacturers. So, petrol was the perfect energy based. How many times do you got to go fill up on gas a month? Right? How many times do you got an oil change?
It goes back to our conversation about the light bulb. If you filled that little hole up with a bit of candle wax, the light bulb lasts for years. But we'll put that hole in it so that you let the gases out, and then the bulb goes pink, and then you have to go to the shop and buy a new one.
That's right.
I think Wrights wanted to say something.
That's why capitalism is insanity, because it does not incentivize by design. It doesn't make sense to produce better products. So, all these, I hear these people, it's like, wow, capitalism has made us go forward and with progress and stuff. No, it hasn't. But it can't. Doesn't make sense as a business model to go forward. Only backward. It's more profitable to downgrade and downside. That's why, China is the chosen place, because China has relaxed regulations of how good the products have to be and the shitty manufacturing materials, toxicity level. That's why, That's why Walmart is king of the hill, because what kind of products do they sell? Ones that break in less than a week. But that's the responsibility of the consumer for choosing to accept that way of life, participating in that way of life, instead of what? Instead of taking responsibility for producing your own goods and services in cooperation with others. Delegating that away is what's caused all of this toxicity and problematic situations. And then it became so bad, it's such an addiction that people don't even, never mind not know how to do that. They don't even remember that it's an option anymore. All people know is that the only way to function is we have to have capitalism. We have to have grocery stores. We have to have jobs. We have to have the ability to go buy and purchase these things. That's what sustains our life. Not true at all.
I've just put that thing that I said about the electric vehicle. Yeah, there you go. That's as big as I can make it on here. No, that what's this saying is subsidies and excess charging costs accrued by a MY 2021 electric vehicle over 10 years, expressed in terms of the cost per equivalent gallon of gasoline. Right. So the blue one is cost to EV owner. The dark blue is cost to taxpayer. The lighter blue, sorry, is cost to utility and ratepayers, and then you've got cost to buyers of gasoline vehicles, right? So what they're saying is the true cost of fuel in an EV, including extra charging costs and subsidies, works
Sorry,
out.
the EV is the red one. Is that right?
Yeah, that's the red one. Yeah.
Right.
So that's actually costing $17.33 per gallon, basically.
Right.
So this was based on a MY 2021. This was an American study. So you've got residential electricity costs for charging the EV in 2021 was £1.21 or $1.21. Additional charger and metering cost was $1.38. Federal and state EV buyer tax credits and rebates was $2.72. Avoid charging infrastructure costs, that was a subsidy of $0.40. Incremental generation, transmission and distribution costs was $3.18. California and other state ZEV mandates and credits $1.48. EPA GHG multiplier credits $1.01. Corporate average fuel economy cafe credits $5.96, and then the true cost. So what they're talking about is what the government subsidizing, what the utility ratepayers are paying, and then the cost of buyers of a gasoline vehicle. So it was dollars per equivalent gallon of gasoline. So it worked out more expensive in 2021 over they said over 10 years. So it worked out more expensive.
Right. So, and are they saying after that, then it would start to offset, where it would become not as expensive after the 10-year mark? That kind of what the thing is.
No, because what they're saying, because the further study went on, and it then went on to the subsidies that they pay the wind farms, the subsidies where they subsidize the wind farms for production of electricity, the subsidies that they use to pay the wind farm. Also, when the wind farm, if it's too windy, what they do is they have to, because they can't put the brakes on because they'll catch on fire. So then they've got to run a diesel engine, driving a gear just to keep that windmill turning slowly, but under diesel power. And
why
also,
don't they just use some of the electricity? Why do they got to use diesel power?
I know why haven't they got their own battery banks? You
Right.
know,
That don't make so much sense. Use a solar panel.
Yeah, why is so much not going to a battery bank and they're running it via a battery bank, and then the rest goes back to the grid? Why aren't they doing that? You know,
that makes no sense.
You know, so they're saying that because the government is offsetting, and because us, the consumer, you know, I mean, they're saying because of the cost of solar and because of the cost of wind, right? They reckon that at the end of this year, all our electricity bills are going up by 70%. So they're going to charge us 70% because of the government spending, right? Now, they went to every single wind farm or solar wind generator Yeah, they went to every single producer of wind generators, yeah, to put up another wind farm, right? Not one single company would sign a contract with the government to build another wind farm because they're losing money.
Right.
Even so what the government has said is that for the Green New Deal, we're now going to increase all electricity by 70%. Or we ain't going to be able to invest money into wind or solar.
Yeah.
So basically, where they've been offsetting and giving all these companies, I mean, there's 2 or 3 companies that have gone bust already. They've gone bankrupt. Right, one council went completely bankrupt because they invested millions into, billions into this wind farm, right?
Right.
That never actually came on grid. They never actually produced any electricity,
Right.
and they never got any of their money back. And then the company went bankrupt, which then bankrupted the council.
Right.
So it's
this is
like-
another, support towards what I'm always touting about. The real solution is self-reliant.
Yeah, but the government
Pointing to the
government is-
utility companies to try and they have no interest. They have no financial interest, and that's all I think about. Right? It doesn't make sense financially for them to solve that for the consumer. Consumer has to do that. Go buy your own solar panel. Right?
Well,
It's worth the
yeah,
investment now.
I got my head right with here, guys. My arm's getting tired.
Go home.
I have a question.
Fire away.
Oh, I did.
Okay, back to you. Back to you, Smiler. Excellent question, right?
Yeah, brilliant
Appreciate
question.
that. Thanks for coming out.
Hope you guys learned something.
Sly's got brilliant comments in the comment section. I don't know what she's doing, but she should be on the bloody panel.
I asked her that, and she said no. Why is it that we don't go through hydrogen cars? What is the difference? Isn't hydrogen better than wind?
Right? Yeah. The
expense.
Is it Toyota? I think it. Don't quote me, but I think Toyota is one of the companies, and
there are hydrogen cars now.
Yeah,
there
and
are.
JC,
but why don't they? Is it
JCB have done hydrogen. JCB is all your diggers and what have you. But they've done hydrogen, and so is Toyota. So
is it feasible?
So now it's the infrastructure
Yeah.
to put the hydrogen tanks in all the petrol stations and what have you. Because they also built a hydrogen lorry. One of them built a hydrogen lorry. I mean, if I could run pure hydrogen 24/7, I would run pure hydrogen 24/7. I can produce it, but at the moment, my engine hasn't got the technical advances to keep.
Right.
It's like going back in the old days when we had TVO, so you could start your tractor on diesel and then switch over to a TVO tank. The same as you could run your car on LPG, but you had to start it on petrol first, and then once it warmed up, you switched over to LPG. So, like my vehicle, I'd love to run it permanently. If I could design it to run permanently, I'd run it permanently on hydrogen, because I'd just build a bigger hydrogen generator to produce the hydrogen.
I'll tout for that over petrol any day, but I'll elaborate and answer Rice's question in a minute. He's itching to get something in here. So how much? What's the price tag for this word? We're going to charge him per word here.
Yeah, bid.
Okay, ready? Start charging me.
Ready? Taxi meter's going. Let's do it.
That's it.
That's 17 Bitcoin, please.
Oh, is it
feasible to run a hydrogen more than an electric car.
It's feasible, but it's not practical and definitely not more economical. And that's been the
That's what I wanted to
bottleneck.
find out. Why? That's I'm trying to
Because
figure out.
okay, it's basically a more complicated version of the internal combustion engine. Too many moving parts, too many things can break. The cost to make the equipment to manufacture hydrogen and so on and so forth, especially with the infrastructure. If
Can
you
I stop
compare
you?
that, no, I'm going to finish. If you compare that to the economics of the electric motor, the brushless electric motor, and so on and so forth, it's night and day. You know, world of a difference. It just makes so much more sense, especially from a maintenance perspective. It makes so much more sense to go to electric. That being said, it's a far cry from petrol as far as a moral aspect, right? It's definitely a much more moral, better step in the right direction, with the exception of the manufacturing. Until we're actually producing and manufacturing goods and services from clean energy, then there's still like a lot more energy demand from petrol to make a hydrogen combustion engine.
Okay, now I know. That's what I wanted to find out. Okay, thank you.
Now the floor is yours, Mr. Smiler.
It's the engine. The engine is basically similar to a diesel or a petrol engine. It's the
Right.
same. It's the same construction. It's actually the electricity that you need to produce the chemical reaction
right.
to create the hydrogen. So you're consuming a lot of electricity to produce the hydrogen. So that's why they've been building hydrogen fuel cells.
Yes.
So
if you look at that technology, it is far more complex than a petrol internal combustion. Far more complex, far more moving points, far more things that can break. It's solid, but it's problematic in that sense, right? But
I mean,
it depends on your point of view. From a like I said, a moral aspect, from a clean aspect. Well, can't get it really any cleaner than water vapor coming out of an exhaust point, except one thing: no exhaust, which is electricity. An electric car, no exhaust at all. But then again, it depends on what's being used to produce the electricity for that car. So that's why, the consumer, there's no point in getting an electric car and then plugging it in. If you're doing that and you're just plugging it in day in and day out to the grid, unless if the grid where you live is like comes from a dam or something more environmentally friendly, then okay. But that's not the majority of the places, right? The majority is coal or nuclear or whatnot. That's problematic.
Now I'm using 2.5 amps to produce hydrogen. So I don't know. I haven't tested how many liters I get an hour to 2.5 amps, but I know that 2.5 amps will save me 10 miles to the gallon.
Right.
Right. So I'm running at 2.5 amps. Now, what I've done is I run 2 batteries, and I've also upgraded my alternator. Right. So instead of having a 45 amp alternator, I've now got a 65 amp alternator. So I'm running a bigger alternator to charge both batteries. Now, one battery is my starting battery, and half of my electronics, half of the normal electronics, and then the other battery, which takes charge from the alternator, runs my hydrogen generator.
Right. Also separate, the separate battery. Okay.
Yeah, I run a split charge system, so that the because if you were going on short journeys, what's happening is you're using your start, and like summer and winter. So during the summer, you jump in the car, you turn the aircon on, and you're driving. During the winter, because your windscreen's steamed up, you turn the aircon on for the first 5 minutes, then you switch the heater on, and you're driving. But you're driving to work in the dark, and you're driving home in the dark. So what was happening is, with running the hydrogen, I was running my start battery down. So I had to upgrade the alternator, upgrade to a second battery, so that it was running, all hydrogen was running off one battery, and then I could go dual battery for starting on 12 volts. Do you know what I mean? So I wouldn't be running my start battery down all the time.
Right.
Because like winter, like summer, you got 12, 14, 16 hours of daylight. In the winter, when the clocks go back, you wake up in the dark, and you finish, and you go to work in the dark, and then you finish work in the dark. So there wasn't, because you jump in the vehicle, turn everything on, drive to work in the dark. Your battery, because when you start a vehicle, it takes half an hour to put back into that battery what you've taken out of it just by starting the engine. So it takes half an hour for the alternator to recharge the battery to the condition it was. So if I'm driving 15 minutes to work and 15 minutes back, with everything going, including windscreen wipers and everything else, my battery was running flat. So upgraded the alternator, second battery, didn't have any problems anymore.
Interesting.
So that heater is electric heat then that you're getting in the car.
Yeah, heater. Yeah, the vehicle heater is electric. Yeah.
Wow.
But the hydrogen generator, that's also electric.
Right.
Because basically you've got positive and negative going through a salt solution, which
Right.
is charged by electric, which then produces the hydrogen gas. So you've got to have an electrical current to produce the hydrogen gas.
I'll have to check that out. I'll have to read up on that. I don't know anything about the hydrogen, and how it works and how it's, made.
Don't worry about it, right? I got the solution for you.
Okay,
Have you ever watched the Flintstones?
Yeah.
Just cut a hole out in the floor and run.
And if you go downhill, you could probably use the wheels to charge a battery to get back up.
Yeah.
I want to stop at the drive and get some ribs.
Bronco burger.
Yeah.
Oh, I should have known better.
But that was another thought that that I had. Right now, okay, you've got regenerative braking, right? But if you've got a rear-wheel drive vehicle, you've got a prop shaft, right? On that prop shaft, you can put a drive belt, which can then go to, like in England, our generators. So so an external generator for giving you electricity at 240 volts, right? So you can then mount a generator motor, yeah, with a pulley going off of your prop shaft to power the generator, which then in turn can go to a battery system, yeah, or drop down to 72 volts or whatever, a regulator drop down, yeah,
right.
and then go through something else, which would then charge your batteries, yeah. So not complicated to do, and you wouldn't need to go and plug in to a charging station because the vehicle would be charging while you're driving. You have to be in motion for it to work, but all the time you're in motion, as well as having your regenerative braking, you've also got your prop shaft charging.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so why hasn't anybody come out with this idea?
Capitalism.
I
They
know.
want to make money.
Because it's got to work. It cannot not work.
Well, if they do that, they wouldn't have to charge their car at the charging station.
Exactly. You wouldn't have
Or they
to
lose
pay.
money.
You wouldn't have to pay the government for the electricity, would you?
Oh, they've
Right.
got
Yeah.
other solutions that, you know, in fact, now they've been teasing this. It's not out yet, but you heard of the 1,000,000-mile battery?
No.
Okay, that Tesla is teasing this. There's apparently a battery that is in the works that is supposed to have the potential. You charge it once and it'll last the life of the vehicle.
Is that the capacitors though? Is that because I was looking at doing a instead of doing lithium ion batteries, I was looking at doing capacitors as a battery bank for a electric bike. So for
Right.
electric bike, I was looking at doing capacitor charging,
Right.
because capacitors will take more charges than a lithium ion battery.
Yeah, it's
and create more power than a lithium ion battery.
Right.
For a slightly bigger cost. And there's a guy that actually, he's not a prepper, but he's off grid, and he set up a whole bank of capacitors, and he was running his house from solar and capacitors. So instead of buying lithium ion batteries, the capacitors are cheaper than lithium ion batteries.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So he worked out he needed 6.7 kVA, to run everything in his house. Yeah. But when he looked at the price, it was going to cost him something like 15K in batteries. So he bought something like 3,000 pounds worth of capacitors, and ran all them, and he charges them via solar, right? And he runs his house from them now without any problems at all. And obviously he's got no lithium ion.
Right.
You know, he's running these double-ended capacitors.
Right. Yeah, that's definitely possible. And there's a lot of use cases for capacitors. To answer your question, the 1,000,000-mile battery is a hybrid, the kind of the best of both worlds, the best of capacitor and the Edison battery. So that's interesting. What's fascinating about that is it's got the charging capability of the capacitor, not as fast, but so it won't be the 1,000,000-mile one charge first. You know, there'll be a stepping stone, and already they've got the technology to charge. I think it's like 60 kilovolts, less than 3 minutes, 0 to full. So
That's right. So yeah, I'm just looking it up. It doesn't mean you can drive 1,000,000 miles.
Right.
It means a battery that will last for 1,000,000 miles or more, and it can't hold a charge strong enough to power an electric car anymore. Eh?
right. Well, that's okay. No, that's one thing. There's another thing though behind that as well that we're being teased about, and that's a further advancement than that to a battery that actually only needs to be charged once. It'll outlast you and your life.
Yeah.
And that technology has been possible too for a long time. There's nothing actually new about that. It's just, again, it
Yeah, and
doesn't
it's
make
also like
sense from a corporate perspective to produce a product like that quality. It's
yeah,
not
it's
sustainable.
also like Tesla. Musk is talking about giving a 15-year warranty on his Tesla batteries.
Mm-hmm. That's because he's going to
But he's
already lithium irons, and so those are of course much better. And then next is the sodiums.
yeah,
So
he's teamed up with a Chinese battery manufacturer
mhm.
called Contemporary Amperex Technology, or CATL.
Everything's going to China. Everything. Damn.
A battery that will last 16 years and 1.2 million miles, but hasn't said much more about it. The battery would cost 10% more than the typical battery CATL sells now. Company chairman, blah, blah, blah. If
Well, there's
Tesla,
something wrong with that because nobody goes 1 million miles in 16 years, unless if you're maybe a long distance semi truck company or something like that. Maybe taxi
yeah.
driver. I don't know.
This was published back in 2020.
Right. Yeah, there's some pretty remarkable improvements. There's also a solar panel that's set to come out in the next 12 months that's more than triple efficiency. Totally different technology, and it doesn't have the same problem with losing efficiency when it's hot. That got solved anyway.
Or if it gets cold, should have effect on that too.
No,
Coldness.
no, actually, solar panels do better when it's
Really?
typically, yeah, and typically batteries do too until they reach their thermal capacity point. Like LiFo's -4 is Celsius, where they'll start to have. It's actually bad for the battery. If you try and charge the battery at -4 Celsius and further, you can damage the battery. So to mitigate that, they put heating pads in some of them with a battery management system. That's what I got in the Blue Eddies, because if it wasn't for that, then they would have that problem. So the Blue Eddies have heating pads in them, and if it gets to -4, it automatically uses some of the electricity from the battery to keep the battery itself warm. So they can be charged because of that down to -20 Celsius. But as far as the upper heat with the batteries, I think it was +50 Celsius, which is ridiculous. We never have that. That doesn't even happen, so there's no problem with heat. But solar panels, the opposite is the case. Heat is not good for their efficiency.
You think it would be because it needs sunlight to generate the energy. That's weird.
Yeah, the sunlight itself, is good, but then it's a double-edged sword. I don't know why. I watched the stuff and I just can't remember off the top of my head. But the heat does something to the things that jump inside the molecule. They don't jump as far, something.
Amazing.
Yeah, see, also the Model Y, there's one of his researchers last year demonstrated 100-year 4 million mile battery. And that's basically going down the LiFePO route.
Okay.
LiFePO 4 route over the lithium iron phosphate.
Right.
And the LiFePO is blah 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 blah. Where's the chemistry gone?
I never heard of that battery before. Blah 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 blah.
That's what's in it.
That's the blah battery is brilliant battery.
That's back to the Flintstones again.
Yeah, that's under the water. That's called water power. That's called waves and motion power.
Yeah,
That is.
that's called you made a wrong turn.
Yeah.
Well, listen to you guys being a Flintstone. I won't have no lace left. I'll be stubby.
It's like what I heard the other day that the perpetual motion is there's no such thing as perpetual motion.
There is such thing as perpetual motion. It's called life. Life itself is perpetual motion.
Only if you get off and walk. Don't walk.
No, energy is constantly in motion, transforming, perpetual.
Well, the heart, I would say the heart is perpetual until it stops.
No, I mean just energy. Period. Energy doesn't get created nor destroyed, does it?
No.
Just changes.
Energy is the source of life. So energy itself and the source of life is perpetual motion. Now, if people understood that, you could start to think a little bit differently and realize that it's all about just being aligning in the flow of that. And if you can get the flow right, you're just accepting a current and discharging a current. That's really what it's all about. Now, how to do that efficiently without a loss into something that you don't want or don't need, or at least enough to run what you want at a constant. That's the key, right?
See, the Tesla has switched over to nickel, cadmium, manganese, and aluminium battery,
right?
Rather than using the
That's the one I think's been with the Canadian company. I think it's manufacturing that.
Yeah, instead of using lithium.
Right.
So
lithium's going bye-bye.
Yeah, obviously because of all the grief because of what was happening with the little miners.
And
also
the blow ups and it's fire safety and the whole thing. It's just outdated,
Yeah, and then you've got all that horrible yellow sludge to extract, and the byproduct and the poison of the land and everything else.
And lithium itself is toxic, right?
Yeah. So as well as looking at his salt batteries, at the moment he's gone to NCMA,
right?
Which is nickel, cadmium, manganese, and cobalt.
That's the Edison's.
Yeah. So I mean that's going back.
Yes.
In time.
Yes, where we should have been.
Yeah, and bring in an old system.
Right.
That's what batteries used to be.
That's right. Edison designed those batteries. There are still still Edison batteries on the market today from the 1800s that still run perfectly.
Yeah, all your mobile phone batteries are nickel cadmium. All your laptop batteries before they went over to lithium, well, NiCad, nickel. Everything was nickel cadmium, but now they've produced extra so that they get a longer life, because what degraded the batteries was the cathode. So the cathode is made of aluminium now, and manganese, whereas the cathode was before, I think it was made of copper, wasn't it? So it would degrade a lot quicker than new technologies. So they've gone new technologies, to make the old chemistry basically, and to get away from lithium. Because I mean, lithium is a nuclear bomb basically.
Yeah, it's not the greatest thing. But again, people miss the point that it's a stepping stone. It was never meant to be a long-term thing,
I remember about 8 years, a guy taking a lithium battery, beating hell out of it with an axe, until it started
Dummy.
smoking,
Dummy.
and then the flames started coming out of it, and he was on a dock basically to a lake, and it was shallow water, and then he knocked it into the water, and it carried on fizzling and burning as if it was white phosphorus under the water, and it just carried on burning until it burnt itself out. And all the gases that were coming off it and everything else, and he was just showing the dangers of the batteries, and that was about 8 years ago.
Yeah.
And trying to explain that no fireman is going to be able to put it out with water because it carries on burning like phosphorus.
Oh yeah,
does.
no, it's dangerous. It's just like
Yeah.
a grease fire. Yeah,
Yeah.
don't do that. No,
know,
you need
and
fire retardant shit.
Mm.
Which, sorry, back to where I was here. What are the components? I just looked it up again. What are the components of the Edison battery? Edison's battery had alternating plates with metal packets, which contained nickel 2 hydroxide for the positive plate, and the iron oxide Fe3O4 for the negative plate.
That was it. The iron, yeah. So
Right.
it was the iron that would dissolve quicker, wasn't it?
Right. This combination proved to produce a battery that was so efficient and so well constructed, they could not produce an estimated time for expiry. Some of the Edison batteries produced in the early 1900s are still available today, typically used by off-gridders because of their reliability. Made in the early 1900s. Very rare to come by, very expensive, but if you can get a hold of them, they don't have a projected expiry.
No, but
Solid state.
when they tried to replicate it, it was either nickel or iron. It was either copper or iron that they tried to use for the cathode, because in the Edison battery, obviously you got a cathode and a diode.
Right.
So when they made the NiCad batteries, it was cathode and diode. But what would happen is the diode would wear out. It would burn itself out, and then your battery would be dead. Yeah, a bit like when you go and buy ordinary Duracell batteries and you put them in your radio or whatever, and they only last like 3 days.
Right.
So then we had lithium ion that then after 3 days you could put them in a charger and then put them back in. Well, the same technology that they make the unchargeable batteries, was basically what they did in the rechargeable batteries. But what happened was the cathode or the diode was burning out, which then stopped the batteries from working.
Right.
So they tried to replicate the Tesla, what's he called? Edison battery, but did it poorly, but it lasted a while.
Right. Well, they're still around, so it's not hard to reverse engineer and clone them. If they really wanted to. Easy to do. They just don't want to. I reckon too. Speaking of capacitors that we were talking about earlier, huh?
Doesn't Musk now own the patents to the Edison battery?
I have no idea.
Or
Good question.
Was it his father? Because how did he come? Because he came out with a Tesla. He came out with it all, and that goes back to the Edison battery, doesn't it?
Now,
was it Edison and Tesla together? I can't remember.
Well, just looking it up, Edison still. So I guess at some point, I think it's 20 years or whatever it is, a patent becomes public domain. So no longer is that protecting the designer or inventor, right? So
Well, it was Edison. Yeah, sorry, go on.
According to a quick Google search here, doesn't look like it was ever bought out by anybody. Still patented by T.A. Edison.
Right. Now, he designed the light bulb, and he did all the lighthouses. Edison, all the lighthouses were Edison lighthouses.
According to this, Thomas Edison has 1,093 patents.
Right.
That's a lot of tinkering.
Yeah.
Guy was busy.
Mm.
What the hell's the problem with people today? Huh? Yeah. Speaking of capacitors earlier, I can't believe that. Well, I can, because again, it's just another thing that spells less money for the automaker and petrol business. It would be so easy to use capacitors as an acceleration fuel.
Oh
So,
yeah.
and regenerative braking, right? So, you know,
Yeah.
and I'm talking in an internal combustion engine, a petrol engine. So you could very easily use capacitors to get the car up to speed, 67 miles, whatever it is, and then it switches over to petrol for maintenance to keep the speed. And then as you brake, it regenerates the capacitors for that next start again, right?
Yeah.
And
Well,
if
I
it
was
wasn't
gonna.
enough to go, then it can, you know, it just switches back over to petrol whenever it needs. That would make the miles per gallon on a petrol car infinitely greater.
Yeah, that I was going to use capacitors for my rear axle
Okay, right.
because the van is front wheel drive.
Mhm.
So I was going to put a live axle in the rear, yeah, driven by an electric motor,
Right.
but the electricity would come from capacitors.
Right.
Yeah, so that
Easy to do.
yeah,
Easy, cheap,
yeah,
safe, very safe.
yeah, and all you have to do is basically turn your ignition on, bump start your vehicle, bang, your engine's running again, and you're recharging your capacitors again.
Yeah.
You know, or you don't even have to do that. You know, you can have it built in that when the capacitors drop, the same as hybrid vehicle does. Once the
Yeah.
batteries drop down to a certain amount, it kicks the engine over to start the engine, and then you start driving via the engine.
Right.
But the trouble is, because of the government legislation, what they did was the hybrid cars, they started putting in like 1.1 and 1.2 liter engines, and it was like, you know, so as soon as your battery's dead, you're stuck to a 1.2 liter car.
Right.
And
Right.
it's like, you know, you can get out and walk faster than the car, and
Right.
you know, it didn't have enough power to pull the skin off a rice pudding.
Right.
Do you know
Like
what I
a
mean? So
Volkswagen Beetle engine in a F-150 or something, you know.
yeah, so it was like, so you know, I mean, we really did research, like going on the electric side, and we went and tested loads of different vehicles and everything else, you know,
Mhm.
and we even had the Lexus hybrid, you know, but because we weren't doing enough mileage, we weren't getting that battery power out of the vehicle. We were still running on petrol.
Right.
And you know, you're talking about um, V6 engine that runs like 12 or 14 to the gallon. So you know, it was like, sell it, sell it, sell it. It's costing too much money. Get rid of it. Every single part for it is expensive. Get rid of it. You know. So we got rid of it. We got shot of it. You know. So I mean, how he says that I'm like anti-electric and all the rest of it, I don't know. Because I'm like a dog with a bone. And I take things apart and I tear them to pieces and I look at everything else and do you know what I mean? And I explore all the different avenues that you can go down and all the pros and cons.
Right.
And like 5 years ago, the cons were higher than the pros. So it wasn't a viable thing for us to do at the time.
Absolutely.
You know,
Well,
now it'd be so much easier for me to jump in an electric vehicle and drive an electric vehicle around
Mhm.
because I hardly do any mileage whatsoever. And if I was going to do long distance, I mean, if you're getting 400 miles on a charge, you're only going to do one charge from one end of the country to the other end of the country in the UK.
Say that again. Sorry, that last part.
If you're getting 400 miles per charge now,
Yeah.
it would only be two charges. The one where you set off from home at fully charged,
Right.
to halfway, and you'd only charge once to get to the other end of the country in the UK.
Right.
So you'd only be charging once to get from one end of the country. So
Yeah.
if you drove from one end of the country to the other end of the country, and then back again, you'd only stop twice to charge up.
Right.
Whereas fuel, I would stop 3 times for fuel.
Sure. And again, it's just a different. You have to have it's a different mindset of travel. Like it's a different mindset of function when you have an electric car. You just got it's a not. It doesn't operate like an internal combustion, especially with the fuel aspect. So if we were to envision that if there never was a petrol internal combustion engine car, if that would never happen, and that was on the wayside, there would be no thinking in comparison like that, right? And so the idea that you have to charge up like that, or maybe you have to go a little bit slower, it wouldn't seem like anything to be a negative about, because there would be nothing to be comparison. It's all just about you have to make your moves according to the technology that you're using. It's different,
Well, all petrol heads have strived for years and years and years and years and years to get the most amount of brake horsepower, to tune,
Yeah.
to remap, to do
Yeah.
everything, to get the most amount, add turbos, add superchargers, to get the biggest amount of horsepower, when you can jump in a 1,000 horsepower electric vehicle tomorrow,
Right.
and go 0 to 60 in like less than a second.
Right.
And I mean, what was it? I can't remember. There's a guy on YouTube. He was the first person. He basically bought a wrecked Tesla. He then built an outside frame on it. It was a 4x4 Tesla. He raised all the suspension, and he's been doing like rally? They call it rally cost, where so much of it is road work and so much is off-road work. And like nobody can touch him because he's off the line and he's like quicker, and the handling is so much better because he's got the regenerative braking, whereas like everybody else is hitting the anchors and locking up and skidding, and do you know what I mean, and losing control.
Right.
And like his car's doing the braking for him.
Right.
And he's doing on this rallycross with his Tesla. They all frowned at him. They all didn't want him to do it, and nobody would scrutineer his car and let him enter because it was the petrol head scene and everything else. But they eventually did, and he's wiping the floor with it. Absolutely wiping the floor with it. I used to follow it on YouTube because I thought it was quite funny. How all these people were anti this electric vehicle doing this stuff that all the petrol heads like.
Right. Well, next year is going to be interesting. All goes according to my plan. So I'm going to be building a fully custom, one of a kind, all electric, including drivetrain RV, Class A. And by the looks of it, I believe I'll be able to do at least a 300 kilowatt battery in it, maybe more, maybe 350 kilowatt. And that's not just going to be for driving purposes. Of course, you know, that's got to at least take me 600 to 700 miles on a charge. Sure. But that's not really the point of it, you know.
You know,
I'm
you
not
know
so
that
I'm
you
not
know
so
there's
concerned about the distance in that aspect because of the way that I'm going to be charging it up. What that's going to do for me is because there's a lot of real estate room on an RV that size, especially on the roof and whatnot, and using flap outs. So it's going to be very easy for me to use as well as state-of-the-art solar technology, and I should have no troubles sustaining boondock indefinitely with that. Well, I'll never have to go and charge up on that.
there's already these A classes out there, all electric. You know, there's something like $1.8 million or something.
I've never seen one yet. I've only seen 2 electric RVs on the market, and only one of them is fully electric. The other one is partially electric, partially fuel cell. And both of them are buggy. They're not, they got work to do yet. One of them is Winnebago. The other one is Thor. Those are the only 2 that I know that are on the market so far.
Yeah, there's the Winnebago ERV2.
So if
Which
there's
is
one that somebody did, cool. I'd like to check it out. $1 million one. I'd be interested in checking that out.
the Winnebago one is based on our Citroen Relay or Ducato.
I think it goes. I don't even think it goes that far on a charge. Isn't it only 100 or something?
Yeah, something silly because they built the. I said, didn't I, that they built the Ford Transit and they also built the Volkswagen T5 or T6 as an all electric, and they also built a Citroen Relay or a Vauxhall, which is the same vehicle as the Citroen Relay.
Right.
They're workmen's vans, you know, and quite a lot of people bought into them, and they were all over Facebook. Worst thing I ever did, blah blah blah, loads of problems. Can't get chargers anywhere, you know, all you know, and they were ending up parking them up and going back to diesel vans, and they were all dogging it because they just couldn't do the work that they were doing with their diesel vehicle.
And the Thor, I think, has 300 miles range, but again, that's not fully electric. It's mostly electric and a little bit of a fuel cell, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's the 4. Yeah, it's the Volta Power System 4 Industries.
Right.
But it is a hybrid electric. Yeah, I didn't realize it was hybrid. I thought it was
Yeah.
all electric. Yeah.
Oh. Which, I mean, if it's hydrogen and electricity, that's interesting. You know, again, still too much technology for my liking, but definitely still better than petrol. What does it say for the range on that thing? Was I right? I think it was 300 if I remember correctly. Better than the Winnebago anyway.
The A-Class, first of its kind, that is generator free, uses automotive grade lithium ion technology. This new system for full industries will allow freedom to experience off-grid capabilities not previously possible with an A-class. Known for both styles, blah, blah, blah. The Tuscany 45JA comes equipped with livable floor pans. The Volta system is more cost-effective alternative to a full hybrid system. It gives users more power, more reliability, and more freedom to travel. The system includes 36 kilowatt hours of usable energy, enough to run amenities all day, AC overnight on a single charge. It recharges from a high power 58 volt engine driven alternator, solar and or traditional shore power. The system supplies power through three 3,600 watt inverter chargers for a full 50 amp shore power experience without the cord. Volta systems build lithium-ion energy for nearly any mobile. Blah 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 blah. It doesn't give me any.
Google search it. Hold on a sec. 38 kilowatt hour battery for power. Though that's not bad. Not too bad, especially for that size. But what's the range? Range on the range per charge on, or what is it? What is the mouth or? I'll just type 300 miles.
Hello?
Yeah. Can you hear?
Yep.
Was I out? Or
Yeah,
was
you
you
did.
out?
Yeah, no, you were breaking up.
Okay. So yeah, a quick Google search, best in class 300-mile range on it,
No.
which isn't too shabby, you know, for an RV, because you know RV, it's about taking your time anyways and enjoying the journey.
Oh, yeah, it's chillax, isn't it? It's
Right,
not. It's
that's the
not a
idea.
race to get from one end to the other end. You know,
Exactly.
it's like whoever sat in the passenger seat is like, go on then, make a nice cup of coffee and a bacon sandwich.
Yes.
You know, and then
Exactly.
get up and then go make something. You know, the kids can sit there and they can play their video games, and you got all that room to move about, and it's just chillaxing. The only person that's doing the work is the driver.
That's the point, you know.
You know?
And I reckon that if people thought about it that way as well, from a electric car point of view, then it would start to make more sense as well. You know, people are the whole petrol combustion engine car is designed to cater to the hustle and bustle of the rat race minded worker corporate slave. You know, it makes sense for that.
See, that Volta system is no different to what I described that I was trying to work out how to do earlier. You know, whereas I ran an alternator to run the charging. You know,
right?
It's no different to what I'd already looked into doing to you know, so that you could charge any electric vehicle as you were driving.
Right.
And that's basically the same as what this Volta system is doing.
Yep, it's doing that, except for it's using the fuel, right?
Yeah, it's using the fuel rather than using power.
Right.
You know, whereas that's a Class A, it's rear wheel drive, so you know you could be running the power from the prop shaft as you're driving.
I reckon it's worth a try. You know, I had the same idea a long time ago. Of course, one what do you call it? One alternator is going to kill you because not enough. But I just do one then. Why not have two or three and see what happens there?
Well, yeah, I mean the old Lincoln Continentals, you know, the limousines. Lincoln Continental. One of my customers had a big limo, Lincoln Continental, and it had all the starlight sky, and you know, it had all the lights going through it, and the music system, the split screen that used to go up behind the driver. You know, it was the full, it was the full champagne. You know, what the bride and the, you know, what the, or you know, what all the what they would hire for the bride and bridesmaid to go out on their stag do, or whatever, a hen do. You know, it was the original party bus. Now that ran 4 batteries and 2 alternators, and it ran 2 Ford 65 amp alternators.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, and they ran on the same belt, but they were dual belt. They
Okay.
ran on the same belt, but one was wound left-handed and one was wound right-handed.
Okay.
Now,
Makes sense.
he had a problem with his where he wasn't charging enough. So when I ordered the new alternator, I grabbed the part number for one of the alternator, sent it to my guy that supplies all my alternators, electro diesel, sent it to him. He sent it to me, and it was like, "Whoa, Nelly, what's going on? This alternator's glowing red and it's smoking. What's going on? Why is it so hot? I can't even touch the alternator." And I'm on the phone to him, blah 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 blah, and he said, "What vehicle have you put it on?" I said, "It's a Lincoln Continental." "Oh no, you've got 2 different alternators on there. Although they look the same, one's wound the wrong way." All right. Oh, poo.
Oh,
So
shit.
I've just burnt out an alternator. Don't worry about it. We'll repair it. Don't worry about it. He said, "You know, I should have asked you in the first place." He said, "So I'll split the difference on that alternator. Give me the part number of the alternator that isn't working." So I gave him the new part number, and he sent it out. And yeah, one's bound right-handed, and because the other one, so they go nose to nose basically, but sort of like side by side. So one's going anti-clockwise and one's going clockwise. So the windings inside the alternator are obviously different.
Gotcha.
You know, I didn't realize that. I thought an alternator charged whichever direction it went in. So that, you know, that proved me wrong. And yeah, we went 50-50 on the old alternator and had the new alternator. And you know, I fitted the new alternator, and the customer went on and happy chappy, and had to have 2 new batteries in the meantime. But yeah, you know, I mean, Lincoln Continental that run 2 alternators and 4 batteries.
Yeah.
And I said to him back then, I said, "You'd be better off if you went lithium ion and just had your starter battery as a lead acid, and the rest of your batteries, because all your electrics are running off the other batteries. If you went lithium ion, it would be better for you."
Now, in theory, you know, having 2 to 3 alternators should do the sufficient job. But at the very least, you know, the one thing I don't know about for sure until it's proven is the weight aspect. You know, it could all be just in the design. You know, needing to adjust the design of the alternators to make it as long as you're 0.01% over, you know, the weight of negative usage capacity, you'll be fine. But at the very least, it has got to substantially increase range. At the very least, if it doesn't make it to perpetual sustainable driving, you know, at the very least, it has got to substantially increase the range quite a bit, I would imagine.
Yeah, but now you've got like 105 amp hour. intelligent alternators. You know, they'll I mean, most cars from 2018 onwards have now
Mhm.
got a hybrid alternator, which is
Right.
an intelligent alternator. So when the battery dips, the alternator will kick in. Whereas before, the easiest way to test an alternator to see whether an alternator was charging was you literally started the vehicle up, went over to the battery, disconnected the positive lead. If the engine cut out, you knew the alternator was duff. If the engine carried on running when you disconnected the battery, you knew the alternator was good. You can't do that on a modern vehicle now because the alternator only kicks in on supply and demand. So
Right.
all new vehicle alternators are supply and demand only. You know, so they're automatic alternators. They only kick in when the battery gets below 80%, or if you're running the windscreen wipers, your side lights, and your heater. So if you start the vehicle up with all them running, your alternator will kick straight in. Now I had a lorry outside my workshop that I was taking for an MOT,
Mhm.
and I had it sitting there ticking over. And my mate came up to the workshop that used to own my workshop before me, and he said, "Why have you got that MAN running?" I said, "Oh, I had to jump start it earlier on with jump pack." I said, "So I've got it ticking over to charge it up." He said, "Oh, you need to go and turn the lights on." I said, "What?" He said, "You need to turn the lights on." He said, "It won't charge unless you're drawing electricity from the battery. The alternator will never kick in until you turn the lights on." I said, "You're having a laugh, aren't you?" I said, "It's been sitting there for an hour. I was hoping to jump in it and take it MOT in a minute. And when I switch it off in the MOT station, it won't start again." So I ran over, turned the lights on, and as soon as I turned the lights on, it obviously started charging the battery. But without having that constant draw on the battery, it wouldn't charge. And I didn't realize that they'd done that on the lorries before they did it on the cars.
Hmm.
So that's on our what we call our small heavy goods vehicles. So up to 8.5 ton,
Right.
which is 12,000 kilograms in your money.
What's the amount of pound?
Oh, you don't do kilograms. You don't. So your vehicles are done in pounds, are they?
Yeah, it depends because some of the if it's imported, yeah, a lot of our vehicles here are imported from U.S. and they do pounds.
Right.
So it just depends. But we're on
So
the
that would be
we're generally on the metric system too, though.
that'd be basically £19,000.
Okay.
So 8.5 ton is 18,739 pounds.
Okay.
So that's so without doing my HGV medical again, at the moment I can only drive up to 8.5 ton.
I got you.
So in the UK, if you passed your driving test before 2001, you had grandfather's rights to drive what we call a heavy goods vehicle, but only up to 8.5 ton. And then after that, you had to do a class 2 or class 1 driving license to drive your big HGVs. So like your big your big fifth wheelers, that's classed as a class 1 in the UK.
Okay. I found something. Saw this a while back. It's kind of funny, but interesting.
Let me find StreamYard again. There it is.
Right, so you still awake? I hear him. You there? I heard you for 1 second, and then something happened to your audio.
I got a thing. There you go. Yeah, I'm on. Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah,
just listening how many hairs are ever in the Alice's ass. 20.
Yeah.
$20.
Oh, I thought it was 20 hairs. Shit. I did miss something. Damn.
Well, we all sent you the bill.
Damn, I didn't say a word. I still get it.
We were pretty sure that what you offered us, you weren't sleeping and mumbling in your sleep.
No, I would never do that. You know me. Not
Yes,
never.
Yes.
You mean-
We all knew you were going to make good on your payment.
I know what he's been doing. I know exactly what he's been doing. He's been trying to earn his $100, and he's been doing handstand press-ups, hasn't he?
So, did you make it to 1 yet?
50 cents. Well, my own business, they ain't bothering you guys. Listen to you, and you guys had a rasty old man here. I know.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that was that prop shaft car. Cromwell Bear. Sorry. I don't know who it was. Whether it was John Trump, I'd have to look it up.
Have you seen this one?
Yeah.
What's this here?
Sorry, I've been missing the comment section because I've not been on. What's it called?
You're fired.
Yeah.
Morning, Grover.
Get on. Let's have a look at this thing then.
Okay. This is me and my looking for creative solutions. I came up with this idea in my head, and I just thought, I wonder if anybody tried this on YouTube. And I thought, nah, nobody is that crazy and dumb to actually try this. I thought for sure this idea wouldn't be viable because I just logically thought it would just produce drag on the vehicle. And it would end up being a negative in terms of output.
Please tell me he's Russian, because it's definitely something like all these crazy Russian mechanics do.
I don't know if he's Russian, but he's certainly quite a character. So, quick sound check first.
And that
test.
It makes will come from additional
fuel.
Perfect. You heard. Yep.
Very good.
No, he's not. He's American, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so. All right, so yeah, what can I say? I mean, sometimes the crazy ideas, they end up being the ones that make the most sense. So check it out.
People are insisting that my wind turbine can't possibly work, and that every watt it makes will come from additional fuel burned. But today, we're going to find out if they're right. And it's not like those people are crazy. They're pointing to the laws of thermodynamics, which basically say that energy has to come from somewhere. For instance, my first day of thermodynamics class, the professor had us draw a dotted line around a refrigerator and identify any place where energy was going in or out. Now, it's pretty obvious the energy is going in through the cord, but not so obvious where it's leaving. And in reality, it's radiating out as heat, which is why, although refrigerators are really good at keeping things inside them cold, they're also good at heating the room that they're in, especially if the door gets left open. Applying the same dotted line to our gas-powered truck, The only place energy can enter is the fuel tank. That means literally anything we do with it, like driving or even using electrical stuff like the lights, uses burned fuel.
Some products are simply too good to miss. Shop these top picks at Canadian Tire in-store and online until November.
But one of the major things cars do with that burnt fuel is pushing air molecules out of the way. When we drive at highway speeds, we're essentially making highway speed wind with the front of our car. And because it's resistance, we don't get to include it as energy into our system. So from that perspective, it's not looking good for our turbine. But picture the wind for a second as a jet of water. The faster it goes, the more momentum we say it has. Now we can redirect it a little bit without much effort, but as soon as we start to try to stop it, it takes a lot more force, maximizing the drag on that surface. Wow. But imagine for a moment that we have a turbine made of simulated hands. Yes, I know it looks creepy, but just hang on a sec. If they face the wind straight on, we get maximum drag, which is no different than if the water were hitting the front of the truck. But angling the hands reduces the drag and generates lift, which makes the turbine start to spin. But wait, the air still eventually impacts the vehicle, right? Yes, but if you watch my other videos in this series, I explained that wind turbines work by taking momentum from the wind, thereby slowing it down. So by converting the momentum of the incoming air into mechanical energy, we're actually reducing the drag on the front of the vehicle. And yes, we're adding the drag of a wind turbine, but you tell me, what's going to have more drag? The front end of a 78 Bronco or a modern engineered wind turbine? Now, I've attempted to make this point with literally hundreds of people in the comments, most of which tell me that I need to go back to high school physics to learn why this won't work. Now, about a third of the people say, okay, I get your point. I still think it's going to take more energy than it delivers. All right. And then there's a few people that say, this is great. This will make my Tesla run forever, which I appreciate their enthusiasm, but that would essentially be like expecting your fridge to work without plugging it in. So
Hell of an
at this point,
optimist.
I don't see any other
Over.
choice but to test the darn thing.
If you
I've
just pause
identified a
it there,
2-mile stretch of relatively straight and level road outside of town.
if you go back to his motor, but that right. So you imagine that motor, yeah, mounted in your floor, and then through your floor, that belt and that pulley goes to your prop shaft, yeah.
Mhm.
Then as you're driving, your prop shaft will be powering and turning that motor that he's just about to use over wind.
Right.
So that was my idea of running the same Tesla motor there,
Mhm.
yeah, but but not as he's doing it, but to run it as a generator.
Right.
So you'd be powering as you're driving via your prop shaft spinning.
Yeah.
Now, he's gonna do it with his wind turbine
With the
spinning.
wind, yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to see, that experiment be tried again. Again, I don't think one motor, one generator would do the trick. But I think more than one just might. And again, if it's not possible with physics to make it an indefinite drive, it's definitely going to increase the efficiency and the range by a
Yeah.
lot, I would imagine, right?
Mm.
So
That's what
I think
I think.
I think it would be impossible not to, and I
Mm.
think that experiment needs to be tried if it hasn't already.
Mm.
I've never looked for it, so I'd be surprised if it wasn't tried, but haven't seen it yet.
I've identified a 2-mile stretch of relatively straight and level road outside of town. The plan is to use cruise control to get to a consistent speed. Then as we pass a starting point, zero an electronic fuel gauge tethered to the vehicle's computer. At the completion of the 2-mile stretch, we'll record
Maybe a combination of that and the wind at the same time.
the average fuel consumption for that trip. Then we'll turn around and do the same thing in the opposite direction. Averaging the results of the two trips together will help compensate for any changes in elevation and wind direction. We're completing the route twice with no turbine, then 4 more times with the turbine, followed by 2 more without. That will help compensate for any atmospheric conditions that might have changed during the test. We're also leaving the engine running the entire time, so there's no warm-up to be concerned about, which also means the cruise control will keep the same setting. But one thing I didn't anticipate was how hot the oven was going to get, consuming over a kilowatt for minutes at a time. The generator is wired directly to the heating element, so the thermostat can't cycle on and off and mess with our results. I intended to keep an eye on the temperature, but accidentally left the temperature probe hanging out the door. At the completion of one of the runs, I figured I would open the door and quickly toss it back in, but that didn't work out so well. The smell.
Oh, God.
It's okay. Well, okay, it's never mind. It's smoky in there, isn't it? Somebody's going to think we had a fire in here. Whoops. I just wanted to throw the temperature gauge in there because it was getting so hot. I just wanted to see what it was getting.
He's got Dad, you're crazy.
No.
You should have used a new oven without any grease in it.
Right, so I hope you're paying attention. There's a 10-question quiz coming right after this, and each question is worth Bitcoin.
Good morning.
Here's one thing you need to do before buying anything online.
Watch
Don't
this
spend
wood
another
prop.
dime on Amazon until you watch.
All right, let's get our last run taken care of. Once the probe was back in place and the smoke cleared, we got back on the road and continued with the test. Oh, and one more thing. Lots of people suggested getting the power from the alternator or engine because that would be more efficient. Well, it just so happens when I upgraded this 78 Bronco with the engine from a newer truck, I also installed an inverter large enough for an RV. Inverters convert the 12 volts DC of a typical car into 120 volts alternating current that household appliances are designed for. This also means we can use a variable transformer to fine-tune the power going to the oven. So with the oven now being powered by the engine's alternator, we're doing 2 more runs to see what that does to our fuel consumption. Okay, the results of our testing are in, so let's see what we've got. The average of all 4 runs without the turbine was 20.04 miles per gallon. Doing everything exactly the same with the turbine averaged 19.29 miles per gallon. So as many of you predicted, running the turbine did
That's not
use
much
more
of a
fuel.
loss.
But check out what happened using the alternator. 18.45 miles per gallon.
That's not much
So
either.
it took way more fuel for the alternator to produce the same power as the wind turbine. How is that possible? Well, there's a lot going on here, so let's start by converting all the numbers to watts to make it easier to compare. With no turbine, the engine has to output a little over 25,000 watts just to maintain a constant speed. But with the turbine, the engine has to work a little harder, outputting 26,000 watts for a difference of 977 watts. But if we graph the wind turbine output, it averages a little over 1,300 watts from a generator that's only 80% efficient at converting mechanical power to electricity. So the turbine itself was generating 1,692 watts at the shaft, which is 73% more than what the engine put into it. Okay, surely there must be
That's
something
beautiful.
wrong with my math, right? Well, let's move on to the alternator testing to see if those numbers make any more sense. 18.45 miles per gallon translates to 27,400 watts on the engine. That's almost 2,300 watts of additional power, which seems impossible when the oven is only using 1,300. But that's before we take into account the efficiency, or should I say inefficiency, of automotive alternators. They're so bad the peak electrical output is only 50% of the mechanical input. But listen to what happened at the end of each alternator run. That noise is the inverter warning us the vehicle voltage is low, indicating the alternator isn't keeping up with our load. So the battery was helping the alternator power the oven the whole time. To put a number on how much, I added a current meter to the alternator and ran some more tests under similar conditions. The power starts off high and drops off as the battery runs out, so I averaged it start to finish for an output of 1411 watts. To help make sense of what's going on, let's look at the Bronco from above and pretend we have X-ray vision to peer inside. The upper gauge measures oven power, while the lower one measures the engine's alternator output. But prior to turning on the oven, the alternator was making 318 watts just powering the vehicle, so that should be subtracted from the 1411 to get 1093 for the oven. But that's less than the 1311 supplying the oven, which tells us the battery must have been supplying the difference plus any efficiency losses from the inverter. But what we really
His
care about
inverter
is that
isn't pure sine wave
1093
neither.
watts of extra load on the alternator. Since the alternator is likely 50% efficient at max power, this would have required nearly 2200 watts of mechanical input power from the engine. Now that we have the remaining data for our table, we can see our alternator calculations are only off by 100 watts, or 4.4%, compared to 73% with the turbine. So not only did the turbine use far less fuel than the alternator, the power it generated was substantially more than the additional load on the engine. So is this free energy or some violation of thermodynamics? No! That boundary we drew around the Bronco still applies, meaning every watt of power must come from burned fuel. The turbine is simply recovering some of that 25,000 watts that was otherwise being wasted pushing air with the front of the vehicle. And keep in mind, for our gas engine to make those 25,000 watts, it had to burn 100,000 watts of fuel. That's how incredibly inefficient gas engines are. But what about an electric vehicle? Could a system like this be used to extend the range?
Yeah,
I don't see why not. In fact, as soon as I posted the first video on this topic, people from around the globe sent me pictures and articles claiming they'd already done it. A guy in Bulgaria built a system into his electric vehicle conversion, and a company in Colombia did a more refined version claiming 8 to 10% additional range. So why isn't this a standard option on electric vehicles like Tesla? Well, think about it. Would you pay an extra $10,000 for a marginal increase in range that only works at highway speeds, requires extra maintenance, makes noise, and takes up extra room in your trunk? Modern electric vehicles already have far more range than most of us are going to use on a typical day, so adding a complex system like this doesn't make sense for most consumers. But the part I loved most about this project was demonstrating an application of the scientific method, because I honestly did not know that this project was going to work. I suspected it might. Of course, as soon as I released the first video, the comment section overflowed with reasons why it couldn't possibly work. But just imagine what our world would look like if scientists and engineers only tried things that they knew would work. Airplanes, space travel, fusion reactors, forget it. Now, I've been working on this project for almost a year, but you want to know what my first step was? My very first step? I ordered a textbook on wind power, and as soon as it showed up, I grabbed my highlighter and my sticky tabs and spent hours reading and rereading until I understood all of it. Because just like I tell my kids, if we want to do anything great, we have to be willing to buckle down, get educated, and learn as much as we can about the thing we want to do. And sure, making stuff is fun, and I love doing it, but I also love it when the stuff I build works. And that wouldn't happen unless I spent the time up front to understand it. Now, if you have questions about what I did, for instance, why the blades are shaped like this or how much power they can make, go watch my explanations in videos 1 and 2. I made that content so that people without an engineering degree can understand this stuff. And don't forget, I have a second channel, Build 2, where I post real engineering content with problem solving and coaching, all for free, including the calculations from this video for those that want it. The only cost to you is spending time to watch. Lastly, if you like seeing projects where we explore applications of physics to see who actually understands them, consider visiting my Patreon page because, man, this type of content is difficult and expensive to make. If it weren't for my patrons, this series might have died before I completed it. For any other questions regarding the Bronco, my background, or that text messaging service that I talked about, look for links down in the video description. And remember, BUILD stands for Better Understanding Involves Learning and Doing. And there is no better example of that than this project. Thanks for watching.
What a great guy.
Fascinating, huh?
Yeah.
Love that one.
Yep, you guessed it.
I'll put the link in chat. He's got all kinds of goodies. Sharing. That change on me? Sick. Okay. There we are. Links in the chat for anybody who wants that as a reference. All kinds of goodies. That tinker. And I think it'd be worth it for the RV because the RV, again, you know, that's big real estate on the front of a Class A. So, you know, and again, for me, it's not so much the range that I'm looking to extend. It's the ability to charge while I'm driving for the usage of keeping 200, 300 kilowatt hour battery system as high as I can for as long as I can. I think it's worthwhile adding something as an investment. If it was done right, it shouldn't really be too much maintenance. I think it could be, you know, the fan in front of most internal combustion engines for the coolant system.
Yeah, the cooling fan, yeah.
Right. You know, I mean, that typically lasts a long time and until it wears out, doesn't really need much maintenance, you know?
No.
So something along those lines, I think, could be modified or worked with.
Better system is the magnet system.
Okay.
Where you're going north-south pole. So you're using the north and south pole to generate the electrical current.
Right.
Oh, I can't remember. There's quite a few videos where they're using magnets to produce electricity.
Oh yeah.
On YouTube.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you know, one guy mounts all the magnets and then mounts the, so you've got the north side on one side and then you've got the negative side on the other side, and then he drives the pulley, which then produces the electricity. Something to do with the way he does the wiring from the magnets to the rectifier or to something, and you know that the magnets spinning past each other, basically acting like the copper windings. So instead of having the copper windings and brushes, you're using the north and south poles to produce the electricity.
Gotcha.
So if you could do magnets on the front of a fan pulley that was producing electricity, then it would be quiet because you barely hear the car fan when it kicks in anyway.
Right. as opposed to the fan that's turning a magnet
Yeah.
generator. Right.
Mm.
Yeah, that might also be even more efficient as well because it's more direct.
Yeah. Also, he's losing a lot of friction through that belt and that pulley system.
Yes.
You
Yes.
know, he could have used a V belt, which would have been less drag than the belt that he was using.
Right.
And he could have also used a
Oh, if you really wanted to go to the distance, you could just scrap that all together and just go with like a ball bearing system or something that's really, really
yeah.
As frictionless as you can. It's all about reducing friction, right?
Yeah, reducing the friction to keep the same power
Yeah.
Mm.
So there's a lot that can be improved on that.
Yeah.
Even to, having that to, 20, 30%, maybe more, I think it would be worth it.
Mm. But it was hardly any difference. Also, he wasn't using a pure sine wave,
That's right. Yeah. He was just
what's it
using
called? Yeah, a
he was
cheap
using
one.
a cheapie. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas those cheapy ones, they actually burn a lot of energy before they
do.
produce energy, which
They
is
do.
why everybody buys the decent ones from oh God, I always forget their name. The blue ones.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I can't remember I always forget the company's name. I always just call them the blue people. The blue. They make all your solar inverters.
The blue verter.
Yeah. Not the blue Yeti, the blue verter.
Yeah.
Yeah. They they make you split charges so that it goes from your alternator and then charges your house battery as you're driving along. Oh God, what the hell are they called? I can't think what their name is. My mind's gone blank.
Right. But yeah, they're more sophisticated. You can divert a dump load and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the equipment is a huge factor. The cords that you use, the wires, the connectors, all of that, all makes a big difference in the end.
Victron. There you go. Victron.
Victron. Yes. Yes.
Victron. Yeah.
Probably the number one brand.
Yeah. If he was using a decent Victron,
Mhm.
probably,
Yeah.
he wouldn't lose as much energy.
Definitely not.
I mean, I found that out myself when I was buying pure sine wave, but 3,000 watts, eBay jibby jobbies. And my mate from Cornish Electro Diesel that I used to buy all my electronic parts off of said, "Where are you getting those inverters from?" He said, "You know, they're so not worth. They're okay. They'll run your angle grinder. They'll run your hair dryer. They'll run this, that, and the other. But the energy that you're consuming, I could sell you a Victron 2,000 watt, which would do the same thing, but your battery would last a lot longer." And I'm looking at him, scratching my head. Don't be so silly. What are you talking about? And I was going to a 7-day horse show. And he said, "I tell you what," he said, "I've got one on board." He said, "How many days do you normally run all your lorry for at a show?" And I said, "Well, 3 days, and then I have to run the engine for a couple of hours, put charge back into the battery." So he said, "Right, here you go. Here's the Victron one. Test it and let me know how many days you get out of your batteries running the Victron inverter instead of that eBay inverter."
Right.
So I was like, "Yeah, all right then." Well, we had 4.5 days. out of the battery bank.
That's a big difference.
Yeah. And although the Victron is going to be more expensive, we had longer use.
That's right.
Because the inverter was just not energy efficient.
Right.
Whereas Victron have spent so many millions of pounds, getting their technology right,
Mm-hmm.
that spending the extra money was well worth it. So
Oh yeah.
I shifted. So like my solar controllers, I used to use Victron anyway. Because I just didn't trust anything else. I mean, you can buy a cheap one for like 12 quid, or buy a decent one for like 65 quid, I think they were at the time. That were Victron Blue Blue Solars, but you also got an app on your phone, and you could see what you were using and you could see everything on the app.
Mm-hmm.
So everybody loves a phone app, and instead of having to walk up to that little tiny screen and start pushing buttons, you can just look at your phone, open the app, and bosh, there you go. That's incoming, that's outgoing. And like as long as incoming is better than outgoing, you're laughing.
That's it.
So I always used to use some Victron parts, like my alternator. So my alternator to house battery charging, they were Victron as well, the split charge system.
Right.
I always fitted them, because with the cheapy jibby jobbies from eBay and what have you, you had no backup. You had trying to get hold of them on the phone, impossible. Emailing them or giving them a negative comment because they're not replying to you, and it was like, I'm spending 20 quid on an eBay thing that's lasted a couple of months and now it's packed up, where if I get a problem with the Victron one, I just phone up CED and go, here, there's something wrong with this Victron. All right. When did you fit it in? Such and such date. That's all right. Just unbolt it and unplug it, and we'll send another one out. Send the other one back. All right. Thank you very much. So as long as it was within the 2 years, they just exchanged it. No quibble, no argument, no nothing. And they just outright exchanged it. If there was a problem with it, if the Bluetooth wouldn't connect or whatever, they just changed it, because Victron doesn't want the aggro and doesn't want the hassle of somebody giving them a negative comment, because they want they want a good reputation. And if something goes wrong, they want to swap it out straight away.
Mm-hmm.
When saying always goes, buy cheap, buy twice, doesn't it?
Right.
Would want to try one of my Flintstone mobiles, would you, for charging?
All right, you ready for the quiz? The Bitcoin quiz?
I would do if you throw in $20 with it.
What's the quiz? I see what's going on here. I say something, everybody's ganging up on me already.
What I didn't tell him, I did say that each question, all I said was each question was worth Bitcoin. I didn't say which way it was going. And I didn't say if it was you get the question right or wrong.
Well,
So if you get the question wrong, we get to get some Bitcoin.
Can I have the first question?
Damn, I'm screwed already. Here we go. Yes.
The question's in the chat, and it's from Sly.
Okay, what's the
Well,
question?
it wasn't a question; it was an observation.
I see nude. Oh, we got a We got a snorer. Who's snoring?
You.
Oh, when? I don't remember me snoring. Shit. Yes, Dylan.
The question isn't when. The question is when weren't you?
I don't remember me. Oh, okay. Wow.
Well,
I'm
not too many
shocked.
people remember when they snore, you know. But it's
Oh, I'm
recorded.
shocked. Yeah, yeah, it is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna have to edit that part out. Wow.
Oh,
I
sorry,
thought I was on
right?
mute.
Are we that boring? Are we?
No. I stayed up for long hours. That's all. Between. No, not at all. That's why I leave it on. See what happens is if I miss you guys, I just go back to listen again. That's all.
We just showed that excellent video. I'll have to show you again when you're more energized. But that was one that I found back in the day when I was coming up with the concepts of, is it possible to put windmills on your car when you're driving? Would that actually produce a net positive gain of energy, or would the drag be a negative energy loss or whatnot? And so I was searching all kinds of videos, and that one, much to my surprise, was brilliant. If you put it on, apparently, if you put it on the front in that fashion there, and it could be improved a hell of a lot, it definitely is a positive gain. And if done right, wouldn't be too cumbersome on a vehicle to be quite significant of a
Yes, me was smoking a little bit, I think.
Well, that's the fringe benefit. If you want to make some smokies and hot dogs at the same time, just follow this guy's instructions. You'll be good to go.
But then he was powering a 3 kilowatt cooker. If he was not powering a 3 kilowatt cooker, and he was actually charging batteries,
Yeah.
it would be a whole different study.
That's right. As long as there's enough capacity in the batteries, they wouldn't have smoked like that.
No.
No.
So I mean, he was using,
That's a good sign that it smoked.
Yeah, depending what heat he put it on,
Right.
depends how much power consumption he was drawing. So if he was just charging a battery bank, the readings would be a whole different matter.
I agree.
It'd be
So
a
that's a
whole
lot more
different-
promise than that. Mhm.
Yeah, it'd be a whole different test. And like where the other guys, I think one of them said on their front fan, I think one of them said it had a 7% increase.
Yeah, I think it would be
on charging.
substantially better because a battery load is much more efficient. There's compared to the cooker, that so much is lost in the heat there.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it might even be double. Who knows?
Yeah, so he probably would have got more miles to the gallon.
I think so. A lot. I'm surprised. Well, maybe he did do that. I don't know if you thought about that.
No, it was all powering the cooker, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Everything was to power the cooker that was in the back.
Mhm.
But if he was, because of the 3 vehicles that he showed at the end, I think the first one said they had a 7% increase with that fan mounted in
Next time,
in charging their batteries.
right? Next time, we're going to send rights to him in a box, FedEx, and we're going to say, here you go. This is your tester. Left side of his tongue is positive. Right side is negative. Charge him up. Make sure he's got enough juice to last all stream.
Look at his ass smoke. Wow.
One on the
smoking. Yeah.
One on the tongue and one on the nipple.
Oh.
Wow. You're gonna hear what? That'll be it. He's ready.
Just make sure you take a bath first. Okay.
Yeah, a sponge bath, right? Yeah. Keep the sponge.
Actually, we'll just sit him in a little tub in the back seat there.
Let's see the reaction of rights. Hush it, hush it, hush it.
Yeah. Or we'll just put him on a skateboard box in the back and make sure we do it on a day when it's raining. See what happens.
Look at them pounds melting off there. Yeah. Eyes glowing. Yeah.
Well, you know, and at least you'll get a decent haircut out of it.
Oh my God.
No, he'll make his hair curl.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, Sly, we're not cruel.
Sly, see what you started? See what you started, Sly? See? Don't you feel guilty? I'm being roasted.
Oh, she said you sounded like a baby bear. A baby
Oh, yeah.
bear, baby bear gone into hibernation. Look.
She's right. She's right. I was tired then. Yeah. If I was snoring like that. Yep.
Good job it wasn't snowing, or we wouldn't have been able to find you again.
Wow. I don't remember me falling asleep.
You know, because when it snows, it hides the bear's footprints.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I hope it wasn't me that made him leave, because I don't think.
No, I kicked him out. I kicked him out.
Right,
Totally.
okay.
I got tired of it. People were complaining and everything else. So, you know, and then he's jumping on you. Goose asked him, I don't know how many times. I said something a couple of times. You know, and he came right back on you again and push-ups. I'm like, come on, man. This is just ridiculous, you know. That was it. I was done with it.
Yeah. Got to draw a line somewhere, you know. He was, everybody was told straight up.
Yeah, I mean, I waited long enough, you know. I was trying to be polite about it, but he just wasn't getting the hint, you know. People don't want to hear that shit. They don't want to hear me snoring either, and I got kicked out. See that?
I left you up. I just put you on mute. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, put me on mute, yeah.
I didn't even know that you'd muted him. I thought he just turned his head and stopped snoring or something.
Really, what it was is Goo came over and put a pillow on my mouth. Breathe. Yeah. Wow, my apologies. Oh, wow.
Nah, that's cool. Nobody complained.
What's she says? Face torque, covering eyes. I love that lady. She's all right. She live in Canada? Does anybody know where she lives at? States?
No, she's in the States. Mm-hmm.
Is she in the States?
Yeah, I forget what state. Maybe Pennsylvania? I don't know. Don't shoot me if I'm wrong on that. Just trying to off the top of my head.
Yeah, I can't remember. I know we went downtown with her.
Yes, that's right.
I don't remember even talking to her. I mean, physically, you know.
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. She's one of a kind.
Is she? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's bad when you get a bad memory. I can't remember. Oh, well. Oh, she'll come up here one of these days. I'll entice her with her Bitcoin or something, you know.
She's very funny and she's very quick as well.
Oh, I like them kind of people. Does she do push-ups?
Yeah, she does handstand.
20 of them?
Yeah, she does handstand ones on her fingers.
I think someone's got some competition now. Yeah. Jeez. Yeah, I tried with him. I did. That wasn't enough.
I know she knows how to say get on the floor and count to 10. If that counts.
Yeah. Unreal. Yeah. So what were you guys talking about anyway?
You. Now you're paranoid, aren't you?
I'm a hell of a host, ain't I? Wow.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
real.
we're talking electronics and mechanics and efficiencies and intelligent things.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that. Way above my head. Well, my pay grade, you know, I don't know anything about electrical.
I thought you had intelligence. What's that? I'm out of here.
Is that something neat? I'm there. Wow.
That's a sauce I haven't tried yet.
How can I order that? eBay?
No, it can't be
Yeah.
eating that it can't be eating because that'll be producing energy. Can't be doing that.
Oh, shoot. I don't know how many times I got zapped playing around with electricity and doing heating and cooling. My God, I don't even have a ring on my finger anymore, you know? Damn.
Wow. Well, now you got me curious. What was your most common error? Black on red, red on black?
No. What, you ready for this?
Yeah.
We used to do vacuum, you know, clean out the inside of it. Vacuum clean it sometimes, you know.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
And, well, what I did is I had some jumper cables, and I wasn't thinking. I was showing a trainee. I said, "Now look," I said, "Now don't you screw up." I said, "You put your negative, you know, and positive to your connector. You know, I put two wires together and put it on a cord, and from the cord I put it on my vacuum cleaner." What I did is I put 220 on there instead of 110.
Oh,
as I turned it up. So when I'm talking to him, you know, the thing starts smoking. He's just sitting there looking at me. You know, and I'm starting to smell. Oh, shit. And I grabbed him. Mother. Oh, that hurt. I said, "Son, I said, what's wrong? You didn't tell me, you know, that the damn thing was smoking." "Well, you're the dummy who put it on that way." Oh, you sucker. Was I pissed?
Oh, shit. So you got
So I had to buy a brand new vacuum cleaner.
Oh,
Listen, my bosses. Yeah.
So you got a
thank you.
220 juicer. Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's a zing. Oof.
Yeah, it burned that son of a bitch up real big time. I mean, really, it smoked that sucker.
Wow.
So, yeah, that's the truth. Yeah.
But it had plenty of suction for about 2 seconds.
Oh, after that came out of my paycheck. Yeah,
You
it sure did.
put CERN to shame in one shot there, you know?
Oh, man.
And
So,
then
yeah, I did. I tried to, and I tried to grab that boy. I hit that one time. Wow, mother fricker.
and then those brushes just stuck to that commentator and just
Oh, I had sparks shooting out my ass. I'll tell you, it looked like 4th of July. Yeah. I slip fart and shit. That's what I did. Wow. That hurt. Yep.
220,
So,
eh? How'd you do that? Nothing is 220 here. How did you do it?
well, the unit's 220 up there on the rooftop. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, I mean, I was on a rooftop commercial, and I wasn't thinking. I was talking away to the guy and blah, 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 you know, trying to concentrate on him to his, you know, his reaction. Oh, what the fuck? I fried that sucker. Son of a. And he just sat there blaming it on me. Well, you know, and he didn't say a fucking word. Just looked at it, you know. Said, "Hey, you know, shut it off fast," you know. Nothing. Just looked at me.
I probably would have too. Just set a destination. How long it's gonna take to fry this sucker? You know.
Oh, I was so bad. I was gonna throw him off the roof. And I was like, and then I had to pay for it. I went, oh shit. So that ended up that one. Sears. I can't remember the damn thing now.
It's easily done though. I mean,
Yeah.
I bought a RV TV off of eBay, and
Rigid.
obviously it all worked in the RV. Didn't think nothing of it whatsoever. It came, I installed it, bang, switched on the inverter, bang, switched on the TV, and it's like, whoa, Nelly, it's not smoke like that. I didn't realize on the back it had 12 volts, 24 volts, 110 volts, or 240 volts. And before you switched it on, you had to switch the switch to tell it what power it was receiving. Well, that was a waste. That was a waste of 50 quid.
You're the TV guy. Come on. Oh shit! Click.
Oh, it didn't even come on, man. It just started smoking. There was a brief flash of light come up on the screen, and then the rest of it was just smoke billowing out the back of it. And the smell! Oh my god, the smell! And like, I got this. It basically lets off a bomb inside the car, so you get different flavors of this bomb, and like one of the bombs is new car smell. Yeah, I had to use like 3 bombs in a week, and still when I walked in, it was like, can you still smell burning plastic? Because obviously it was all brand new carpeting that we put in the walls and the ceiling and everything else, and it was like, I'm sure I can still smell burning plastic. And I have to get my missus to come up and sniff it, because I didn't know whether I was paranoid and I could still smell burning, or whether it actually did smell burning. So I kept on doing these bombs that were supposed to be new car smell. And she came up and said, no, you're paranoid. It smells absolutely lovely in here. I was like, oh, okay. I just got this smell memory of the melted plastic.
I bought a brand new cell phone, my first one ever, and I'm so proud of it. Oh, and I got a clip and I put it in my belt. I went to 7-Eleven, bought a pack of cigarettes, came back to my car, backed the car out. I heard, what the hell? I get out of the car, I looked at my front tires, I ran out of my brand new phone, tore the whole son of a. And I looked at my belt, the whole damn clip fell off. Didn't even feel it. I said, son of a, brand new. I went, oh, mother. Well, it's over, you dumb son of a, I'm like, I had tears in my eyes. I went, no. Yeah, that's the truth.
Did
First
warranty
phone.
cover it?
No, I didn't have a warranty on it. I didn't have a warranty.
No.
I told the lady, do you want a warranty? No, it's a bit later. I'll buy another one if it breaks.
He
I didn't
comes
realize
back
it was
the
gonna
same
break.
day. Can I get that warranty? Is it still?
I changed my mind. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Brand new freaking phone. I'll never forget that. Fell right off the damn clip. I couldn't believe that. Didn't even feel it. Didn't even hear it.
I was towing one of my mates up to the workshop, and when we slowed down at the junction, she drove straight over the tow rope and got it stuck under the wheel. So it was bar tight on the car, and so from the wheel to the tow bar, the rope was bar tight. So she rang me on her phone and said, "Help, we got a problem." I said, "What's that?" And she said, I think I've driven over the rope." So I jumped out the car. Yeah, we've driven over. Right, get out, give me a hand, push your car back. So we pushed the car back, but she came out of the car with her phone in her hand, and she slid the phone into her back pocket. We pushed the car back, everything was fine. Jumped back in our own vehicle, took her up to the garage, and then next minute her phone started ringing, and she said, "That's a funny noise." And I said, "What?" I said, "It's your phone, isn't it?" And she said, "Yeah, it doesn't sound right." Anyway, she took her phone out of her back pocket and went, "Oh my God, look at the state of my phone." where she'd sat on it in the car. She'd bent it to the shape of her arse. So the phone was bent like a banana.
That's instead of ringing one. Instead of ringing one. Yeah. Oh.
I was speaking to her the other day, and I said, "Are you on your bendy phone?" And he's like, "Yeah." She said, "I've got another 6 months before I get my new one."
Yeah. That's too much. Yeah. Little things like that happen, you know.
Hmm.
The heck is this thing? This heat for your home. I just stumble on something. Discovery. What is this? New kind of burning stove. Where did the tab go?
Who?
Hold on a sec. What the hell is that? Endless heat for your home without electricity 2.0. This is endless heat for your home without electricity. When the heater is used for the first time and gets very hot, it will begin to turn off some of the paint. Okay, blah, blah, blah. The same way. So after the paint is off, no longer in between. Blah, blah. Yeah, just a heater. And
You're dropping in and out.
I'm just sort of mumbling while I read. Yeah.
Ah, right.
I was going to say the same thing. You're breaking up here. I didn't want to say nothing. Might have been me again, you know.
Why I shouldn't have said anything. Same way we did on the previous heater video. Oh, it's an oil tank heater. I built can. Oh, never mind. Petrol thing. Not it. Look too good to be true.
Damn, I've been really impressed with these headphones. Go on, I'm sorry. These headphones are really amazing.
They sound great.
I haven't charged it up yet.
Really?
Yeah, I haven't charged it around once.
For how long? How long have you been using?
Since I've been talking to you.
You mean just today? I
Yeah,
thought since you used them first.
No. Since I talked to you, yesterday, 11:30.
All night, yeah.
9:30, but yeah, 9:30, yeah.
That is pretty good. What's the length of charge? How many
I
hours?
don't know for sure, but I know it was past 6 hours. I'm like, wow, and that's why I'm letting it go right now. I'm waiting to see when it dies.
Well, the other ones that you had, the Logitechs throughout, they were like 6 or 8 hours, weren't they?
Yep.
I remember. Yeah. And but the charge was slow on those.
It was.
Yeah.
Same thing you had before, remember? Or you still have, probably.
I still have them. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been 12 hours and 10 minutes. Yeah, I'm surprised. Really good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Mine are rig, and I think I get about 18 hours out of mine.
That's pretty good.
I mean, I came on. So I came on 7 hours ago, and I've just hit the button on mine. Mine still say battery high. Mine will go battery high, battery medium, and then it will go battery low.
Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. Did you say there's no copyright or copy strike or anything like that over in England, UK?
On what?
On YouTube?
Oh no, it's hell of a copyright.
How do you? Go on.
Let me just get into my content a minute. So we'll go to channel content.
I was going to ask you, how do you do these videos and get away with it? Is that I'm not.
I'm trying to figure a way of getting videos without me getting in trouble with them. I got to do
Right, my Klaus. So my the truth one is age restricted. Then the speech by Gabrielle Miller is no restriction. Then the Klaus Schwab one is copyrighted, and it says the content ID claim on your video doesn't affect your channel. This is not a copyright strike. Content identified in this video is listed below. As long as you love me, Jason Nevy. Video uses the song's melody. Content found at 2 minutes 26. Impact on video, no impact.
Huh. Okay.
So they've put a copyright on it, but with no impact.
I don't understand, because when I do videos, I get myself in trouble.
And then I stand with Palestine, but you call them terrorists. That's got a copyright on it. And it's partially blocked. That one of them is shouting at the wall, no impact. The Exodus song, that's blocked in some territories. And it's blocked in Russia. And then the Gaza Fight for Israel. That's got copyright owners LDS. So shouting at the wall is by copyright owners is Empire, MC Abdul. So the young boy that was singing, he didn't mind me using the song for the video. But YouTube have partially blocked it, and they've blocked it in the only place they've blocked it is Russia.
Then I'll just keep doing what I'm doing, and I'll just keep making pictures and do the audio. Then I'm safe. You know, it's a pain in the ass doing it that way, but it's safer, I guess.
Yeah, one of my other videos I had, because I use CapCut to do my video, make my videos on. I use a program called CapCut, and CapCut is basically owned by TikTok. So some of the music is TikTok music, and YouTube don't like it. So they sent me a copyright on it. So I had to go into the video and then get rid of that bit of music because it was longer than 30 seconds. And like as soon as I got rid of that music and changed it for a different music, it allowed it.
Wow. You go to Rumble, and I'll tell you, everything there is just unreal. Goo is so right about that. You can put anything out there in Rumble, and you don't get a strike or nothing. They just accept it. It's amazing. Where would he go?
Oh no, Miss Cat sent me a message in Discord. I was just reading it.
Tell her come on over. She wants to. Tell her I'm up now.
Great conversation.
I was typing. That's a man thing.
And I was listening to him typing. I was listening to him. Trying to read what he's typing.
Yeah, what's your excuse?
It's, I was looking for a video on YouTube. I was trying to find a panel to go visit.
Oh, I know a good video on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it? Yeah,
the end.
Yeah,
Do you want me to send you a link?
Sure. Or post
how
it
to
for.
do how to do handstand press ups and pull ups.
Oh. Well, for that, you just put rights on camera.
Yeah, I'll do push-ups on the wall, right through the wall. Yeah, okay, yeah. It's
Can't do
easy.
that.
Just crash.
We can't do that. Rights is biconic.
Yep. Excuse me. Well, we got another live one. We got 2 people on here. Man, we're doing good now. Shit.
I'm trying to see
Cat fell asleep and she forgot that we was on. She was recording Star Trek.
Did she really? Star Trek?
Yeah.
She's a Trekkie fan. Remind me to fire her when she gets over here, okay?
Yeah, when she fell asleep. Hello, Cat. If you're checking now, yeah, she said that she'll come on and check now. Okay.
I'll tell you what. As soon as she shows up, we'll just leave.
That's nasty.
Well, folks, it was nice knowing you. Thank you for coming in, Cat. Bye. We all leave, yeah.
I nearly apologized earlier and was going to leave. I don't know what's the matter with a poor chap. I really don't know what's the matter with a poor chap.
Yeah. We're done with it now. We're finally done with it. Yep.
Apparently, there was a Tesla Model RV that was announced a year ago. So maybe there will be a Tesla all-electric RV. In the RD department of Tesla, they could be working on a model RV that will completely change the RV. So maybe it wasn't it.
Well, I know they worked on their truck, and that's supposed to be released soon.
Well, now that thing apparently it can pull, so that makes headway for having a pulley, not a motorhome, but a pulley RV, right?
Yeah. Fifth wheeler.
Fifth wheeler, yeah.
Yeah.
Which might be a really good way to go, actually, because then you've got the room. You've already got the battery, a big battery pack in the Cybertruck, and then you also got a lot of floor space room and whatnot, real estate room for a huge battery pack in addition on the fifth wheel.
Yeah, and you've got all that roof space as well.
Yes, absolutely. So, yeah, I contemplated that as an option. I mean, I'm still contemplating that. There's pros and cons with that. One pro is when you boondock, you can be stationary and you unconnect the Cybertruck, and then you could use that to zip around and just leave your RV there. Go to town or whatever, come back, no problems type thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's an advantage there, as opposed to what I'd have to do now, which I will do, is park the RV wherever I'm going to my motorhome RV, rent a car, or buy an electric. In addition to that, and then do the same thing, because that's the one drawback with having a Class A motorhome is when it's time to move, it's a job to pack everything up every time.
Mm-hmm.
Bit of a nut job, but that's the trade-off.
See, in the UK, you can put a little electric car, which is called a Twingo.
Twingo.
Yeah. Because it's so light, you're allowed to put it on the back of the RV, like on
Right.
So what they do is they connect it via the tow bar and two mounts on the front of the bumper, basically, or the bar behind the bumper, should I say. And then it basically follows. So all four wheels are on the ground, and it just basically follows the vehicle that's towing it. And because it's so light, you don't have to have the extra brake inside the vehicle. So it hasn't got to brake itself. Like in the UK, anything over 750 kilograms has to have its own braking capacity if it's behind you. But because the Twingo's so light, it doesn't need that extra braking when you're towing it.
Right. Interesting.
Mm. A lot of RVers, they have the modification done so that you've basically got a metal bar that goes from a tow bar straight to the front bumper attachments, and all you do is leave the key in the ignition so the steering doesn't lock, and you basically drag the vehicle around behind you. And then when you get to your RV destination, then all you got to do is jump in your car and drive your car about.
Right.
Or you can put a motorbike mount on the back, or put a electric, electric bicycle, electric scooter, or one wheeler.
You know, with these new batteries, you think they could do a lot better for the cars too. Batteries don't last like 5 or 6 years for me. I got to change those batteries out all the time. Of course, I don't drive it all over the place either, but still, you think they can make a battery last longer.
Work in progress.
I might have to put a blue Eddie in it.
For that, there's better.
Really? Okay.
Oh yeah. For that use case. Blue Eddie is the way to go for portable situation. That's the best use case. For the one I have anyway. The new one that they come out, that is really good for stationary off-grid, especially for grid tie. That's the bomb for grid tie.
You think they're going to have those stackables ready for that kind of battery?
They already do for you.
They do? Oh, good. Okay, I didn't know that. All right.
Yeah, it's just I can't get them in Canada unless if I ship them to somebody in US and then they ship them to me after, which would be really expensive,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for some reason, excuse me, you can't order them on the Canadian version of the site. I'm not sure why.
What's that? There's what are they called? Something solar. They're on Vancouver Island, I think.
Oh man, there are so many solar companies in Canada. It's hard to say.
Right, yeah, it's
especially in British Columbia.
Yeah, I'm sure because I'm sure
Sun
they.
solar? It's pretty popular one up here.
I would have to go through. I'd have to go through some of my videos. It's what's he called? Chrome. What's bloody Chrome called? What's his channel called? Oh, come on. Where's the notification? I know you put a video earlier. God, why is my brain just go brain dead? Chrome, where are you, Chrome? I know you put a video out.
Now, see, I don't feel bad at all. I have the same problem he does.
No, Van City, Van Life.
Van City Van Life.
Yeah, he's in BC.
Oh, okay.
But he goes over because I've watched him like I don't know for years, you know. But he's a van lifer, and you know he'll spend he'll spend the nights in different park ups, but also he'll drive off into the woods and then he'll take you to like waterfalls and all kinds of stuff, and you know you by the I call it a lake, but you know he's got different park ups that he'll go to, and you know and it just amazes me how you're driving down the highway and to the right hand side you see like a turn off. You turn onto that turn off and bosh, you're straight into all the forest or all the woods, you know, and he just drives down through there, and then there's a park up there and a park up there, and you know, and it's just silent. And then you've got obviously you've got all the lake and the rivers, and you know, it's just so picturesque and so nice and so chillaxing. It's like, wow, I'd go into the city every day, get all my supplies, and just disappear for a week, you know. But he started van life 8 years ago, 9 years ago. He was a DJ, DJing in all the nightclubs. He lived in, he doesn't call it an apartment, he calls it, well, what does he call, what do the Canadians call their apartments?
Depends on the type of apartment. We call them apartments, complex, condos.
Condo, yeah.
Okay,
So
right.
he used to live in a condo complex, and he was just paying so much money in rents that he bought a Ford Ecoline, and literally sold all his stuff that he'd been collecting, you know, and just all his stuff that he had around him in the condo. He just sold everything, bought the Econoline, and threw a mattress in the back of it, and literally started van life. And like 2 or 3 days into van life, he then went to a yacht. He did a DJ job on the yacht. He's still got all his decks in his RV. Yeah, no, he's a really funny guy. He's just opened up a workshop. He's just opened up a workshop. Yeah, I've been watching him. There's another guy that's there's him. There's his girlfriend. Like they've now started going out with each other. His girlfriend, and there's also another guy. And hey, he might be you. He might be you. he lives by hunting, and
I don't hunt.
he goes, well, yeah, I know you don't eat meat, do you?
That's
but
right.
he does a lot of foraging, and he does a lot of lessons in foraging, and you know what you can pick, when you can pick it, when it's available, when it's not available. And then he also what you can eat and what you can't eat. You know, so he does a lot of stuff like that. He also does diving. So diving and spearfishing. I can't remember his name. Hopeless I am. My brain is defuggled.
I'll tell you what, I bought a book on foraging, and I'll tell you, I didn't realize there's so much stuff out there that you can eat. It's amazing the size of this book, the thickness of it, you know.
It kind of never ends, you know.
I guess not. Thank God I got pictures because I can't read.
Yeah. Even in the winter, there's quite a lot to still forage there if you know what to look for, even in a snowy climate.
Well, I get the book for the northern part of the United States. It shows what's in my area here, you know.
Yeah, right. It's the way to go.
Yeah. So I'm getting excited. I really am about this.
Just make sure you try all the mushrooms and weed out the ones that cross off the ones that didn't work too well in the book.
Yeah.
Use the check mark and X strategy, you know. It works well.
I learned my lesson with that cleansing, trust me. Boy, did I learn my lesson. Wow.
Have you guys ever seen a blue Java banana?
Never heard of it.
No.
It's literally a blue banana. It grows in the Hawaiian Islands, and it tastes like vanilla ice cream.
Wow.
It's real.
And it's healthy.
Well, as far as I can tell, yeah. Want to see a picture of it?
Yeah, I really would.
Okay. All right, hold on. I mean, it's I gotta stop saying that. I mean, fuck, that is so woke.
But he stopped snoring and now he's slurping.
My kind of panel host. That's why I'm here. I fit right in.
You got to crack out the third now and start chomping on something.
Look at that. That'd make a man jealous. I mean, wow, look at those things blue.
Oh,
there it is.
Where's StreamYard? There you go.
Oh, I've never seen it before.
No, that's fake, isn't it?
I don't think so. I'll look it up to confirm. It could be, you know. I mean, it's from Facebook, but I don't subscribe to that type of thing on here. So, where's it coming from? What source? Joe Kin. I think I'll have to try this banana if it's real. Let's look it up. Blue Java banana. Is it real?
No, it's real.
It's real?
Yeah.
Banana. In Canada? Oh wait, it's in Canada too, apparently. That's not right. We what? No way, that's in Canada. Well, anyway, it's definitely a real banana.
5D said he ate jackfruit in Costa Rica that tasted like bubblegum.
Yes, it tastes like juicy fruit. That stuff. You can get that here.
You can buy them on Amazon.
Can you really?
Yeah. Honeyberry blue banana, delicious sweet fruit plant, shrub, 30 to 50 centimeters, potted, $16.99.
Look at those ones.
Wow, look at that. That is really blue.
Hang on. Yeah,
An Amazon.
that's what I was looking at then. That picture in the middle is the picture that Wikipedia was showing.
So it is real.
Mm.
It's got to be
Very
healthy
interesting.
then.
Yeah, it tastes like vanilla ice cream.
But it's like Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea has got some really bizarre fruits.
That's pretty cool.
You guys are lucky because over here in Michigan, they ain't got shit over here like that. At least I can't find it. Let's put it that way.
Well, start walking.
Kat sends her apologies. She's in the middle of doing a video at the moment. So it depends how long it takes her for doing a video to whether we're still on, whether she pops up.
Okay. Huh.
I'm gonna have to try
That's
and source some of
amazing.
these.
That's
Especially,
amazing.
I can't see these growing in Canada. There's no way, but maybe, when I was searching, it came up to look in Canada.
So it can take the cold too, then. In other words, that tree can.
If that's the case, the blue java is a rare variant of Musa caminata. The variety is the best fruiting banana for growing in Canada due to its cold. I'm going to click on that to read more.
Yeah.
That'll be worth it.
5D.
Banana
5D.
variety. Go ahead.
5D in the chat said he ate jackfruit in Costa Rica, and it tasted like bubble gum.
Right. Yes, those. You can get those quite easily at most grocery stores. They are kind of seasonal, but as far as the importing goes, but they taste like juicy fruit gum. And very, very nutritious. Yeah.
Find out where it gets a jackfruit. Bananas is a plant, not a tree.
Blue Java banana is a very rare variant of the. Okay, this variety is the best fruiting banana for growing in Canada due to its cold hardiness and fast growth rate. These are also among the best tasting varieties of banana in the world. They are famous for their aromatic fruit, which has the taste and consistency of vanilla ice cream. Banana plants typically require 2 of our growing seasons to have a chance to produce fruit in Canada. The whole plant or stem must be winterized indoors for 1 winter to accomplish this. The following growing season will require lots of sun, a late frost, and so I'm gonna bring this to the folks here on this homestead. I've never come across this before. This is the first time. Quite surprised, actually. That's fantastic.
5D says it's a plant. It's not a tree.
Yeah, banana is a banana plant. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh, I thought it was always a tree. I'll be a son of a gun.
No.
Kind of a viney thing. This.
Coconut's a tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of funny. I always thought it was a tree. Thanks, 5D. Appreciate that.
Well, I'm going to be growing this.
Yeah, I might get one from Amazon and see what happens. Because I've got no plants in my house whatsoever. I keep going. I gotta get some plants. I gotta get some plants.
That's got to be able to grow inside pretty easily.
Mm.
It's called blue banana.
Blue Java
Blue
banana.
Java. Blue Java. Okay. Blue
It's
Java.
a rare variant of Musa acuminata. Let's look that up. See what that is. Musa acuminata. What is that?
Blue Java.
Find out. Yeah, that's the type of banana. I guess that's more the heirloom variety.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Oh,
Conventional
wild
looking,
banana
except
seeds,
on
look.
the
Yeah.
yeah,
That's
so
the
different on the
seeds.
inside.
Mm. Oh, red Dakar. See
That's how
down
you can. Wrights, you might remember me having a conversation about this. This is the type of thing that can give an indication to an heirloom variety. You got massive amounts of seeds inside that. This is
Yeah,
definitely not man-made, genetically modified in any way, shape, or form.
no.
You know, I'll tell you something. I've never seen a seed in banana, and that's the truth.
No, because they're genetically modified, aren't they?
That's right. Yeah, because
Son of a gun.
manhandle. Exactly. That's one of your first clues. Look at it. We got a red variety too. Rare red
Do you-
Musa. We work to provide. I don't know where that grows, but there's a red.
Do you remember pomegranates
Pomegranates,
when we
yes.
were kids? They had loads of juice and hundreds of seeds inside them.
Yes. Yes.
Now it's like it seems that you cut them in half, and there's 4 segments in there, and there's hardly any
Yeah.
seeds.
Watermelons too.
Yeah, and tomatoes. Because I used to love biting a tomato and then sucking all the seeds out of the tomato and the juice out of the tomato. Now you get hardly any seeds in them. And the same as red pepper. Well, peppers. Peppers don't seem to have very many seeds in either.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. Similar. You're all set with DJ when you go up there? When she comes live? DJ Vix? Where'd he go?
Oh,
You mean,
yeah. Sorry, yeah.
It's Smiler, right?
Oh, Smiler. Oh.
Yeah, I was looking at the side chat, wondering whether you were speaking to somebody
Yeah,
in the
who's
side
someone?
chat.
Hey, we got somebody new with us. That's what,
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. What's your name again? Yeah, I talked to DJ, so you're all set when she goes live.
Ah, cool.
So,
I have
yeah.
subscribed, but I haven't seen any notifications yet.
No, she's got a sore throat right now, so she can't hardly talk. I talked to her on WhatsApp. I'm on, oh shit. So when she gets better, she'll be out there. Beautiful
Yeah,
lady.
She goes up and down with her health because of her accident, and quite a lot down lately, actually. Fortunately.
Yeah. Well, she said something in Z, and she said it. I said, "What are you talking about?" And I says, "How do you say Z?" And she said it, but I says, "No, we call it Z over here. She call it Zeb or something like that, or
Yeah,
Zulu.
Zed.
Zeb. That's yeah." And I didn't recognize her vowel, and when she said that, I had the hardest time. She goes, "No, Zeb, Zeb." You know, like, what the Zeb? You know.
In Canada, it's either or.
Really?
Yeah, we got both here. You choose.
I did have a video the other day when they were saying,
Oh.
"Do you
Oh, I
say
never put my voice
Z?
here.
Do you say Z?"
Domesticated banana. I should type in.
Now look at the
heirloom.
seeds in that lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the type of thing you want to look for when you forage, and then save the seed. propagate and save the species, you know?
That's it.
Let's try wild air.
Seeds.
Seeds. Banana seeds, no banana. Like there might be some stuff. I have never seen anything close to a banana in all my foraging out here. Doesn't mean it don't exist though. Just have not come across it whatsoever.
We got a few parks in Cornwall that have got banana trees in them, but I've never seen bananas on them. And they do cover them in the winter. But it looks like a nice plant, you know, nice leaves on it, and it looks a bit better than a rubber plant.
Yeah. Right, you're on mute, I think.
Yeah, I had to help my wife out. She needs some help here. Help her out. She needed the fire pan bending back together again properly. She's my head.
You hit two buttons at once because your avatar's disappeared again. What kind of banana is that? Variegated. Oh yeah, man-made one.
Looks like a cross between a cucumber and banana.
Nah. I wonder what they variegated it with.
You know, Elvis used to love those bananas. Bananas and peanut butter sandwiches.
Yeah, but the bananas you buy now, even if I keep them in the fridge, they will go black within 2 days.
Yeah, you're not supposed to put bananas in the fridge. That's what will happen.
Yeah, but if I leave them out, they'll be black
What
within
the-
a day.
These
We
ones look
bought
almost purple.
We bought bananas and it was green, and it stayed green for 2 weeks. We threw them away. They never changed.
Now that's normal.
Is it really?
Yes, it is. That's normal. See,
for 2 weeks.
Yes, they are not supposed to ripen fast. When you get them from the store, they gas them, and they gas them with formaldehyde if they're not organic, and a organic version of formaldehyde and a natural version. What they're doing is they're emulating them being around other fruits and the off-gassing of that, which can make other fruits go ripe. And so they purposely pick them from the farm plants prematurely and then put them through that procedure before they put them for sale on the shelf. And that's to appeal to the customer. And that's why you see the green that's around here.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's your sign that these bananas have been gassed. And that's to make them go ripe really fast. They'll typically go ripe within 24 to 48 hours after they've been gassed like that.
Boy, how they kind of the FDA, yeah, Federal Department of Agriculture. Yeah, they really with it. They with the shit. They do their job.
Let me look that up again. What are bananas? What is used to make bananas ripe? Ethylene. Ethylene, ripening properties at home by putting your banana into a closed paper bag. The paper will trap. Ethylene. You know, ethylene again is an off gas.
Yeah.
That's produced by fruit naturally. But the ethylene that they use to ripen bananas that aren't organic, unnaturally, it's petroleum based ethylene. So enjoy that. They literally put it in an ethylene steam bath.
Yeah, the questions, the answers down. Yeah, what is used for ripening artificially? Down.
Well, they're not poisoning our foods. Nah, they wouldn't do that.
foliar. I saw this one saying they do a spray. Salesman
That's-
trying to induce uniform ripening in banana, pineapple, fig, etc. They do it in other fruits too. So it's a spray.
I do
they're
know
saying.
Well, I do know they do spray something to get rid of the spiders. If there's any spiders on the bananas, I do know that much.
Yeah,
Tarantulas, whatever they call them.
Yeah, that's an excuse.
Must be.
Why does my banana smell like chemical? The excuse. When bananas ripen, they produce a range of smelly chemicals known as esters. Yeah, that's the reason. Sure. Should you wash bananas? Despite being wrapped in thick protective skin, food experts reiterate the importance of washing your banana before you eat them. Really? I've never washed a banana before I ate it. Ever. Well, what good is that? You're going to wash the peel and then peel it? I don't get it.
Don't understand it. Because your fingers never actually touch the actual banana. They're only on the skin.
Scared about getting bacteria, but they get gas in that sucker for you. You know, you're eating gas. Ethylene.
All right, so then why don't you fridge them?
Huh. Didn't they have frozen banana ice cream or something like that? One time.
Yeah. I used to
can't think
like
of the name of it.
I used to like putting bananas on my porridge.
That's good.
Yeah. And because they would just go in, you know, you buy a bunch of bananas and you get 8 or 9 bananas, but yeah, you'd only be able to eat 3 of them, and the rest of them, I mean, they'd gone past black, and you just couldn't eat them. They were just squishy inside.
There we go. How do grocery stores keep bananas from ripening? Bananas are picked before ripe and transported in refrigerator trucks. The refrigeration stops the ripening process completely. Then once they reach the location, in order to start the ripening process back up, they are put in a room that is pumped full of ethylene gas. Yummy.
Now, porridge is oatmeal, right?
Yeah.
And okay.
Kind of, yeah.
It's not.
I mean, it's oats. It is oats, right?
You get different types of oats.
Ah, okay.
I'd buy a high protein oat.
It's also the way they're cut and if they're cooked.
Yeah.
My wife feeds me raw. She puts bag over my ears and I eat.
Cream of wheat.
Yeah, my only question is what kind of bag?
Feed bag. I told you she treats me like a god. I'll tell you, every time she cooks, she gives me bird offerings. I'm telling you. That's okay. No one laugh about it. That's all right. That's best joke
I
of the
didn't
year.
hear you.
Never
I didn't
ruined it
hear
for
you.
me. That's okay. That's all right. Just
Yeah, you didn't pay me to listen.
See how Walmart ripens them.
That's what I'm reading.
Yeah.
As they ripen, they turn latex into sugar, creating heat and gases as byproducts. The ripening rooms blow air across the fruit and control heat, humidity, and ethylene gas levels to ensure perfection. The Walmart DC has 5 banana chambers that can each contain 3 truckloads, or about 54,400 kilos.
Wow.
What'd she say?
At 5D Riot?
Hoot, 5D hoot. We might grow our own food. Cream of wheat. Oh, they're talking about cream of wheat. Okay, I got you. I know what that is.
Well, I can't wait to find and try some of them blue.
Oh, she wants a link.
Hey.
Dude.
Okay, hold on.
Slice shy 58. Hey, now we got her $5.
Voila. Why do I have to do all the work?
I'm sorry. I don't. Yeah, really. Yeah, really.
Fuck, it ain't even my fucking panel. What's going on there? What kind of a host are you, huh?
No wonder I'm losing money. Yeah, really. I see where the money's going to now. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm not on the,
Just for the record, and this is non-negotiable, I charge by the click. There she is. Good morning, Miss Sly. You're on mute.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm not I'm not link ready, but I had to come up because y'all read the damn comments all wrong.
I don't think any of us are link ready, so it's all good.
Wait, let me explain what right. That's wrong, right.
Yes.
Okay. Got it?
Alone in a yurt. Yes.
Yes. There you go. Right.
Right.
And I was talking about another what you call it, the cereal. What when I said cream of wheat, that's another kind of porridge.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right, so y'all gotta keep up with the chat, yo. And especially since it's only me and 5D in it.
Yeah, right.
I have been trying.
Yeah,
I
right.
think-
You gotta keep up with the chat. What's the matter?
I think I'm politely getting my ass chewed. I just don't know it. I just don't know it yet.
You said riot. I was like, riot? What the hell? You guys are comical. I love listening to you. I've been listening to you all this time. But you know, I enjoy great energy, and you guys got good energy, great energy.
Thank you. And so do you.
Yeah,
Thank
you sure do.
Do you remember her now, right?
No, I don't. I honestly don't. I'm sorry. I can't see what she looks like. Her logo there because it's too small.
It's definitely been a while. I do believe maybe about a year ago or so, if I remember, Sly, you were on once with Rights at the same time, weren't you? If I remember.
Yeah, I
Or
was.
is this
Yeah,
first
last
time?
week. No, I was on last week.
Yeah, last week, but I'm not sure if
I mean, with Rights himself.
wait, is this not is this our vet? This wait, because I remember the voice from last year. I do remember the voice.
You do. Okay, yeah.
I do remember the voice. And yes, I have been on a panel with you guys before.
I can't remember. I'm sorry, young lady. I just can't remember.
That's
I got a
okay.
bad memory. Yeah.
It'll come to you. You be like, oh, that's my shy. I remember her.
Something will come into my head. You'll say something I'll remember. I just can't remember right now. Guru knows why. I have a hard time.
Yeah, don't hold your breath, but you know.
I got
I mean, I'll think of something. I mean, she give you a phone number, I'll remember, or credit card, I'll remember, or Oh, Chad's on. Hey, Chad.
Hey, Chad. Good morning. Rights was
says-
in an accident a long time ago, Sly. So his memory, short term especially, can be a little foggy at times.
Yeah, Chad remembers me. I know Chad always remembers Sly Shy.
What's up, Chad? Feel free to come up if you want. Link's right above you there.
I'm gonna put my
Chad.
I'm gonna put my YouTube foreign guys. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay. I feel bad. I can't remember.
You should.
I...
You terrible host, you. Jesus.
Well, I got a backup. I mean, Smiler will remember her.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Well, that makes up for it now.
we were on about 4 hours while you was having lullaby.
I was in meditation.
Yeah, you was pushing out Zeds. and then a couple of hours later, I was accused of being a racist.
Are you kidding me? Really?
Yeah, can you remember? Fitness called me racist.
Oh my God, I can't remember. Okay.
Hmm.
Unreal.
And I went, wow, half my family is African. How can I be racist?
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I do remember that now. Yes, I do remember that.
It was over
Yes,
it was over the George Floyd.
Yep.
And they started calling me a racist. It was like, wow, Nelly, you don't even know me, guy.
Yeah.
So may I ask, what was the discussion about George Floyd?
What
was that?
Was he or not? Was he or not deliberately murdered?
The cop. Do we agree with the verdict that the cop was? Was he murdered or did he die?
Put his knee on the neck.
It
He put
was
his knee on the neck.
Wait, hold. Wait, we gotta count all 3 knees, man. We only count that one knee to the neck. We gotta count all them damn knees on that man's body. Yes, they cut oxygen off to his brain by putting their knees on pressure points or places to cut off oxygen.
There's no doubt he was definitely abused and.
Oh wait, hold on, guys. It's a guy with a tie at my door and somebody else at my door. Hold on, let me check this out.
It might be me. Be nice.
Wait, okay. Yes. Hello. Yes. Oh no, thank you, sir. I appreciate you though. Thank you very much. You too. Hello.
Yeah, welcome back.
Jehovah's
Welcome to
Witness.
Rights for Vets. Glad to know you. What's your name again, man?
Slide 58. But wait, it was the Jehovah Witnesses. Y'all know on Saturday, right? We supposed to pull the blinds down, close the window. I had the window up. I had the window up. They were standing right here. They could hear me and everything.
We just talked about that today. We just got done talking about that, didn't we, guys?
Right. So what are you doing? Cheating on my religion? Huh?
Did you believe?
I tried to hide, but I forgot that I couldn't hide with the window open and me on the panel talking to y'all. Oh my goodness.
We just talked about that on this panel. Can't believe that.
Y'all did?
Yeah.
I missed it.
Well,
yeah, we sure did.
Yeah, maybe that's the right direction. If you sell enough Bibles, maybe you can afford to be on the stream with us.
Well, do you believe?
I believe. I'm a believer. I am a believer of whatever they want me to believe. I believe it.
Good. I'm your shepherd. You my flock. Come follow me and give me some money.
Yeah. Allegedly, I don't have money though. Allegedly.
Where do I invest? I want all the shares.
On Facebook this morning, somebody sent me a link. Well, they commented and they said my name and they said, check this person out. You'll appreciate me afterwards. I clicked on the link and it was somebody selling Bitcoin. I was like, oh hell no. Like, yo, I do not need to be a part of nobody else's get rich quick scheme.
Do any of you guys got Bitcoins?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
Nah.
how can Bitcoins benefit me?
Yeah, they're a good store of value compared to
Fiat.
probably definitely compared to fiat. Fiat isn't a store of value. The only thing that is probably equal to that in some caliber would be real estate, but by design, it's probably about a 10-to-1 ratio store of value.
Well, Nudie, can I come move with you?
Hey, you should see this. You should see the size of my backyard. It's just everywhere. It's huge.
I just need all I need is a tent.
That's
a
right.
generator.
Yes.
That's all I need, man. I'm no
Yeah.
trouble at all, Nudie.
Oh, what the hell? I put an application for him a long time ago and I got kicked out.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's either you or Paul, Nudie, because I'll go live on the land with Paul too.
That would be
living on the land. I think living on the land though is just so. It's free.
Only way to live. It's the only way to live.
Yes,
There is
it's
no other
free.
Yes.
It's no harassment. It's no tyranny. It's no corruption.
No time clock.
Right?
And rights, you didn't
No
get kicked out. You have to get accepted first before you can get kicked out.
Whose baby is that? I keep hearing
No, I
babies.
keep hearing it. I heard it earlier too.
Yeah.
Rights tips the RV. Oh, that's what happened.
He got mad at me because I tipped his RV up a little bit. Just one side, just one side fell apart. That's all.
Yeah. No, but it is, Sly. There is nothing like that. This lifestyle, there really isn't. It is freedom.
Well, see, the reason why I keep trying to check out my options is because I'm 60 now, and I don't want to spend the rest of my life in this realm. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This
As a corporate
realm
slave.
is yeah. Well, I'm far from a corporate slave, but
Well,
we're not going to talk about that.
Right.
I don't answer questions.
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
But I am not a corporate slave, but I'm still slaved up because I depend on the corporates to help me live.
That's what I mean. Yes. And
Mhm,
that's
mhm.
the key is, obviously I still use it to some degree. But that's the difference is that I do not have dependency on it and I do not rely on it for my soul well-being and way to function. If that all goes to the wayside tomorrow, I am just fine. That's because I've spent a great deal of time learning how to secede from that and function and cooperate with other allies completely without that, just in harmony with nature, the way the animals do. Nature provides for us everything, ever. It didn't forget about humans,
But Nudie, what am I going to do without chicken? Especially fried chicken. Come on, Nudie.
Oh man.
That's the only downfall, man. I gotta have me some fried chicken every now and then.
Well, I mean, it'll probably put into perspective if you're not raising and slaughtering and beheading it yourself, then
I won't get it, huh?
Right.
No, because I ain't killing no chickens.
There you go. So if that's not appealing to you, there's probably some wisdom in there somewhere. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess.
I like to show her that video of that food that we eat. She's gonna freak out when she sees it.
I already seen them videos, man. I'm 60. Did you just hear me say I'm 60?
Well, you're a young kid compared to me. I'm 72.
Man, you still a baby. You still got milk behind your ears. Hush.
Oh, I love this lady. She's sweet.
I'll pay you for saying that in just a little while.
Nah, you
Well,
listen. I'm telling you,
well,
all of this is natural. It comes natural. There's no, you know what I mean? It's a natural thing that just comes out of me.
well, if you're a baby, I feel great. I haven't even been conceived yet. That's the case. I got a long
Nudie,
way to
we
go.
know you. Nudie, we already know you're from the future. We already know. You just, God just gave us your voice. We ain't
That's right.
seen you yet. Look, who knows what Nudie looks like? We ain't
That,
seen you yet.
everybody knows. It's a round circle with this
With
little
a,
man that has a leaf and cross-legged and looks like a triangle and black and white.
you know how long though, guys? Do you know how long though we've been on this Nudie picture here? It's been a while since we've been trying to figure out what Nudie looks like.
Well, I know he changed his leaf 5 times since I've known him.
That's what Sundays are for.
Yo, I love it. I love it.
Is that laundry day?
Yes, that's when we reconcile, right? That's I'm not religious, but we do church on Sunday.
We know Wrights doesn't do the laundry. He just asked for Trump for some new boxers.
Well, I even told him that you could hire me for laundry. He says, no, it's all right. He says, I can change my own leaf.
Shit, it's about to be fall season. It's about to be fall season. Nudie don't need clothes. The leaves are gonna fall from the damn trees.
Right? I've got abundance everywhere.
Yes, right. All different colors and stuff.
All
Right now,
different
you should have
colors.
the orange. You got the orange, reddish kind of leaves now.
That's right. And for the
Yup.
rainy season,
See,
they're even extra dry. Perfect.
see. Yup. You ain't gotta do no ironing. You ain't gotta do no ironing. You
Yeah.
don't need a steam spray bottle. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? I know. I understand.
You don't have to put no starch in it.
Yeah, see? This is how I want to live. This is what I see my future as: leaf wearing, no starch, no meat.
This is the permaculture way. I make my own mulch.
See?
Oh yeah, but
Wait, I gotta ask this question though, Nudie. Okay, so we're gonna out the fried chicken.
We're
I
gonna
can't
what?
do the mushrooms. We're gonna out the fried chicken. The fried
Okay.
chicken is gone. Okay.
Okay. All right.
I've never done mushrooms,
Mm-hmm.
right? So, do we have the other stuff like the good bud out there?
Oh, you got everything.
Everything?
You got the real stuff. Yeah.
Man,
Peanut butter.
Nudie, yo, I'm packing up. I'm packing up tomorrow. I'll be there next week.
Yeah. There's this stuff. Just look it up. There's this stuff called BC Gold, and it's called that for a reason.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh
And I'll never
shit.
forget. I'll never forget trying it. I dismissed it. I thought it was pie in the sky when I first heard about it, and
Right.
I was expecting a light Mexican red hair buzz or something. Like, no. This stuff is in a league of its own. I was high for a good 18 hours.
Damn.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, guys. If I sound loud, it's because I have my Bluetooth on. But 18 hours. I don't
18
know if I
hours.
can handle. I don't know if I can handle something like that.
Yeah, it's pretty potent. Now, you could tone it down with just 3 or 4 tokes. I probably had 8 or something. I don't remember.
Okay. Okay. Greedy.
Well, it was it was after I had technically quit this stuff for a while, and my bandmates convinced me it was a brotherhood thing. We were out camping together, and they were telling me, "Oh yeah, you got to try
Peer
this at least
pressure.
once."
Peer
Yeah, and I'm
pressure.
just like,
Okay.
no, I've tried all the pot. That's why I was dismissive, and they're like, no, this is something else. They were right.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's one of those creep up on you ones too, where just all of a sudden you're just in another vortex.
Dimension.
Dimension.
Another
Yeah.
dimension.
Yeah, for sure.
Yo, I don't need to be in no other dimensions, please. But listen, I got another question for you guys, right? So I'm always finding stuff. And I found this stuff called, wait, let me find it again. I lost it. I gotta find it. What did I do with it? It's called plant of the, and it begins with a P. Oh, where did I do with the darn bottle? Now I done played with it all morning, y'all. I had the damn bottle in my hand all morning, even while I was fixing breakfast. Here it is. I found it. Okay. Plants against the patriarchy. What the hell is this?
No idea.
Yeah, I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you. Wait.
That's like a tincture, the herb or something.
Yeah, I guess. So
What does it say? The use cases.
basically it says if you feel any kind of way towards capitalism, all the shit that's going on in the world, if you want to escape it, try some of this. That's basically what it said. It's called, look
What?
it up, guys. It's called Plant
Seriously?
Against the Patriarchy. Look it up. Google it. I did it. I Googled it this morning.
This
Basically,
is for
that's what
real.
it said.
Holy
I
shit.
got the damn shit in my hand, Nudie. Got this shit in my hand. I looked it up and it said I can't read it right now because I don't but this come
It's
on
starting
with
to make
this,
me
you and
wonder,
your baby.
did I
You and
sleep
your
and
baby.
forget about it?
That's why it says,
For don't
"Wait,
wait,
text
here, I'm
message."
gonna read it. I'm gonna read it, guys. For those plagued by symptoms of patriarchy or self self dis oh self the wait a minute, I can't wait a minute, y'all. I'm I do smoke. Wait. I don't know how to pronounce this word properly. Depreciating thoughts due to internalized misogyny. Is that the word? Is that a word, guys? Misogyny?
Yep.
Okay.
Misogyny.
All right. Internalized misogyny, homophobia, racism, classism, etc. Helps loosen patterns, circles of internalized or externalized anger, hate, despair, bitterness, gives a feeling of working towards a balanced state. So this shit is supposed to take you out of all of that. Now
So
help
this is
me
like,
Jehovah give that to
understand.
you?
this
Did
is
Jehovah give that?
No, I
unindoctrination
found it.
potion.
I
You
found
found
it.
it.
I found it.
What the
Yes, I found it.
the unindoctrination potion.
Yeah.
What the hell? So y'all know I put a little bit on my skin, right? They said taste it. I didn't taste it, but I'm feeling a little. What do you call that word? Euphoric. What's that word, Nudie? Euphoric.
Yeah.
Kind of
Yeah.
happy.
Yeah.
So
Hi.
you think it works, or
Stoned.
did I psych, my mind out?
Well, placebo is real, but I don't know. Is this so this is the very first, you just found this recently and this is the first time you just tried it today?
No, I found it a while ago, but the first time I really looked at, because I have vape stuff. So the first time I really read it was today, and I said, wait a minute, they
Did you
have
try it
something
before
that
you read it?
no,
Okay. Just check.
I tried it after I read it because I
Okay.
wanted to see. I wanted to see if it took away all those things it says it takes away. I wanted to
Right.
see if it clears my mind of racism, whatever, all this other stuff it says. I wanted to see. All I
Where did
know is I feel happy.
you find it?
Uh, um, One time when I was cleaning out trash,
If
I
you
was
can say.
putting the trash out. I was putting the trash out in one apartment building,
Right.
and I found it.
Okay. Interesting. And you trust it? You never know what's in there.
Well, I ain't blow up yet, Nudie. This is I done had this for. Look, it ain't disintegrate. The house ain't burned down or nothing. I done had it for a couple of years. So,
Well,
you know, and I did take a couple of dabs, and I'm still here. I ain't get no lump or nothing. I don't know.
No third eye.
Look, check with me in a couple of hours, though. Some
yeah,
things
yeah.
might have changed.
So how long ago did you find it then, and what made you decide to try on this day after all these days?
All right, because like I said, I vape and got the tincture stuff, right? So
Mhm.
you know, I read it, and it when I read it, it kind of made me curious to how does a liquid take away all of that, right? But if you take a mushroom, it would take away all of that, right?
Oh, for
For
sure,
that
and
moment,
and then
yeah,
some.
right. See? So you know how we are with drugs and stuff. We're curious. We want to see how
Yeah.
it works.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah,
So
I mean, this doesn't sound like that type of thing, but maybe, I mean, I've never
I
heard of
don't
such a
know.
thing. That's a hell of a claim to make it. We're gonna
Please read it,
activate
because
your consciousness and put your indoctrination on a shelf for a little while by taking this tincture.
okay. Wait, it says flower essential of burdock.
Burdock
Yeah,
root.
burdock.
Okay.
Burdock root. Yeah. Burdock. There you go. That's it, Nudie.
Right. So if you ever get a chance, take some of that with the dandelion. See what happens.
Oh,
Yeah, really.
I'm so glad you said dandelions. I'm not dressed, but I wanted to go outside and look at my yard, in my front yard lawn, and I wanted you to. I want to make sure I get the dandelions, and then I want you guys to tell me what the dandelions are good for.
Oh man, they're the herb of choice. Best plant in the world. My
Okay.
number one go-to for medicinal.
Yeah, it
Really?
tastes good. Yeah, oh yeah, it's good too. Yeah, damn
All
good.
right, so I could pull it out my lawn and then do what with it?
Well,
Put the leaves in the stem.
Mm-hmm.
Even the flower if you really want to, but that's an acquired taste, so kind of get used to that one. And I'll warn
Mm-hmm.
you, it's kind of bitter. It's an acquired taste at first, but just put it in salad. And
For real?
you don't really need that much. Just saying. Yeah.
oh no,
Is it like
give her the
arugula?
best.
Is it like arugula?
No, it's got its own distinct flavor, but in terms of effectiveness, it definitely has a chelating effect like that, and so much more.
Wow.
It makes you balance. It makes you feel good. It brings you into a state of sort of blissfulness.
Can I give it to
And
the dogs?
I would research that first.
Okay.
That's a good question. I don't see
Okay.
why not,
I
but
give them the
there.
plantains. I get them the plantains and
Right.
I make them some tea with the plantains.
Now, your backyard, you got to be careful. Make sure that you don't got any neighbors that spray things, pesticides or anything like that. If you're going to do that, got to be careful with that. Is she on mute? You're on mute.
Do you have a? She on mute. Oh. I was gonna ask if she's got a Myers store. They got it at Myers.
Is that where you got it?
Yeah.
Here I am.
Myers.
What you say? Say it again.
You got to be careful if you're going to forage in the city. It's not the best, not my first choice, but it can be okay. At the very least, make sure that it's far away enough from your neighbors in case there's any cross spray, if they do any like pesticide spraying or weed spraying or anything of the sort.
Yo, you funny. I live in a damn city. I live in a hood. Ain't nobody crop dusting.
Do you live by Meyer? Do you have a
Huh?
Myers store? Do you have a Myers store?
What's that?
Myers,
Myers?
yeah,
Buyers?
grocery store.
No, we got Shop Right Brown, Shop Right. We got Shop Right Acme. Yeah, we
Let's
have
see if
those.
I was right. Unless if it's a doxing question, you know the drill, just don't answer. But I was guessing. Wrights was asking me where you lived. Yeah. And I was guessing Pennsylvania, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you go nudie.
Seriously?
You go nudie.
I did remember. Well, 10 points for
Yeah,
Gryffindor.
yeah. I'm in Pennsylvania. Now, look, wait. We're gonna even be more a little more precise. I'm in Philadelphia, okay? Let's just go and cut through the chase because Pennsylvania is big and I do not live in none of the rural areas.
There you go. There you go.
Well, if you go to a grocery store, you can ask for Dandelion, see if they have Myers has it up here where I'm at,
Uh-huh.
and you can buy them
But
fresh.
we got plenty in the damn yard.
For sure, and that's good.
Well, yeah.
Some of the farmed ones are a little bit more beneficial because they're the organic ones, especially because they're
huge.
Yeah, they're
Huge
big
plants.
and whatnot.
Wow.
So, but the wild ones, they're good too.
You know who turned me on? You know who Nubs started me Nubs made me go outside one morning and look at all the stuff that's in my lawn.
Right?
You know Nubs, right, Nudie?
I do.
Nubs Revenge. Yep.
Yeah. Haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, I do.
Oh, he's still around. He drops in and drops out and drops in and drops out. He pops up everywhere.
That's what he's kind of a homesteader a little bit, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Yes.
Right.
Yes. Kinda. Look, kinda.
Kind of.
He can build some stuff, that's for sure.
Right. And he's trying to go all plant based, but he struggled with that. I think he needs a bit more directional focus.
Yeah, because he had stopped eating meat for a while and then he started back again. Yeah.
Yeah. He's struggling for getting the proper calories and carbs. He didn't know what to do to get that. There's definitely an art and a science to that, for sure. There's a learning curve for me.
So Nudie, do you miss meat? Do you miss it?
I do not. I absolutely do not. Now, I did a little bit at first, and then every once in a while, even though I haven't eaten fast food forever, especially when I lived at that hotel. This is also coinciding with the weird sense of heightened smell that I have ever since I had the carbon monoxide thing. I could tell whenever there was somebody on my floor or above or below floor brought fast food home, even though no smell came into the thing. It triggered my brain. And I kind of had a bit of a craving for it that way, even though I don't want it.
Especially the French fries, right? Especially the French fries.
The French fries, the chicken nuggets, you name it, But other than that, no. When it's actually near me, now the smell of carcass is very apparent now, like dead carcass. So whereas before it wasn't apparent at all. So now it's actually nauseating, if I'm too close to it. It's like being close to a rotting animal on the side of the road and that's molding and stuff. That's what it smells like to me.
I understand. Yeah, I understand. I'm sorry, guys.
Exactly. So yeah, it's no longer as appealing to me like it was, and I think the appeal, when I did have it, was actually just the internal parasites that we tend to have in our bodies that are giving pheromones off to our brain that are making us crave that stuff. So once all that kind of got out of me, and the sense of balance the way it should be returned, And now I can see very clearly how things are supposed to be.
Oh, what happened?
I don't know. Did she say
She's muted herself.
she's muted?
I'm here. I do have to mute, like, because I'm moving around and stuff. I don't want to, distract you guys.
She's so polite. Hey, guys? I don't know what her
Yeah.
problem is. That's not what we do around here, you know?
I
Well,
snore.
Nudie, you gotta understand. No, listen, guys, you gotta understand. Like some of these YouTube boxes, right, that I go to, it's just so much chaos and so much drama and
Well, you know I
unnecessary.
understand that. You know I
You
understand.
know, so when I come,
I'm the number one culprit for chewing with my mouth open and pissing people off. You know? You
yeah, but
remember that?
so when I come in, new places or other places, I want to, show that I know how to conduct myself. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people don't know how to conduct themselves when they go in these boxes.
She was
That's very
raised with
true.
manners in my time. Yep, she was raised with manners. She knows. Yep.
You're just saying that because she called you. She said you're still a baby.
I love her.
Good to know I get brownie points up in here.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
You sure do. Yes.
So what do we get to trade the brownie points in for there, Mr. Big Thumbs?
I get all the mushrooms I can eat. Remember? Yeah. Nudie says I can have any kind of mushrooms I want out there.
You betcha.
Yeah.
Actually, it's a very important thing to try as many varieties as you can find. You know, variety is the spice of life, isn't it?
It won't be for long.
And if you really want to treat, mix and match. Oh, let me tell you. Just make a mushroom salad, mushrooms on its own, a smorgasbord, 8, 9, 10, 12 different varieties.
Wait till you try the magic one. Yeah.
I've never done a mushroom, guys.
Never done a mushroom?
No.
Oh, man. Mushrooms are good.
The right mushrooms are extremely beneficial for health, too. They actually healed me the very first time I had a health crisis. I have to attribute my shiitake, as the main mushrooms that put me in a deep cleanse that reversed a deep state of toxicity I was in.
So, do you do them, or is it wise to do it by yourself when you, or do you need to have someone with you?
No, what if it's the the kind you're talking about? Yeah, you want to have somebody with you that you trust and is trustworthy. But the medicinal kind, no. The medicinal kind, you if you're gonna eat them raw and wild harvested, just throw them in a salad and let them, the magic happen. Same thing with the dandelion, like all fruits and veggies.
What do they call those big mushrooms? Come on. Where'd you go?
Oh, I'm right here, but I was going to ask y'all. Y'all know drug addicts, right? I am a recovering drug addict, so y'all telling me this stuff, and I'm right now thinking I want to go out and get some dandelions from the yard.
It's good stuff,
just to try it. You know what I mean? Like that's the drug mentality, yo.
Right. It might take a little bit, a couple tries before it really, sets in, like any other type of stuff when it comes to that.
Mhm.
It's not, it's, I wouldn't classify it as a drug at all. It's not like that. It's just a very natural, euphoric sense of balance that it brings that makes you really happy feeling and laughy.
Yeah.
Right.
Everything is great and everything, it's really easy, like what we're doing right now, cracking jokes, that on steroids. That's what it feels like,
Okay. Well, yeah, because all right. So what I did is I got some diamonds. Y'all know what diamonds is?
I don't. No.
No,
All right.
I never
So
heard of it.
that's the vape. I mean the wax. What do you call it? The dab.
Okay.
You know what dab is, right, Nudie?
Yep. Yep.
All right. So I got somebody that sends me diamonds. Uh, it's butter is somebody's Bubba Skunk. Yeah, Bubba Skunk Diamonds is the damn, what did I just call it?
Dab.
Yeah, dab. There you go. Thank you, Nudie. I'm telling you. I can look, I think that stuff might be working. But yeah, so what I did yesterday, I took it and I smeared it on my paper and then I rolled some bud in it. And oh my goodness, that was a good feeling. I know y'all probably don't know what I'm talking about, but yeah. Oh, let me show y'all. I can show y'all. I forgot. I am
For sure.
live with y'all.
Yeah.
Yeah, damn it.
I never did a dab myself, but I certainly,
No?
no. I don't know. I
Okay.
never even heard of this until recently, actually. And it's been a long time since I've done any extracurricular things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Like literally, last time I was around 22, I think. 47. So it's that 24 years. Like that.
All right, so this is wax. This is like the extract. And this is the curb or whatever they call it.
All
Bubble,
right.
babble. That's that.
What's the difference between that and like oil? Is it a type of oil or something? Or
All right, so the cartridges, let me show you. All right, these right here, oh shit. These right here are the cartridges. These have the oil, the live resin, and stuff like that. So these are the vapes, the smoking ones. This is the dab stuff,
okay.
right? That's the waxy one, more waxy kind of stuff. This one right here, I have a YouTube friend that sends me diamonds. It's like the wax, but it's little diamonds, it's little cubes or whatever. But it's really good and it's liquid. And I take my little dab thingy here.
Yeah.
And wait, where is that? There it is. And I smear it on my my blunt paper, and then I roll it with the bud, and it tastes so good.
Taking notes on this, right?
Yo, yeah,
Yeah, I'm
right. Are
getting.
y'all writing this stuff down?
Yeah, I got it by memory. Yes, I do.
There you go. This is when you go out and do the mushroom harvest. This is what you take
So
with you.
I get the mushrooms, I take the tub, and I put diamonds on it.
There you go. Yes.
I
You
like
passed
that
that
one.
test
I
with
like that one.
passed the test with flying colors. You aced that one.
Oh, good! I finally did something right. Oh, give me a mushroom.
Yeah, I've met a lot of friends on the YouTube streets. Oh, Graham, get off my stuff.
There's
I
a
met a
there's a
lot
type,
of.
right? So if you ever
God.
forage for mushrooms, there's a type of mushroom that's it's got like a kind of a blue tint, like kind of the color of your lips when you're cold. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, you've been talking to my
when
wife, eh?
you know when
What?
before or after lip lock. Yeah, when you're over cold and your lips sort of turn that bluish color, look for a mushroom that looks like that color and go to town. Don't do it for real. I'm just kidding. Don't really do
I
it.
have never been that cold to where my lips turned blue and saw it, Nudie. Did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. Go to Winnipeg in December or January. for 2
And
days.
you're telling me that my lips are going to turn blue and I'm going to see it?
Yeah, if you stay outside for about an hour, for sure.
So what what color would my mirror be? I'm just trying to. I'm trying to see how I'm gonna see my blue lips. Is that's all
Well,
I'm trying to figure this out. Nudie, help me.
if it
How
didn't
how am I going to see my lips blue?
if it didn't break, make sure you don't go outside with it.
Okay.
Your mirror will just be that you'll see.
I'll
It's
see.
common then.
Okay.
I don't know what it is in Fahrenheit, but a warm day. I'll do a quick calculation. A warm day between the end of November and mid-February in Winnipeg is about 33 Celsius. Celsius
Yes.
to Fahrenheit.
Uh-huh.
Minus 33. That is minus 27.4 Fahrenheit.
The fuck? Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You gotta watch
That's
my
all right.
mouth.
That's
God.
a warm day, and that's before wind chill factor. So typically with wind chill on a warm day, it's about minus 36 feeling, even though it's minus 32, 33. That works out to be minus 32.8 Fahrenheit. That's what it feels like.
Damn, I couldn't even take
This
a piss
is
out there for that thing falling off.
right.
Wow.
This is why you stay high and stay the hell in the house. Okay. Who wants to
It's,
be outside and
I
minus
wasn't allowed
36?
to. I wasn't allowed
Yes.
to. I was
Your mother
forced to
was smart.
put a
Your
toque
parents were
on,
smart.
put gloves on, kick my ass out. Me and my sister had to walk 2.5 kilometers to school every single day at 6 in the morning. No sun to even warm us a bit, By the time you get there, your icicles, your eyelashes are so caked with icicles, it takes about a half an hour before you can blink when you get inside.
That's a shame, yo.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that torturous?
Yes.
For years. For years,
And
that's
this
what we
is
had to
why,
do.
see, this is why you should have been homeschooled.
I agree.
That's probably why you like living in the nature now.
Yes, on the West
You would,
Coast. I left when I was 19, so that's what 19, 29, 39. That's 27 years ago. I'm still defrosting.
I noticed you didn't want to tell us how old you are, right?
No. That's one of the things that I'm okay with doxing myself. I'm 47.
Oh, yo, you ain't even here. Like, I mean, like, yo, you're not even born yet. Stop
I
playing
told
with
you, yeah,
me.
I'm pre-conception stage. I'm all set.
Yes.
I'm like
Guess who's
waiting
here?
for the right time to enter the world, and waiting for all this chaos to pass by.
Guess who's here?
No idea.
Hi, Miss Cat.
Good
Oh,
morning.
I'm sorry. Hi, Miss Cat. I told y'all I'm not box ready yet, so hi.
Yeah, that's why you fit right in. None of us are.
Did you want to leak, Kate?
Say it again.
I was just asking if she wants a link.
What happened to Smiler? Did he fall asleep?
I'm still here. I was
He's still
listening
awake.
to you.
He's going to have a test on this tomorrow. Don't worry about it. We got him.
Hey, I was listening. I wasn't pushing out Zeds, so I got to pass it with flying colours.
All right, here's your test. One of them. Do you bring your lunch to work or do you walk?
Say that again.
You flunked. That's it.
What's the orange one? I forget. How's it go?
What's the difference between an orange?
That's right. Yeah. What's the difference between an orange?
How much does a battleship weigh? True or false? Are you writing this down?
Are these trick questions? Are you guys high on mushrooms? I gotta ask.
What's the difference between an orange? Let's find out. I think
But no
she
answer.
looked it
I
up.
hope one of y'all. I hope one of y'all looking that up because I'm not looking that up.
It's on Google.
Oh, Miss Cat, thank you very much. No, I don't know who you are, but I'm glad that I appreciate you subbing to my channel, and I'm still in these YouTube streets carrying on. Thank you, though. I appreciate you.
Damn, she turned me down. There goes my money. Damn.
You had some?
What?
What happened?
You know I'm
He
keeping
ain't
an
got
eye
none.
on you.
He ain't got none left.
I
Gave
hope
me
you
his
guys
hot
sub
spring
to my
earlier,
channel
didn't
as
he?
well.
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
did.
even know. Well, if you give me your link, I'll sub to your channel. I promise you. I didn't know.
Slash Dot 58. I'm the only Slash Dot 58 on these YouTube streets. SL. Don't call me Slushy no more either.
Did I call you Schlooshley?
Yeah, you called me a Slushy. he said slushy, Slushy, slushy. He tried calling me a slut undercover.
Well, how do you pronounce your name exactly then?
Sly Shy.
Sly Shy. Okay.
Yeah, SLYSHY.
58.
There you go. I'll be 61 soon.
All right. Let me see if I can do this right now. I'll be right back. Sly Shy. Okay.
Oh
I'll be
no,
right back.
you ain't got to. Don't go.
Oh. Okay.
Look, I am only trying to get. I've been begging Joe Cool to help me out, y'all. I've been trying to get 500 subs in the
Oh, you
past
know Joe Cool?
2
Oh, yeah.
years. Yeah, I know Joe Cool. I know a
All
lot of
right.
people that you know me. That I'm telling you, if you think about it, I used to have you. Nudie, was he on Slow Burners in them panel?
No. Right. So
No. How about Toe for Life?
No, none of those.
None of those.
Only DJ Vix, but I don't know if you know DJ Vix.
No, I don't know DJ Vic.
Okay, then no. He definitely wasn't around for any of that.
Okay, so how would I know him, Nudie?
One time, about a year ago, maybe longer, you came up on his panel, from what I remember.
I did. Did I behave myself? look, I pop up on these panels, man. Look, did I behave?
Listen, Sly, Shy, and behave yourself do not go in synonyms in the same sentence. That just doesn't happen.
Oh, okay. I'm just because I show up on these panels and I get the treatment that I get sometimes, boy. I'm just hoping that I was behaved. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, you were. No. From what I remember, yeah, it was just like this. You know, we were just having
Okay,
another one
cool.
of these, and
Cool.
yeah. But I think only
Yeah.
once that happened, from what I remember.
Okay. Okay.
Newt and I don't like a rough channel. We don't like it at all.
Yeah. I had to get away from those rough channels, man. They the ones Nudie see me in now, it's not that bad because I know how to handle myself, right? And I know how to handle other people.
Yeah, and at least there's something kind of productive going on, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Even if it's just me clowning some of the clowns for about 2 hours, it's something productive.
Right.
Man.
You don't do push-ups, do you?
You know what? Wait, stop playing with me. Wait. So I got on no, because the other day I got on the floor and I did some push-ups and I did some knee, toe, and waist thingies. Wait, why you ask me that?
Zingies.
You could, huh?
Zingies. I'm trying to follow you there. Right, you got some catching up to do.
I said I said some knees, toes, and waist thingy things. You know, the waist thingy things. Just to pay attention, Nudie. Waist, knees, toes. Toes,
Waist, knees,
knees,
toes,
waist.
toes, knees, waist, ziggy zigs.
Thingy things, not ziggy zigs. Thingy
Oh, thingy
things, like
things.
whatever
Thingy
you
things.
want to get. Thingy
Right, right,
things.
right.
Toe, knee, waist, thingy thing. Whatever
Thingy thing.
y'all call it, that's what I did. The toes, the knees, the waist, the knees, the toes. Thingy things, whatever you
I'm gonna
call
have to
them.
ask my
I don't know
wife.
what they call them, but I did them.
I'm gonna have to ask my wife to do that. Hey, dear.
Yeah. she gonna be like, hold up. So waist, yeah, cause
Toes,
they fun
knees,
though.
waist, do the hokey
Yeah.
pokey, turn around. Stuff.
And if you got it right, if you got behind her while
Yeah.
she was doing them, yes, that would be fun. I'm telling you, she would get a lot of them done.
I'll be right back in 5 minutes.
Don't tell her I told you to do that, okay?
He says
I can
5
see him
minutes.
now talking about Slide Shot said, stand behind you while you do some waist, knees, and toes thingy things.
Yeah. You excited him now, but don't worry. He never lasts more than 12 seconds. He'll be right back.
I'm back.
There you go.
Nudie. Wait, that seemed like that was like 10 seconds, Nudie. You 2 seconds over.
Yeah, you might be right. I think you might have broke your record there, right?
I could tell it was good. I could tell it was good for her.
You can tell she got something done, huh?
Well, you can ask for round 2, but I don't know if you got it in your rights.
all it needed was one backup, Nudie.
Well, try the front side.
All he needed was one waist, knee, toe, and it was done. It was over.
Now see that, Nudie? See, you didn't know that, did you?
all it took was one. Yes. If you know how to stand right, it only take one.
At this rate, I might just make it to France by tomorrow. We'll have to see.
Write that down, will you, Smiler?
Yep, I've written it down.
Yo, you taking notes over there?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. All right, so y'all know this technology is kind of weird, right? It's getting powerful each time they add a new generator.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm saying is, my ears are on fire right now.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
I'm only writing. I'm not talking.
Now, is this
Yo,
from
no,
you?
seriously, this 5G stuff ain't no joke.
Yeah, well, is that all you took, or did you mix it with some of the dabs and stuff? Are you just on that one thing?
Wait,
right now,
wait. Did you just ask me did I mix some 5G with my dad?
Yes, that's exactly what exactly word for word. That's what I was asking you.
Yo, good one, Nudie. Good one. But yes, the answer is yes.
She upgraded to 4G to 5.
Wait, y'all. Stop playing. We got 6G now. Did y'all know that?
Actually, I believe
6G.
I believe they're actually developing 10G, but it'll take us a while to get there.
Okay, wait. I think Xfinity has 10G. Okay. So Verizon has 10G because everybody feeds off of Verizon.
Isn't 10G the microwave?
Huh?
Isn't 10G the microwave?
Well, I haven't gotten one of those. I think I still got a 2.4 microwave. I'm serious, man. I have not upgraded to a fry. What do you call them? Fryers?
Oh, air fryers. No, nor have I.
You got one of those? I haven't upgraded to that yet.
No, I haven't got one of those.
Yeah, I get people be saying buy one of those fryers. It's better. Ditch the microwave. Shit, we ain't gonna be able to use none of that because y'all know what they gonna get. They gonna hit us with a power like they did New York.
They said that with George Foreman grills as well, though, didn't they?
Yeah, yup. And look, you don't see no commercials about them grills no more, do we?
Nah.
Because they was too healthy. It was too healthy. Anything that's healthy for us, they don't look. And it was George Foreman. Like, look, how this ninja gonna make a grill and try to get people to eat healthy? See what I mean?
Hey,
So
nude.
somebody bought.
Excuse me, everybody. We're gonna have to get off. It's almost 12 hours now. I'm gonna have to
Oh, we got-
restart this thing up.
Okay. Well, you go ahead and
Okay.
set that up. I'll
I gotta get on the computer. Hold on.
We're not actually closing shop, Sly. He just has to. We got to start reset because we're getting close to the 12-hour mark.
I mean,
so he
real
doesn't
close.
lose the
Okay,
record,
so
yeah.
how about this? I'll come back, right? Whose channel is this again? Nudie, no. I'm gonna tell you the truth real quick. This morning when I woke up about like wee hours of the morning, and I went to go look for you, Nudie. I didn't know it was Vet's channel. I went to go look for you. I was like, "What's Nudie's channel? Oh my god, I
You
know they
thought I was
on."
live directly.
Yes, but I'll be back. I'm gonna go get Link ready.
All right, that'll happen one day.
Okay, I'll be back, guys.
Okay.
Okay. Hold on, dude. I'm trying to get it together here.
What should I hold on to?
Keep the stream going.
Well, 11, 43, 33, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44.
I gotta hurry up and do this thing. Yeah. We started at 11:45.
You got time, but you know.
Okay.
It's
hurry, right?
we're on your time, so hurry up.
Okay. All right, here we go. I'm not gonna write anything down. Let's put down part 2 again. No. Yeah, I don't care. I'll just write anything down.
How about Slaves Aren't Us, part 2?
Okay, slaves what now?
Aren't Us, part 2.
Okay. Hey, I like that. A-R-E-N-T. Aren't us. Okay. That ain't right. A-R-N-E-T. Aren't.
Right.
Is that right?
That's right.
Sure don't look right to me. I'm looking right at it.
A-R-N, well, apostrophe T. A-R-N.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah.
It just doesn't look right to me. That's all. I don't know why. Okay, we got that.
You got 15 minutes and count.
Okay,
No rush.
Damn. Okay, we got it. The Jaws theme yet, dude.
Me,
all right. Getting in there right now.
Yeah? Getting close?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah? You sure?
Yes. Copy. All right. What happened here?
My poor ears.
How am I still hearing you guys? Oh, that's right. I'm in the other one.
I can't seem to adjust that.
There's
the volume knob, but it doesn't work too well.
Come on, baby. All right, I'm popping in for a minute. All right, hold on here. Let's see. Okay, okay, guys. I'll put it on the
Whack, whack.
All right, there you guys go. Put you in backstage here. Let you guys leave, and I'll shut everything down here.
Okay. I got it. And a new one.
Got it, Smiler?
Yep, I'm in there. Sitting in the backstage and in the other one.
Okay, exiting out of this one. We'll see you folks on the new one.
See you on the other side.
Okay. I'm going to be shutting everything down here, people. Thank you. I'll get you in a while.